Synopsis. London, 1969. When 9-year-old Magnus gets lost during a parade, he takes shelter under an old tree in a quiet park. But this is no ordinary tree, it holds the legacy of a legendary wizard and a forgotten king. After centuries of silence, the tree awakens, sensing something in Magnus that no other child had. Why him? What hidden power lies within? That simple moment sparks a destiny far greater than Magnus, or the world, could ever imagine. Chapter 1. 1103 CE, England. What is our Prince of Enchanters doing? Arthur asked his friend, who was digging the ground. Ah, Arthur. I have no heir to pass my vast knowledge and inheritance to. I also don't have much confidence that my offspring would be worthy if I make any, not that I can. Before we go off to fight Morgana, I have decided to leave behind my inheritance. Only the one truly deserving it would gain it. A man who would be bound to do great things and change the world for the better. Merlin answered. Arthur walked closer and squatted beside him to see what he had just put in the hole Merlin had dug. Seeing it, Arthur had question marks all over his face. You are leaving your inheritance in a box? He asked. Merlin shook his head. Even after staying with him and experiencing wizardry for so long, Arthur still saw things like most humans do. No, my friend. In this box are my staff and a seed. The seed would grow and become a magical tree. It will be strong enough to face the harsh erosion of times and will stay here no matter what. Looking for the one right person who will inherit my blood, magic, and wealth. Merlin explained to him as simply as possible. Arthur was silent for a few seconds. He kept on looking at Merlin's face, no one knew what was going on in his head. Then he spoke, Merlin, can this box be a bit bigger? Why? You want to sleep in it and wake up as an inferius in the future? Merlin jokingly asked. Sigh. As much as promising that idea sounds, no. I want to leave my inheritance too. If there will be someone in the future who would inherit the great Prince of Enchanters' legacy, then I'm sure that he can inherit this small king's legacy as well. Arthur blurted his intention, slightly surprising Merlin. But you already have an heir, and if you do this, this inheritor will have the highest claim to England's throne, even if there will be other monarchs ruling at that time. They won't step down for him. I'm warning you, it will create conflict. Merlin pointed out. Arthur laughed in self-ridicule, I don't care about the throne. Besides, you and I both know that my son won't be committing any great deeds. He's my illegitimate son, also, he's trying to dethrone me. He just thinks I don't know. Merlin, since you did that magic ritual on both of us to make us stronger, we lost the ability to procreate. We may have dragon blood running in our veins now, the same blood left us unable to procreate, so I don't have many options left. I guess it is heaven's way of keeping worldly powers in check. Sigh. Merlin started enchanting the box again to make it bigger from the inside and spoke, You are right, Arthur. It is like heaven wants to keep the worldly power in check. Why do you think there are so few wizards and witches? It is hard for a magical couple to produce magical offspring. Many times they turn out to be half magical, those who can feel magic but not wield it. But, even after such disparities in population and differences, my only wish is that wizards and non-magicals can live in peace and harmony. I wish that after me, my Order of Merlin keeps on going forwards with my ideals. All species living in peace is my dream that I wasn't able to see fulfilled while I'm alive, but I hope I will be fulfilled someday. Okay, put a drop of your blood in this vial and whatever else you want to leave behind. Arthur took 2 of his swords and put them in the box. They were both enchanted and runesmithied by Merlin and semi-forged by goblins and fairies. I leave hope and despair for my inheritor. He muttered as he put them in the box. He had used these 2 swords to slay many magical monsters, but it was too strong to be used on humans. Merlin nodded at Arthur's choice. Good, I had thought you'd put Excalibur inside. I still need it to win some battles. But don't worry, I will be leaving him the Excalibur too, somewhere stuck in some stone. I can already imagine it becoming unworthy people's pastime to try to take it out. Arthur planned while laughing. Merlin shook his head in defeat. But this was also a side of Arthur's personality that would drag talented and strong people to him. Well, unlike you, I am leaving behind my main staff. To defeat Morgana, my spare wand is enough. Merlin claimed. He then waved his hand, showing off his wandless magic capabilities. The soil he had dug started to cover the hole by itself. Soon, it was fully covered and grass grew on it to make sure it was unnoticeable. Okay, this is done now, where do I leave my material inheritance? I don't trust my family, Arthur asked him. Merlin thought a bit before suggesting. I think the goblins can keep it safe. I have gifted them a big patch of land and they want to start a money-lending business there. They can keep it safe and due to the graces we have upon them, they won't ever betray our trust. Arthur suddenly jumped, wait. Merlin, tell me something. What? Merlin tiredly asked. You and I are both half-dragons. Now, our inheritor will have blood from both of us. Would that make him a real dragon? Also, most importantly, will he be unable to sire children? Arthur asked in concern. He didn't want his inheritor to suffer. Merlin just dusted his robes nonchalantly. I had the same thoughts, but don't worry. I have charmed our blood to only fuse with him enough to let him remain human. If he can fuse with it completely while remaining human, then we will probably have a new human species appearing. But about his ability to sire children, well, he'll have more time than us, let's just hope he finds a cure. Arthur took a few steps back and jokingly said, my friend, sometimes you scare me. But the next moment he lifted Excalibur with a firm and confident look on his face. Okay, let's go and kill my witch half-sister. Yes, let's go. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have made our talking portraits. Mine will stay at Hogwarts and yours will stay at the palace where the future kings will settle. Our inheritor will surely find me, but I can't be sure about you. Merlin told him. Ha, Merlin my friend, my strong and kind friend, can you guide him to me as well? Arthur asked, trying to butter him up. And why would I do that? I don't want my inheritor to inherit your bad habits. I am a Slytherin and you'd probably be a Gryffindor if you were a wizard. Gryffindors are known to be stupid. Merlin sternly said. But he was kidding. But you said Gryffindors were brave a few years ago. Oh, I also have no bad habits. Arthur proudly claimed. Really? But I just heard this morning that you sleepwalked to the pigsty and rode the pigs like they were horses. Then you passed out and slept there. Merlin said, making Arthur choke on his saliva. Come on, I was drunk, not sleepwalking. Don't distort the facts. Arthur complained. So the bards weren't speaking the truth, Merlin added. What? Bards are singing about that incident. There goes my reputation. Arthur dejectedly muttered. They continued their journey while pulling each other's legs. All the people who saw them that day would remember it because they were never seen again after that. Forever to be immortalized in the tales of Merlin the Prince of Enchanters and Arthur Pendragon, the Dragon King. Morgana Le Fay also disappeared along with them, so the magical world believed that Arthur and Merlin fought her and defeated her. Then perished with her. The little seed left by Merlin grew to be as big as a 2-story building. It could not be seen by anyone who wasn't worthy, so nobody knew of its presence. Not even the magicals. The tree saw countless wars and conflicts. Countless monarchs and their assassinations. But still, no worthy inheritor came. Years passed and became decades, then those also passed and became centuries. The lonely tree, dutifully stood there, still waiting, no matter how long it would take. January 5, 1968. London. A little boy, who had just turned 9, was running along the night streets of London. His face showed fear and fatigue. He had been running around for the past 2 hours. He had gotten lost when he lost grip on his mom's hand while watching a parade on the street. He shouted for her, but the crowd was louder than him. His little height caused problems for him. Realizing that if he did not get out of the crowd, he'd get stomped by the overly excited people, he went away from the crowd. But, he had confidence and determination that he knew the way home. In the end, he found that he was wrong. He was now more lost than ever and the sun had set. After a continuous search, he was tired and thirsty. Seeing a park nearby, he went there to drink water from the public tap. He quenched his thirst, which made him calmer. He looked around him and only saw darkness and not much sign of activity. I will look for Mummy tomorrow, he assured himself. He was tired and just wanted to sleep. He noticed a tree somehow growing out of the concrete. He decided to not get his clothes dirty by sleeping under a tree in the dirt and went to the tree on concrete. He laid down and curled himself into a ball and cried himself to sleep. Initially, he felt cold as he was just wearing a t-shirt and a knicker, but later, he felt as if the warm wind was blowing around him. Unknown to the little boy and anyone around the vicinity. That night, the tree glowed as if it was going to turn into a sun. The tree was happy and excited, to finally be able to fulfill its master's wish. Chapter 2. The child had a dream that night. He found himself in endless grasslands. There were lots of animals around him and all of them were friendly to him. With smiles and giggles, he played with all of them. Then he sat down under the shade of the only tree in that grassland. He had forgotten about all his problems outside that dream. "What is your name, child?" a kind male voice came. The child jolted up with caution. "Who is it?" The tree suddenly bowed a little with its branches acting like its hands. "Yes, it was me. I do not have a name or I would have told you." The tree said. "Okay, Mr. Tree. I am Magnus," the child politely introduced himself. "A very good name. It means greatest. You will do many great deeds in the future, it seems, just like what my master said. Would you like to eat an apple, little Magnus?" The tree asked. Magnus patted his tummy innocently. He was indeed hungry. Mummy said not to take food from strangers. They take you and make you work in mines. Ha ha ha, your mum is absolutely right. But, I am a tree, I can't even move, how will I catch you and take you anywhere? The tree asked. Okay, I will eat an apple. Magnus was convinced. The tree's branch suddenly grew an apple. The tree lowered its branch for Magnus to pluck it. The apple looked shiny and juicy. Magnus had never seen a tastier looking apple than this. He had spent so much time looking for his mother and had only drunk water, so he was hungry. Hence he quickly started devouring the apple. While chewing he looked at the tree thankfully. "It is tasty." The tree nodded. "Of course it would be tasty. It has the inheritance of the greatest wizard and a slightly lesser great king." The tree was obviously biased towards its creator. After eating the apple, Magnus started feeling sleepy. "Mr. Tree, I will sleep here. Wake me you." He couldn't finish speaking as he softly fell down. The tree quickly caught him with its leafy branches to act as a cushion. But the tree was shocked for some reason as soon as he touched him. "Oh. This is a surprise, but a welcome one. At least now I can rest easy that I made the right choice." The tree soon started shining in golden light and shrunk down. It kept on shrinking until it was just the size of a 1-inch bead. A thread made of grass held the bead like a locket. It then tied itself around Magnus' neck. No one except Magnus could see it and it could never be lost as it was now tied with Magnus' soul. "Ah, I can finally rest now. My branches have been aching from standing for so many years. Good luck, kid." Ahem. Cough. "Kid, what are you doing here? Illegally occupying public places is a crime." Magnus, who was sleeping on the concrete pathway in the park, slowly opened his eyes. He looked around and there was no tree. He felt a bit dizzy and heavy-headed. "Mummy?" he voiced, remembering that he was still lost. The policeman realized that the child was lost from the clothes. He looked like he belonged to a decent family too. "Are you lost, child?" he politely inquired. Magnus couldn't think much about his dream and the tree at the moment. All he could think about right now was finding his home. He remembered that his mom told him to find the uncle in a weird hat and dark blue clothing if he gets lost. He nodded. "Do you know where my home is?" The policeman scratched his beard. "No, child. But you can come with me to the station. I'm sure your mom must have filed a report there." Magnus nodded and followed the policeman. All the while he was looking back at the place the big tree was supposed to be. "When did you lose your mum?" the policeman asked. "Yesterday at the parade," Magnus replied without thinking. "What? The parade was a long way from here. How did you reach this place?" the policeman asked. Magnus was a bit embarrassed now. I ran to find mommy." "And you got lost?" "Huh, no worries, kid. I also used to get lost when I was your age. We will find your mom soon. You can call me Uncle Tom. I just joined my duty a few days ago and I will become the best cop in the city in the future. I will someday get a medal from the Queen herself." The policeman introduced himself kindly and also gave some unnecessary information. He gave the vibe of a funny uncle that tells unfunny jokes and laughs at them all by himself. "I am Magnus Grant, Uncle Tom." Magnus also gave his name. He was a bit anxious at the moment so he held his t-shirt from the chest. Then he felt something under it. He quickly took it out and saw a wooden bead tied around his neck. "We're here. Come." Tom stopped him from exploring the strange locket around his neck. Just as they entered, another policeman, who seemed to be Tom Sr., yelled. "Tom! I told you to patrol the streets. You are too fat and need to lose weight. Honestly, if it wasn't for your sick mother I wouldn't have given you this job," the man yelled at Tom. Magnus didn't like it. But he was too small to do anything and he knew it. But he was still upset with this loud man as Tom seemed kind to him. Tom just smiled awkwardly. A moment ago he was talking about becoming the best cop and here he was getting yelled at. "Inspector, I was patrolling but I found a lost child," Tom explained the situation. Then the inspector stopped yelling as he felt his left pant pocket was too hot for some reason. "Fire!" A sergeant nearby shouted and brought the fire extinguisher. He quickly unloaded the extinguisher on the inspector. In fact, a bit too much, and it looked like the sergeant was even enjoying it. "Inspector, it must have been your cigarette lighter," the sergeant said, trying to divert everyone's attention from what he had just done. The inspector angrily glared at everyone there and ran back to his office. Magnus. Magnus was smiling gleefully when he heard the call from his mother. He turned around and saw his mother standing at the entrance with his father. Both of them looked like they had not slept for the last night. Their hair and clothes were all in a mess. "Mummy!" Magnus shouted and ran up to her. He jumped and got caught in a hug. There were tears in his mother's blue eyes. She was good-looking with a kind face and above-average height. She also had blonde hair. "My Magnus, I'm so sorry I didn't hold your hand tightly," she cried while hugging him. Magnus was also very emotional but stopped himself from crying as he knew that if he cried then his mother would cry even more. He patted her shoulder and spoke in a breaking voice, It's okay mommy. I am fine. Look." She looked at his face that had a bit of dirt on it and his messy hair. He didn't look like he had an easy time at all. And that had a reverse effect on her and she cried even more. Eventually, his father had to come to save him. He patted her back and assured her everything was right. Magnus' father had a tall and lean build with reddish hair, just like Magnus. He was wearing round glasses and was supporting a stubble for a beard. His face was good-looking and definitely worthy of his mother. Magnus looked at his father with grateful eyes. "Yes, mummy. Let's go home. I am hungry." Yes, Adam, bring the car over here. Magnus must be cold too." She shouted at her husband. "Grace, you are overreacting now." Adam tried to argue. But one angry glare from Grace made him give up and go out. He knew if he didn't, then he'd be sleeping on the couch that night. After she signed the papers at the police station, they left for their home. Hogwarts. In a certain room, a magical quill started moving and wrote a long name in an old-looking book. Buckingham Palace. While Magnus had a touching reunion with his mother. It was like a storm had moved the foundation of Buckingham Palace and the royals living in it. A certain stone tablet started shining. Until now it was only meant to be seen as an old artifact belonging to the first ever king who united England and fended off the Saxons, the last will of some sort from the great King Arthur Pendragon. It was just a stone with some words inscribed on it, but now it seemed to be showing some greater meaning. Queen Elizabeth II was informed of the situation. She knew that it was a grave matter. After all, what the stone tablet said was clear, and now that it was shining, it meant it was real. "Whomever my legacy deems worthy will be the rightful king of England and its affiliated kingdoms. Whence the light shines on this lifeless stone, the rightful king is born. Honor the decree or be cursed by the eternal magic of the Prince of Enchanters." These words were ringing in Queen's mind. It was certainly the biggest tribulation the royal family had to ever face, and if this time they didn't win then there wouldn't be any royal family left from her line. "Your Majesty, the wizards have arrived," Queen's assistant informed her. She took a long breath and headed out to meet them. As the queen, her life was of utmost priority to the country. Even though she and her family had nothing to do with the wizarding world, the Ministry of Magic still sends wizards to keep her safe from any hostile wizards. She was thankful for this as she knew that most wizards don't place the royal family in high honor because not a single wizard appeared in their family line. They were just muggles for the wizarding world. Muggles with a bit of extra administrative power. She also kept herself from offending these wizards because she knew that many of these wizards belonged to families more ancient than England itself. Chapter 3. A team of wizards arrived at Buckingham Palace. The team included a young newly recruited clerk at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The Minister for Magic, Nobby Leach, also came as he was the first Muggle-born Minister for Magic to ever hold office and knew about the Muggle world and its royalty. With them were a few more people who were from the low-level office of the Ministry of Magic. Queen Elizabeth II sat in her chair at the end of the table. "Mr. Leech, can you tell us about what magic this is and why couldn't your talented wizard guardians find out about this earlier?" Nobby nodded his head. But he was also cursing at the Queen inside. "What do you mean why? This has been in your family for hundreds of years. It was you who banned wizards from entering the palace." "Your Majesty, I checked the stone tablet. It is the most intricate work with charms I have seen in my life. As it said, this tablet belongs to King Arthur and is enchanted by Merlin. This magic was made to be hidden and no one in the world could find it because it was cast by Merlin. You must have heard about his legends, they are facts for us in the magical world," he explained. The Queen took a long breath. If this was true, then the tablet was also most likely real. Is there any way to find out who this new supposed king is? She wants to kill him so she can secure her line, Nobby thought. Nobby thought for a second and spoke, "No, not at the moment. This kind of magic is very powerful, it may have already changed the inheritor's identity and name magically to what we can guess. But the best bet is to look through all the Muggle registries and search for a surname of Pendragon. If you find him, take him to Gringotts and make that child take an inheritance test. Yes, there is a vault under King Arthur's name there. Or, if the child is magical, then the name could already be in the Book of Acceptance at Hogwarts." "Book of Acceptance?" Queen inquired. "It records the name of every magical child born in Great Britain and Ireland. It records the name the moment the child practices accidental magic." The Minister for Magic explained it to her. "Then, is it possible to check the name there?" she asked with a hopeful expression. Cough. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but that's not possible. This book is the property of Hogwarts and only the headmaster and deputy headmaster can read it. It is only used to send acceptance letters to children when they turn 11. He sternly told her. "Can this man, Dumbledore, be talked to?" Nobby's eyes widened. "She wants me to go against Dumbledore or bribe him. Is she crazy?" "No, ma'am, you may not know but he is known to be a big war hero and he is also a very influential man in the magical community. He will not help you in this matter as it goes against the rules." He quickly denied her. She was getting frustrated. "Then tell me, if this child is found, will he truly have the highest claim to the British throne?" Nobby looked at the stone tablet and its words. He shuddered to imagine a curse from the greatest wizard to ever live be put on him. He already had his plates full. "Ma'am, if he really turns out to be the true heir and passes the inheritance test of the goblins, then I'm afraid you will have to concede the throne to him. Otherwise, this curse may very well forcefully remove you." He bluntly revealed what he thought. "Is there a way to get rid of the curse?" she inquired hastily. "Not without seeing what the curse is in the first place. Even then, I don't have high hopes. Merlin was taught by Salazar Slytherin, another great wizard of ancient times. He is one of the strongest dark wizards in our history. He was an expert in curses." The meaning behind his words was clear to the Queen. "So we will have to get hit by the curse first for you to remove it. Thank you for taking your precious time out for me, Minister Leech. Please enjoy the refreshments before you leave." She left the room and rushed to her study. She called her assistant. "I want every single registry to be searched for anyone with Pendragon in their name." She was hyperventilating from frustration. All the work she had done, all the hard work of her family for generations was now threatened. She was desperate. "He must be found at all cost," she ordered loudly. 10. Privet Drive. Meanwhile, Magnus had reached his home and was already devouring his favorite food. "How is it, Mag? Is it tasty?" Grace asked her son warmly. Magnus gave her a big smile with his mouth still stuffed. "Yes, Mummy is the best. I love chocolate waffles." "Huh, good, then wash up after eating and go to sleep. You must be tired," Adam told his son. "Okay, Dad." He happily ate his food. His parents were both army officers. But thankfully they were not in the infantry. Grace was a heart surgeon and Adam was a mechanical engineer. Although the salary was not a lot in the military, it was enough to live a healthy life. Magnus' parents weren't from a rich family. Both of them fell in love in school, but they planned their future from there and both joined the army after college. Magnus knew that his mother's dream was to one day own her own hospital and his father's dream was to help his wife fulfill her dream. But they both knew the astronomical amount of money it takes to build a hospital. Kiss. Grace tucked Magnus into his bed and kissed his forehead. "You scared me so much yesterday. Magnus guiltily averted his gaze. I'm sorry, Mummy. It's okay, honey. Now sleep. She stood up and started to leave his room. Mummy. She looked back. With a big smile, Magnus said, when I grow up, I will build you the biggest hospital. I promise. Grace smiled uncontrollably. I believe in you, Mag. Now sleep, you must be tired. She closed the door, leaving Magnus alone. He was looking at the ceiling with his bright blue eyes. Excited about growing up and making his parents happy. After having one last look at his favorite superheroes poster on the wall, he closed his eyes and fell asleep under the slight ambient light coming from the window. Minister for Magic, Nobby Leach was a man who was hated by many purebloods. The day he took the office, lots of purebloods resigned from their posts in the ministry. But, now he had somehow caught an unknown disease. He was suspicious that it was Abraxas Malfoy, but he couldn't be sure, and even if he accused him nothing would happen. So, he went to his only hope, Dumbledore. He was going to exchange information for a possible cure. He had also decided to resign from his post. He had made a statement by becoming the first Muggle-born minister for magic, and there was no need to put his life in harm's way now. Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked as old as ever with his neatly combed and tied long white beard. Wearing a wizard conical hat and white robes. He was keeping this old look as it made him look wise in the eyes of the people. It had just been 4 years since he took over the position of headmaster, so he was still trying to broaden his reach slowly. So, he went to greet the Muggle-born minister himself. Welcome to Hogwarts, Minister Leach. I wasn't notified of your visit. Dumbledore greeted him. Ah, Dumbledore, this visit is a bit personal, so there is no need for formalities. Just call me Nobby. He said. He didn't like being called Leach. He had endured it when the Queen called him this, but no more. Dumbledore nodded with a confident face as if he already knew everything. Then perhaps, my office will be suitable for talks and a cup of tea. Both of them went to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore poured 2 cups of tea and asked, So, what can I do for you, Minister Nobby? Chapter 4. Tell me, Dumbledore. What do you think will happen if the inheritor of Arthur Pendragon were to appear and have a claim to the English royal throne? What would you do if he were to also be magical? Nobby asked. Of course, this was just a possibility. Dumbledore stroked his long beard in thought. He knew that Nobby proposing this meant it was possible. Then we will likely see the golden era of the British magical world, Dumbledore replied. Dumbledore, I was invited to the Buckingham Palace. There is a stone tablet placed in there. It belonged to King Arthur and was enchanted by the Prince of Enchanters, Merlin. For some reason, it started shining last night and it had some words. The exact words were, Whomever my legacy deems worthy will be the rightful king of England and its affiliated kingdoms. Whence the light shines on this lifeless stone, the rightful king is born. Honor the decree or be cursed by the eternal magic of the Prince of Enchanters. I just met the Queen and she's trying to find this new king too. But I don't have very high hopes for them. Eventually, they will have to step down. Nobby explained in great length. Why are you telling me all this? Dumbledore asked. Nobby's face turned serious and voice respectable. Professor, I have caught an illness. Possibly inflicted by some lord of a big house. I will be stepping down soon because I want to live a good and healthy life. Can you help me? I believe you should go to St. Mungo's hospital. I'm not a doctor, Minister. Dumbledore replied. He had a habit of not agreeing to something on the first try. Please, Professor. Just imagine, with this information, you can look for this kid. Imagine if he turned out to be a wizard. The King of England being a wizard would help you revive the British magical world, as the last war took so many talented wizards and witches with it. Nobby nearly pleaded. Dumbledore stroked his beard while looking outside the window. This is indeed interesting. However, King Arthur was a Muggle. Most of the royal families have also been squibs like at most. How can this new inheritor be magical? He looked at Nobby. All your words are mere possibilities at best, but I will help you. I think I have just the ingredients needed to lift the curse from you. Nobby beamed with joy as he received the treatment from Dumbledore. But, while doing so, Nobby was also being a victim of a bad habit of Dumbledore that involved Nobby's mind. 10. Privet Drive. The sun had risen. It was a new day for Magnus. He woke up while rubbing his eyes. But when he woke up, he felt the sheets of his bed were wet. In fact, they were wet all around. He then felt his clothes being cold and realized they were also wet. I don't think this is my pee. I can't pee this much, can I? Oh no, Mummy will be angry now. He talked to himself. Knock knock. He was a 9-year-old kid and basically had no privacy. So, his mummy entered after knocking. It didn't give Magnus enough time to completely hide the sheets. All he was able to do was throw it under the bed. But now the wet body mark was visible on the mattress. He looked at the wet mark first and then at his mummy's face. He had nothing to say. Mag, did you wet your pants again? Grace asked softly. Magnus shook his head as he really believed that he didn't. Grace knelt in front of him and patted his head. I'm sorry, Mag. I should have taken you to sleep with me. After what happened, sleeping alone must have been scary. Okay, from now on, you will sleep with me and your dad until you feel okay sleeping alone. Okay. Magnus wasn't going to reject this opportunity. He loved sleeping with his parents as they would tell him stories and also play with him before sleeping. So, he nodded. Good, okay, go and take a shower. It's Sunday so no school. I'm making your favorite pancakes too. She encouraged him and picked the wet sheet. She would come back for the mattress later. Watching his mummy leave, he sighed. I should have told her it is not pee. She must think I'm a little baby now. He quickly ran to the bathroom and took a bath. Normally, he would take a normal water bath, but for some unknown reason, he felt that hot water was more soothing to his body. He quickly changed his clothes, dried his hair and ran to the kitchen. He could already smell the sweet aroma of pancakes. Soon, in front of him was a small tower of pancakes on a plate. Thank you for the food, Mummy. Huh, you should thank God, not me. Grace corrected him. Magnus looked at her confusedly, why? It is you who works every day and makes money. Which buys us food that you cook. But I haven't even seen the God so I can't waste my thank you on him. I need proof if he wants my thank you. Grace chuckled and ruffled his hair. You and your never-stopping mouth. While he ate, his dad also joined them for breakfast. Dad, will you take me to the park today? Magnus asked excitedly. Nobody could say no to that face. It was also Sunday so they all were free. Adam quickly agreed, okay, today will be Father and Son Day. Yes, Magnus cheered and stuffed his mouth with pancakes as quickly as possible. The park was a community park for the several streets around. It was Sunday and sunny, so the big crowd's appearance was not out of the ordinary. Bam! A frisbee suddenly hit Magnus' head. Ah! Soon, a fat kid, nearly of his age, came running towards Magnus. Ah, sorry, mate. My dad threw it too strongly. The kid said. Magnus looked back and the father of the boy was an exact replica of him, but just bigger and wider. He picked the frisbee and gave it to the boy. I'm Magnus, by the way. Oh sorry, I am Vernon, Vernon Dursley. Wanna play with us? Vernon asked him. Magnus denied quickly, no, I will just walk around the park. That will be a better exercise. Oh, Vernon, one more thing, my mummy says milk is good for health. You should drink some milk. After giving his honest advice, he ran towards the playground with various swings and seesaws. He didn't have any friends around the area so he just played alone. Sometimes his dad would also join him but most of the time Adam would just read the newspaper. Dad, I will ride my bicycle now. He shouted. Adam only nodded his head in agreement while not even looking at him. If Grace had seen this she would have smacked Adam. After all, it had been just a day since they lost and found their son. But Magnus was not at all worried about any inconvenience as he rode his bicycle. Today, he found out that pedaling had become so much easier now. He was not getting tired at all. Eventually, he got bored and decided to ride outside the park, around the whole boundary of the park. But, the more he rode, the more he wanted to speed up as he wasn't getting much tired. So, he just went straight. After a few minutes, he realized he had come too far and stopped. He looked to the side and there was a tall old building with a blackish wall. He got anxious thinking that he might have gotten lost again. But, while looking back, he found out that he remembered the whole way like the back of his hand. Dad would get worried, I should head back, oh, I need to sneeze, come out. Achoo. Sniff sniff. Plastic ball dropping sound. Magnus looked at where the voice came from. There, he saw a boy, of nearly his own age, with gray eyes and black ear-length curly hair. He was slightly shorter than Magnus. The child had dropped his play ball and had a wide-open mouth as if in shock. He then excitedly came to Magnus while jumping. "That was so cool. How did you do that?" the boy asked. Magnus was confused. "Did what? You don't know. You just spewed fire from your mouth while sneezing. You're a wizard too, right? I've never seen you around." The kid blabbered non-stop. While Magnus was digesting the information, I sneezed fire. Wizard? Like the one from TV. Is he still dreaming while awake? Where are you from? The boy asked him. This brought Magnus out of his thoughts. Oh, I live on 10th Privet Drive, Magnus replied. Whistled. You're a long way from home, buddy. The boy awed at him. Magnus had to agree on that. I should hurry back. If this time I get lost, Mummy will surely give me a beating. But just as he was about to pedal away, a woman in all black clothes appeared behind the boy out of nowhere and pulled the boy's ear so hard that he was a few centimeters in the air. Sirius, how many times I must remind you? Stay away from filthy muggles. The woman screeched. Magnus got really scared of her as her face had so much makeup that she looked like a clown. He didn't spare a second and pedaled away as fast as he could, deciding to never come back to this spooky place. Still held in the air by ear, Sirius looked at Magnus, leaving. Shoot, I didn't even ask his name. Mum, that was also a wizard, you shouldn't have called him that. You useless boy, why didn't you tell me earlier, we could have invited him in. She again scolded him by pulling his ear more. Crazy lady, are you trying to turn your son deaf? Sirius talked back. But he was growing accustomed to getting his ears pulled, so he wasn't really in that much pain. What did you call me? And the beating resumed. Chapter 5. Magnus paddled his way back to the park before it was time to return home. He was relaxed to see his father still sitting on the bench and reading the newspaper. He went to him and said, Dad, let's go home. I'm hungry. Adam put the paper down and got up to stretch. Then he noticed the untied shoelace of Magnus. He crouched to tie it. Alright, let's go. But don't expect to get pancakes again. Seriously, how do you even fit so many pancakes in your little stomach? Adams tickled Magnus as he said that and got up. Magnus giggled, hee hee, I can eat pancakes all day every day. But Mummy will never make them every day. Yes, Grace can't make pancakes for you every day because she knows you'll get fat if you do that. Well, today we're having roasted chicken, so that should cheer you up. It's your second favorite dish. Adam said, dragging the bicycle while Magnus just sat comfortably. Yes, I will eat the whole chicken. Magnus cheered. He was seriously feeling very hungry. They reached their hope and smelled the amazing fragrance of roasted chicken. Mummy, you're the best, Magnus complimented. Grace chuckled and patted his head, you only say that when I cook something tasty. Is Mummy not the best at other times? Oh, no, Mummy is always the best. I will go and bathe. I'm sweaty today. He said and ran to the bathroom. Grace looked at Adam, honey, it's winter, why did he sweat so much? I don't know, he was just riding his bicycle the whole time, Adam replied, but it also confused him. Grace, being a doctor, decided to check up on him later. Meanwhile, Magnus was humming a poem he learnt in school while bathing. A hot water bath is the best, it feels so nice. Why did that lady call me filthy today? I don't smell that bad. Was it my sweat? What is muggle? He wondered while making different hairstyles shampoo bubbles on his head. Soon, he was done and went to the dining room to eat dinner. There, he ate half of the whole chicken somehow. Both his mummy and dad were shocked as they saw him devour so much food. Once Magnus felt full, he put down his knife and fork. Burp, I'm full. No, sure, yes. Adam nearly had a slip of tongue. He was shocked by Magnus' ability to eat. But Grace was looking at him with worry. Since that lost thing happened, she had noticed some changes in Magnus. Are you okay, dear? She asked and touched his forehead. She jumped from her seat as soon as she touched his forehead. She frantically ran to her room and brought her thermometer. She immediately put it under Magnus' armpit. What happened, Mummy? Magnus asked in confusion. Adam too was confused, but seeing the thermometer he had some idea. He also touched Magnus' forehead and felt as if his skin was on fire. How much is the temperature, Grace? He asked quickly. Grace pulled out the thermometer and checked. She nearly fainted seeing that. 1110 degrees Fahrenheit. She breathed. Is that bad? Magnus asked with furrowed brows. He had no idea what temperature was considered good and what bad. Adam ran to wear his coat and ready the car while Grace ran upstairs to grab her purse and Magnus' coat. Let's go, sweetie, we need to go to the hospital. You have a slight fever. Grace calmly said so as not to scare Magnus. But Magnus wasn't really feeling anything. To him, his body felt normal. Even better than ever, so he couldn't understand how he got the fever. But Mummy, I'm feeling good. I don't think I have a fever. Magnus argued. No child likes going to the hospital, after all, needless were scary. Grace knelt in front of him and put a cap on his head. Sweetie, the thermometer indicates you have a fever. Let's just get you checked up. Magnus sighed and accepted his fate. He held on to Grace's hand and followed her to the car. But Magnus did feel a bit scared seeing the rushing steps of his mother. They quickly got into the car and reached the military hospital where Grace worked. She was a heart surgeon, not a pediatrician, so they took him to the child doctor. There were many other kids with parents but Grace got to enter first as she was a staff and a ranking military officer. Sam, check his fever quickly. I checked at home but I suspect the thermometer was wrong. How can a child have 110 degrees Fahrenheit and be so unfazed? She asked. She knew the doctor. With a raised eyebrow, Dr. Sam put the thermometer under Magnus' arms and in the end, it also showed 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Dr. Sam was left in shock. He repeatedly blinked his eyes and checked the thermometer. Digital thermometers were not very common in that era so they didn't have any other way to measure. In the end, he touched Magnus' forehead. It was indeed very hot. So, he called a nurse and told her to bring as many thermometers as possible. Soon, there were 10 thermometers stuck under Magnus' underarm. What's wrong? I'm fine. I don't feel bad anywhere. Magnus insisted. It was indeed strange that Magnus was acting so normal. But, when the 10 thermometers were taken out and they all showed 110 degrees. Later, they did some blood pressure checks too but found them under normal range but still borderline high. Dr. Grace, I have no idea what's wrong with him. 110 degrees Fahrenheit is a temperature at which the body's organs start to fail and leads to death. But little Magnus is as normal as any other kid. This is very unusual. He doesn't even act like a child with a fever. There is a new machine being researched on color MRI, it can look through the whole body for problems but it will take a few more years to be completely made. For now, we only have blood tests to do. Fever usually comes because the body is fighting some virus. So, let's hope we find out what is causing it in his blood sample. Dr. Sam explained. A/N, MRI and CT scan were invented in the 70s. Grace looked at Magnus in worry while Magnus just played with the stethoscope. She knows about MRI and also knew it was going to take years to be made and usable for the ordinary public. Okay, let's do the blood tests. She replied. Eventually, Magnus ended up getting pierced by a needle. Instead of getting something injected, something was taken from him. His mood was spoiled and for it, Adam bought him an ice cream. With a big smile, he held the cone in his hand and proceeded to eat it. But then he noticed something. Oh no, it is melting. I must eat fast, he commented. Nom nom nom. Instead of licking his ice cream, he literally ate it in 3 big bites. Adam and Grace just looked at him strangely, waiting for Magnus to grab his head and brain freeze any time now. But that didn't happen. He just wiped his hand with a napkin and looked at his parents. Mummy, Daddy, let's go home. I need to do homework for tomorrow. Mummy, I want pancakes in the lunchbox for school. We will be going to the Queen's house for a field trip. Yes, yes, let's go, sweetie. The two parents came out of their stupor. Both of them were thinking about Magnus. About what was wrong with him and quietly prayed that it was nothing fatal. Unknown to them that it was something magical. Chapter 6. The next day. It was the day of the school trip and Magnus was excited about it. He always wanted to see where the Queen lived and now his wish was being fulfilled. Mummy, is my lunchbox ready? He asked from his room by shouting. Yes, come down now, Mag. It's time to go, his mom's voice came from downstairs. Magnus picked up his school bag and went downstairs. There he saw his parents already dressed up in their military clothing. They had to go to work too. Because Magnus' school lasts till 3 in the afternoon and his parents get off work at 5. He had to spend 2 hours doing some extra activity. So, for the past 2 years, he had been doing extracurriculum activities like swimming and karate. He was into karate these days. His school was not too far away and it also lay on the way to his dad's office, so he used to go with Adam. Grace had her own car, and because she was a doctor she would sometimes get late from work and was hence not good for sending or picking him from the school. "Bye-bye, Mummy." Magnus waved his hand. But Grace caught him before he could go. Aren't you forgetting something?" Magnus paused for a second, then he suddenly jumped and kissed his mother's cheek. He was a bit embarrassed, but nobody was watching him. See you in the evening, sweetie. If you feel anything wrong then tell your teacher to call me." "Okay." Grace worriedly said. She had checked Magnus' temperature and it was still fixed at 110. But Magnus was very healthy and didn't show any signs of someone being sick. He was also looking forward to this trip, so she didn't have the heart to stop him. Magnus ran to his dad's car and left. He waved his mom from inside. In the car, Adam reputedly instructed Magnus. "Mag, your mom is very worried about you. I know you feel okay and I believe you. But science and all the previous records say that your body temperature is way beyond normal. So, I just want you to take care of yourself. If you feel anything, just call my office. You have the number." Magnus nodded. "Yes, Dad. I also wanted to tell you something. That day, when I was in the park, I slept under a big pretty tree. It was warm and nice. I talked to it too. But when I woke up, there was no tree. Dad, how can the tree go poof?" You were very tired back then, Magnus. You must have dreamt something. Didn't you read Jack and the Beanstalk a few days ago? Maybe you had that in your mind." Adam tried to reason. I don't know." Magnus didn't say more. They had also arrived at his school, Northview Elementary School. He got out of the car. "Bye, Dad. I'll be waiting here in the evening. Take care, Mag. Remember, if anything happens, call me." Adam loudly advised from the car. Magnus embarrassingly waved his hand and ran into the school compound. He was thankful that his mom rarely comes to drop him off, because every time she would ask him to give her a flying kiss before heading into school. Magnus ran into his classroom where all kids of his grade were gathered. The class teacher was going to make a roll call first and then they would leave on buses. He went ahead and took his seat by his friend. His name was Brandon, but everyone called him Bobby. They were best friends because they'd been together since kindergarten. Bobby always had bowl-cut hair and it made him look funny. His family wasn't in a good monetary condition, so his mom always cut his hair and this was the best she could do. But Bobby was a good soul. He would ignore the bullies. Though it was also Magnus who always stood by him. "Mag, do you think we will meet the Queen?" Bobby asked him as soon as Magnus took his seat. "Maybe. I saw her in the paper yesterday. She looked grumpy." Magnus replied. "Me too, she looked grumpy. But I want to see her crown. They say that it has the world's biggest diamond. Must be expensive." Bobby commented. But he was surprisingly drooling. Magnus shook him to wake him up from his fantasies. "Don't think about how many chocolates you can get for it. We will probably not even get to see it. Come on, Mag. Let me have my dreams, they make me happy." Bobby replied. Soon, the roll call was done and all of them followed their class teacher in a neat line. They all wore similar school uniforms and walked orderly. Everyone was excited about today's trip. But sad for Magnus, seating on the bus was arranged in alphabetical order. So, he was stuck between a girl on his left and a girl on his right. As kids of small age, all the boys generally didn't meddle with girls a lot, let alone sit with them. So Magnus was a bit uncomfortable there. "Linda, isn't it so cold today? I'm shivering." The girl on his left spoke to the girl on his right. "Yeah, Nat, short for Natalie. It's freezing here. Do they not have a heater on this bus?" she questions. Linda then proceeded to take her water bottle that she had hung on the headrest of the seat in the front. However, she mistakenly touched Magnus' hand. But instead of retraction her hand, she held it tightly. "Whoa, Magnus, your hand is so warm. It's so comfortable. Let me hold it, please." "Nat, hold Magnus' hand. It's so warm," she told her friend. "Really, it's warm. Nat also held his hand. Soon, the two got closer to him because of his body's warmth. Magnus was embarrassed and was getting red. He was getting angry at his fever now. Fever is bad, it's making me warm. I hope Bobby doesn't notice me. Otherwise, I'll be the laughing stock of the classroom. Soon after, Magnus quickly retracted his hand away. Thankfully, nobody noticed. Eventually, they reached the Buckingham Palace. The bus was parked a distance away and from there they entered the palace. A tour guide told them about various things in the palace. About various portraits, statues and rooms. This is the painting of Charles I by Van Dyck, the guide kept blabbering. Magnus and Bobby looked at the painting and chuckled. Look at his mustache, Mag must have been useful in poking people. Bobby joked. After that, they looked at a replica of the crown. It looked pretty but that was it, compared to the original, it was lackluster by the word of mouth of the passerby. Must be very heavy, Magnus muttered. But suddenly he heard a voice. Yawn, that bastard must be having fun at that creepy school. Damn it, why did he make me invisible? Magnus found the words funny so he tried to look where the voice was coming from. After looking for a few minutes, he found a painting on a wall. Magnus was utterly shocked. He had never seen a painting that could move. The man inside was blinking his eye and also playing with his sword. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not hallucinating. But his doubts were cleared as the painting spoke to him. You can see me? Really? Oh good lord, thank you. I was so close to insanity. The painting babbled. Magnus blankly stared at it. He looked left and right. But nobody was reacting. What are you? Magnus asked. Oh, how rude. But I guess you do have my blood in you. Considering how I was at your age, you're a saint, boy. The painting replied. Mag, who are you talking to? Bobby came to him. Magnus pointed to the wall, that painting, it moves. Bobby stared back at the wall. What do you mean? It's just the wall. Magnus confusedly looked at the painting and at Bobby. Haha, he can't see me, kid. He's a magbob, or to be more precise, they call them muggle these days. Oh boy, how low the magical society has fallen. The painting muttered to itself. Muggle? Magnus was confused. The painting showed a shocked expression. Wait, are you, wahahaha, you're a magbob too? Ah, I would love to see that bastard's face now. You inherited will. Magnus was utterly confused. He had no idea about what this magical painting was talking about. On top of that, only he was able to see it and so he couldn't even ask people. Who are you? Magnus asked again. Who are you talking to, Mag? Bobby asked again. Kid, I'm the one and only, the great, the best, obviously better than that bastard, King. Magnus and Brandon, don't break the line. Suddenly his teacher scolded him and Bobby. Both of them ran to the line. They were leaving for the next site. The painting shouted as he left, it's okay, kid. We will meet again soon. It's written in our fate. You have my blessings. Magnus wanted to stay and talk to the painting but he also didn't want to anger the teacher. She had a bad habit of calling parents for any mistake students make. Nobody liked her. Chapter 7. After that weird incident, Magnus was 100% sure that something wasn't right. Since he slept under that tree, these strange things had been happening. But he had an idea about how to get his answers. Though for now, he was on a tour of Queen's house. And surprisingly, the Queen also came there. Most likely a PR thing but for the kids, she came to meet them and it excited them. However, Magnus didn't like her after the first glance. She seemed calculative and a cold woman who doesn't care about anything except herself. So, he kept his distance. The Queen also noticed one kid staying away from her. But she didn't think much about it. She had things much more important going on in her head. The National Registry has been checked. There has been no newborn with the surname Pendragon in the whole country. Where could this so-called king be, she wondered. Here. She was jolted suddenly. She was too occupied with her mind that she forgot about her surroundings and dropped her handkerchief. To her surprise, the kid who was standing away came to help her like a gentleman. She patted Magnus' head with a smile. Thank you, dear. After saying that, she left. She sure looked grumpy, Bobby commented from behind him. She's old. What else can you expect from old people? Look at our teacher. Magnus replied. Huh, Bobby laughed looking at Mrs. Jones. They then went with the class line. He was not very interested in the palace or treasures anymore. All he wanted was to talk with that painting. After that was lunchtime. Magnus, of course, had pancakes. But this was the first time he brought them to school, so he found a problem. They were cold. Didn't they say I'm very warm, he thought. So, he pressed his metal lunchbox between his palms. Get warm, please. He waited for nearly 5 minutes, and when he opened the lunchbox, it was not just warm, but hot as if it came out of the oven. Whoa, I really am warm, he gloated and started eating. Hey Magnus, what did you bring for lunch? Bobby returned to him after washing his hands and sat beside him. Pancakes. Magnus happily chirped. They look tasty, Bobby drooled while staring at Magnus' lunchbox. Magnus looked at his lunchbox and then at Bobby. Considering it was his friend, he offered. Okay, you can have some. I brought too much anyway. He lied. His appetite had become monstrous for a 9-year-old. Bobby happily ate it. Then he gave Magnus a sandwich from his box. Here, let's exchange. They had lunch and then they were to return to school. While returning there were some fewer restrictions, so Magnus didn't have to sit between two girls again. Instead, he took a seat at the back where all the fun was. He wanted to make another round inside the palace to see the painting, but it required a ticket and they weren't selling at that time. Deciding that he'd come again with his family, he forgot about the incident for now. He enjoyed the trip home, playing with some friends and just generally chatting. It was an hour-long drive back to school, so many kids had already fallen asleep in their seats. He, on the other hand, was up and looking at his hands. He was trying to understand how his body's heat worked. Because he also understood that normal fever can't heat the pancakes that much. There must be some trick. Just as he was engrossed in his thoughts, a loud noise of tires skidding came. He quickly held on to his seat. Soon, he was thrown out of his seat. Boom. Magnus' head bumped on the headrest in front of him. Thankfully it was a cushion type and he didn't get hurt. The accident was a big one. He looked at the front and saw many of his classmates had fallen to the bus floor. Many were bleeding from places. Those that were sleeping didn't get a chance to hold on to something, so they were thrown very hard. Crying voices came soon. Then Magnus looked at the driver's seat. His mind went numb. The bus had collided with the back of a dumper truck. Not only that, the structure of the bus wasn't very strong, so the driver was squashed on his seat, probably dead already. But Magnus couldn't think about such things at the moment. His mind was telling him to get out of the bus, so he was looking for a way out. Their teacher was also hurt. She was in her 50s and didn't have a very healthy body, but due to the adrenaline, she got up and looked at all the kids. Her heart panicked seeing so many of them injured. Everyone, come with me. We need to get out of the bus. She shouted. But they were all 9-year-old kids, their bodies had frozen in fear and pain. The teacher looked at the driver. He was dead. But then she noticed that the main door was also damaged and couldn't be opened anymore. Whoosh! Suddenly, with a pressure-leaking sounds, the engine caught fire. The fire spread to the front and burned the dashboard, along with the driver's body. Everyone panicked. She quickly ran to the back of the bus where the emergency door was. Bam bam! She tried to open it. But it didn't budge. It was stuck there. She tried to use all her strength, but nothing helped. Slowly, the bus was getting filled with smoke, making it harder to breathe. Cough cough. Magnus looked around for a way out. Only the windows could be used to get out. But the problem was, there was a long rod set in the middle of the window, making it too small for everyone to get out. These rods were placed to stop kids from putting their head out. So he got up to try and break it. But he first looked at all his classmates, crying and hurt. Then he saw his teacher just standing in one place. Mrs. Jones, get everyone to the back. Away from the fire. Magnus shouted. Mrs. Jones, whose mind had gone numb, quickly got to action. She started pulling all the kids to the back. Those who were too much injured, she delicately lifted them to the back. Magnus, meanwhile, kicked the glass out of a window. Then he started kicking the metal rod. Bam! Bam! Come on! The fire was continuously increasing. Some seats in the front had already caught fire. Magnus had bent the rod, but it was not enough. He stopped kicking and tried to bend the rod upward so that a large enough opening would be available. He grabbed the rod tight, gritted his teeth and tried to use all the strength in his tiny body. Unbeknownst to him, his hands started heating up much more than ever. The metal rod started heating up and even turned red under his hand. He slowly found it easier to bend the rod. Slowly, it started bending upwards, away from the window's frame. Soon, there was enough space. "Mrs. Jones, here. Use this window," he shouted. She had just finished gathering kids at the back. Everyone was panicked at the moment, so when they saw an opening, they all rushed to it crazily. Magnus was pressed in between them and no one was able to get out. Anger rose in Magnus' head. He worked so hard to open this path, and if they acted like this, all of them would still die. "Calm down, everyone," he shouted. His voice had some kind of effect as everyone heard him. All the kids' minds told them to stay back from this voice. "Everyone, get out one by one. Otherwise, no one will get out," he ordered them. They heard him this time and started jumping out. Soon, some passers-by also ran to help and caught kids jumping out. But the fire was too strong. He realized that it would be too late before everyone could get out. So Magnus ran to the other side to open the window there too. This time he just kicked to shatter the glass and then used his hands. Open, he used all strength in his body to bend the metal. This time, some kids and teachers saw him perform the feat as they were not in frenzy as before. Bobby, who was sitting beside Magnus before, had also not gotten out. He saw Magnus and ran to help. But Magnus didn't need it. He was already bending the rod. But this time, he noticed the reddened metal under his hand. However, he hit it and bent it all the way up. "Quick, Bobby. Get out," Magnus commanded. "What about you?" Bobby asked back in concern. He was really taking all this trauma well for a 9-year-old. Bobby wasn't freaking out like the other kids. "I'm just behind you, now go," Magnus replied. Bobby nodded and jumped out. Magnus looked back and saw kids jumping out one by one. Mrs. Jones was helping the injured kids get out. Soon some kids started to jump out from the new opening too. Cough cough. The smoke was too much now. Everyone was coughing. Mrs. Jones was the one coughing the most though. Because she was taller than kids and all the smoke was only touching the roof because of the open windows now. Magnus also helped some kids to get out from his side. The one with the heaviest injury was a girl who had her arms broken. She tried to stop her fall with her hands but ended up breaking them. She was the last one, so Magnus decided to get off the bus with her. He himself was shocked by his ability to lift this girl with not much problem. He handed her over to a man outside, helping evacuate. Then he himself proceeded to get out. It had just been 3 minutes since the accident and the fire. But to him, it felt like an hour had passed because of all the tension. As soon as his head was out, he took a satisfying long breath. The fire had already reached the back of the bus and he was just on time to get out. Cough cough. Magnus' ears stood up. He suddenly heard coughs coming from inside the bus. He was about to jump but looked back. It was just fire and smoke. He couldn't see anyone. Cough cough. Then he noticed where the voice came from. It was Mrs. Jones. She had fallen to the floor. No wonder Magnus didn't see her before. He had thought that she had jumped out. He aborted his escape and went back in, against his mind telling him to ignore it, but another voice from somewhere inside him was telling him not to worry, that he can do it. The fire was raging and it was only a matter of seconds before it engulfed the whole bus. He quickly tried to lift her up. But she didn't cooperate. Instead, she tried to reach out to something. Magnus looked at what she was trying to get and found it to be her purse. A small cylindrical inhaler thing had fallen out of it. He didn't know what the thing was but he had seen people use it. So, he grabbed it, put it in Mrs. Jones' mouth and pressed it. It sprayed something vapor-like into her mouth, making her calm down and cooperate. But she had inhaled a lot of smoke and was on the brink of falling unconscious. It took a lot of his strength. Lifting a kid was easy, but lifting an adult was still too much for his 9-year-old body. You're so heavy," Magnus breathed. His face had turned red. The fire also caught up. He dragged Mrs. Jones to the window and threw half of her body out for people to grab her. Magnus didn't know that the fire had already caught up with him and his back was already on fire. He just didn't feel anything, it felt like simple heat to him. As soon as Mrs. Jones was out, he also leapt out of the window. He landed on the ground and ran to the people to safety. A few moments later, the bus was fully engulfed in flames, along with the dumper truck it crashed into. Sigh. Ha ha ha, fresh air is the best, Magnus breathed quickly. Ambulance and fire truck sirens. Emergency services also started arriving soon after. Magnus was shockingly totally unharmed. All the kids were safe. The teacher was safe. Only the driver died. He patted his clothes to clean them. But noticed his pants were torn from the knees. Oh no, Mummy is going to get mad at me, he shuddered thinking. Magnus, suddenly Bobby's loud voice came from behind him. Magnus turned around. Bobby's face looked worried and scared. What? Oh, you got your head bandaged. Good. Magnus, why you're back? There's no clothes and it's all black, Bobby loudly exclaimed. Some emergency staff also noticed them and ran to help. They saw Magnus back looking all black. The clothes were burnt too. Even his ass was visible and it was also black. What? Magnus was shocked. He had not felt this happening. Paramedics quickly picked him up and took him to the ambulance. I'm fine. I'm not burned, really. He tried to argue but no one listened. He was immediately sent to the nearest hospital. He wasn't in pain at all, so when he reached the hospital and was being taken in on a stretcher, he saw the name of the hospital. It was Queen Alexandra Military Hospital. Seeing the name, Magnus was frightened. His face started sweating. Oh no, not here. He cried in fear. Chapter 8. There were not many things Magnus was scared of. But his angry mom was an exception. This was on his mind as he was immediately taken to the trauma center to be given first aid. It'll be all right, sweetie, we will contact your parents soon and they will be here. A nurse sweet-talked with him. Magnus was not in pain and he wasn't even trying to hide it. But these doctors had forced him to lay on his belly on the bed as they thought he was burned on the back. He didn't have a problem with that, but at the moment, clothes from his back were burnt and he could feel the air on his back and ass. It was wide open for the view. Actually, my mom works here. Also, can you please put some cover on me? I feel cold. He asked nicely. The nurse didn't seem very smart as she put the blanket on him. She shouldn't have done it because if he was really burnt then it would have irritated the wounds. What's your mom's name? I'll tell her to come then. She asked kindly. Her name is Grace Grant, she's a heart surgeon. He reveals. Oh, you're Ma'am Grant's son. I'll go and call her quickly. She got up and left. Meanwhile, Magnus quickly rubbed his back on the blanket and wiped it all clean so that the normal color of his skin could be seen. He then laid straight instead of on his belly and looked around. Soon he noticed Bobby was there too, eating an ice cream. So he called him. I thought you weren't injured. Magnus inquired. I wasn't. But they still brought me here. I was about to call home and go away when I saw them giving free ice cream. So I stayed. Lick, Bobby replied. Hee, bring me one too. Ah, I'm hurt, I can't move, Magnus acted. Bobby got alerted, just wait here, mate. Soon, the two bros were seen happily eating ice cream. Magnus, thanks, if it weren't for you, none of would be seeing the light again. Bobby suddenly said. Magnus was surprised by Bobby's sudden change of tone. He patted Bobby's shoulder. I did it for myself too, Bobby. I didn't want to get burned either. Magnus calmed him down. But Bobby suddenly frowned and looked where Magnus patted him. Damn it, you wiped your hand on me, he complained, making Magnus laugh. After they had eaten, Bobby asked Magnus something that made him serious. Hey, Mag. What happens when you die? I saw what happened to the bus driver, he was laughing not long ago when we were getting on the bus and then suddenly I feel weird. Bobby shared his thoughts. He was just 9 years old, these thoughts were common to arise. Bobby may act silly and funny, but he was still a smart boy. He was good at his studies too because his parents had taught him that if he doesn't like living in near poverty then work hard and try to change the situation. That was Bobby's motivation. Magnus took a long breath. He also wasn't sure what happened. Bobby, I feel that we are too young to talk about such things. It was frightening seeing him like that. I was honestly a bit scared, thinking that my end would be like that. That was why I tried so hard to break the window. But it also opened my eyes. We are so weak, so easy to break. Our bodies are like glass. Magnus said. Bobby nodded. What should we do to get strong then? I don't know, exercise maybe. A lot of it and keep ourselves prepared for any worse situation. That's all I can think of. Magnus thought loudly. Bobby stayed quiet after that. He was a bit shaken. They were sitting silently when suddenly a figure rushed to him. It was, of course, his mom. She was frightened already. First, the fever had kept her scared and now this. It was bad for her health. Magnus, she reached his hand and held it. How are you? Are you hurt? She asked. No mom, nothing happened to me. Just got my clothes burned, I'm as good as you saw me in the morning. Magnus tried to clarify before any misunderstandings arose. Didn't any doctor see you yet? She asked and looked around. She saw a captain-ranked doctor checking other kids' injuries. Captain, where is my son's file? She asked. She herself was a lieutenant colonel. The doctor turned to Grace and recognized her. Ma'am, we have not checked him yet. Let me get the records from paramedics. He quickly brought a file and looked for Magnus' name. His brows furrowed when he saw it. It stated severe burns on the back but Magnus seemed fine. Magnus, can you show me your back? I need to check if there are any burns. He said. Magnus happily showed him as this also reduced his headache. When the doctor saw him fine, he immediately crossed the report. Magnus is fine, ma'am, you can take him home. He declared and went to treat other kids who were severely injured. Grace turned back to Magnus and stared daggers at him. But she didn't say anything and just checked his temperature by placing her hand on his forehead. To her worries, he was still as warm as before. Magnus, your mum will grow old early if I keep on worrying so much. She said. Mummy, it's all fine. I am healthy and uninjured. Maybe, I am just special, or weird. Magnus tried to calm her down. I hope you are right. Okay, you rest here, I will finish my work and we will go home together. I will call your dad too. Bobby, is your mum coming? She inquired. I haven't called home yet, Bobby replied as he ate his third ice cream. Call them and tell them that I will drop you off. Stay here with Magnus until then. She suggested and went back to her department to work. She had to do some minor surgeries today. Bobby was happy with this arrangement. There wasn't anything to do at his home anyway and he liked spending time with Magnus, or at his home because his family had a color TV, and they would watch Tom and Jerry, Scooby-Doo or some movie. T-verses had become common in those days but still cost a decent amount of money. They just passed their time, talking and waiting till the evening. But then a policeman came to talk to Magnus. Surprising to Magnus, the policeman was actually Tom, the constable who had found Magnus when he was lost. Tom was also a bit surprised but not much. He specifically came to look for Magnus and he had a hunch that this was the same kid. Hello, kid. How are you? I'm here to get your statement. Do you have a guardian here? I need them to oversee. Tom said. He was being professional at the moment because this incident was not a small matter. The journalists were already roaming around the hospital, trying to smell some sensational detail or something else. Yes, my mummy works here. But she is busy. Why do you want to talk to me anyway? Magnus asked with interest. Constable Tom smiled and patted Magnus' head. Magnus, I am proud of you. Don't act so humble now. I recorded statements from your teacher and other kids. All of them said that you saved them. You even saved your teacher's life from imminent death. I'm sure the police will reward you later for your bravery. Magnus scratched his head in nervousness. Is there any way to not spread the news about me? I'll be grounded if my parents find out that I acted so dumbly. It's brave for the world but for them, it would be stupid. I understand, Magnus. But I'm afraid, this matter is out of my hands now. An official investigation will be launched soon, and this accident involved children, it's a sensitive matter, so the police, as well as the city government, will be taking this very seriously. Tom explained. In defeat, he sighed. But then he looked at Bobby and had an idea. Yes, when will he be of use? Bobby, are you hurt a lot? Magnus asked. Bobby stared back with a questioning gaze. No, it's just a little bump. Good, then for the next 5 days, you should come to my place after going home today. We shall play and watch movies. Magnus proposed. His plan was simple, that his parents wouldn't be able to say anything to him with Bobby around. Really? Wicked, I shall come then. My mummy never says no to visiting you. Bobby was happy. But Magnus had no idea how much this whole thing was going to explode soon. A 9-year-old kid, saving all his classmates and the teacher, that was a story straight out of superhero comics. It was a piece of perfectly sensational news that the masses would enjoy reading, so, how could the various news houses not capitalize on it? The newspaper and television news media was already on the rise, so nothing could stay ignored for too long. Soon, Magnus' mom came and he gave the vague statement to Tom, trying not to let his mother know much. He told everything he did, omitting the fact that he was able to heat the metal to bend it. After that, they headed home after dropping Bobby at his home. By the time they reached home, it was 8 p.m. Adam had already come home and had cooked dinner for them. They washed up and sat down at the dinner table to eat. In the background, the television was showing BBC One channel that was showing news at the moment. News: today, a tragic accident occurred when a school bus collided with a dumper, causing a fire in the bus. The driver died on the spot, but all the 30 children and the teacher were able to reach to safety, all thanks to the heroic 9-year-old, 5th grader, Magnus Grant. When the emergency door did not open due to being stuck, little Magnus broke the window, bent the safety bar and helped everyone get out. Not just that, he saved his teacher, who had passed out due to smoke as she had asthma. His heroic deed is being talked about all across. Magnus had frozen in his place, the spoon just hovered in front of his mouth as he was about to eat. His parents were also frozen, but they turned their heads back towards Magnus. Magnus felt a bit nervous, thinking that a scolding was going to come soon. But, to his shock, his mum and dad got up, came to his side and hugged him tightly. His mum left a kiss on his cheek. His dad patted his back while repeating, "I'm proud of you, son. Sweetie, you did the right thing, but be careful from now on. Okay?" His mum added. A big smile crept onto Magnus' face. "Sigh, I was worried for nothing." Knock knock. Doorbell. Suddenly, someone knocked and rang the bell. It was night time, so they were confused about who it could be. Adam went to check it out. But he was left shocked. There were about 10 people in front of his house, and 4 policemen were trying to move them away as they flashed their bulky cameras and clicked photos. Chapter 9. Please close the door, Mr. Grant, we will disperse the crowd. Sorry for the inconvenience. The policeman told him. Adam quickly closed the door and looked at Grace and Magnus, who stood in the hallway and stared at him. Adam chuckled, I think our little Magnus has become famous now. Good thing he doesn't have school for the next 5 days. He should stay at home and let the matter settle itself. Grace advised. Mummy, I have asked Bobby to come over for 5 days. Can he stay with me? Magnus asked. Sure, sweetie. I will bring lots of snacks and storybooks tomorrow for you too. She agreed instantly. So, Magnus happily went to his room to sleep. But, on his bed, he just rolled over from one side to the other. He waited for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. He still couldn't sleep. His mind was not at ease. What happened today was so bizarre in all sense. Magnus was a kid who liked the stories of heroes and superpowers. But he also understood that all these were fake made-up stories. But what happened today had changed that thought. First, the talking portrait. Then the bus incident. Him being able to bend steel and then not getting burned by fire. He decided to try something to check things. He got up, slowly opened the door of his room and went to the bathroom. Luckily, they had 2 bathrooms, one downstairs and one on the first floor, which only he used. He locked the door and went to the sink. He put some water in a mug and then dipped his hand in it. He felt that the water was cold at that moment. Then he tried to replicate what he did with the metal rods in the bus. He imagined his hand on fire. Soon enough, he felt it, the water's temperature had changed and it was still rising. But he didn't think about the heat limit of the ceramic mug. Crack. It cracked with noise and the water fell in the sink. It was radiating steam, that's how hot the water had gotten. It was boiling. Magnus looked at his hands with worry. He didn't know if this was a blessing or a curse. What is wrong with me? He continued some experiments while being more careful now. He spent an hour or so using his powers and he finally felt somewhat tired. So, he went back to his room and fell asleep. During the night, while sleeping, Magnus felt something hurting him on his neck. As if some kind of a sharp stone. His eyes lightly opened while still being sleepy. He felt something around his neck. A locket. In his sleep, he simply pulled it and threw it away. As he slept, the locket that had fallen a good distance away flew back to Magnus and tied itself around his neck. Next morning, Magnus woke up with the same itchy feeling on his neck. He saw what it was, and to his shock, it was the same wooden locket, tied with a black thread around his neck. Weird, didn't I throw it last night, he wondered. But then he remembered what he did last night and felt very excited. He really had powers like a superhero. I wonder if I will be like Superman. But I'm weak right now. I know what happens to heroes who try to act before training properly. They get beaten and realize they are not strong enough. He quickly went to the bathroom, brushed his teeth and went downstairs. He was staying at home, but his parents still needed to go to work. The news was still talking about him and a few journalists were still outside their house. He took a seat at the dining table where his dad was reading the newspaper calmly. He was reading a report about Magnus. There were speculations that Magnus would get some kind of reward. But he didn't care. Magnus was safe, that was the best reward. He put the paper down and ate breakfast. Breakfast was simple sandwiches and orange juice. Magnus too, happily ate. But when he proceeded to pick another sandwich from the tray, his hand bumped onto the glass. It started falling down. Magnus rushed to catch it mid-air, and to his shock, it was hovering in the air until Magnus grabbed it. He thought that nobody saw it, but in fact, his father did. Adam rubbed his eyes. Why am I seeing such things? Did I not sleep well last night? Magnus happily continued eating. Grace didn't see anything, so she didn't react. Dong dong. The doorbell rang. Grace went and checked. It was Bobby. He had come with a small backpack with his clothes to stay at their home. Good morning, Auntie, Uncle, he politely greeted and came into the dining room. Okay, Mag. We're leaving for work too. I have cooked lunch for you too. There are also a few snacks. Have fun. Grace instructed him and then left after giving him a kiss on the cheek. As soon as they went out, they were confronted by some journalists, asking them to interview Magnus. They had been waiting there like hyenas. They tried to come to them and talk, but the couple ignored them and left in their cars. Journalists also didn't have enough guts to push it too far, as both were military personnel. They didn't want to end up in the news themselves for trespassing. Magnus closed the door and looked back. So, what do you want to do today, Bobby? Bobby shrugged his shoulders. It's your house, you tell me. Let's watch a movie. We can't really go out today with all of them waiting for me. Magnus decided. They switched on the television and started watching. There were just 3 channels in that era. BBC One, BBC Two, and another one. And right now, there was no movie showing on any channel. Well, here goes the movie plan. Let's go to my room and play some board games. Magnus decided. Both of them went upstairs. Magnus had some cards, Monopoly and some other toys. They played for a few hours while eating some snacks. But one cannot spend the whole day doing this. They later went to eat lunch. Ah, these are cold, Bobby said as he filled his plate. There were some sausages, mashed potatoes and bread. Bring it to me, I will show you a trick, Magnus said. He took the plate and placed it on his palm. Then he hovered his other hand over the food. After a few minutes, the food started releasing steam. Holy smokes, how did you do this? Bobby was shocked as his eyes widened. It's a secret. I can't just tell everyone. Not even Mummy and Daddy know this. Magnus said smugly. Come on, mate. I will keep it a secret. I don't have any other friends anyway, and telling my parents is out of the option. Bobby pleaded. Magnus actually felt a bit bad. That Bobby didn't have any other friend, well, even he did not have a friend beside Bobby, but that was his choice. On the other hand, Bobby was very friendly to all but was still ignored. Okay, you have to promise me in the name of the God or whomever you love the most, no matter what happens, you will not tell this to anyone, even mistakenly. Magnus stated. Bobby gulped his saliva, seeing the seriousness of the situation. He nodded. I promise. I promise. This will be our secret for forever. Oh, I saw this once on television somewhere, until death do us apart. Magnus facepalmed himself. Stupid, that's what married people say to each other. Anyway, come with me. He took him to the bathroom and put some water in the mug. Touch the water and feel its temperature. Bobby did as asked. It's cold. Now, wait, Magnus said and put his hand in it. 2 minutes later, he gave the water back to Bobby. Now check. Bobby had just touched the water with his finger that he retracted it quickly. Bloody hell, it's so hot. My finger nearly burned. How did you do that? I don't know. But something happened the day I was lost. Since then, I never feel cold, I can run and cycle faster and longer, I no longer get tired easily. I can also generate heat from my hands. I don't know what else I can do though. Magnus explained. Whoa, you're like some superhero. I'm sure your powers will grow as you grow, that's what happens in the comics. Bobby thought loudly. Yes, that's what I guessed. Also, didn't I tell you about the talking portrait in Buckingham Palace? I was not lying. Magnus added. Really? Then we must go and talk to it. Maybe it knows about your powers. Bobby advised. I know, that's my plan. But I guess it will take some time before these people go away from outside our home. You should come with me when I will go. Magnus said. But suddenly, he saw Bobby's face turn sad. What happened? Magnus asked. Mag, I don't think I will be here any longer. I heard Mum and Dad talking. We will be leaving this place soon, I will be changing schools too. Bobby revealed. What? Why? Magnus asked. He was also saddened as he didn't want to lose his best friend. I heard that, we don't have the money to pay the mortgage this time and the bank will take our home, Bobby said with a sad face. Magnus felt bad, Bobby was his only friend. He patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'm sure things will work out. You heard them talking. If they were sure then they would have told you as well. Sigh. I hope you are right, Mag. Buckingham Palace. Queen's assistant came to report to her, Your Majesty, all the records of the past 10 years have been checked. There has been no child with the surname Pendragon. The Queen was still young right now and had the vigor. She broke the pen in her hand in anger. Call the wizards again and tell them to get me in touch with this, Dumbledore. Give them whatever they need, but I need this task done. She sternly ordered and bumped the desk with her fist. The assistant left her alone in her office. She looked down at the papers on her desk. These were there for her signature. A 9-year-old recommended for George Cross. She then read the documents completely. Soon, she had a smile on her face. She quickly called her assistant, make sure this next George Cross Award ceremony gets the highest coverage. I will be personally giving it. What better way for a good PR than giving the highest civilian medal to a brave 9-year-old child? Yes ma'am. It will be done, the assistant left with a bow. To the Queen, keeping the image of the royal family in its highest honor was the biggest priority. People must never lose faith in the crown, and as long as people had faith, no one could threaten her. Though her thinking was flawed because magic does not care about your image. Chapter 10. When you are with friends you like spending time with, time tends to move faster. So, 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. Magnus was not able to get out of his home because the journalists were still outside. His parents had told him that he can't go out without their permission and supervision of them. Finally, it was Sunday and Magnus had asked his dad to take him and Bobby to the park. He showed it like he wanted to play there, but in reality, he wanted to find the strange kid whose mother had called him a filthy muggle before. Because this was what the portrait in Buckingham Palace said, so there must be a connection. So, Magnus took his bicycle along. It had a back seat too, so it wasn't going to be a problem for both of them to make a trip. Magnus' memory had gotten very good, so he was easily able to remember the whole way. Bump. Suddenly, just like the last time, a flying disc came out of nowhere and bumped on his head. Magnus looked to the side and said, the same old fat kid. Ah, aren't you the guy from last time? What was the name? Ronan? Magnus asked. He had a good memory, but that didn't mean he would remember insignificant things too. The fat kid's eyes twitched. It's Vernon, actually. Ha! What's his problem? Bobby questioned. Diabetes maybe. I heard about it on TV, pretty horrifying disease. You have to get injections daily. I'd be mad if I were him. Magnus replied, and they continued their excursion. Adam as usual took a spot on a bench and read the newspaper. Okay, Bobby. Sit on the back seat. I will be very fast, Magnus said. Bobby sat down and lifted his feet a few centimeters above. Soon, Magnus started paddling it like no tomorrow, and soon they were talking to the air. This time, Magnus knew the right way. He reached the place quickly. It's supposed to be here, Magnus muttered. He looked at the building and hoped to see the boy outside. They waited there for a few more minutes, but nobody came out. Do you know his name? Maybe we can shout it. Bobby asked. Magnus shook his head. Nah, mate, his mother was too scary. I couldn't ask as I was busy running away. Soon, they lost patience and went ahead to press the doorbell. But, they still couldn't find the boy in the whole building. Sigh. I guess we should head back now. Maybe his family is not at home. Magnus decided. He sat back on the bicycle and pedaled back to the park. But while going away, they saw another kid, with black hair but smaller height, walking towards the building. But they were already back on their way. The little kid went back to his house and found his big brother. Brother, someone was waiting for you outside. Two boys rode on a bicycle. Regulus, why didn't you call me? The blonde kid was the one that could spew fire out of his mouth. I'd have shown you. Well, he must want to talk to me, so I'm sure he will come again. I will look for a charm that can notify me of his visit. Sirius decided. Ha, sure brother. Regulus shrugged, totally not taking his words seriously. On their way back, Magnus had another thing in his mind. Bobby, tell me something, how much is your parents' mortgage left? I don't know. I don't even know what mortgage is. Bobby answered. Well, it is the money borrowed usually from the bank to buy your house. You keep on giving them money every month for a few years. If you don't, then the house will become theirs and you will lose all the money you've already given. Magnus explained. Ow, I understand now. But, I really don't know the amount needed. Maybe I can ask them. Bobby decided. Listen, Bobby, what if I lend you money? I really meant mine, not my parents'. Can you then convince your parents to pay the whole mortgage with that and say that you'll return the money when you grow up? Magnus suggested. You have money? Bobby asked in skepticism. Not yet, but if you promise that you will convince them, then I will get the money, Magnus asked seriously. I don't know, Mag. We are just 9-year-olds. My parents think I am too immature and don't even talk about stuff with me. How can I convince them? Bobby asked. He was tempted to take the offer because he didn't want to leave his friend and the house he grew up in. But, he also stayed a bit realistic about it. Just tell them that Magnus has the money. Tell them that I earned it and have lent it to you. Tell them that you have promised to give it back. Mate, I don't want to lose my only friend either. Dumb as you may be, a friend is still a friend. Magnus said teasingly. Yeah, wait, what? Who's dumb? That evening, Bobby went back to his home because the school was starting to continue from the next day. But, today he needed to talk to his parents about Bobby's situation. Mummy, Daddy, I want to help him, Magnus said. Sure, Mag. I think we can help them. We both earn enough for that, his parents agreed. Magnus' father, Adam, was a colonel and his salary was about £6,100, £87,000 today, while Grace was a lieutenant colonel and her yearly salary was £5,100, £83,798 today. The average cost of a home was now £2,530, approximately £55,784. So, it was not very tough for them to help. But, Magnus denied. No, I don't want you to do it. If you give money then uncle and aunt will feel bad. So, I want to do it myself. Daddy, aren't there a lot of news people out there? Will they pay me if I give them an interview? What if I give the BBC an interview or some radio station? Adam looked at his wife with a smug face suddenly. They just realized that their son was going too fast for his age, at least in a mental capacity. Adam jokingly thought my boy will become a big businessman it seems. Mag, are you sure you want to do this? Grace asked. Yes Mom, not many people remember the news anyway. They will forget about it in a few days. He assured. Good, then I will see what arrangements can be made. Adam got up and went to the telephone to call some people. Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, Minister for Magic, Eugenia Jenkins is here. She has some urgent business with you. McGonagall told the old man. Yes, Minerva. Leech has retired already and I am yet to meet this new minister. A good opportunity it is. Send her in. Dumbledore said from his seat. McGonagall left the room and soon an uptight witch entered. She was certainly not a pushover like newbie Leech. Dumbledore humbly received her into his chamber and gave her some tea. Minister, what can I do for you today? You flatter me, Professor. Can't I just come and visit our esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts? She replied like a true politician. I am too old now, not many people find charm in meeting me. Dumbledore was also trialed and tested when it came to politics. Then I will get straight to the point. Professor, what did Nobby talk about with the crown? The Queen has especially named you and wants to meet you. She revealed. Dumbledore didn't show any reactions except a bit of light shining on his pupils. It seems she didn't find him. Then does this mean? Minister, you do not need to worry about this. It's a Muggle matter, something about the line of succession. It seems old Merlin had enchanted some stone tablet with King Arthur's decree. Now it is shining and warning the royal family of a curse. They likely want me for that. He explained, leaving bits of pieces of info alone. Will you be going? Minister asked. It will be quite demeaning to go there for me, Dumbledore muttered. In fact, he was playing a game. He knew there was more to get from this. I recommend that you go there, headmaster. It will set up good relations with the royals. Also, the Queen has generously agreed to pay £50,000 to the Ministry of Magic. Of course, half of it will be given to Hogwarts funds, directly to be used by you, she offered. Dumbledore was tempted by this. Money was always welcome for maintaining Hogwarts. He was also interested in Merlin's magic, so he agreed. I will visit the crown. But tell them not to keep their hopes very high, he announced. Chapter 11. Buckingham Palace. Dumbledore arrived straight outside the palace with a representative from the Queen's side. Buckingham Palace had started to hire some wizards now, since the Queen found out about the curse. These people were registered as private security. However, they were not allowed to enter too deep in the inner circle of the Queen because these people were allied to no one. They might even kill her if someone pays them a good amount. Dumbledore was respectfully invited inside the castle. Queen also knew that this man was deemed as the strongest wizard, at least in the British magical community. She greeted the old man respectfully. Mr. Dumbledore, welcome to my home. Have a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dumbledore took a seat while looking around. This was his first time entering this place. But it wasn't anything grand. In fact, it was lackluster compared to Hogwarts. Soon, tea was served and a serious talk started. I heard about your trouble from ex-Minister Nobby. Dumbledore started. Queen Elizabeth II was 43 years old and Dumbledore was already 88. She had to talk nicely, without her pompous manner. Yes, he suggested some means to find this heir to the throne. I've heard that there is a book with names of all the kids in Hogwarts. I humbly request you to please look through it once. It would be a great boon to the family and the crown. We shall never forget this favor. She said in length. Dumbledore stroked his long beard. Ma'am, how much do you know about magical laws? Barely anything. She replied. Though she was getting a bad feeling. Unlike Muggles, I mean non-magical people's laws, magical laws are far more dangerous. Once broken, they can cause a serious penalty. All through the magic. The Book of Acceptance is something that even I don't dare to open. It gets read only before each year's term starts, to send new children letters of acceptance. He explained. However, he was not revealing everything. The Book of Acceptance could be opened, but he'd rather not do it because there was no need to. The world was not ending, the sky was not falling. So, without any major reason, he didn't want to break the rule of not reading kids' names before the letters went out. So you cannot open it no matter what? She asked with a sullen face. No, I cannot. But, maybe I can help you if you let me see the stone tablet. He suggested. In reality, he just wanted to see it to experience Merlin's magic. The Queen agreed and told her assistant to bring it. Soon, it was in Dumbledore's hands. He checked it from all sides and felt the magic used in it. It was still lighting up. It is indeed strong old magic. Definitely cast by Merlin. I'm sure this stone tablet will not stop glowing until the chosen king sits on the throne. And yes, this thing shall curse you and your family to extinction if its decision is ignored. However, it won't kill you immediately. Only when you try to harm the selected king. So, you have no immediate threat. Also, if the name comes up while sending the acceptance letter from Hogwarts in the next few years, I shall inform you. That is all I can help you with. Dumbledore said in length. The Queen had some relief now. Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore, we will definitely not forget this help. It was nothing. Now, I should head back to school. I have some work to do. Dumbledore respectfully left the building and returned to Hogwarts. Quickly, he called McGonagall to his chamber. Minerva, starting this year, when the acceptance letters are sent out, I want you to check for a name with Pendragon in it. If it comes up, you need to inform me. I shall go personally to receive the student. McGonagall was confused by this request, but she didn't ask. It was a simple task after all. 10. Privet Drive. Magnus was returning from school. It had been a few days since the schools had started. He got out of his dad's car and was bombarded by flashes of some journalists. But what shocked him was that there were even more than before. Why are they not leaving me already, he wondered. Magnus. Magnus, they shouted his name. Soon, his father also came and stood behind him. Why are you all still here? You don't know, Mr. Grant? One reporter asked. What? Adam inquired. Magnus will be awarded the George Cross. It was announced today. It was even in the evening newspaper, the journalist said. What? Magnus, George Cross, Adam was in shock. He looked down at Magnus. Magnus was also looking at his face. Who's George? Magnus, how do you feel about this news? A guy asked him. Then, Magnus gave a one-word answer. It was a word that he had recently learned in school. Flabbergasted. With that, he was taken into the house by Adam. Grace was already there. She was sitting on the couch, watching the television. Her face had the same shocked expression that Adam had not long ago. On the TV, the news was being broadcasted and it also showed a report about Magnus receiving the George Cross. What is George Cross? Magnus asked. Grace looked at him and stayed silent for a few seconds. Then she suddenly came to him and lifted him in the air and circled around happily. You little rascal. You have no idea how big of a news this is. George Cross is like the Victoria Cross but for civilians. This award is very hard to get. In the news, they said that the Queen will be awarding you personally and it will be live broadcasted. Grace revealed. Really? That's nice. Dad, did you ask about the interviews? Magnus asked as he remembered Bobby. He was more concerned about this than the medal. Adam nodded and informed him, yes, I did. I have a friend who worked for the Public Affairs Department. He helped me set up some interviews. Including an interview on BBC One. Then there are also some for newspapers. Thank you, I will go to my room and start preparing for what I will say. Magnus happily ran to his room. Once he was gone, Grace's face turned a bit serious. Adam, are you sure letting him be on television is the right thing? Adam hugged her. Don't worry, Grace. They will not look for our family history. Our records are also confidential. We are both military personnel after all. I hope you are right. Sigh. Okay, today is a special day. Let's celebrate it with a nice meal tonight. She happily headed to the kitchen. But then she stopped and turned around. Where do you think you're going, Adam? Come here and help me. Adam scratched his beard. I was just going to the washroom. Coming. Stop smoking, or I will kill you if something happens to you. She sternly said while staring daggers at him. Magnus sat by his little study table. He had a paper in front of him and he wrote what he was going to tell the papers. Okay, I want them to want to know more about my deeds later. So I can't tell everything straight away. After getting the medal, they will surely come for me again. But I don't want us to be tagged as a greedy family, so I can't ask for too much money. To earn maximum money, I need to give as many interviews as possible, Magnus decided. When he was writing about the bus incident, he remembered his powers. He was still unable to understand how to control it. He knew that he could produce heat, but he was yet to know how to produce fire. Well, my hand should be able to do it. Maybe I should focus on it. Please come out, fire. He stared at his palms and repeatedly asked fire to come out. He waited for 5 minutes but nothing happened. But then, suddenly a voice came inside his head. You are the master of magic, Magnus, not the other way. Magic is a tool, use it as a tool. Never let it control you. The stronger your mind is, the stronger your magic shall be. It was an old hoarse yet kind voice. It spoke softly to Magnus. Magnus actually fell back from his chair in fright. "WWHO's there?" Magnus asked. But no voice came this time. He asked a few more times but there was still silence. Finally, he took a long breath and sat back on his chair. He again looked at his palms. I am the master. It's a tool. Like a hammer. Then it should move as I want it to move. He focused on his palm again. This time not pleading for it. He firmly ordered it. Willed and imagined it to come out. Yes, Magnus felt his palms become hotter. Expectations arose in his heart. He silently focused. Then soon, there was a very tiny amount of smoke. Yeez. Poof. No, like a fart, it just made a noise and disappeared. It was unsuccessful. Today there is smoke, tomorrow there will be flames. Yes, that's right. I shall practice it every day. Magnus tried to console himself. But just then, Magnus had an idea. I should be able to control my body temperature if it's just a tool. That shouldn't be hard. Magnus then closed his eyes and tried to bring his body temperature lower. Soon, he started feeling cold, so he raised it a little bit so he wouldn't feel cold. But he still didn't know if his temperature had decreased. He quickly went downstairs to his parents' room while they were in the kitchen and took the thermometer. He put it under his armpit and waited. 110 was high, Mummy said. I should keep it lower than 100, he thought. After 5 minutes, he took the thermometer out and checked. It was at 99. This should be good. So, he ran to his mother to tell her. She was obviously on edge all this time, thinking about his health, thinking that he had some unknown disease. Mummy, look. My temperature came down. Magnus nearly shouted. Grace quickly looked at him. She touched his forehead and instantly felt happy. You're right. Let's check again. Magnus again let the thermometer check. Soon, it was confirmed that his temperature was down to nearly normal. She hugged him and felt relaxed. This is such a great day for me. Go and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I shall feed you myself, she said happily. No, I will eat it myself. He embarrassingly replied and quickly went to the washroom. There, he looked at himself in the mirror. He still had a smile on his face. Seeing his mother happy was something that made him happy. Then his eyes fell on the wooden locket on his neck. He was certain that it was magical. He held it with one hand. Whoever you are, thank you. Mummy is happy now. He thanked the unknown voice that helped him. Blink blink. To his shock, the locket blinked in blue light, as if accepting his words. Magnus' jaw was hanging. His days were turning weirder every day. Chapter 12. Magnus spent a lot of time trying to talk to the locket after it had blinked. He knew now that secrets of his powers were hidden inside this and was also convinced that the dream he saw the night he slept under the strange tree in the park was real. Also, he felt that he was changing too much. Albeit slowly but still, he could feel the changes inside his body. His memory had also become better by a lot. He also felt an innate need to find gold and hoard it as much as possible. But it was just a small thought at the moment and he shrugged it. Besides this, he also felt that he was getting smarter in school. More than all the kids in his grade. He had already learned everything his 5th grade had to offer. But this did not mean he was all intelligent. He tried 7th grade books and found them to be very hard. Middle school subjects were different from the final year of elementary school. Still, 6th grade was fine for him. 3 days had passed since the announcement of the George Cross. It was big news because he was going to be the youngest person to receive this award. Previously, this record was held by 15-year-old John Bamford who rescued his brothers from a house fire in 1952. Magnus also wanted to get himself in the Guinness Book of Records as it was pretty popular and he guessed that his record won't be broken for a while now. After all, how many 9-year-olds go around saving people? It was Sunday, meaning it was the day for his interview with the BBC channel to be recorded. He had already given 6 interviews to newspapers and it collectively gathered him £460, £6,533 today. On average, one newspaper gave him about £80, nearly £1,000. His father told him that there were still 5 more papers from other countries. Also, BBC One should be able to give him more than papers. He was also counting on all of these guys coming back after he took the award and the Guinness Book of Records publicizes his name. Magnus, let's go. Adam was taking him to the recording studio of BBC. Coming, Dad. He shouted from his room. He put on some clean and nice professional clothes. There wasn't much in his wardrobe anyway except some t-shirts, some pants and knickers. He didn't want to show his legs on national television so he wore pants. He combed his hair and went out. Bye-bye, Mummy. He waved. All the best, Magnus. I will tell your grandparents to keep an eye out for you tomorrow on the telly. She encouraged him and caressed his hair to make them better. After that, he was out. In the car, Adam told him about what not to say on the mic. He was supposed to stick to what happened in the events. At most, they will ask him about his favorite hobby or something. After a 30-minute ride, they were outside the building of the studio. It was a big building, with the name of the company on it in bold letters. It was going to be a pre-recorded show so they didn't have to do much preparation. They were taken to a studio recording room soon. Adam sat on the side, told to be silent and just observe. Meanwhile, Magnus took a seat at one end of a small table. There were 2 mics on it, one facing him and one the empty seat where the interviewer would sit. There were also 3 giant cameras that looked too overbearing. Soon, a man in a suit came in. He had average height and didn't look like a serious type, instead, he looked to be a friendly man. The news studio had specially chosen him to conduct this interview because he had the most non-serious face. He was the second assistant for the main news anchor. He also dreamt of being on television someday, but it was a tough road. He was the second guy in the line anyway. But who would have thought that Magnus' actions would change someone's fate? His name was Raymond Barry, a 25-year-old, London-born. He came to Magnus, who although didn't look nervous, was indeed nervous. It was his first time being in front of a large video camera and mic. Giving interviews to newspapers was easy as they usually wrote or voice recorded everything. Raymond sensed it. So he extended his hand. Hello, Magnus. I am a big fan. Finally got to meet you. Not every day you get to meet such a young hero. Feeling the relaxed manner of Raymond, Magnus felt at ease. He smiled back and shook the hand. Thank you, Uncle. Call me Uncle Barry. Don't think much about all these lights and cameras, just look at me and answer questions with whatever is in your heart. Remember, we are not taking an exam of you here, we just want to hear your story and how you feel about receiving the George Cross. Raymond said. Then he took out a newspaper from his suit pocket. Look, did you read this? This newspaper did a survey. You are currently the most wanted student and son for many teachers and parents across the country. He sarcastically said. Magnus chuckled after seeing the article. Actually, Raymond was a bit shocked by how well-spoken Magnus was. No, I am just fine with my mum and dad. Magnus sternly answered. Recording in 1. The show's director spoke. Magnus, we will be starting in a minute. Drink water if you want by then. He advised. Magnus wasn't thirsty. He just wanted for the interview to start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the cameras started rolling. Raymond started speaking while looking at the camera. Magnus wasn't supposed to do this. He was supposed to look at Raymond's face. This way, his interview would look more authentic. Today we have a very special guest on our show. The hero the whole nation has been talking about for the past few days. An incident that scared and shocked everyone. A 9-year-old child, saving a bus full of children and his teacher. His name is Magnus Grant, also soon to be a George Cross holder. We will talk to him and try to understand what he was thinking when the incident happened and what he feels now. The camera changed and now a close-up of Magnus' face was being recorded from over the shoulder of Raymond. Raymond turned to Magnus and asked his first question. Magnus, I am delighted to see you. You have made our country proud with this heroic act. But, many people are confused, how did a little child, just 9 years old, can have the courage to act so brave in such a tense situation? Would you care to share your experience and what was going on in your mind back then? Raymond asked formally yet kindly. Magnus looked too cute and innocent with his handsome yet chubby face. He nodded, thank you. We were on the way back to school from the tour of Queen's house. Many were sleeping when the accident happened because it was a long ride. I wasn't asleep. When the accident happened, my head bumped on the soft cushioned headrest in front of me. Luckily, I was not injured. But I saw my friends injured. Then I saw Uncle Driver. He was caught in the fire. Magnus' face became sad. Raymond got worried. That was not the plan. They didn't want Magnus to remember the dead. How did you save your friends, Magnus? He changed the question, bringing the story much further. I was very scared. But I didn't want to never be able to see Mummy and Daddy again. Mrs. Jones tried to open the back door but it didn't budge. So, I tried to use the window. I used all my strength and was able to open it. Then I opened another one. But before I jumped out in the end, I saw Mrs. Jones on the bus floor. I used all my power to bring her out in time. She had asthma. Raymond helped him. Yes, asthma. Magnus finished. Actually, he had written this whole speech in the past 3 nights. He had decided to stutter sometimes to make himself sound like a normal kid. What message would you like to give to your fellow friends across the world? Raymond asked. I was stupid. I put myself in harm's way and anything could have happened to me. But, I had no other choice. If I had not broken the window, maybe we would have also. I don't suggest that you run into a fire. But, if you find yourself stuck in a fire, then you must stand up and find a way out. That was a very strong message he was sending. That one must stand for themselves when in trouble instead of hoping for someone to help. Raymond was very happy with this reply. Now, the dark and gloomy portion was done. So, tell me, Magnus. How do you feel about meeting the Queen? She will award you herself. Raymond asked. I met her that day too. She dropped her hanky so I helped her. She even patted my head. Magnus proudly said. Whoa, I'm jealous, Magnus. Tell me, what hobbies do you have? Raymond inquired cheerfully. I like bicycling and eating pancakes. My mummy makes the best pancakes. Magnus said. This was the truly unadulterated innocent side of him. Ha ha ha, I bet. Would you invite me to eat pancakes someday? Raymond asked jokingly. Of course, you, the Queen, my best friend Bobby. All are invited. Magnus replied. Thank you, Magnus. Now, why don't you tell us about your school? What do you like in school? Raymond asked. Magnus nodded. Yes, Mrs. Jones used to be grumpy but she is very nice now. Robin is still a bully though, but I stop him every time. Bobby is my best friend, he eats a lot. My PE teacher is very nice. He tells us fun games to play, but he likes our French teacher so he also learns French while letting us play. Cough. What about your studies? Raymond changed the topic before Magnus revealed some plot to assassinate the principal of his school. Oh, that is very easy. Yesterday I completed 6th grade syllabus. But 7th grade is hard. I went to a big brother from 7th grade to ask questions but he chased me away after reading it. I reckon he didn't know how to solve it either. Magnus got into deep thinking. Aren't you in 5th grade right now? What was the question about? Raymond asked while holding his laughter. He was seriously interested in this young kid's life now, it seemed too funny. Oh, can you solve it? Magnus asked back excitedly. Of course, I will. Raymond agreed. Magnus revealed the question, it was about algebraic expressions. How do I find the value of xyz plus z1/2 plus x3y plus x plus y, 2, when x equals 3, y equals 7 and z equals 9? The smile from Raymond's face vanished. There was a short moment of silence. Magnus' dad, who was sitting on the side, face-bombed himself. Why did he not come to me or Grace? I'm a mechanical engineer for God's sake. Raymond quickly smiled, trying to damage control. What the hell? Is he too smart or am I too dumb? Sure, Magnus. We will solve this question after this interview is over. Anyway, how do you feel about getting George cross? He diverted the question. Magnus scratched his head, realizing he shouldn't have asked that. Mummy said it is a great honor so I am honored. Yes, I am very honored. Then, he used a word he recently learned in school. He put special emphasis on it. I am exhilarated. Adam tried hard to hold his laughter from the side, hoping not to ruin the recording. Raymond was taken aback by his vocabulary but gathered himself. He received a sign from the director to end it. Even the director's face looked red because he was trying to hold his laughter behind the camera. Even the cameramen were in the same situation. But still, their small squeaks got recorded and it was only going to add to the whole experience. It was a great pleasure to meet you, Magnus. We loved talking to you and I am sure many in the country would like to hear from you. He said, and then looked at the camera. With this, we will take our leave, thank you for watch. The camera was yet to be cut and Magnus spoke up, are we going to solve the question now? Then the camera was cut and instantly, loud laughter resounded in the whole studio. Laughingly, the director came to Magnus to shake hands, that was an amazing interview, Magnus. A very good job, please spare Raymond now. Adam also came forward, saying, yes Magnus, let's go home now. Magnus nodded. Only he was not laughing. Soon, they were given a check of £150, £2,130 today. They then left. Magnus sat quietly and Adam drove. He had a grin on his face. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Wahahaha. Magnus asked, what? I know I shouldn't have asked the question. No, you did nothing wrong, Magnus. I'm sure people are going to love your interview. Just never change. And why didn't you come to me or your mom to ask the doubts about maths? And since when did you start studying 7th grade maths? He asked. Well, I wanted to surprise you too, not that it matters now, Magnus said dejectedly. Adam patted his head, don't be sad, son. Never feel bad for being smarter than the other person, but never be overconfident either. Magnus nodded. After a while, they reached their home. Adam quickly told everything to Grace and she also burst into laughter when she saw Magnus' embarrassing face. Well, Magnus was happy because at least it made them happy. Then Grace went to him and caressed his hair lovingly, my Magnus is so smart. He's going to be a doctor. Adam quickly objected, no. He's going to be an engineer, or maybe an actor because he clearly has my handsome genes. Shut up, my son will be a scientist then. He's got a smart brain. Grace argued. Magnus just stood there and smiled wryly, I have a feeling that I will become something they don't even know is possible to become. Chapter 13. Days went by slowly. Nothing much occurred in Magnus' interesting life. His magic stayed stuck to the level it was when he learned to produce smoke from his palm. It had been 6 months since then. Little Magnus did not know about reaching the magical maturity age which was 11. He tried hard to produce fire from his palm but all he got was farts. For now, he was just a strong, smart walking microwave and he absolutely loved it. His food never got cold now no matter where he was. Also, he never got tired now so he was full of energy all the time. He was now learning karate, learning 7th grade syllabus from his dad in the evening, then he would read some book or try to make a fire and then go to sleep. The school was pretty easy for him so he didn't find any challenges there. The award ceremony for George Cross was going to take place in 3 days. As going to Buckingham Palace was already decided, he could not ask his parents to take him there before that. Life went on for him. That was until 2 guys came to his home. Both had dark black hair and were of nearly the same height. It was Sunday so his family was at home. Magnus, your friends are here. Grace's voice came from downstairs. Friends? Who did Bobby bring along? He questioned himself and went downstairs. When he reached the place, he saw the same boy he met in front of the dark building months ago when he went to ride his bicycle. Hey there, Magnus. The taller, curly-haired boy waved his hand. The shorter one, possibly his brother, seemed confused. Mag, invite them in. I just baked some cookies for you. Take them to your room if you want, I will bring them there. Grace warmly welcomed them. Magnus nodded to the 2 boys, suggesting that they follow him. The 2 brothers silently followed him. Soon, they were in and he closed the door, but he did not lock it. How did you find my place? Magnus asked. The 2 brothers looked at each other's faces as if he had asked something ridiculous. Mate, your face was plastered on the newspaper nearly a few days ago. It's not that hard to find you. The taller one said. Magnus nodded, and there was nothing to worry about anyway. I went to your house some months ago but couldn't find you there. Yeah, muggles can't access it. Even wizards can't access it unless they have permission. The tall boy answered. Magnus was not able to understand all these terminologies. Wait, muggles. What is that? By the way, I don't even know your names. The tall boy smacked his head for forgetting this, I forgot. I'm Sirius Black and this is my little brother Regulus Arcturus Black. We are from the so-called the noble and most ancient house of Black. Anyway, Muggles are folks who can't do magic and are usually kept away from the knowledge that magic exists in our world. Magnus' mind exploded with that. Magic as in, making my hands hot. Or making falling glass hover in the air. Wait, you're a Muggle too. Of course, it explains everything now. Do they know about your magic? Sirius asked. No, they have no idea and I'm not telling them anytime soon. Magnus firmly said. He'd rather not make his parents worry because his abilities were too mysterious, and when they won't be able to find any answers they would get worried and tensed. No problem, you'll get your letter from Hogwarts when you turn 11. Oh, you don't know. Hogwarts is a school of witchcraft and wizardry. All children with magic when turning 11 go there, well, most of them. There is a whole secretly hidden magical world out there, Magnus. There are dragons, goblins, magical creatures. Magic is a wonderful thing, though I can't really perform much at the moment. Before turning 11, our magical powers stay in their infancy. Sirius explained. The more Magnus heard, the more excited he got about the future. The magic was real, the magic school was real and so much more. Sirius continued speaking, I'm a fan of yours now, Magnus. The way you saved all the kids and your teacher on that bus. You are 100% Gryffindor material. Gryffindor? What's that? Magnus inquired. It's one of the 4 houses where one can get shorted into. Gryffindors are known for their courage, chivalry, and determination. Slytherins are the nemesis of Gryffindor as they are known for being ambitious, shrewd, cunning and simply bad people, they are bad folks mostly. Then there is Ravenclaw, they are just bookworms and then the Hufflepuff who are just known for being loyal but they are very secretive. Sirius gave him a crash course of Hogwarts. Knock knock. Grace came in with a place full of cookies. She gave it to them and left. Although she had never seen the 2 kids before, she still refrained from asking him about them. Once she was gone, Sirius requested something. Hey, I brought my brother here because he wouldn't believe that you can make flames. Show him, will you? That will shut him down. You dragged me here, Sirius, Regulus argued meekly. There was actually a reason for why he was like this. It was all thanks to the abusive family with which he grew up with. One time they had brought an injured bird to their home, hoping to secretly nourish it back to health. But, as it got better, its chirping was heard by Orion, their father. Orion decided to take this opportunity to teach his sons an important lesson about how certain emotions can make a person weak. As Blacks, they were not meant to be weak, but superior to all other things. So, Orion broke the bird's wings one at a time to urge a reaction out of the boys. Sirius watched his father destroy the bird, maintaining a cold stare throughout the incident, slowly starting to hate his father and mother to the point he felt disgusted. But Regulus, only being 6 years old at the time, began to cry as the bird whimpered in pain. Orion yelled at Regulus to get his emotions in check before snapping the neck and ultimately killing the bird. Regulus tried to swallow his cries to avoid further punishment. As the bird lay mangled and lifeless on the table, Orion turned to Sirius. Enraged, Orion slapped him across the face with his bloody hand, reprimanding him for bringing the creature into the house and for teaching Regulus attachment. That was the point that made Sirius hate his family and Regulus fear them. Magnus didn't know this. If he did, he would have tried to make the 2 happy. I want to make flames but I can't. Only smoke comes out of my body. He showed them a demonstration and soon, his palm farted out some smoke. No, you produced fire from your mouth that day. Sirius pointed. Then maybe it was accidental. Magnus shrugged and ate. By the way, Sirius. What should I do to prepare for Hogwarts? Magnus inquired. We are premature so we can't really perform magic. But we can learn the spells and their correct hand moments before school so we can have an edge. Alright, I will bring you some old books, Magnus. Because my family likes to act like kings, they never let us reuse the books. They just get thrown in the basement. 2 of my sisters are about to complete Hogwarts so I can get you their books. Sirius suggested. That would be amazing, Sirius. I have an excellent memory, so I think I can memorize most of the common stuff before school. Magnus was excited. Whoa, what is this? Regulus suddenly exclaimed. Magnus turned to look and saw him fiddling with the radio. That is a radio, you can hear music on it. How does this work? He asked. Magnus went to him and switched it on. It works on radio waves. We can't see them but they are around us. Immediately a song started playing. It was Honky Tonk Women by Rolling Stones. Regulus looked at it in shock as if this was some kind of forbidden magic. This is so magical. Magnus laughed. No, Regulus. This is technology. With each year, it gets better. Humans never stop improving ourselves. Only if wizards were the same, Sirius said with a sigh. Then he picked up a cookie but it was cold now and not as much fun to eat. Wait, let me heat it up. Magnus offered. He used his hand to heat them. Soon, they had cookies like fresh out of the oven again. That is so damn convenient, Sirius exclaimed seeing his ability. Why? Can't you do it too? Magnus asked. Regulus quickly spoke, of course not. We can't even control our magic yet. He's right. We're as weak as any other 9 years old right now. You can probably break our necks easily if going by the fact that you bent metal on the bus. Sirius said. Magnus didn't ask any more. He didn't want to end up speaking too much. After a bit more chatting, the two got up to leave. Our mum would kill us if she found out we were here. We need to return now. See you later, Magnus. I will bring the books the next time. Sirius and Regulus waved their hands and left. As soon as they left, Magnus turned to his mother. He knew what she wanted to ask. They are my friends from the park. You should have told me earlier. Anyway, get ready to go to the police station today. They said that the police chief and the mayor want to award you. Grace told him. In the past 6 months, he had given some interviews and had saved nearly £1,151, £16,350 today. Mummy, are you sure they are not just using me for their election? Magnus asked smartly. Mag, but that's not important. You should get these awards. When you grow big and go for a job interview, just an award certificate will hold a lot of weight. They will hire you even if you are unqualified because they will expect good work ethics from you. Grace advised him while combing his hair. I'm sure it will be very boring. They will give their long speeches. I don't want to go. Magnus threw some childish tantrums. Grace looked at him seriously. Are you sure? So I should tell them to give the check prize to someone else. Magnus' eyes shot open and all his defiance vanished. A smile of a true businessman appeared. He ran to the main door and put his shoes on. Mummy, what are you doing? We'll be late. I can't reject them honoring me, or else it will make them sad. He rushed. Grace laughed. Yes, let's go. At the ceremony, Magnus was given a fake gold medal, a certificate calling him a hero and a huge check £4,750, £10,653. Only the city could have given away so much money. Magnus thanked everyone as a happy child and returned home with his mother. They were going to cash the check the next day. Now, he had a total of £1901, £27,003. I can finally help Bobby. Magnus thought happily. But then he suddenly realized something that made him sad. Bobby does not have magic. We will be separated soon. I need to teach him to stand up for himself, he decided. Chapter 14. July 3, 1969. It was the day Magnus was going to be awarded the George Cross. Grace had specially bought a nice new formal suit for him for this day. Even his grandparents were coming. Just from his mother's side though, as his father's parents had passed away. It was a moment of happiness and excitement at the Grant family home. The neighbors were also very excited for some reason, and many aunties from around would come to have small talk with Grace. One even proposed that in the future Magnus and her daughter should marry. Grace kindly ignored her words and didn't answer. They were to go to Buckingham Palace. This was something out of the ordinary, as in normal circumstances, these award ceremonies were not planned on such a scale and the Queen doesn't give it personally. But maybe because the recipient was 9 years old, everyone accepted this reasoning. Where is my handsome grandson? Martin Lewis, Magnus' maternal grandfather, asked. He was just a wounded retired World War II veteran. His face had a long stitch mark going from the right side of his forehead to the left bottom side of his chin. It had occurred when he was caught in a barbed wire during some covert mission. It honestly made him look badass but also scary to some. Magnus remembers that when he was small he would start crying by even looking at his face. Magnus heard the voice of his grandpa, so he ran downstairs. Most kids loved their grandparents, that was the general rule. Grandpa. When did you come? Magnus was delighted and ran to hug his grandma and grandpa. Here comes our little lion, look at you, so strong, his grandpa said while ruffling his hair. Magnus giggled for a while and then turned to his grandma. As always, she had brought chocolates for him. Come here, my little soldier. Hee, thank you, grandma. He took the chocolates happily. Such small things did make him happy. He may be developing faster, but that cannot make him stop acting like a child. Clap clap. Adam clapped to get everyone's attention. Okay everyone, it's time to go now. Mum and Dad, you two will go in Grace's car with her. I will bring Magnus and Bobby with me. After that, everyone got out, Grace locked the home and they left in 2 cars. Magnus, though, stayed silent because something very important was going on in his young mind and it was keeping him on edge. What are you thinking, Magnus? Adam asked. Nothing, Dad, just feeling strange. Is me getting this award too abnormal? He asked. No, Mag. You are a brilliant, intelligent and good kid. You are not normal, you are the best. I'm sure all the parents of your classmates you saved think the same about you. Adam cheered him up. If you say so, I will believe you, Magnus muttered. Soon they came to Bobby's home and picked him up. He was wearing a green suit for kids. Magnus also jumped to the back seat to talk to his friend. Since when did you have this new suit? He asked Bobby. Bobby proudly lifted his chin. Hee, Mum bought it just for today. They must have taken money from their strict budget to keep him happy, Magnus thought. But, he could understand that a simple boy like Bobby wouldn't understand such a thing. Magnus then whispered something into his ear. I will get you the money today, take it to your home. Do as we planned, okay? Bobby's eyes widened. He was obviously happy that with this help he wouldn't have to move away from here. He quickly put his arm on Magnus' shoulder. Magnus, you are my brother. Heh, I know, now don't spoil my hairstyle. I need to look handsome on live television. Magnus said. What about the Queen? Bobby asked. Oh, who cares about her? Magnus shrugged. Adam's brows twitched hearing his such sharp words. Dad, will they come to get my interview again? Magnus inquired. Adam smiled wryly, knowing where this was going. They will, but I recommend you stop thinking so much about money. You are still too small for all that. Magnus protested. Come on, Dad, it is strictly business. After a while, they came to the palace where the ceremony was to take place. Magnus wasn't the only one getting this award though, because then it would have been too much. Instead, there were 5 more recipients, but all of them were at least 30 years older than Magnus. Some of them were from the military and some were ordinary people. Their car was allowed into a special parking zone. They regrouped with the family and entered. They were given seats in the front row. The big hall was the throne room. The Queen would sit at the front, at the center along with her husband. The crowd was slowly increasing. There were mostly the family members of other award recipients and some more high-level nobles. All of them looked as Magnus expected them to be. Overly spoiled rich people who probably held common people with disregard for being common. Most of these people were still able to afford this luxury lifestyle because of the money and land taken from the commons, and they still get to spend the tax money every once in a while. Magnus didn't understand the bigger complexities, but all he knew was that these people were up to no good. After waiting for a while, an announcement was made and the Queen and Prince entered with prideful faces. Soon, another man who was supposed to be the announcer started to tell the stories of the bravery of each recipient one by one as they were called to get the award. It was a medal that the Queen would put around the recipient's neck. For that, men would have to kneel and there was a small cushion left there to place the knee on it. She would come, give the award, get her pictures done and send the man back. This went on until 5 awards were sent out. Then finally it was Magnus' turn. He looked too out of place with his little size. Next is the last awardee of today. A child who showed adults what it means to be a true British hero. A child who set up a milestone of bravery that not many would be able to break easily. His deed was so great that along with the recognition from the government and the monarch, he has also been awarded with his name being written in the Guinness Book of Records. Now, let's give Magnus Grant a big round of applause. As soon as the voice stopped, people clapped. Magnus went to the Queen and kneeled on the cushion. But he was too small, so the Queen had to bend a little to put it on his neck. She lightly placed it around his neck. Then when he got up, the Queen patted his head and got many pictures taken. These pictures were a lot more than any other award winner. Magnus quickly had an idea in his mind, so I was indeed a tool for her. Soon, he returned to his seat as an announcement was to take place. We have clearance from our side that from now on all George Cross recipients will be granted an allowance of £1,000 each year as living expenses. These numbers will also change with inflation. The announcement came. It was very relieving for them. Especially Magnus, who was now on cloud 9 because he now has enough money to help Bobby easily. After this was dinner night. Everyone was busy talking with each other. So Magnus took Bobby to the side and asked. "Bobby, you know the plan, right?" he asked. "Yes, I remember it." "Just as we planned," Bobby answered confidently. "Good, we are going to get that talking portrait out of here back to my home. There we will be able to talk to this portrait forever and learn about magic. You will stay at the door of the exhibition and be my distraction. I will go in and get the painting. It is invisible for people so we don't have to worry about getting caught. But it is too big and lifting something that big means my hand will be in air which will make me look too out of the ordinary. We need to come up with a plan quickly." Magnus explained. Why don't you tie it to your back or something?" Bobby asked. "Because only the painting will be invisible, not the ropes that will touch it. Maybe I can just hold it under my arm. All I need to do is make sure I don't drop and don't raise my hand." "Okay, I am going in now," Magnus decided. "Do you know the way?" Bobby asked. Magnus smirked. "My memory has become good, Bobby. This is the way, I'm sure of it." He took a long breath and started moving sneakily. Chapter 15. Magnus tried to blend in with the crowd. It was not hard when he was the shortest person there. He slowly slid away and entered another room. He had remembered the way to the exhibition. He did this by remembering the path when he was there on the trip and now he compared it with where he's been to today. Now, he had a partial map of the palace in his head. He had also thought of a plan if he was to get caught. He slowly traversed to the east side of the palace from the west side. It was a long way and he needed to be smart. Thankfully, most of the serving staff was in the hall. All he needed to do was be careful of the guards. This area is heavily guarded. It connects the east and west side. He waited there to find a way. He knew he was not in some spy story, just throwing something and hoping it would distract the guards was foolish. They'd rather try to find out where the thing fell from. So, he looked around for other options. Then, finally, he gave up and decided to go from some other place. It was still 1969 and CCTVs were yet to be installed here, which was why Magnus neither knew about them nor had to worry about them. Seeing no other way, Magnus jumped out from the side window to the small garden. There, he was at the risk of being spotted by someone he didn't even know was there. He moved while crouching and luckily no one spotted him as he was shorter than the bushes there. He crossed the location where many guards were and entered the west side. Because this was the area most of the tourists were allowed to visit, the security was not high as it was closed today. Note, this novel is set up in a fictional world. In the real world, Buckingham Palace opened for the public in 1993. Magnus Crouch walked all the way to the gallery where all the historic portraits were. It was dark but he could see enough to find his way. He went all the way to the empty wall where the invisible portrait was. Magnus had no idea who the person in the portrait was and at the moment, the person seemed to be sleeping. "Hey, wake up!" he whispered loudly. Go away, Merlin. Don't bother this king," the portrait muttered. Magnus didn't wait any longer and went to take it down. It was surely heavy but he managed. Then, he held it in front of himself, so that both his hands would be holding the portrait from the same area where his arm length ended. This way, he would simply look as if he was standing or walking in the attention stance. The annoying thing for him was that the portrait was covering his whole body, all except his eyes. He felt awkward but he had a firm will. He looked back one last time. He felt like he was doing bad by stealing and it was the truth. But this talking portrait was unknown to all anyway. "I will pay back for this, sorry for stealing," he told himself. He turned around to go back. "Renly, I think I heard something." A voice came that made Magnus' heart beat faster and his body temperature rise up. "You're hearing stuff." Another voice came. "Come on, let's check it." "Better be safe than sorry," the earlier voice said and soon the footsteps started coming. "Ah, there must be some kid playing hide and seek. It always happens during these big events." The other guard spoke. Magnus looked left and right. The two guards were coming from his return route. He also had not enough time to find another way. So, he did what he had planned. He quickly ran to a large portrait on the wall and started staring at it with keen interest. He kept the charade going until he was found by one of the guards. The guard actually nearly had a heart attack. He was not expecting to see anything, but when he saw a small kid, standing in little to no light, he thought it was a ghost, but then he noticed that he had seen the child. "Hey, Renly, isn't it the kid who won the award today? How did he get here?" He called his partner. The two walked to Magnus and shook his shoulder lightly. "Boy, how did you get here?" Magnus looked at them with the most innocent face he could and spoke in the warmest voice possible. "Uncle, Mummy said that George Cross Award was named after King George VI. I wanted to see what King George looked like." "Ah, so it was curiosity. But you shouldn't be here, you could have asked the event organizer. I'm sure they wouldn't have denied you. Anyway, follow us, we will get you back to the hall." They offered him help. Magnus smiled and nodded. He kept his hold on the portrait and followed the two guards. This time, entering the east side was very easy and he was easily led into. Poor Bobby was probably waiting for Magnus' instruction just outside the hall, not knowing he had to take another route. Soon, he entered the hall again. But he had already given Bobby a gesture to stay silent. So, when they were both inside and alone, he just showed a thumbs up to Bobby. The extra chubby boy was very happy, even though he could not see it. But Magnus made him touch it. "Check for yourself." Bobby went ahead. As he was told, instead of his hand touching Magnus' chest, he touched something solid. "Oh my God," he whispered. "See, I told you. But I don't know why you can't see it yet. Though we will experiment with it later. Now we just need to get home." Magnus said nervously. "Don't worry about that. Getting it was the tough part, now it should be easy from here." Bobby was equally excited. "YAWN," suddenly a voice from the portrait. Magnus looked down at it and found the man in the portrait was getting up. The man looked left and right and noticed Magnus' face close to his face because of the way he had to hold it. "Cough, son, I respect your personal preferences, but I don't like kissing men." Magnus looked down. "Shoo. Oh, well, I guess I will have to silently go through with all this. I'm a painting, after all, can't really say no to it if you want to do it." "Stay silent, I am taking you with me. Do you want to be left here again? Invisible and alone?" Magnus threatened. "Oh no, no. I'll be quiet as a dead pig, sir." After that, Magnus took a seat at the table his parents sat at. He kept the portrait close to him, just beside his seat. He was always on edge because he really felt weird as he was able to see the giant painting beside him while everyone else was oblivious to it. He stayed there till lunch. After 2 hours, it was finally time to go home as the event had ended and the Queen had left after eating. "Let's go home, Magnus. You must be tired after all this." "I must say, it was kind of boring." Adam spoke. His grandpa also nodded. "Indeed, even I never liked all these official events. They are always too stiff and not many interesting things happen." "Yes, I got bored." Magnus nodded. He was rather excited to go home and talk to the portrait. Soon, Magnus' grandma and mother came and dragged their husbands. "Stop gossiping like women, you two. Show some manners. Let's go." Chapter 16. Magnus awkwardly walked with his family to the parking lot. He again sat in his dad's car in the back. Bobby sat beside him. "Dad, can we go to the bank first and get the check?" Magnus asked. Adam understood his meaning and nodded. It was not too far from where they lived anyway. Bobby had also done his research and had gotten the information from his father. Now, they knew that the mortgage left on their house was £2,000, £28,412. With this paid, all their mortgage will be solved and Bobby will never have to leave his home. Bobby himself was feeling weird taking money from his friend, but it was a bit relaxing knowing that it was not the money of Magnus' parents but instead his own money, money that he was going to repay himself when he grows up. They reached the bank and cashed the check given to Magnus today at the ceremony. He was too young to have his own bank account, so the money went directly into his dad's account. Then, Adam signed a check in the name of Bobby's father. He then gave it to Magnus. Magnus happily handed it to Bobby. "Here, tell your parents that I won the money with the award. Just tell them that you will pay back when you grow up or something," Magnus advised. Though he was not planning on asking for this money ever again. Bobby nodded continuously while holding the check. It was an amount he couldn't even imagine of ever holding. He looked at Magnus' smiling face and gave a brotherly hug. "Thank you, Mag. Now I won't have to go." Then he looked at Adam. "Thank you, Uncle." Adam just patted his shoulder. "No need to thank me. It was Magnus doing. Now let's get you to your home." Soon after, they dropped Bobby off at his home and Magnus jumped back into the front passenger seat. "You did a good thing, Magnus." Adam praised him. "I know. I like money but not at the cost of losing my friend. I don't have anything to buy anyway." Magnus shrugged. "You still have £900 to your name. You can buy whatever you want." Adam reminded him. "Save it then, I already got all I need. Mummy cooks tasty food for me and you bring me to places." Magnus replied, making Adam feel awkward. "What do you mean?" "We are your servants," Adam thought to himself. After 20 minutes, they reached home. Magnus sneakily picked up the portrait. His mom's car had already arrived and his grandparents were also in the house. So, he had to first quickly go to his room and hide the portrait. So, as soon as he got out of the car, he intentionally fell down and dirted his knees. Adam saw it but didn't say anything. When they entered, he went upstairs. "I will change my pants." Finally, in his room, he put the portrait behind the headrest of the bed, because nobody looks or touches there. A big change from that big depressing hall to this cozy home. "Thank you, boy," the portrait said. "Okay, tell me who you are first or I will throw you out." Magnus suddenly threatened. "That was quite a greeting, kid." "Well, I am the one and only, the greatest, the best, the strongest, King Arthur Pendragon." "Yeah, that's me." Arthur introduced himself proudly. Magnus scratched his head. "Who is that?" Arthur's shoulder fell. "I am the first king of unified Britain. My legends must have been written in all kinds of books by now. Don't tell me you haven't heard of me." "I have not heard of you. I think I read a fairy tale about you once." Magnus replied. Arthur raged. "How could they, those damn bast. I was a real person, Magnus," Arthur tried to convince him. "Okay, I want you to teach me magic. My friend just told me that I have magic and I will go to a special school when I turn 11. Magnus explained. "Of course you be magical, after all, you have, wait, I can't tell you that. I bet he's waiting to see your reaction. Anyway, I am not a wizard, kid. I am a magbob or muggle as they call it now. It was my friend who was a wizard that made this portrait." Arthur explained. "Where is his portrait?" Magnus asked. "At Hogwarts most probably. That damn BA, he left me invisible probably so he gets to meet you before me." "Haha, how the fate works." Arthur started laughing while talking to himself. Magnus shook his head in disappointment. Feeling that he took the risk for nothing. "I'll talk to you later. You are of no use to me anyway." Magnus muttered and left. "Wait, I can still teach you swords," Arthur shouted. "No thanks, I'd rather learn to use guns," Magnus countered. Those things are not gonna be of much use in the magical world. "Come on, let me teach you." Arthur pleaded. I will teach him before that bastard Merlin gets a chance," he gloated. But Magnus ignored him and went downstairs to play with his family. Bobby's home. His home was a modest house with 3 bedrooms and a small garden in the back and a parking space in the front. It was not as big as Magnus but not small either. Bobby's parents had bought this a few years ago but it was still not cheap back then as it was in London. They had paid 60% of the mortgage already. But due to some losses in Bobby's father's own printing press, they were short on funds. His mom was a kindergarten teacher and earned little money. But it was not all enough to pay the mortgage and also have decent food on the table. Hence, they had decided to move on. Getting a loan to pay the mortgage was not possible and no family friend would lend that kind of money. £2,000 was a lot of money at that time. But then, help came from someone they never expected. "Mummy, Daddy, I have something to show you." Bobby meekly came to his parents, sitting in the living room. "What is it, honey?" "How was Magnus' award ceremony?" his mother asked. Because she dealt with little kids on a daily basis, her nature was very kind and calm. She would rarely get angry, even less on Bobby because he was a good kid that studied well. He just ate a lot and that was his only downside. It was good. Mummy, are we going to move away from here? He asked. His mother looked at her husband. They were not being very discreet about it anyway, so it was normal for him to find out. Sweetie, we will return in the future. Right now, your dad is having some trouble at work, so, she was in the middle of speaking when Bobby took out the check and handed it to her. Look Mummy, Mag gave it to me. He made all this money by himself by talking to the newspaper and today's award. He said we should use it and stay here. I promised I will give it back to him when I grow up. I don't want to go away from here, Mummy. He innocently pleaded. It was enough to make his mother's heart ache. She understood that Bobby was worried about leaving his friend behind. She put the half-kitten sweater aside that she was knitting and hugged him. Don't worry about such things, Bobby. She said with him in her arms. Bobby's father came and looked at the check. He was a reasonable man, just a bit tired from all the work. This check was like a light at the end of a dark tunnel for him. But he could not just take it. He knelt and patted Bobby's head. I believe you, Bobby. But, this is a lot of money. So let me and your mum talk to Mag's parents once. If they have agreed to this, then we will use this money. Let's visit the Grant family house this evening. Bobby nodded. He knew that no matter what he said, his parents would still want to confirm it. But, he was happy now. He was afraid his parents would get very angry, but that was not the case. He was fairly sure that he would not have to go away now. I wonder if Mag will find a way for me to look at the portrait, he wondered. Chapter 17. That same evening, after making a call in advance, Bobby's parents arrived at Magnus' home. Magnus' grandparents were also there, and it looked very lively with so many people. Bobby, come with me. Let's go to my room. Magnus called his friend who shyly sat between his parents. Bobby looked at his mum and she nodded. So, he happily went upstairs with him. So, are your parents okay with the money or not? Don't tell me they came to give it back. Magnus asked. Bobby explained, they have agreed, but they want to ask your mum and dad if they approve of this. Then I guess there won't be a problem. Come, I will show you the portrait. Wait, I will let you feel it. I still don't know how to make you see it. Magnus said. Bobby was obviously excited about this. So, when Magnus took out the painting from behind his bed, Bobby started touching it all over. I hope I won't be called a pedophile for this. Remember, it was not me who started it. Arthur's voice came. He had learned all kinds of new vocabulary due to being hung in a place with too many public interactions. What's a pedophile? Magnus asked. Cough, although you are too young, you should know such things. Little Magnus, pedophiles are those degenerate adults who are attracted towards children, in an adult way, he explained. Magnus' eyes widened. He understood what he meant by, in an adult way. He had seen some magazines he was not too proud of and knew some stuff he could not talk about with his parents. What are you talking about, Mag? Bobby asked with a tilted head. Magnus looked at where Bobby's hand rested on the portrait. Bobby, move your hand away. That's where the man in portrait's PP is. EWWWW, pervert. Bobby pulled his arm back quickly. Hey, it wasn't me. Arthur voiced. Why can't he see you, Arthur? Magnus asked. How would I know? Maybe because he is not magical or something like that. Arthur guessed. He was also a muggle, so his magical knowledge was limited to what he saw Merlin performing. Were you able to see moving portraits when you were alive? Magnus inquired. Now that you mentioned it, yes, I did see a few of them. Well, there were only a few ever made back then. Arthur went deep into thinking and started mumbling. Magnus turned to Bobby. Maybe I should wait for Sirius to come. I will show the portrait to him. He is also magical, and if even he cannot see you, then maybe something special was done to the portrait. Who's Sirius? Arthur and Bobby asked at the same time. Oh, he is the kid I told you about, Bobby. He is from some most ancient and something house of black. His whole family is magical, but he said his parents are racist towards non-magical people or first-generation magical people. Magnus explained. Arthur scoffed. Most ancient my butt. I've never heard their name, and I knew every magical human and noble lord in England at that time. That sounds bad, Mag. There are such bad people in this magical world too. Are you sure you want to join it? Bobby asked in worry. I want to. I am gifted to have been born with these powers. Maybe someday I can beat all the racists out of their racism. Magnus said with his fist held together. Haha, that's like my good spirit, Magnus. You got a good spirit. Arthur praised him. But then all of a sudden, Magnus remembered something. He was going to be leaving for the new school when he turns 11. Bobby, I have something important to tell you. Magnus turned serious. What is it? Bobby asked. Sirius told me that there is a magical school in Scotland, where all young witches and wizards are taught. I will get my acceptance letter when I turn 11 and will go there. He revealed. Bobby just stood there, silently. Will you stay there forever? Of course not. I will get the holidays. Bobby, you are like my brother. I might be going there but it will be temporary. Once I have studied everything, I will show you cool magical things. We could even start our own business to make something with magic. Magnus said with a heavy heart. I understand, Mag. If I had magic, I would want to study it too. Don't worry about me, you become the best magician in the world. Bobby replied. But he felt sad. Magnus went ahead and patted his shoulder. My brother, why are you getting sad? With magic, we might be able to live forever. We have our entire life to have fun, but before that, we need to grow, get stronger and richer. Bobby nodded. Yes, we will have our whole life to have fun. That is why, from tomorrow, we both will go out in the early morning to exercise. Magnus blurted. Yes, wait, what? No, Mag, I don't even wake up before breakfast. Bobby shuddered even thinking about exercising. That is why I will come to your home every day and do this. Magnus put his hand on Bobby's arm. Bobby looked at him weirdly. Is something supposed to quad it's hot. This is how I will wake you up every day, soldier. Before I leave, I will turn you into a good chap. He muttered. At that moment, Arthur silently watched the two brothers in all but name, laugh and joke. He smiled. Magnus is really a mixture of me and Merlin. Ah, I miss those old days. I wonder what that old bastard is doing in that SX dungeon they call a school. Hogwarts. Merlin, why did you have to be so cruel to Arthur? That jolly bloke must be mentally challenged by loneliness in all these years. A portrait spoke to the portrait to its side. It was a portrait of Sir Cadogan, a wizard and sworn knight of the Round Table. An old and heavy voice scoffed, his mind isn't that easy to break, Cadogan. I'm sure he's cursing at me and everything around him at the moment. Achoo, see, he's probably cursing me right now. Sigh. It's a miracle that you two were even able to work together without killing one another. Sir Cadogan sighed. That is the charm of our brotherhood. In those gloomy days, we probably pulled each other's legs to feel better. But, I am now feeling better than anything ever. Merlin proclaimed. Why? Sir Cadogan asked. You will know. Finally, after so many years, he will be coming. Merlin stayed cryptic. Back at Magnus' house. Everything went smoothly. Adam and Grace told Bobby's parents what needed to be known. With ease, Bobby's parents paid the whole mortgage. Now, their whole monthly income would only go for their own livelihood and this increased their standard of living by a lot. On the other hand, Bobby cried every day in the morning because Magnus would come to wake him up and drag him out for running. The chubby redhead boy was starting to lose some fat. Magnus tried to instill some confidence in him. He had unknowingly developed an inferiority complex because of the money problem in his family. Magnus also taught him many subjects as he wanted his best friend to exceed in life. Also, as Magnus had expected. After he won the award, many more people came to interview him, both on television and the newspaper. Many magazines also wanted to put him on the cover. He was not going to reject the free money they were giving. This way, Magnus grew a small fortune, which he had decided to use for his magical school later. £900 he had left from earlier he gave to his father, telling him to invest it in something or somewhere because he didn't need it. It was just 1.5 years left before he'd be able to go to the magical school. In all this time, his magic was as it was before. But, he was eagerly waiting for Sirius to come and give him some books so he could pass his time. Ding dong. Good morning, Auntie. Is Magnus here? Oh, Sirius. Good morning. What happened to you? Grace asked. As soon as Magnus heard this voice from downstairs, he ran to the stairway and shouted, "Come up here." Soon after, Sirius came after dodging Grace's questions. This time he was alone. But to Magnus' shock, Sirius had bandages on his fingers. What happened, Sirius? He inquired. Sirius just sat down on the bed with a sigh. My mother happened, what else could it be? That old hag made me memorize and write charms on a paper. 10 times. Each time I stopped, she beat my fingers with a stick. Magnus was horrified. How could a parent do this to their child? Did you call the police? There is no police in the magical world, Magnus. We do have investigators and law enforcers, but they are all worthless puppets to families like mine. Sirius replied with disdain. Well, I hope you brought me some books introducing me to the magical world's laws so I can know exactly how bad this world is, Magnus said. Of course, today, Sirius took out a small pouch from his pocket. Magnus looked at his face funnily. What? Am I supposed to be surprised? Cough. Damn my dung brain, I always forget you are first generation. This, my friend, is a pouch with extension charm. It belongs to my mother, but I'm gonna burn it later because why not? Come here, I have brought all the books we had till the 4th year and some more Wizarding World related books. Now, I recommend you don't even open anything beyond 1st year before the start of Hogwarts, or else you'll only get disappointed. It's not simple 1 plus 2. Sirius warned him. I'll be the judge of that. But thank you, Sirius. These books will help me kill some boredom. Magnus showed gratitude. It's fine, a wizard should help another wizard. I'm not like my parents. I swear I'm gonna sell everything belonging to my family once I inherit it. Once again, Sirius started to curse his family. Magnus then went to the portrait of Arthur and called Sirius. Hey, can you see something here? Sirius looked at him with a raised eyebrow. He walked closer because he saw Magnus standing as if he was holding something. I don't. He replied. But, he then waved his hand and immediately his hand bumped onto something. Merlin's beard, Sirius exclaimed. What happened to his beard? Did he go bald? Wahaha! Arthur became active as soon as he heard Merlin's name. This is a magical portrait, only I am able to see it and the person inside it. He says he is King Arthur Pendragon. Magnus revealed. Never heard of him. But this is amazing, Mag. Where did you find it? Sirius asked, totally disregarding the king. Magnus ignored Arthur's cursing for not being recognized by his name. I found it at the Queen's house. At the awards ceremony, I took it. Magnus revealed. Sirius blinked a few times. Then suddenly he started howling in laughter. Ahahaha, you took it from under that old hag's nose? Ah, that's crazy, Magnus. I think our friendship will be legendary. I can already see ourselves wreaking havoc in the school. But you need to get into Gryffindor. I'm sure I will go there. Magnus shook his head at the destructive tendencies of this magical friend of his. Sure, we'll see what happens there. But first, we need to find out why even you can't see this. After that, both friends talked about magical stuff, about the portrait. After a few hours, Sirius also went home. Magnus though opened the first book, officially leading him to the introduction to the magical world. Wait, this is just Bible, Magnus complained. So he closed the book and read its name, and it really was called Bible. He put it aside and picked another book after reading its name. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. This should be a good start. He muttered to himself and started reading. Of course, after locking his door. Chapter 18. Magnus continued reading the book. He was reading it a bit louder as Arthur was interested in it too and wanted to hear it. Non-magic people, more commonly known as muggles, were particularly afraid of magic in medieval times, but not very good at recognizing it. On the rare occasion that they did catch a real witch or wizard, burning had no effect whatsoever. The witch or wizard would perform a basic flame freezing charm and then pretend to shriek with pain while enjoying a gentle, tickling sensation. Indeed, Gwendolyn the Weird enjoyed being burned so much that she allowed herself to be caught no less than 47 times in various disguises. These magical people are nuts, Arthur exclaimed, hearing that. They are weird. Who likes getting burned? Magnus wondered loudly. Kid, you need to understand that there are people who like lots of weird things. Anyway, stop reading these books. Come, I shall teach you how to wield a sword. Arthur excitedly offered. And where would I get the swords? We are not living in the old times anymore. Magnus stated the obvious question. What the? Did he not get the 2 swords I left in that box? Wait, where is that box? Arthur wondered. I understand, but we can work with a fake sword too. Maybe one made of wood? Arthur suggested. Well, I don't have anything else to do, so I think I will buy it. Hopefully, Mum and Dad won't mind it either. Magnus muttered. That's my boy. If I was alive, I could have made you the greatest swordsman in the world. Arthur boasted. I'm sure that if I practice well I can be, because there aren't many swordsmen left now. Technology has made killing much easier. Do you know about the atomic bomb? Magnus inquired. No, what is that? Arthur asked with interest. It was a small ball-like object, made with the help of science. They used it in the World War on an eastern country of Japan. Do you know how many people one single bomb killed? Magnus asked, looking forward to Arthur's reaction. How many? Arthur asked. 140,000 people in one city and 70,000 in another. All died in a matter of a few seconds. Magnus revealed. Phew, that's terrifying. I could have ruled the world if I had those. Were all those died the enemies? Arthur inquired. No, most of them were women and children. I read it in a book and many say it was a bad thing and many say it was good because it ended the war, Magnus replied with a confused face. Sigh. I never killed civilians. The only one who wielded the sword was my enemy, the women and children were just bystanders. If such kind of a bomb exists and was used on people, then I must say, humanity has fallen really low. Maybe it was not a curse but a blessing to have lived in a time when things were simple. Arthur commented while feeling a bit depressed. Magnus had already stopped listening to him. He continued reading his book. 1 month later. Magnus' life was mostly normal now. Except for his increased physical and mental abilities, not much had changed. He spent most of his free time reading books for Hogwarts. He was not interested in the school anymore as he had already learned everything till the 7th grade. Meanwhile, he was interested in learning about the magical world. But, he was also feeling a bit uncomfortable after reading about Grindelwald, and from there he understood how some people in the magical world saw half-blood or muggleborns. Magnus had also bought a wooden sword. It was big for someone of his size, but Arthur had told him to buy a big one so he can adjust for the real thing. He also continued exercising with Bobby. He was not so chubby anymore and some girls had started calling him Brandon instead of Bobby now. This at least boosted him to exercise with Magnus. Magnus though was trying to push himself. He would run extra, exercise extra. He would also learn swordsmanship from Arthur and practice it in the small backyard of his house. The good thing was that nobody could see or hear Arthur. So, Magnus would put the portrait on the window from where Arthur could see him in the backyard. From there, he would instruct Magnus. Good, you have the talent, of course my BLO, I mean you can really become the best with practice. But, what I was teaching you was the basics. The way I used to fight was not just simple swordsmanship, it was something I had created. You don't just use a sword, but also your fist, legs and head to hurt the opponent. You need to be very agile for that. I would also tackle people in a sword fight. Some said I was fighting dirty, but I was just better than them. Magnus, you also need to learn how to use your body. You must have control over each part. Arthur guided him from the window. Magnus understood what Arthur was saying. He needed to be a mixed martial artist who could also wield a sword. Magnus, sweetie, I got a call from your school. They want me to come to school tomorrow. They said they want to talk about your future. Grace came to the backyard. But just as she arrived, she saw him performing a backflip. He had been practicing it for a long time now and he had gotten very good at it. Grace stopped in her way and loudly spoke, "What were you doing? What if you fell and hurt yourself?" Hearing them, Adam also came, "Come on, dear." He bent steel rods on the bus. A backflip can't hurt him. But, she wanted to argue but saw Adam walking forward. "I'll show you how harmless it is, my beautiful wife." Adam confidently claimed. He pulled his pants up so as to not tear them. Then, with a good jump, he attempted a backflip. Bam! My back, he fell on his back and cried. Grace face-bombed herself, "How many times do I have to remind you? You are an engineer now. Your body is rusting, maybe you should go with Magnus for running every morning." "Magnus, I will be coming to your school with you tomorrow." Adam quickly straightened himself, "Come on, Grace. It was just a miscalculation on my part. I don't have to go running every morning." Grace ignored him and went back in. Adam looked at Magnus with a sigh, I guess I can count on you to wake me up every day. Magnus chuckled, hee hee, you got it, Dad. Then, Adam walked back into the house with one of his hand on his back and calling Grace at the same time. Magnus shook his head and continued practicing. Ha, he punched the air to practice. Ha. Whoosh. What the, Arthur exclaimed from upstairs. He creased his eyes and focused on his punches. Ha. Whoosh. Magnus, stop, he shouted. Magnus looked up and questioned with his eyes. Ha ha, kid, you are growing so fast whenever you punch, your fist is creating a real spark. No more smoke, but there is real evidence of fire. Arthur revealed. I am. Magnus, in shock, looked at his fist. He stopped practicing and ran back to his room. There he performed a punch in front of a mirror. Whoa, I really am making sparks. But why? I just checked yesterday and I was still just making smoke. He wondered. Didn't that kid say that you reach magical maturing at 11? Maybe as you grow up, your powers will surface. Arthur deduced. That is indeed possible. I can't wait to grow up. He excitedly exclaimed. And your parents will also grow older as you grow up, Arthur commented. Magnus turned sad instantly, thanks for spoiling my mood. You enjoy yourself under the bed now, I'm going to them. Ha. Wait, not face down. The next day. Grace went with Magnus to his school. She had no idea what the teachers wanted to talk about. He was just 9 years old. She was led to the principal's office. The head teacher of Magnus' class was also there. Thank you for sparing time, Mrs. Grant. We know how busy you are. We will not waste your time too much. We have noticed that Magnus is different from other kids. The principal started speaking. He was a man in his late 50s. Yes, that he is. Grace nodded and looked at Magnus, who was also looking at her. The principal continued, Mrs. Grant, we noticed that Magnus is able to easily solve problems from 7th grade. So, we have decided, if it is okay with you, to promote him directly to 8th grade in the next school year. Oh, that? Well, that's fine as long as Magnus agrees. Grace nonchalantly replied. She already knew this day would come someday but didn't know it would come this early. Hearing this, the principal was happy. In reality, he had other motives than just helping Magnus jump grades. He was going to tell the local newspaper to report about Magnus jumping 2 grades. He wanted to increase the visibility of the school to attract more kids. Also, because Magnus was famous, it was believed that many would be interested. He was already on cloud 9, so, Magnus. Are you ready to go to the 8th standard? But Magnus didn't reply. This made the principal's heart sink a little. He was having an ominous feeling. I refuse, Magnus firmly denied. Good, you will like the 8th, wait what? Why? The principal exclaimed, panic and sorrow immediately taking over his face. Chapter 19. Because of Magnus' amazing negotiation skills, which involved simply not replying, he got a deal that if Bobby could also pass the exams he could skip grades too. The principal didn't want to allow this and even pleaded with Magnus' mother, but Grace simply shrugged her responsibility as she didn't want to become a villain in Magnus' life. She knew why Magnus was doing this. Hence, the principal had no other option than to allow it. But, he had secretly made a plan to make the test so hard that only Magnus would be able to pass, and he would keep a strict eye to make sure no cheating happens. So, after that, Magnus went and talked to Bobby. What? Me? Skip grades? Mag, you've gone bonkers, I'm good at studies but not as amazing as you. How am I going to do it? Everyone will laugh at me if I fail. Bobby depressingly said. Magnus patted his now not so chubby friend. I will teach you, Bobby. Either both of us will jump grades or none of us will. Besides, it's December and we have enough time. The next term will only start in September next year. Mate, you are really a walking heap of troubles. Look how thin I've gotten because of all the tension. Bobby slapped his tummy, showing it was very thin now. Magnus chuckled and replied, no Bobby, that's just called being healthy. Don't put it on me that your mom stops you from eating fatty food every day. Sigh. Do you even have time to do all this? Aren't you already busy with all the things happening in your life? Bobby asked. That is why I will be sleeping over at your home twice a week and you will be doing the same. We have to utilize the night time too if we want to become great someday. Imagine, someday people will talk about you on the streets, they might call you Bobby, the great mind or something. Magnus fed him words. It does feel like butterflies in my stomach, but I don't want them to call me Bobby if that happens. Brandon name sounds more glorious. Bobby argued. Bobby, Magnus, we're starting the class, take your seats. The teacher entered. Hearing even the teachers calling him Bobby, Magnus laughed. No brother, that name is stuck with you for life now. Bobby grunted and took his seat. As Magnus had promised, he focused on drowning Bobby's brain into knowledge. In the meantime, Magnus also focused on studying higher studies. He felt that it would be good if he could complete his high school before leaving for Hogwarts. The reason being he didn't find any books in Hogwarts curriculum related to maths or science. How do you solve this? Man, I hate trigonometry. What is this sin, cos, tan stuff? So much stuff to memorize. Bobby complained while rubbing his head in frustration. It's easy, Bobby. You just need to memorize the sin part. See, the cos is the reverse of sin and tan is sin divided by cos. Magnus taught him. Magnus meanwhile was studying physics and chemistry. He felt very much fascinated by chemistry because physics felt more like math to him and he was good at it. But chemistry was totally new. The world was made up of such fine different things that if one were to study all, it would take many lifetimes. Like this, slowly they spent their weeks. Magnus was constantly trying to get better at his fire ability but it was slow and he had expected that. He still took sword lessons from Arthur. The man was overzealous in making him the best swordsman in the world for some reason. Soon, it was time for Christmas. Because of Magnus and Bobby's friendship, their families also became friends and visiting each other became common. Magnus' mother also enjoyed talking to someone who was not a nurse or doctor. Adam too liked talking to a non-military person. Grace had even recommended Bobby's mother for a teaching post at a government and military co-owned elementary school for kids of military personnel. She got the job and the pay was better than before. After that, their families became very good friends. It was a good thing for Magnus and Bobby as they got to stay at each other's home more. So, for Christmas dinner, Bobby's family was coming to their home. Magnus was at Bobby's place so he was coming with them. You seemed particularly interested in biology today. What chapter were you studying? Magnus inquired Bobby. Both of them were seated in the back seat. Bobby coughed out a reply, human reproduction. Hearing that, Magnus couldn't hold his laughter. Ha, my friend, you have officially grown up now. So, did you understand everything? Magnus inquired, holding himself from laughing at the uncomfortable face of Bobby. It was simple, yet gross but also interesting for some reason. Ah, how dumb I was to believe that babies come from peach trees. Bobby answered. Magnus scratched his head, what? How did you reach that conclusion? It was Mom and Dad. When I asked how babies come, they told me that when couples want a baby, they go to a peach tree and kiss one of the peaches. Then in 9 months, the peach grows big and a baby comes out of it. Bobby explained. Ha, well, peaches do look buttocks. What my dad told me was simpler than this. He said storks gift babies to people. You have no idea how many days I spent to spot a stork carrying a baby in the backyard. Magnus revealed his story. Why do they hide it from us? And also make up such nonsensical reasons? Bobby wondered. Maybe because they think we are too stupid to know. Come on, most of the kids in the class think Santa Claus is real because they find gifts secretly placed by their parents. Magnus said. I used to think that too, but it was you who revealed to me the truth after you caught your dad placing the gift. Bobby remembered the incident from 4 years ago. Magnus chuckled, yeah, actually I thought it was a thief trying to steal my presents because Dad was not wearing a Santa dress. I tried to beat him up until Mummy came and saved him. Yeah, that must have been funny. Soon, they reached Magnus' home. Bobby and Magnus got out and ran to the main door. Meow. Magnus and Bobby's ears perked up. Walking to where the noise was coming, they came to the bushes separating the houses. There, they saw a black cat with big eyes sitting in a box. Meowwwww, the cat made noise seeing them. Magnus went ahead and patted it, such a cute furry cat. Bobby was confused though, Mag, isn't he, a bit, too thick? Magnus looked at the adult furry cat. You're right. He's a big boy. I'm gonna keep him. What? Why would you? He's not a kitten. Bobby argued. Look, he's in the box, meaning he's abandoned. Magnus pointed. What box? He's too huge for it and looks like someone forcibly stuffed him to sit in it. Bobby said. No, cats like sitting in such close spaces. Let's see if there is a letter. Magnus picked the cat up and looked in the box. There was indeed a small paper. So his name is Chad Jiggles the Three. What a strange name. Magnus read it. Come on, Chad. Let's get inside. Magnus headed home. Surprisingly, the cat rubbed itself on his legs and followed him behind. It looks too big for its tiny legs. But that was mostly due to too much fur. Meow. He likes you, Bobby said. Of course, I love cats. Now I just have to make my parents agree to let me keep him. Chad, be a good boy. Magnus instructed the cat, although knowing it couldn't understand him. Soon, he picked Chad up and entered. Everyone's heads turned. The first thing Grace saw was Chad. Mummy, I found this abandoned cat in a box outside the house. Can we keep him? Magnus asked. Grace came forward. She didn't have any allergies or anything. She checked and saw Chad had no collar. Looking at his soft fur, he does seem to be from a good species. Are you sure you can care for him? She asked while judgingly looking into his eyes. Yes, I will care for him. Magnus quickly agreed. Good. Welcome to the family then. Grace scratched Chad's head while he rubbed his head on her palm. What is his name? Grace asked. Chad Jiggles the Three. Magnus showed her the small note. It made Grace's eyes twitch. Huh, well, Chad is good. Take him upstairs and bath him while we cook food. She ordered him. Magnus held Chad in his one arm and made the cat salute with his paw and mimicked another voice, got it, M.O.M. With that, Magnus and Bobby ran upstairs to his room. As soon as they entered, Arthur voiced. Oh, what do we have here? A fat blob of fur. Magnus turned to look at the portrait. Bobby couldn't hear or see it, so he was clueless. He's Chad. Our new family cat. Magnus replied. But, what all seemed to have not noticed was that as soon as Arthur had spoken, the cat's head had turned in his direction for a split second, then it continued to look around the room. Chapter 20. The new year had gone by. Now it was January of 1970. Magnus' birthday also came on January 15th. So, for him, it was fun back to back. First Christmas, then New Year and then his birthday. Chad the black fat cat had joined the family very smoothly, mainly because he was most of the time too lazy to move. But Chad was still dotted by Magnus and Grace, though they were trying to give him a proper diet to make him healthier. HAA, Magnus practiced with his wooden sword in the backyard. Clap clap. It was Sunday and both his parents were at home. However, Grace still had to go to the hospital on some Sundays due to emergencies. They were watching him moving fabulously while waving his sword. Maybe our son will someday become an Olympic fencer, Grace commented. What a sissy sport. I'd rather see him as a boxer. Look at his body, he already has muscles in the right places. Adam argued. How dare you call swordsmanship sissy, Arthur raged, but nobody except Magnus could hear him. Come, Magnus, I will teach you boxing. Adam came forward. Magnus, beat him, Grace said from behind with a chilling smile. Magnus put his sword down and looked at his dad, are you sure? Adam chuckled, it's okay, son. Don't worry, I will go easy on you. Magnus shrugged and got ready. He took a sloppy fighting stance. His height was much shorter than his dad and the best he could punch at was the nuts. Let's do it, Mag, punch my palm. Adam tried to train him. Magnus made a good waist movement and jabbed at the palm. Bam. It was a loud sound. Adam and Grace's eyes shot open as soon as they heard it. Ah, that was a strong punch, Mag. My palm feels numb, Adam exclaimed. I am not weak, Dad. I am very strong. Magnus proudly puffed his chest out. Meow, Chad also spoke something in cat tongue. See, even Chad agrees that I am strong. Magnus shrugged and went to play with the cat that was lying on the floor as if a potato. Sweetie, your birthday is coming up in 2 days. What do you want as a present? Grace asked. Magnus thought for a second. I don't know. I have everything I want. I also received £1,000 for this year for the yearly George Cross grant. I don't think I need anything, all I want is to have fun with you all. Ah, come here. You are growing so fast, give mummy some time to spoil you. Grace hugged him tightly and rubbed her cheek on his. Magnus embarrassingly chuckled, hee hee, mummy, you've been spoiling me since I was born. Here, you've got Chad to spoil now. He put the cat forward and Grace hugged him next. Chad was the official cushion of the house right now. Dad, do you remember the promise for today? Are you going to drop me and Bobby at the zoo? Magnus asked. Of course, let's go. Adam was still rubbing his palm. Magnus had a reason for going to the zoo. It was advised by Arthur, although he didn't tell him any concrete reason, he just said that he should go there and try to talk to animals. Magnus knew he was going to look stupid doing it, but he agreed because magic was involved. Soon, they were dropped off at the zoo by Adam while he went to the market to buy groceries for Magnus' birthday feast. Mag, which animal are you going to talk to? Bobby asked. I don't know. He didn't tell me which animal to find. Magnus shrugged. Unknown to him that the reason Arthur didn't tell about the animal was that it was extremely hard to be found. Let's try with that, it's an elephant. Bobby pointed and headed in a direction. To him, this was a nice simple excursion, so he was going to enjoy it. Magnus also followed. In front of them was a happy elephant named Jumbo. He was eating bananas happily while the people looked at him. Talk to him, Mag, Bobby nudged him. Magnus had no idea how to do that. Should I talk like a human or make elephant noises? Can you make elephant noises? Bobby inquired. Nope, I guess it is a human language then, Magnus muttered. Then, with shameless behavior, Magnus started shouting. Other people around just thought they were excited kids. Jumbo, how are you? He shouted. Bam! Jumbo threw a banana at Magnus' face. He had very fast instincts, so he caught it in time. I have no idea if he is angry at me or understood me and wants to share his banana. Magnus confusedly said. I don't think he can understand me, Bobby. Let's look at the enclosed animals. He decided. Soon, they entered the area where snakes, lizards, spiders and various small and dangerous animals were kept. There, they tried to speak to many animals. There was a boa snake in a glass cage. It was sleeping soundly. Mate, imagine living a life like them. Inside the enclosed place, not being free. Bobby muttered. I know, we all talk about freedom and then go on to enslave animals. I instead like national parks, at least they can live in their natural habitats. Magnus commented. They checked each animal one by one. But then suddenly, Magnus heard some voices. Look at this kid, so ugly. Magnus looked around to see where the sound was coming from. Soon, he found the origin. It was a cage of Komodo dragons. There was a fat kid looking at them with excitement. Magnus went there and looked at the lizards. Their eyes met and silence ensued for a few seconds. To everyone's shock, soon all the Komodo dragons flocked in Magnus' direction. Can you understand me? Magnus inquired. They nodded all together. Then suddenly one made a loud noise and soon all others followed. My king! My king! My king! Magnus scratched his head in frustration. Stop, stop, don't make a scene. How can you understand me? We don't know. One of them replied. We feel close to you, ancestor. Another one added. Magnus nodded, okay, I will come again later. It may take me some time, but I will get you all out of here, I promise. Yesss, king, our king, they chanted even when Magnus had left them. Bobby just stood behind him with his mouth wide open. Mag, did you just? Yes, and they consider me their king for some reason. Magnus tiredly replied. That's so cool, Bobby exclaimed loudly. Magnus had to quickly put his hand on his mouth. Shoo, anyway, let's go back now. We will ask Arthur some questions. Now, what do you want to eat? My treat. Magnus put his hand on Bobby's shoulder and walked to the cafeteria. On their way, they passed by a gorilla enclosure. Seeing a big gorilla just sitting calmly, Magnus threw the banana he had received from Jumbo the elephant to it. The gorilla masterly caught it and then showed a victory sign to Magnus. Huh, that was a cool gorilla. Bobby chuckled. All gorillas are cool, my friend. Magnus didn't know, but a debate was going on inside the zoo. After Magnus had left, a boa in another glass cage across the hall asked the Komodo dragons a question. "Who was he?" the snake asked. "That was our king," a Komodo replied. No, he was my king. I could hear him too. He also felt so familiar, like family." The boa snake said. "Really? What a mystery." The Komodo replied. All of them were confused by the human. But, their brains didn't give them enough mental functionality to focus on the same topic for too long, so they quickly forgot about Magnus. As expected, Arthur didn't tell Magnus much about why he could do this. So, Magnus shrugged and focused on his studies. At the moment, he was studying the second-year Hogwarts books. He couldn't perform any magic, all he could do was memorize everything. He was so fascinated by all this, and that was why he never got bored. All he wanted now was to someday be able to cast these charms and see what they do. Arthur, meanwhile, just looked at Magnus evolving so fast he was silently contemplating about Magnus, and in the end, he could only make one evaluation. He's a monster in everything. I'm running out of sword techniques already. I hope he won't throw me away after using me. Wait, that didn't sound proper. Magnus was living a very happy life. But his existence was a constant pain in the head for another person, the Queen. She had been going crazy due to the threat to her whole bloodline. She saw the stone tablet as the source of the trouble, so she even called the military to dispose of it. It was blown by a bomb, thrown into the sea, burned to ashes. But every time, it would magically reappear on her throne, as if laughing at her that sooner than later, she's gonna have to give the seat up to the rightful heir. All this constant tension was turning her hair whiter faster. She sat in her office with her head in her hands, annoyed by the headache. She looked down at the newspaper on the table. George Cross recipient, super genius, going to skip 6th and 7th grade. Sigh, some people are just born better than the rest, she muttered to herself and threw it in the dustbin. Why can't our family have a super intelligent genius? All I got were dumb, pampered, arrogant sons and a daughter who don't contribute to anything. She cursed her own family. Also, the My King scene was inspired by Uganda Nookles My Queen. Chapter 21. January 15, 1970. It was the birthday of Magnus. He was very happy for the day. Not because of the presents but because the environment was so positive. Everyone gathered for the feast. He had already cut the cake and had blown the candles. Now, it was gift unwrapping time. Everyone gifted him good books as that was what he liked. Now, it was Bobby's turn. Bobby had a thin box with him as a gift. Magnus opened it and what he found baffled him. It was a painting, but it looked more like some kind of a poster. In this painting, he was shown in a shining knight armor with fire all around him as if he was controlling the fire with the sword. "Did you draw it?" Magnus asked, bewildered. Bobby nodded. "Yes, it took me some time but in the end, it came out good." "Man, are you mad? I am going to get this mounted on the wall." Magnus decided. Magnus had no idea that Bobby was so good at painting. "You're pretty good at keeping secrets, it seems." Bobby awkwardly smiled and whispered, "I always wanted to do this but due to money problems, I never asked for a painting kit. I just used to make pencil sketches." "Why didn't you ask me? I had a kit lying in the house even when I'm not even 1% as talented as you." "But what's done is done, let's eat now." Magnus said. The life of a 5th grader can't be exciting as there wasn't much happening. Although Magnus had faced some really weird things and had found magical powers, that still did not change the fact that he was a kid. So, his days were simple with a decided schedule. He had started to suspect that Arthur had nothing left to teach him and was now just speaking gibberish, but he was not going to throw the portrait. It was the last proof of Arthur that he lived once. He was also kind of funny sometimes. Magnus had also been physically practicing a lot. But he never did any weightlifting. All he did was the wooden sword practice and a lot of running. Even his dad and Bobby had become fit, with Bobby becoming less chubby and Adam losing his beer belly and again showing off his abs. Grace loved it as she was still as pretty as before they got married. Along with this, he spent time studying and before he knew it, it was the end-term exams in June. Magnus and Bobby easily topped them with full marks in all subjects. Then there was the examination for 7th grade, which would allow them to jump to 8th grade. Magnus had his suspicions when he and Bobby were not made to sit with other 7th graders, instead sent to a different room with 2 teachers. When Magnus saw the papers, he realized that it was much tougher than a normal 7th grade exam. But it was easy for him. He glanced at Bobby and saw him relaxed. Let's hope he will pass too. Well, if he fails I can still refuse to jump grades, Magnus thought. After 2 hours, Magnus was done with his exam. He looked at Bobby who was also done and was smiling at him. The teachers took their papers and left the room. How was it? Magnus inquired. Easy peasy, I think I have become too smart, thanks, Mag. Bobby said proudly. Bam. Magnus lightly knocked Bobby's head, don't get too proud of yourself. You still can't solve the 8th grader problem. I am already at the 10th grader level. I will be leaving in the next September, but before that, I want you to at least learn 10th grader subjects. What? Man, my brain is going to explode with so much studying, but I guess it is also fun. I like feeling challenged while studying. Let's go, I got extra lunch money from Mum, let's eat something good to celebrate. Bobby offered and dragged Magnus. At the cafeteria, they bought some flavored milk and sandwiches. Junk food wasn't allowed there so they were limited to these. They sat away from all the other kids. Most kids of their class respected them as the two were intelligent and also Magnus had saved them. But that was not the case with other kids as many saw them with envy. Some envied Magnus for being famous and some Bobby because he was Magnus' friend. Mag, will you send me some cool magical stuff when you get there? Bobby questioned with a low voice. Sure, I will send you fun things, but I will have to find a way to make it so only you could use or see it. I read the laws, wizards under 17 can't perform magic outside the school or they will be traced and expelled. Magnus revealed. Whoa, for the first time I am feeling lucky to not be going with you. That school feels like a prison to me. Bobby muttered. Who knows, I will get the letter next year. Only then can I officially start looking around. Magnus said. Magnus never got to meet Sirius again. He even went to the front of his house and camped for a few hours but nobody came out. So, he gave up, knowing that he would eventually meet him. In a few weeks, the result of the exams also came. Magnus and Bobby had scored even more than the topper of 7th grade. So, they both were promoted to 8th grade. The principal was happy with this, not only Magnus, he even got to boast about Bobby. However, Bobby had to remind the principal to put the name Brandon in the newspaper and not Bobby. But, his warning was not very effective and the principal forgot. He still got the name Bobby in the newspaper. It was a headache for the principal now as there was no kid officially by the name Bobby in the school. So, another newspaper article was published this time with the right names. Magnus had days of laughter whenever he saw Bobby's frustrated face. In the coming days, they spent most of their time studying. Magnus had to do extra as he was also studying Hogwarts subjects. But, slowly, it became easier. Slowly, Magnus' 11th birthday arrived and he couldn't be happier about it as he knew he'd probably be able to perform magic. January 14, 1971. Magnus went to sleep with a big smile on his face. Tomorrow was going to be his 11th birthday. But, for some reason, Magnus couldn't sleep at night. All he did was roll left and right. Arthur's portrait saw all this happening. He must be dreaming of some pretty girls. In reality, Magnus was asleep but he was rolling in the bed because of something happening to his body. It was a natural human reaction. What the? Magnus' eyes shot open. He quickly checked under his pajamas. He checked under his underwear too. There, he felt wet and sticky. He switched the lights on and saw what it was. White sticky slimy liquid. He put his hand in and touched it with his finger. He was certain that it did come out of his pee-pee as he had felt it coming out. So this is what semen looks like, Magnus exclaimed. He was thankful that he knew about this, or else, he might have thought he had some kind of disease or something. Wahahaha, Arthur started laughing. What? This is a normal human body reaction. Magnus defended his dignity. No, I am not making fun. Little Magnus, now you have turned from a boy to a man. Tell me, were you dreaming of some pretty lady? Arthur asked. Magnus sighed and joked, I'm not a pervert like you, I wasn't dreaming anything. But, I guess this marks my birthday then. Then he got out of bed in frustration. I'll need to wash them, can't have Mom or Dad notice this. I still want to be respected in this house. What respect? You're a kid, Arthur argued, but was ignored. Magnus went to the bathroom secretly and washed his underwear. But, then he needed to dry it. He returned to his room and closed the door with the lock. Okay, let's try it. He sat near the window and held the underwear in one hand. With the other, he tried to create a fire as he was 11 years old now. He concentrated a lot, just as the mysterious voice had told him a year and a half ago. Smoke came, then sparks, and then finally, a small amount of fire appeared on his hand. It was tiny, the same as fire from a cigarette lighter. He focused more and finally, it increased to a decent amount. He dried his underwear with the fire. But, after 30 minutes of usage, he felt tired. Arthur, though, was left speechless. Seriously? The first thing you do with that amazing magic is dry your wet underwear. Magnus put on the dried underwear, anything to protect my honor. Now, I feel like fainting, so I'm going to sleep. Stay quiet. Arthur just shook his head. He's even crazier than me or Merlin. Arthur's words gained more credibility when Magnus suddenly exclaimed while half asleep, "Oh no, I think I burned a hole in my underwear. I can feel the air touching my butt." Chapter 22. Magnus woke up the next morning. Still feeling cold air touching his buttocks, he realized what had happened last night was real. He had truly achieved puberty. Not something to boast about, this just meant he was going to be attracted to the opposite sex in the future. "Arthur, do you have a technique to ignore pretty females?" he inquired. "Of course, I have plenty. The best one is to jerk off 5 times a day. When there's nothing left in your balls, you won't feel the need to unload it into someone," Arthur replied while making a face as if he was remembering the good old days. Magnus nearly vomited. "What is wrong with you? You're talking to an 11-year-old kid. You are not the greatest king, you are the greatest pervert," Magnus scolded Arthur. He got up and went downstairs. It was his birthday and as always they were going to have a small feast. "Mummy," he happily gave a hug to his mom. Then to his dad. "Happy birthday, sweetie," Grace lovingly ruffled his hair. "Mag, you're growing too fast, already reaching my chest," Adam noticed his height. "Of course, it's pancake power," he jokingly replied, making Grace laugh. "Mummy, I'm gonna help you cook today," he decided out of the blue. "Oh really? You don't want to read books?" she asked him, as that was usually what he did. "I think I've read enough of them. I can easily pass high school if I want, Mom," Magnus assuredly answered. "That's so sweet. Come, I will show you how to cook a good meal." She was over-enthusiastic about it now. Soon, Magnus was covered in the dough, but it was all worth it. He really enjoyed it. In the end, he made himself some pancakes for breakfast. They were nowhere near as perfect as what his mom made, but fruits of self-labor were always sweet. Later, he happily went back to his room to see if he could produce fire from his hand again. He always kept a small cup filled with water in case he messes up and starts a fire. He sat on his chair and this time tried to create fire in both his palms. It took him a few minutes, but he was indeed able to make a small amount of fire. He realized that he needed to focus a lot to do this. "Maybe I should meditate or something to increase my focus. Now, let's see if I can make fire from my mouth and feet," he decided. First, he tried it with his feet. Feet don't have as good blood circulation as other parts of the body, so he was a bit skeptical that it would work. Zip. See that? There was a spark. I guess I am still not strong enough to do this. Okay, let's try with the mouth. Foo. Foo. Cough cough. No, only smoke comes out. So just reaching 11 does not make you fully stronger. Well, I'll be having enough time in the school, he thought to himself and stopped practicing as he realized he had spent too much time at it. Soon, the doorbell rang and he ran downstairs. He knew it was most likely Bobby. But when Bobby and Magnus came to his room, Bobby quickly exclaimed, "Mag, you won't believe what I saw." "What?" Magnus asked back. I was walking with my mom towards the bank when I noticed something strange in a telephone box. Mag, the man inside it went down from it as if it was an elevator." "What the hell, Mag?" Bobby was non-stop speaking. Did they see you watching them?" Magnus asked. "No, I was looking at them from inside the bank, through the window. There were 2 people, one with long blonde hair and the other with dark," Bobby revealed. They could be anything, the magical people or some intelligence agency. Don't talk about this to anyone, Bobby. When I will get into the new school, I will learn about all this. But, make sure you don't get your memory wiped after being caught," he warned him. Bobby nodded. He didn't want any trouble. "I won't." "Oh, happy birthday." Huh, now you remember why you came here. Well, I got something to show you. Look at my palm. He showed off his flames. That's so cool. You can cook the food right on your hands now, no need to pay for cooking gas. Bobby exclaimed with joy. Magnus' brows furrowed. Yes, we can do that. But I can also use it to fight. When he heard that, Bobby's face fell. You will go away this year. I will get really bored. Pat pat. Magnus patted his shoulder and said, No, Bobby. This is your chance. Become the best in studies and assert dominance over all students. Create your own gang of followers, of those who are smart, athletic, with influential family background. I'm sure it will benefit you later a lot. Also, when we both will start a business in the future, we can use all these connections and followers. Bobby nodded. Where did you read all this stuff? Well, Sirius left a dumb book with me. It was about the theory of blood purity. It was all racist literature, but the only good thing in it I found was that the smartest and the strongest rules the lesser smartest and strongest, so I thought that even if we want to do good, we must become apex leaders. Magnus explained. Bobby's jaw hung open. Wicked, but I'm not as good as you, so you're gonna have to help me every once in a while. Of course, we are brothers for life, Bobby. I will also need to earn a lot of money because I want to fulfill my mummy's dream of owning her own hospital. I will gift her the biggest and best private hospital in the world. What about you? Do you have any dreams? Magnus asked him. Bobby thought for a second. I just want my dad's business to become successful and let them have some rest. Then we shall do all of that. Magnus motivated him. Come down here, Grace's voice came, inviting them for dinner. They went downstairs and had a small family feast this time. Bobby's parents did not come. Magnus went into full expert mode as he had less time now. He had memorized the books of all Hogwarts subjects till 4th year. He had also mastered high school level subjects. Now, his main focus was to cramp all that high school knowledge into Bobby's head. So that he can have a head start at whatever he did in life. From what Bobby had been studying and mastered, it was known to all that he was going to skip the 9th grade and get to 10th grade directly this year. This means that by the age of 13, Bobby would have finished high school. For a 13-year-old to be around 16 or 17 years old was going to be a challenge. They would absolutely bully him because he was younger and better than them. So, he had helped Bobby learn some fighting. Magnus' father also helped them and taught them some military moves. To Magnus, Bobby was more like a younger brother to him. Because since kindergarten, he had seen Bobby getting bullied, being sad or ostracized by others because of his dirty clothes. Since then, he had stayed by his side and had helped him whenever possible. Now, he was leaving his little brother behind, so of course he was slightly worried and was going to make sure everything was perfect. He didn't want all the progress and mental strength Bobby had grown to be destroyed by some good-for-nothing bullies. All in all, Magnus was very protective of his family, and for some reason, this instinct has been growing stronger since the time he received his magical powers. Bobby, it is July now. I will be getting the letter to Hogwarts soon. Do you remember all I taught you? Magnus asked. Yup, worry about yourself now, Mag. You are going into uncharted territory with no prior experience. Bobby argued. That is true, but I have a feeling everything will work out, Magnus replied. What followed after this was an excited Magnus, opening the door every day when someone rings the doorbell, hoping to get the letter. But, nobody came. After a few days, he just stopped caring. Hogwarts. Mrs. McGonagall was sitting in a chamber where the Book of Admittance was kept. It was that time of the year when the letters were sent out. Those with earlier magical heritage were sent an owl, and the Muggles were given a letter by a Hogwarts faculty because explaining it to Muggles was very hard. She does this every year and had gotten very good at it. While reading the names of the soon-to-become first years, she stumbled upon a strange name. She jolted up, realizing it was the name Dumbledore had told her to keep an eye out for. She quickly closed the book and went to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was there, but nobody knew what he actually did while staying inside. She excitedly entered. Professor, I found it. The name you were looking for. But I believe there is a slight altercation. What's the matter, Minerva? Does he not have Pendragon in the name? Dumbledore asked from his seat behind the table, looking like an old knowledgeable man. No, it indeed has Pendragon, but what concerns me is one of his middle names. In the book, his full name is Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon. Albus, wasn't this the surname of great wizard Merlin? she asked him with a little tint of excitement in her voice. Hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes shined brighter than 1,000 nukes. The old fox had his brain running on overdrive. Minerva, leave his letter here. I will personally go to meet him. He decided. McGonagall was taken aback but didn't disagree. The principal had every right to go and meet the kid's parent to teach them about magic. Magnus home. Knock knock. Coming, Magnus shouted from his room and came running. Magnus opened the door and was taken aback. There it was, a tall old man with a domineering air around him, in white old robes that looked prettier in museums than there was the weird pointy cap. Whoa, your beard is magnificent. Magnus muttered the first words that came to his mind after seeing the man. The old man chuckled and replied, well, thank you for the compliment. I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Magnus, do you have your parents at your home? Dumbledore asked nicely. Magnus' jaw was hung open. He had gotten quick and to the point whenever he spoke nowadays, so he spoke whatever comes to his mind. That is a very long name. Your name is just one word shorter than mine, boy, Dumbledore thought internally but didn't say it aloud. He was still assessing Magnus. He could very well feel great untapped power inside him, likes of which he had not felt even in himself or, in him, from the way Magnus spoke, he seemed quick but not arrogant, signs of a good upbringing. Before coming here, he had checked out his family background. So, he knowingly came at the time when Magnus was alone and his parents were about to come back home. If Magnus had just had Pendragon in the name, then he may not have so overzealously tried to meet him, but now, as he had the name of Merlin too, he couldn't ignore it. Magical history knew that Merlin and Arthur were close like two brothers, so, it was not too suspicious if Magnus had inherited both of them. But, one thing he was sure that it was not natural inheritance. Magnus received it by some method. He was not interested in knowing it, as the result was in front of him, and if Merlin's inheritance saw Magnus fit then he had no problem either. Merlin was known to be a wizard who advocated peace and equality, something he believed in too. Also, Dumbledore was now planning on grooming Magnus to become a person like Merlin when he grows up and lead the magical world to new heights of harmony, peace and advancement. Only if he knew how cunning the real Merlin and Arthur were. No, Mum and Dad will be coming home soon. Do you have the letter with you? I need to know if you are really the person from Hogwarts. Magnus demanded. He was not going to let a stranger enter his home just like that. But Dumbledore was baffled. He had read the records, Magnus was a muggle with a muggle family. He shouldn't know about the letter. Do you know about the magical world? Dumbledore asked. Magnus nodded, yes, my friend is also magical. His name is Sirius. Sirius Black. Well, he's a good lad. Much better than the rest. Does anyone else know about this? Dumbledore inquired more. Magnus shook his head, no, I didn't even tell my parents. Dumbledore nodded and handed Magnus the letter. He could only take Magnus' words at face value because he was not foolish enough to try to look inside his head. He had seen what the curse of Merlin was doing to the royal family, he didn't want to face the ire of the old legend. Car skid sound. It was Adam. He ran out of his car and shouted, stay away from my son. Magnus, go back in and call the police. There is circulation going on that a pedophile is roaming around this neighborhood. Magnus looked at his dad and then Dumbledore's annoyed face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dumbledore was also annoyed because it was the first time someone labeled him a pedophile, well not the first but still, he was not that and didn't like being called that. Mr. Grant, I am not who you think I am the headma, Dumbledore defended himself. But Adam pulled out his gun, step away from the door and my son. Dumbledore just realized that it was not the best decision to come here when Magnus was alone, especially when the parents were army personnel, who were overprotective of their child. What a mess. Chapter 23. This was getting out of hand and Magnus knew it. So, he tried to defuse the situation. Dad, stop, I know him. He's the headmaster of a big school. Magnus shouted. He is? Adam was not so sure about that. Magnus then showed his dad the letter. Look, he brought this letter. Adam stared at Dumbledore for a few seconds and finally put his gun down. He walked forward and asked, which school are you from? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dumbledore replied. Adam again upholstered his gun again, what are you smoking? Magnus could only facepalm himself. This was nothing like how he expected things to go. Soon, another car stopped and Grace came out. She was surprised to see Adam, Magnus and the strange old man standing outside. "What happened?" she asked. "Mummy, this is Headmaster Dumbledore. From Hogwarts School. Let's talk to him inside." Magnus tried to defuse the situation with the help of Grace. "Really? Then why are you waiting outside? Let's get in," she said, and allows everyone to enter. Dumbledore was taken to the living room by Magnus and told to take a seat. Soon, Adam and Grace also came after changing their uniforms to normal clothes. They took a seat on the bigger couch with Magnus at the center of them. "So, how can we help you, Mr. Dumbledore?" Grace asked. Dumbledore gave them the letter. But the way he did it was what shocked them. The letter was sitting on the middle of the coffee table, but then it flew towards Grace and fell on her lap. The two were shocked beyond belief. But they still opened the letter to see what this was all about. They thought maybe this man ran some kind of a magic trick school. Or maybe he works at the circus. Grace read it loudly. "Dear Mr. Grant, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "What? But we never signed up for this, and our son is not going to become an escape artist or anything," she sternly said. Dumbledore spoke. "Mrs. Grant, the school is real, the magic is real. Tell me, have you ever seen some things happening around or by Magnus that you couldn't explain? Something so strange that you thought it was a hallucination or you were sleepy?" This made the two parents fall silent. Grace spoke first. "Yes, when he was small, I would put him on the table to change his diaper. But whenever I left him there to get something, I would always find him already following me. It was very strange as the table was half a meter high." Adam also spoke. "This one time when we were eating together, Magnus' arm mistakenly touched the glass and it fell. But just a centimeter before touching the floor, the glass hovered midair where Magnus caught it quickly. I was sure I saw it stop midair. Yes, and that one time, he tried to help me cut vegetables. He clearly cut his finger with the knife, but when I checked there was no wound. However, there was still a drop of blood that was out on the vegetables." Grace added. Such weird things had happened many times to them. "And that one time when he was 5, he jumped out of the moving car when I was parking. He fell face first, but to my shock, in mid-air, he turned back on his feet. I just thought it was normal body movement, but it was too weird to digest," Adam said. But suddenly he felt Grace staring daggers at him. "Dear, why was I never informed about this?" Adam felt a shiver run down his spine. "Oh, it wasn't anything major, Grace." Dumbledore nodded. "That is what we call accidental magic." He continued, "Your son is a wizard, Mr. and Mrs. Grant. We have a school specialized for kids with magic in them. It is one of the oldest schools in the world, established in 998 D. The whole magical community has stayed hidden from normal humans for a reason." "Witch hunts?" Grace immediately asked. Dumbledore nodded, feeling very appreciative that at least these muggles were smart. "Yes, because of the increased witch hunts and most importantly, the large-scale Salem witch trials of in Massachusetts colony of North America and Würzburg witch trial of Germany. The wizards and witches went to the then British monarch William and Mary but failed to get the protection under the existing non-magical human laws. So, in 1689, the International Statute of Secrecy Law was instated. The law was laid down by the International Confederation of Wizards to safeguard the wizarding community from muggles, a term for non-magical people, and hide its presence from the world at large. Each country then set up a ministry-level department to regulate and keep the magical community a secret. This was the knowledge most Hogwarts faculty who go to muggle houses tell. They needed to make the muggle parents understand why they had not heard about this all this time. "Do the country's leaders know about this?" Adam asked. "Yes, but it is a tightly closed secret. Only the Prime Minister and the Queen know. Each time a new Prime Minister comes, the Minister for Magic gives them a visit." Dumbledore explained. In that case, I guess you are pretty legitimate. But, we would like to see where you want to take our son first," Grace demanded. Dumbledore scratched his beard. That was the toughest moment. Hogwarts is a very guarded place where people who don't have magic will not feel good. Parents do come there under special cases but never so casually. However, you can still accompany your child to Diagon Alley, the wizard market where all students buy their supplies. You can confirm the existence of the magical world there. So you want to take our son away to an unknown place and expect us to be calm about it? Are you testing our limits or something? Adam questioned angrily. He was very protective of his son and wife at times. Magnus saw that things were starting to get bad. He did want to go to Hogwarts, though just now he remembered that he'd be going away from his parents too. "Dad, why not visit this Diagon Alley before making up your mind? I also want to learn about these amazing abilities I have also, Mr. Dumbledore. Is there any drawback if a child does not explore his magical abilities and tries to repress them?" He inquired. Of course, he knew about it. He had read that in the books. Old Dumbledore's eyes light up as he heard that. This was a pretty good argument. He also just realized that he sucked big time in conducting these meetings. That was why he never went on them, but this time, curiosity killed the cat and he came. Yes, there is. If a young witch or wizard tries to repress their magic, then they turn into an obscurus. It is created when the child in question consciously attempts to repress their magical abilities or were forced to do so through physical or psychological abuse. This energy can manifest itself as a separate entity that can erupt in violent, destructive fury. Most obscurus don't survive to reach adulthood. Dumbledore explained with a grim face. He had his fair share of dealings with them in his young days. Both Adam and Grace looked at their son in worry. Seeing them like this, Magnus spoke. "Also, I'm sure Mr. Dumbledore can assure us that I will be safe in Hogwarts. Or else, why would anybody go to that school? Is he trying to manipulate me?" Dumbledore thought secretly, and it did not leave a pleasant taste behind. "Yes, I am the most senior wizard in the British wizarding community and also world-renowned for my prowess. You can rest easy, all children of Hogwarts are under my protection, and if anyone dares to hurt them then they will have to face me first," he assured them, though he knew no matter how much he promises, he can't always save all kids and sometimes, he may also need to let some things happen. Grace and Adam nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore. We will go to this alley you talked about and see it for ourselves." Dumbledore was delighted. He wanted to get away from this meeting as soon as possible now. It was more tiring for him than a full Wisengamot meeting. "I'm sure you will like that place. I shall send another faculty member from Hogwarts this Sunday because cannot enter the Diagon Alley without magic. Now, I must take my leave." He got up. Adam saw him out of the house and returned to see Magnus being hugged by Grace. This was a huge moment for their family, something so out of the ordinary had happened to them. But, for a long time now, they had a feeling that their son was not ordinary. Call it a parent's hunch or some otherworldly connection with their child, they just knew that the future had some surprises for them. But not in their wildest dreams had they thought that magic was real. "Are you sure you want to go there, sweetie?" Grace asked. While still in a tight hug, he nodded. "Yes, Mummy. I want to learn magic." Okay, she muttered and looked at her husband's face. Chapter 24. It was July, the train to Hogwarts leaves on the 1st of September. So, Magnus had ample time to do everything he wanted. But first, they needed to get Magnus out of his school. He could have completed his high school and aced the exam by now, but he did not do that as it would have put him under the radar of news agencies again. He valued the knowledge anyway, so it didn't matter to him anyway. "Whoa, this letter looks like it was written 1,000 years ago," Bobby exclaimed while reading the Hogwarts acceptance letter of Magnus. Magnus had by now probably broken more than 10 rules of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. I know. You should have seen the old headmaster who had come to give the letter. He looked like he was 200 years old or something. Magnus jokingly said. "That can't be true, right?" Bobby asked back in shock. Magnus shrugged his shoulder. "Who knows, I read about a French wizard named Nicolas Flamel. It said he is more than 600 years old. Is? You mean he's alive? Holy, how did he do that?" Bobby was jumping on the bed. "I don't know. The book didn't say. But I am going to learn it, one way or another. I am going to that school to get knowledge and I will make sure to squeeze every ounce of it, whether they like it or not," he firmly stated. "Man, I can't imagine the awesome adventures you will be having," Bobby dejectedly said. "Cheer up, I will be coming for Christmas and Easter holidays. Also, after each school year, I will have 2 months of holidays. I will show you cool magic when I return," he assured him. "Then I will be waiting." "I guess I can't go with you to this alley?" Bobby asked. "No, they might find out you are unrelated to me. But don't worry. I will buy something for you," Magnus said. Meow. "Chad, where were you? You missed that old man's beard. You could have played with it." Magnus noticed his cat, sleeping under his bed. Soon, the voice of Grace came from downstairs, that someone had come to their home. It was probably the faculty from Hogwarts. "Bobby, you stay here and watch television. I will return and show you all the cool stuff," Magnus told him. Bobby nodded and let Magnus go. He sat near the closed door and heard what was going on down there. Magnus was already in neat clothes. He had changed his damaged underwear too. When he reached the living room, he saw a very tall old thin lady. She sat on the sofa and drank the tea that Grace made. Grace was very happy that a lady had come as she felt more comfortable asking the questions. Magnus saw the old lady was also wearing strange old-looking clothes. Old-style black and grey robes and a pointy hat with a feather sticking out. Her face seemed to be of a serious and strict kind of lady. But Magnus wasn't going to cower from anybody because for one, he didn't really fear anything, even less so since he got this magic, it had for some reason had made him more daring. The second reason was that he knew he was going to a strange environment, he would surely be bullied and if he let them do it they would never stop, so, he wanted to assert dominance. A very not-so-humanish thought if one were to hear. "Hello." He greeted like a gentleman. The old lady checked Magnus out from top to bottom. She tried to sense his magical presence and indeed it was very distinctive. By now, she had asserted who this young man was, also, Dumbledore had briefed her. Flashback. "Minerva, that boy is the future of the British magical world, he embodies my hopes that one day, all witches and wizards will be equal. He is the inheritor of Merlin. Not only that, but he has also inherited the Dragon King Arthur Pendragon. He is the rightful heir of the British throne. We must give him a good education and make him a just and upright wizard. So he can lead the magical community with his great influence." Dumbledore told her. To be honest, McGonagall was excited to hear all this. She had read the stories of both Merlin and Arthur since she was small, now, to have the chance of teaching the inheritor of their will was a great honor. "Albus, how many people know about this? Does he know this and how will the world react to it?" she asked him with worry. "Calm down, Professor. Magnus does not know. But from my meeting, I have realized that he is very smart, much smarter for someone his age. Although it was not very pleasant meeting his parents, he was brilliant. To your other questions, the Queen knows about a new king as Merlin had left behind the stone tablet with the will of Arthur. She must vacate the throne or face the ire of Merlin's ancient magic, but she does not know who it is. As for the magical world, I'm sure many will try to lure him to their side. That is why we must tread carefully," Dumbledore briefly said. She was still feeling a bit numb in the head just thinking about all this. "I can't even imagine the storm it is going to create. He's going to have a massive influence. Merlin is like a god to so many wizards." Then, her eyes fell on a book in the cabinet. "Are you going to give it to him?" Dumbledore sighed, "It's his right to have it. Besides, neither I nor my predecessors could make heads or tails out of it. It is an enigma." She nodded, "He wrote it after all." "Okay, I will go and meet him then. Remember, he is very smart. So don't treat him like an innocent child, although he is one." He warned her and let her go. Flashback ends. She got up and greeted him, "Good morning, Mr. Grant. I am Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of the school and I will be your transfiguration teacher. We should move now." She spoke in her monotonous voice. Soon, all of them got into Adam's car. McGonagall had come via apparitions and she had to join them for the ride. "Mrs. McGonagall, how long have you been teaching at Hogwarts?" Grace made small talk. "Very long time dear, I've been teaching for more than 44 years. She answered. "What do you teach?" Grace inquired. "Transfiguration," McGonagall replied and took out her wand and pointed it to the small ring on her finger. She spoke a spell and turned it into a butterfly. It flew for a few seconds and then she reversed it to be a ring. "That was a small example," McGonagall proudly said. Grace's face looked like she was back in her childhood and was excited. "Oh, I so much wish I was also a witch." McGonagall chuckled, "Dear, from what I know, you are no less than that. Saving a life by performing complex surgeries on hearts is no less than magic." Grace blushed, being praised by the old lady. Then she asked, "Is there medical magic too?" "Of course, there is a whole branch of magic dedicated to it. It can cure almost anything, from missing organs to missing bones, anything can be grown back," McGonagall revealed. Grace had stars in her eyes. "That's so amazing. Magnus, be sure to learn this at your school. Yes, mummy, Magnus replied while rolling his eyes. Of course I will learn it. I'm going to suck Hogwarts the books of Hogwarts dry, he thought to himself, though nearly slipping his tongue. Their ride was not long, but he felt it was taking forever due to hearing his excited mother. McGonagall was also indulging her question, and that was not helping. They soon reached Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road. It was an old-looking inn. Is this the entrance? Adam wondered. Magic can make many impossible things possible, Mr. Grant, McGonagall interjected and led the way in. But when they entered, they were very much disappointed by the look of it. Leaky Cauldron was really leaking some very unpleasant stench. It also looked unmaintained. Don't you think that this place should look better? After all, for many, this is the introduction to the magical world. Don't want it to be unpleasant? Adam questioned. I can understand, Mr. Grant, but this look and condition are purposefully created in order to discourage any muggles wanting to stay here, McGonagall explained. Soon, that came to a wall. McGonagall tapped her wand on it and the bricks on it immediately started to move away, creating a path for them. And it was a sight to behold. On the other side of the wall was a bustling market. Mouths of Magnus, Adam and Grace were hung open. But it was Magnus who spoke first. Are you sure these buildings won't fall on me? They look poorly designed. Yes, they are indeed very old. But don't worry, most things you see in Diagon Alley have magic involved, so you might be deceived by just the outside look. McGonagall advised them. The three looked around at the various shops. There were many magical, unexplainable things around them. This is, like a dream. Grace muttered to herself when she saw a magically moving, empty set of clothes in a shop. Chapter 25. She led them into the Diagon Alley. There were a lot of people. The majority wore wizard-style clothing and only a few wore modern human clothes. But still, the feeling was overwhelming. The air around the market was as if it was some kind of a festival. It is a bit crowded these days as the next term at Hogwarts will be starting soon. Most are here to buy school supplies. Now, if you will follow me. The magical world uses different currencies, which can be changed for pounds at the Gringotts Bank. She informed them and led the way to the bank. Whoa, they couldn't even make one single floor straight, Magnus exclaimed when he saw the white building. It looked as if a baby was playing with blocks and he stacked floors of the buildings as clumsily as possible. Magnus then read what was written on the big door of the building. But, he just read the first line and the last line as it sounded too pretentious. Enter, stranger, but take heed, beware of finding more than treasure there, Magnus read it. There are treasures here. Nice, he was busy in his thoughts when he noticed two short, grumpy-looking creatures with big ears and long noses. They seemed to have some disdain for him in their eyes, as if they were just waiting for him to make a wrong move and they would pounce on him. Soon, they were led inside by McGonagall. The marble floor and the long lines of counters on both sides looked beautiful as well as domineering. They are short, so they made themselves high platforms. They seem to have an inferiority complex, he guessed. Who are they? They look so short and scrawny, just like my general in command. Adam asked McGonagall. McGonagall whispered to him, please don't say that. They are goblins, a very spiteful species. Don't disrespect them or they might make you more scrawny than themselves. Adam was taken aback. Oh, it was not kind of me. I will keep my mouth shut. Wait, did he just smirk at me? Adam wondered when he noticed a goblin on the side. But nothing eventful happened and they were led to a normal bank teller. The tuition fee was taken care of by the Ministry for Magic, so they didn't have to worry about it. All that they needed to spend money on was supplies. So, they exchanged about £1,000. In return, they got 2,525 galleons, 1 sickle and 20 nuts. It was actually a lot of money, a lot more than they could carry in pockets. They also had no understanding of how much the money was really worth it. Was it really as much worth as it was shiny, or was it just for the show? Magnus meanwhile had his eyes glowing while looking at the stack of shiny gold coins. Deep down, in his heart, he felt the need to hug this. But he controlled the urge. Do you want a magical pouch to store all this? The bank teller asked. Sure, Adam immediately agreed. 2 gold galleons. The teller took 2 coins and then poured the rest into a leather pouch. All the money magically disappeared in it. Meanwhile, something else was going on in McGonagall's head. I wish I could see him taking the inheritance test. Can't imagine the look on these goblins' faces. After all, it was King Arthur who gave them the land to establish this bank here. After the currency exchange, they came out to the market. Magnus held the money pouch as it was all his. The £1,000 were from his own account. Those goblins robbed you, Mr. Grant. That bag only costs 50 sickles. McGonagall revealed. What? Those bastards, that's why they were looking at us with a smirk. I will go and get it back. Adam got furious. But he was respectfully stopped by McGonagall. Don't. They will throw you out, violently. The common rule is to never do business with goblins unless it is something they want desperately, but chances are, you'd still end up with the shorter end of the stick. However, due to their skills with money and finances, they control the wizarding economy to a large extent and run Gringotts Wizarding Bank and can be trusted in that manner. Adam sighed. This magical side of the world seems to be less and less friendly the more time we spend here. McGonagall's heart nearly panicked. She had forgotten that this was a visit and Magnus' parents had not yet allowed him to go to Hogwarts. Oh, this is the wand shop. Mr. Grant will need a wand for the school. Let's get it first. She immediately changed the topic. So, they entered Ollivander's. At its entrance, it said since 382 BC. Magnus didn't believe it though, as he had seen such words on many shops. There was a shop that sold undergarments and on its door was since 1480. The craziest part was that the owner of the shop was an Indian immigrant, and Magnus was pretty sure no immigrant owned a garment shop in London back then, especially if he belonged to a non-Christian religion. The church was a bit too strict in those days. Oh, welcome to the Ollivanders, the best wand-maker in Diagon Alley. Ah, hello Deputy Headmistress. An old man with untidy hair came forward. Yes, would you please show Mr. Grant here a wand? She requested. Of course, that's what I do. Come here, Mr. Grant. He nudged towards him. Magnus went forward to see what happens. The man first measured Magnus' arm length. He was 4 feet 9 inches tall. Slightly taller than average 11-year-olds. You need a big one. 14 inches or maybe slightly more, peculiar, not many can handle them. But, we won't know unless we try, just wait a moment. Ollivander acted like a maniac and went to the side of his wand storage. But at the same time, he was giving a crash course on wands. A wand is the object through which a witch or wizard channels his or her magic. It is made from wood and has a magical substance at its core. But, it's the wand that chooses the wizard, so let's see what fits you. Bam! Soon, he brought a bunch of long boxes. He picked one of them and handed it to Magnus, 15 inches, ebony wood and unicorn hair as the core. Try it, flick it. Magnus held it tightly. It was jet black in color and looked very cool. Here goes nothing. Flick. Boom. The damn wand's tip exploded in front of Ollivander's face, putting ash over him. No, this is not it, Ollivander muttered. Glad you noticed, Adam remarked from a distance. Then, without even cleaning his face, he gave Magnus another wand. Try this one, 14 inches, applewood and a troll whisker as the core. They are powerful and best suited to an owner of high aims and ideals. Magnus took a long breath and flicked the wand. Whoosh! A sudden whirlpool of air came out of it, wreaking havoc in the shop, and it was also targeted at Ollivander. He nearly went bald because of it. Certainly not. Okay, try this one. He picked another one. 15 inches, yew wood, with dragon heartstring as the core. Yew wands are among the rarer kinds, and their ideal matches are likewise unusual and occasionally notorious. Ollivander gave a description. He had hopes in his eyes and also, pain. Magnus didn't even think this time and waved it. Swoosh! A white light came from it, but it was so much that nobody could see anything. Also, it got too hot in the shop. Slowly, the light subsided without any big damage and they looked like they had taken a sauna bath. Matching but not enough. At max 40%. It's not a good number, Mr. Grant. We need to look for more wands. Ollivander commented. Next, Ollivander showed Magnus all the wands in his shops, no matter the size, all except one. Each time it ended in Ollivander getting tormented. I'm starting to believe you came here just to torment me. Are you sure you don't already have a wand? Ollivander was panting by now. I can vouch for him, Ollivander. This is his first time in Diagon Alley. McGonagall vouched. Sigh. Ollivander went back to his fully empty storage compartments, except for one that had one last remaining wand. This wand has holly wood. It has a phoenix feather as the core. Interestingly, the phoenix that gave this wand a feather also gave one more feather, to this wand's brother wand. Another Hogwarts student, his name was Tom Marvolo Riddle. He owns it. McGonagall stiffened hearing that. Magnus held it carefully after how much emphasis the old man had put on it. He firmly held it in his hand and gave it a flick. Whoosh! It slipped out of his hand and fitted itself directly into the mouth of Ollivander. If it had slid in any more, then the poor old man would have lost his dear life. Ollivander fell on the floor with his head supported by his arms. Why? None of them suited you. Ollivander seemed crestfallen and Magnus looked at McGonagall with a, "What now?" expression. Even she was confused as she looked at Ollivander in pity. They had spent 3 hours here and nothing had worked. Chapter 26. It took Ollivander some time to get back to his normal self after being so disheartened. He waved his wand and all the wand boxes he had taken out flew back to their places in the storage. All except one wand. "It seems you are a very unique person, Mr. Grant," Ollivander commented. McGonagall nodded unconsciously. Magnus was tired now, so, what should I do now? Can I go to Hogwarts without a wand? Well, there is a thing called wandless magic, but even the best of adult wizards can't do that. You, as a first-year student, need a wand more than anyone. It seems you will have to go on wand tourism later to find the right one. Ollivander advised him. What about right now? What would Mr. Grant use in the school? McGonagall asked. For that, he will need to compromise. The yew wood, 15 inches, dragon heartstring was the only wand that somewhat seemed compatible, although just 40%, it should be enough for first-year spells. Ollivander said and showed the wand Magnus had used earlier. It was a long simple wooden wand with half the front part of it having a wood-brown color and the back part having a black color with a twisted pattern. But McGonagall was not very happy with the arrangement. The starting period of a young wizard was the most important part. Having a wand that limits one's ability would even make a powerful budding wizard turn into a below-mediocre one. But, they didn't have any choice for now. She was going to inform Dumbledore about this later. How much for this? Grace asked quickly. She was too bored by now. 2 galleons. It isn't a good wand for him and so I can't charge you the full cost, young man. When you find a compatible wand, do show it to me. I want to see what it has that I didn't have, Ollivander said. Magnus tiredly just gave the money and left the shop with the mediocre wand. Next is the uniform. Here, dear. This is the list of all the things that need to be bought. I believe you can do that on your own. I have some work nearby. I will help you get back to London when you are done. McGonagall left them. Adam held the paper in his hand. Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions is the name of the shop. Magnus bought the dress and also most of the equipment written in the notes. 1 cauldron, 1 set of glass or crystal phials, 1 telescope, 1 set of brass scales. Well, we have Chad, so I guess I'll just make him my pet in my school years. Now it's the book. Magnus muttered while reading the notes. He had already sent his parents to the nearby sweets shop to try different food. The main reason being that he already had the books till 4th year and if his parents found out, they would scold him because it would imply he already knew about magic and Hogwarts before Dumbledore came to their house. He went to the Flourish and Blots and ordered books for the 5th, 6th and 7th years. They were fairly easy to get. He didn't ask for any specified subject. He took books for all subjects of the 6th and 7th years. My father is setting up a personal library. So, I want to buy all the books possible. Miss, can I have all the books related to arithmancy, biology, charms and spells, chemistry and physics, cooking and house care, divination, healing and healthcare, history, study of ancient runes and magical theory and finally the magical laws. I want all books related to these subjects. He demanded. He was not joking when he said he was going to suck the knowledge dry. It didn't matter if he was good at all these fields or not, what mattered was that the knowledge was in his head. There was also the Hogwarts library remaining. The shop assistant looked at him with a shocked face. He's a whale customer. Oh God, my bonus is going to be huge. Yes, please wait, it may take some time. Do you have something to carry them or should we supply it to you? The assistant asked. No, please make arrangements and put them in something portable. Magnus respectfully replied. The assistant quickly got to work. For her, an 11-year-old buying like crazy was not too shocking, as she had faced many young masters from rich families. They spend money just because they can, not because they need something. It took the assistant 20 minutes to gather all the books with the help of magic. To Magnus' surprise, in the end, the total number of books came out to be 97. All of them were put inside a small expandable trunk. "Mr. Grant, the bill is 521 galleons. I have given you a sufficient discount, there are some very advanced books that cost you this much," the assistant nervously said, hoping that Magnus would not just deny now after hearing the price. "Just 97 books. I expected it to be more." "Well, doesn't matter. I will have more in Hogwarts. Here." Magnus gave the money without haggling down the price. The sales assistant couldn't be happier. "Please come again next year, we will have more books." "Sure, thanks." He left after that. His trip to Diagon Alley was complete. He found his parents eating some ice cream. Magnus then remembered he needed to buy something for Bobby. So, he bought one magical watch that tells you the mood of the people around you and also a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "Dad, let's go back. We got all the stuff we needed," he informed. Yes, let's go back now." "Ah, there is Mrs. McGonagall." Soon, they were escorted back to Leaky Cauldron. McGonagall left them there after handing Magnus a train ticket. Then the Grant family jumped into the car and drove back home. Bobby was still there. So, Magnus took him to his room and showed him the cool stuff and also his wand. "Here, this watch is for you, and also this box of candies." He handed over the gifts. Bobby immediately picked one bean from the box and ate it. "FOO, what the hell, that tasted like 5-year-old dried cat vomit." "Wait, how do I know that?" Bobby blurted. Magnus laughed, "Hahaha, magic, my friend. These candies are really all flavored. They don't just have the good ones but bad ones too. Why would anyone torture themselves like this?" Bobby wondered. Maybe because it is exciting. Not knowing what taste may come next. Magnus deduced. After that, they played for another hour and then Bobby went to his home. Adam dropped him off. Magnus started to organize his things to leave in a few weeks. "Hey, kid, do you have time to talk?" Arthur suddenly spoke. Magnus was surprised, "Since when did you become so formal?" "Ha, it's about that kid, Bobby. After you left, he still sat here, on the bed for 2 hours. Didn't move and just looked upset. Does he really not have any other friends?" Arthur asked. Smile from Magnus' face vanished. "Did he cry?" "No, but I'm sure he was close to it," Arthur answered. Sigh, "Yes, he does not have friends. He's like those introverted people that once you know them they turn out to be very fun. He's very conscious about himself and what people talk about around him, that's why he doesn't make any friends as he finds everyone to be fake." Magnus explained. "Poor kid," Arthur sympathized. "But I trust him. I have big plans for him because I know he has the potential to become great, but first I need to ascertain my situation." "You're not telling me anything so I have to do something," Magnus said. "You'll know everything soon. When did you find out something was wrong?" Arthur inquired with interest. "Since the time Sirius told me he had never known someone who could make fire from their hands. Also, I am not that dumb to not realize that something was going on when the headmaster of the school, also the strongest wizard currently known, came to my house to give me the letter. I am neither from a magical family nor an influential family. But, seeing how they are reacting, I'm sure it is something big. All I can guess is that you are somewhere involved in it. I checked out the stories on you. You are the Dragon King Arthur Pendragon. Surprisingly, people in the magical world consider you real," Magnus said at length. "Ah, good to hear someone remembers me." Arthur took a sigh of relief. In the coming days, Magnus stayed with his family and played with Bobby. The 4 weeks went by very fast and it was now time for him to go. He came to the King's Cross station in London with his mother and father. Magnus had read the books about entrances to Hogwarts so he knew about platform 9 3/4. They soon arrived where Magnus and his parents saw some kids heading straight into the wall and instead of colliding with it, they disappeared. It was still a very magical experience for all of them. On the platform, non-magical parents were also allowed so Magnus looked at his parents. "Mummy, Dad, hold on to my back and follow me. Do not hesitate." Both of them nodded and did as asked. They ran into the wall together and immediately came out on the other side. In front of them was a huge steam engine, looking as classy as it used to in the old days. Adam, who was a mechanical engineer, nearly cried seeing the things. What a beauty. Grace, on the other hand, looked at the whole platform. It was not too crowded. I guess we came a little early, Grace deduced. You two taught me, better be early than late, so here we are. Magnus quoted their own words. They went towards one of the carriages. He looked at his parents. I'll see you at the Christmas holidays then. Grace immediately teared up. We are going to miss you so much, Mag. It will become so boring at home. Adam nodded. Yeah, no troublemaker, how will I be entertained now? Magnus laughed. Dad, are you sure I am the troublemaker of the house? He hugged both of his parents tightly. This was the first time he was going to stay away from them. He was just feeling a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, his parents were feeling nervous, sending their 11-year-old away. Sweetie, promise to write me a letter every 2 days, Grace said while caressing his face. Yes, Mummy. I promise, if I can, I will write them daily. He happily assured. Good, focus on your studies and become a great wizard. Do you have the lunchbox I packed for you? She asked him. Yes, I got it with me. He showed her his small expansion pouch. Adam then patted his head. Be good, and be sharp, Mag. If any trouble comes, immediately inform us. Yes, Dad. Now stop worrying about me. Okay, I should go and find myself a good seat. Take care you too. He kissed their cheeks and walked towards the door. Grace and Adam looked at him walking away. Grace sighed. He's growing so fast, I hope he does not change too much. I have a feeling, he is not going to change no matter how old he gets. He loves us too much. Adam responded. Magnus dragged his luggage and the cat cage and entered through the door of the carriage. But, as soon as he crossed the door, he felt as if he had passed through an invisible waterfall, except instead of water, it was heavy air. He felt his whole body getting covered in this waterfall, but he immediately heated his body and made it not touch his skin at all. He had no idea what it was and decided to ask about this later on. He looked for an empty cabin and soon found one. However, just when he was about to enter, his suitcase bumped into someone's leg. He was looking sideways, so he didn't know who was standing in front of him. He looked and found it to be a tall boy, with a proud face and long blonde hair. He wore typical dark-colored wizard robes. There was disdain in his eyes. TSK, look where you're going, filthy mudblood. The blonde boy cursed at Magnus. Now, Magnus knows what this term means. He had read it in the history of magic. It was no less offensive than the N-word. Magnus was going to apologize, but now it was different. Also, as it was known to most, Magnus wasn't afraid of anyone. He couldn't just let someone bully him like this. He had decided on this a long time ago. Magnus sneezed as loudly as possible. His saliva droplets were now all over the tall blonde boy, who now looked disgusted. Ah, that was one big sneeze. Sorry about that, but hey, look at the bright side. Now that you have breathed in my sneeze droplets, does this make you a filthy mudblood too? I guess now we're equal. Ha! Magnus talked back to him with a smirk and scoffed at the end. Now if you'll excuse me. He slid open the door of the empty cabin and entered to take a seat. The tall boy was left speechless by the audacity of this kid. He was a senior, the head boy of Slytherin. How could he allow himself to be disrespected? He'd be taking down his family name if he let this go. But he swallowed his words because he saw some students coming in. He couldn't let them see him act so ungracefully. I'll deal with you later, he decided after staring daggers at Magnus, who seemed not bothered by him. Unknown to Magnus, two boys sitting in the cabin next had listened to the whole exchange and were trying to hold their laughter as hard as possible. Underscore 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 triple X underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 27. After a brief encounter with the silver blonde-haired arrogant man, Magnus had already forgotten about it. Why? Well, because he was hoping for the train to just start already so he could eat his favorite pancakes made by his mummy. He looked out of the window. His parents had gone by now and the platform was also getting very crowded. The time of departure must be near. To tackle his boredom, he took out a book to pass some time. He was not interested in the whole subject but just one potion. Door slides open. Excuse me, are these seats taken? A red-haired girl voiced from the door. Behind her, a black shoulder-length-haired, shallow-skinned boy stood. No, you can sit wherever you want, Magnus replied and focused on his book. The black-haired boy stared at him for quite a while after he saw the book Magnus was reading. It seemed as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself after seeing how happily Magnus was reading it. He was going to say something snarky anyway and ruin the mood. "Hi, I am Lily Evans." The red-haired girl immediately put her hand forward as soon as she sat. Magnus was not going to be rude to kind people. He shook it. "Hello, I am Magnus Grant, and aren't you two a bit too young to be dating?" "What? No, we're not dating." Lily immediately denied, though she was blushing. "Oh, I'm sorry then. What about you? What's your name?" Magnus asked the boy, who obviously had a crush on the girl, as noticed by Magnus when he shook Lily's hand. "Severus Snape." Snape evidently shook hands with him. "Oh, your hands are cold, Severus," Magnus exclaimed, whole retracting his hand. But Snape was disdainful for another reason. Rarely do people start calling strangers by their first name. He was expected to be called as Mr. Snape. He clearly lacks a good upbringing. Wait, I think I have seen you before." Lily exclaimed and stared at Magnus' face intently. After a few seconds, she got it. "Why, you are the boy from the newspaper and the television. You got that award for saving people from bus fire." Magnus puffed out his chest. Hee, I guess I am a celebrity now. I was a passenger on the bus, so I had to." "Only a fool would put his life in danger like that," Severus commented. Magnus shook his head. "No, Severus, when you have the ability to do something and you still don't do it, that is when one is truly a fool." "Sev, he's right. He was not even scratched. The Queen gave him the medal herself." Lily non-stop spoke. Well, what do we have here? Our mighty hero?" Suddenly a known voice came from the door. Magnus smiled without even looking. "I was waiting for you to show up, Sirius." Sirius smiled widely and sat beside Magnus immediately and put one arm on his shoulder. "Magnus, I thought we were friends. Why didn't you tell me you were a big guy among the muggles?" "It's all temporary. Now that I'm going to Hogwarts, they'll forget me," Magnus answered. "Ah, Magnus, meet this guy here, James Potter. He's a pretty funny guy." "Wait, Magnus, do you know that blonde guy?" Sirius asked with a serious face. "Should I?" Magnus asked back. Sigh. "He was Lucius Malfoy, heir of one of the sacred 28 families. He's also the head boy of Slytherin," Sirius explained. Magnus shrugged. "So what? He called me mudblood and I retaliated. Also, last I know, this word was not allowed to be spoken by Hogwarts students. I'm sure if Dumbledore finds out, he'd be on my side." "You know that old man?" This time James asked. "Of course, he came to give me the acceptance letter," Magnus answered as if it was a simple thing. Sirius suddenly held Magnus by his arms and shook him hard. "What did you do?" "Exist, I guess," he answered. Sirius again shook him. "Come on, tell the truth." "I guess I'm also very intelligent. I've already finished the books you gave me," Magnus said, fixing his shirt. Sirius's shoulders fell as he heard that. "A monster, you finished them all? Are you kidding me?" "No, I recall every word of every line in those books. In fact, I've also been practicing." Magnus immediately took out his wand and cast a spell on Sirius, immediately turning his curly hair into clown red hair and a clown makeup on his face appeared. "Ha ha ha ha," James started laughing loudly. "What?" Sirius asked him. Look at your face." James pointed. Sirius stood up and looked at himself in the mirror fixed in the cabin. "Damn you, Mag," he cursed. "I was just showing you my magical prowess, no hard feelings. Also, this wand is incompatible with me. Ollivander couldn't find one for me," Magnus said. "Stop joking around, he always has wands for everyone," James exclaimed. "No, he's telling the truth," Lily spoke up. "I went there a few days ago. He was so grumpy and was constantly cursing at various wand makers and talking about not being good enough," she revealed. All eyes fell back on Magnus. Sirius took Magnus' wand and checked it out. It's bigger than normal wands." "How good is it?" "About 40%. I am planning on going on a wand tourism trip this December," he said. "Yeah, I heard they make good wands in France too." Sirius tried to help Magnus. But then his eyes fell on the book Magnus was reading. "Don't tell me you are now studying 6th year's book. Potioneering at that." Did you complete all other previous years? Sirius inquired. No, I haven't finished them. I'm just halfway through the 5th year's subjects. Magnus answered. That was it. Sirius and James felt as if their souls left their body. Why are you even studying it if you haven't completed the previous ones? Snape spoke for the first time Sirius arrived. As soon as this question was asked, there were stars in Magnus' eyes. What else but Felix Felici's potion? It intrigues me how a magical liquid can affect luck, which is nothing but a game of probabilities. How does the magic potion affect the maths that run our life? Such a mystery. Do you know how hard it is to make? There are only a few people in the world who can masterfully make it. Snape argued. So what? Can I not read it? Knowledge is power, Severus, so let me just drink this knowledge. Magnus quoted. He's definitely going to Ravenclaw, he's too smart, Sirius interjected. That's the problem. He's also crazy brave, but also intelligent. Where will you go to, Sirius? James asked. My whole family has been in Slytherin, so maybe I'll break the tradition this time. Where are you headed? Sirius asked back. James proudly answered, Gryffindor, where dwells the brave at heart. Like my dad. Snape, who was hearing them, made a small, disparaging noise. It irked the two boys talking about Hogwarts houses. James turned on him. Got a problem with that? He asked. No, Snape replied and continued. If you'd rather be brawny than brainy. This statement made Sirius also attack him. Where are you hoping to go, seeing as you're neither? With that, the two laughed loudly. Much to the annoyance of Snape. What about you, Magnus? Sirius asked him. Magnus didn't like what had just happened. This was the first sign of civil war. I don't know. I'm going to Hogwarts to get all the knowledge and leave. I have a very happy family, you know. So, I don't care where I end up getting thrown to. Magnus interestingly replied. How can you say that, Mag? You must come to Gryffindor. Sirius interjected. Why? Magnus asked back. Chapter 28. Well, because it is for the bravest of hearts, courageous and just, that you are, Sirius said. Magnus shook his head. You are wrong, Sirius. Just mere words and joining a house does not make a man brave, his actions do. I'm sure that when the Hogwarts was made, its founders didn't want to see a day when two houses would become each other's arch-nemesis. That's like the opposite of what Hogwarts stood for. It was a place for kids to learn magic. Kids who were persecuted by the church or something. I read some history books in my free time. I believe that Hogwarts was never meant to be what it is today. Let's take the example of your brother, Sirius. He's a good boy, right? Not anything like a Slytherin? Magnus asked. That's right. He's not at all like a Slytherin. Sirius proudly acknowledged. Then when he comes to Hogwarts, what if he was put in Slytherin? Will that automatically make him bad? Because of something he has no control over. I believe that the reason why so many Slytherin have turned bad is because of the school itself. I mean, there are bad seeds on every tree. Each house has bad examples. But, what happens when you specifically target someone's inner feelings and put them in a house? They say, to be a Slytherin, one needs ambition, cunning, leadership, and resourcefulness. This is the biggest confusion for me. How does one understand the character traits of 11 years old? Sirius, we are just 11 years old. Kids of our age have brains like water. Whichever container you put it in, it'll adapt. The only reason why so many Slytherin go bad is because too many like-minded people gather there, and out of them, that one bad seed easily influences them. Besides, if us students start hating each other just because of one single word, how does that make us any better than the bad folks? He's certainly a Ravenclaw, Sirius spoke to James. Magnus facepalmed himself. Did you two not even listen to me? Well, anyway. It's time to eat. Magnus took out his lunchbox. He heated it for a few seconds without anyone seeing him do it. The second he opened it, a fresh aroma attacked their noses. Everyone's stomach made noises there. Magnus laughed, I know people can't resist this. So I brought extra. Here, eat with me. Cool, Sirius was unreserved and picked a pancake. James followed him. In the other seat, facing him, Lily and Snape sat. The two did not talk much. Here, my mom made this for me. These are my favorites. he offered. Lily shyly picked one. Then Magnus offered it to Snape. But he did not take it, instead folded his arms with a huff. You don't want it? It's all right, more for me then. Magnus laughed it off. Meow. I forgot about Chad, Magnus exclaimed and quickly gave the cat some food. After that, they kept talking for a while. Lily and Snape stayed quiet mostly. Magnus learned that James was also from a rich family. But not as influential as Black's. How many siblings do you have and how are they? Magnus asked Sirius. Many. They are my cousins but we grew up in the same house so they were like sisters to me. 2 sisters have already graduated. The eldest I would say is pure evil now, Andromeda is very kind and is like me. Narcissa is still in her 6th year and she is a mystery but I guess she is nice and then there is my brother. Sirius revealed. Do you have the confidence that if they were to have been sorted in another house, they would have turned out different? Magnus inquired. Sirius shook his head, no, my family would have never allowed that. They would have disowned them if they were to get sorted in another house. My family considers themselves very pure and are against anything not pure in their eyes, once one of my cousins even tried to make it legal to hunt muggles. To my family, blood isn't as important as their ideals. Magnus rested his argument there with his arms wide open, and you still blame Slytherin. Isn't the problem the families of all these kids, who are so extreme when it comes to blood matters? I mean, if any child was to live among them he'd also turn into them. The only solution is to make the choice of houses random instead of traits-based. James nodded, you are correct. But that is never going to happen. Many powerful people in the ministry are either blood supremacists or pawns of them. You are a muggle-born wizard, Magnus. You will not be sorted in that house anyway, so why bother? Magnus didn't say anything more. Everyone in the room was 11 years old, although his own brain capabilities were better, it didn't mean others would understand his words. He again went back to reading the potions book, trying to understand how to make this liquid luck. On their way, Sirius and James often bickered with Snape. Snape was also not without blame, he would occasionally butt in the conversation between Sirius and James by saying something snarky. This would make the two to focus on Snape. Magnus didn't bother with them again. Oh, we should change into our uniform, Magnus exclaimed. But then he saw Lily, being a little uneasy when she heard him. Lily, why don't you go out first, we will change first then we will go out. She nodded silently and went out with a blush. She was regretting not finding a cabin with girls. All the boys quickly changed their clothes, A/N, in the books, there is no mention of a dress code except robes and hat. So, it is likely that in the books, they were allowed to wear anything under their robes. But, in the movies, it was made more formal. I am going with the movies because those clothes look classy. I can't imagine someone wearing shorts and a red t-shirt under their robes. Their dresses were simple, white button-up collared shirts, black pants, a sweater and robes over them. They also wore ties. All of these were simple black at the moment as they were not sorted yet. The next was Lily's turn to change. Everyone stood outside of the sliding door. But Magnus noticed James slightly turning around. Bam! Aren't you from a big respected house? Then act like one. Magnus knocked his book on his head. Come on, man. You are no fun. James scowled. Well, if being a pervert is fun then I'd rather not have fun in my entire life, Magnus said. James, he's right. She's too small to be peeked at. We should go to the older students' cabins. Sirius suggested with a smile, next, both were gone. Such degenerates, Snape commented when they were gone. Magnus raised an eyebrow, are they? Because I'm sure I saw you trying to peek too. Snape turned his head down and didn't say anything. It was a long journey and they reached their destination in the evening. It was called the Hogsmeade Station. Magnus liked it a lot, it seemed to be straight out of a fairy tale. A small village-like place with beautiful plants on the buildings. Just as they all got out of their carriages, a huge bearded man was waiting for them. All right then, first years. This way. This way, please. Don't be shy. This way to the boats. The big man repeated the announcement a few times until all first-year students were there. I am Rubius Hagrid, the gatekeeper of Hogwarts. Okay, let me count. 1, 2, blimey, we're missing one. Hagrid exclaimed. Here, coming, a thin short boy came running from the carriage. He was panting and his clothes looked disheveled. It was obvious he just wore them. Magnus looked at the thin, shorter than average, blonde boy. He could already ascertain from the way the boy was acting, that he had some confidence issues. I was. It's fine. Let's go now. Hagrid didn't make a scene and led them to the boats. Get on them in groups of 4. Be careful not to fall, it's night time and some creatures might be hungry in there. Hagrid warned, scaring most of the kids there. But soon, everyone's mouth was left hanging open. Magnus too, he was admiring the railway station earlier, now he looked at the Hogwarts and he felt like he really was in a fairy tale. The humongous, old-looking castle, with countless candles illuminating its windows. It stood on a cliff, giving it an amazing defense too. Under the bright moonlight, it was a sight to behold. Magnus felt tickles in his stomach when he thought that he'd be living here for the next 7 years. When you enjoy the view, even long rides seem short. So, before they even knew it, they had reached the castle. Magnus and Sirius were rowing the boat while James and the earlier thin blonde boy tagged along with them. Magnus and Sirius wanted to race the other boats and they were rowing like crazy, but Hagrid scolded them a bit as they came very close to hitting his boat. After that, they slowed down. They got off the boats and climbed the stairs on the cliffside. After a tiring climb, they finally came inside the building. But they were stopped by Mrs. McGonagall, who stood in front of them, on the top of the stairs, looking at them with judging eyes. Her eyes fell on Magnus, which made her a little attentive. She instinctively nodded at him. Magnus did the same by instinct. Welcome to Hogwarts, now before you can join the feast and take your seats, you will be sorted into one of the 4 houses. They are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Now while you're here, your house will be like family. Your triumphs will earn you points, and any rule breaking you will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup. The sorting ceremony will begin monetarily. She then turned around and led them in. The big doors opened and they were led inside the great hall, where rows of dining tables were already placed with senior students sitting on both sides of the tables. All of them were wearing pointy hats that Magnus hoped not to wear in his life. Magnus awed at the beauty of the hall. The ceiling looked particularly beautiful, with its enchantment to look like a night sky. But then he looked around him, and at the main table. There were many teachers and in the middle was Dumbledore, sitting on the biggest chair like some king. Now, please gather around here. McGonagall stopped them in front of a stool on which a dirty hat was placed. Then suddenly the hat started moving and it sang a tone-deaf song. Now, when I call your name, you will come forth, I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted in your houses. She said as she lifted the hat by its pointy tip. She announced the first name. Sirius Black. The students on the Slytherin table cheered just by hearing that name. A girl, tall, slim, very pale, with blue eyes and long blonde hair didn't smile though. As she knew her brother. The sorting hat started making noises. Aha, another black. Good, defiance, bravery and courage, a very strange black. I know just the place to put you in, Gryffindor. The students at the Gryffindor table cheered hearing that. While the Slytherins were displeased. Next, Ragnar Ulrich Ouroboros. McGonagall voiced. It was the thin, short, pale blonde boy. He meekly went forward and sat down on the stool. Slytherin, the hat announced even before it touched the head. The boy, however, looked crestfallen. James Potter. Gryffindor. Lily Evans. Gryffindor. Henry Wint. Hufflepuff. Severus Snape. Slytherin, the hat announced. But Snape looked saddened that his friend went to Gryffindor. One by one, all of the students were sorted. Now, only Magnus was left standing there alone. He felt awkward, as if he was left out when the teams were being chosen for a football match in his school. McGonagall took a long breath. She knew what she was going to say would create a huge storm in the magical world. So much headache was going to come their way. But it needs to be done today or tomorrow. I hope you are right in doing this, Albus, she thought to herself. Everyone wondered why there was such a delay in calling his name. The tall blonde boy on Slytherin's table looked at Magnus with angry eyes. Then McGonagall spoke. The last student, Magnus Grant, Emery's Pendragon. This time, it sounded less like she was calling him and more like she was announcing his name to all. Boom. The hall erupted in chatter. Most students below 5th year didn't know about these surnames. But those seniors or from knowledgeable ancient families knew these surnames and what this meant. All of the teachers had the same reaction. An old man, sitting beside Dumbledore, looked as if his eyes were going to fall out. "Albus, is this true? Is he really?" he questioned hastily. "Everything is true, Horace," Dumbledore replied calmly. Magnus, meanwhile, was looking around to see who she was calling for. But when McGonagall nodded towards him, Magnus was sure she was talking about him. When did Dad change his surname, he wondered while scratching his head. Chapter 29. Magnus was confused, and so many people had suddenly started speaking that the Great Hall seemed more like a crowded market. Even worse, actually. He walked up to the stool and sat down. The hat was placed on his head, but the hat immediately jolted up as if woken up from a slumber. "Oh, this is going to be a tough one to decide. I remember that boy, Merlin. I placed him in Slytherin, one of my proudest choices. Never thought I'd meet his descendant." The hat loudly talked. This pretty much told everyone there that what they were thinking was true. The talking hat then took a low tone. You have bravery, I'm sure it's coming from the other guy. You have the talent and eagerness to learn, as Merlin had. You are loyal to your friends and family, and you are cunning. Young man, it's rare that people like you are born. You fit in all 4 houses. What now?" Magnus asked. McGonagall, who heard everything, also nodded her head, wanting to know the answer. "But I need to make a choice." I know where to put you. A place where you can shine. A place that needs someone who can clean it. Someone to lead it to greatness. Just like he did." "Slytherin," the hat shouted. Immediately, the loudest cheers till now came from the Slytherin table. They had just got the descendant of the greatest wizard, Merlin, to join them in their house. Even Lucius Malfoy, who had an incident with Magnus on the train, was silently cheering. On the other hand, Sirius and James were in shock on the Gryffindor table. "He's related to Merlin. Why didn't he tell me that earlier?" Sirius wondered. "I bet even he didn't know. Look at his face, he seems as shocked as everyone else here." James pointed out. Sirius did notice it. "Man, I hope those snakes don't turn him bad." "He won't. After what he said on the train, I don't think he will do anything bad." Lily added. Although she was not much knowledgeable, she did read the history of Hogwarts and knew how big of a figure Merlin was. "I hope you are right." Sirius sighed. "Are you sure? Or is it just because of the blood in my body about which I just found out?" Magnus asked in whispers. "Of course not, I saw your abilities. Honestly, I think Slytherin needs someone like you. Their image has hit the rock bottom." The hat said, showing more concern than even the headmaster. "Isn't that all your fault? Why do you sort all kids coming from racist families into one single house? It just creates a big pile of racists." Magnus argued. "They would have burned me if I had tried to mess up with that. They are crazy." The hat defended itself. "Fine, also, you should ask for a bath. You stink." Magnus got up after saying that. He looked at the noisiest table and went in the direction. But then his eyes fell on the same blonde boy he had sneezed on. A frown appeared on his face. He went ahead and sat down beside Severus. There were about 150 new students this year, and out of them, only 27 got sorted into Slytherin. "Mr. Pendragon, house head boy wants you to sit with him. He wants to talk to you." A second-year student came and told Magnus. Sigh. "Me and my loud mouth," he cursed himself and went to the head boy. He sat alongside a girl with blonde hair. From the intimacy she was showing to the blonde boy, they were surely more than friends. But, to Magnus' surprise, the blonde boy stood up to greet him, and with a gentleman bow, he said, "Welcome to Hogwarts, especially Slytherin. I am Lucius Malfoy of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy and the head boy of Slytherin. This is Narcissa Black of the noble and most ancient house of Black. Sit with us." Magnus agreed, as it would be rude otherwise. Though he did not like how much emphasis he put on noble and most ancient house. It was obvious that he was a supporter of the blood purity theory. He took a seat between Lucius and Narcissa, as that was where they let him sit. By now, Magnus had realized that he must be careful in this situation. He was new to this place, and he was not going to make any promises to anyone or join anyone before understanding the whole ecosystem. "Mr. Pendragon, how do you like this place?" Lucius asked, trying to make small talk. "This is a very beautiful school." Much better than I had imagined. I've been to Buckingham Palace before, but it holds no ground to what Hogwarts is. What do muggles see if they mistakenly come near it? He asked with genuine curiosity. They see a broken-down castle, not as majestic as this, and a very serious sign telling them to keep out and warning of danger to life, Lucius explained. And if someone still moves forward? Magnus asked further. Then I'm sure someone from Hogwarts staff deals with them. By obliviating their memory and dropping them away from here. He said. That's reasonable. Mr. Malfoy, can you tell me more about the teachers? In my free time, I have already completed my theoretical studies till the 4th year, but I still have no practical experience. He asked, like a normal curious kid. But he was hiding the fact that he could actually perform some simple charms, nothing destructive thought. The only destructive thing he had was his fire, that was a secret for now. Only Sirius knew, but Magnus had told him not to tell anyone. Lucius was actually liking that Magnus was talking to him and not feeling reserved. He felt that Magnus was easily malleable. So, he also took a friendly and less formal tone. There is Professor McGonagall. She teaches transfiguration, she's a competent witch but a very annoying one at times. Then there is Professor Slughorn, sitting on the left of Headmaster. He teaches potions and he is one of the most competent teachers here. He runs a club comprised of the most well-liked and sometimes famous students at Hogwarts. It's called the Slug Club. I am a part of it. That short one is Professor Flitwick. He teaches charms and is a part goblin wizard. He's a normal teacher, doesn't favor anyone except the good students. Then there is Professor Sprout who teaches herbology and Professor Binns who teaches history of magic. He's a ghost. Then there is Kettleburn, he teaches care of magical creatures, but you won't learn this subject in 1st year. There is an astronomy professor, Professor Silver, and also Professor Trinity who teaches divination, Hagrid who you probably know. Then last but not least, Dada, defense against the dark arts professor. Dada professor changes every year because of a curse on that position. This year, it is some person from the United States, Professor Harrison. He concluded his explanation. Magnus nodded all this while. Then Narcissa talked to him with a big smile on her face that seemed to be harmless on her pretty face, but it was obviously not the case. Mr. Pendragon, you can ask me if you feel confused about anything anytime. I am a prefect and a 6th-year student. If you find trouble in any subject you can come to me. She offered. Magnus nodded. Okay, actually, I am a very good friend of Sirius and also know Regulus. Narcissa was shocked. Oh, since when? I met him 2 years ago. He helped me with some books. Magnus revealed. He was actually using the fact that he was seen as a hot commodity right now, to increase the importance of Sirius and his family as he is a friend of him. This would also make Narcissa ease up around him as she would think she could talk to him freely. Since when did I become so manipulative? I guess the talking hat was indeed right, he muttered to himself. Narcissa was pleased hearing this. She even glanced at her cousin brother, who only shivered a little, cursing Magnus, guessing that Magnus must have said something about him to her. She warmly smiled. That is so nice, you could have come to our home. I'm sure my uncle and aunt would have loved to have you over. I did come there, and saw Mrs. Black, but she called me filthy and slapped Sirius. So I went back home. Magnus revealed, making Lucius choke up on the food he was gracefully eating and making the smile from Narcissa's face vanish. It was awkward now. Thankfully, it was time to go to the common rooms. He got up along with all the other students. Little Mr. Pendragon, Professor Dumbledore has invited you to talk to him in his office. Hagrid came to him. Lucius frowned hearing that. He crouched a little and whispered something. Be careful with Dumbledore, he has a habit of looking into others' minds. Lucius was just trying to win points with him. Magnus actually appreciated this one warning. He just nodded and followed Hagrid, who seemed to be the personification of the word gentle giant. You can call me Magnus, Hagrid, Magnus said. Hagrid chuckled loudly. I knew you are not like those arrogant kids. Good meeting you, Magnus. It's a real shocker, you are the descendant of great Merlin. I just remembered, now we must ban the usage of coarse words related to him. Magnus was interested. What are those words? I promise I won't get mad. I don't even know what he looked like, he lived 1,000 years ago. Well, there is Merlin's beard, Merlin's pants, Merlin's saggy left, Merlin's arse, Merlin's tits and whatnot. I should not have said those, Hagrid awkwardly listed. Magnus heartily laughed hearing that. Ha ha ha, oh, I know someone who would love to hear this. Chapter 30. Magnus arrived at the large and ugly stone gargoyle. It was supposed to be the entrance to the headmaster's office. He had no idea what the password was. But, not to his surprise, the statue moved and let him through. The old beardy must be expecting him. He went up the stairs and crossed a fairly big door. The headmaster's office itself was a large circular room with many windows and many portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses. The portrait of the immediate predecessor of the current headmaster hung behind the head's desk. Then there was Dumbledore, sitting on his big chair, behind the big table. "Have a seat, Magnus," Dumbledore said. He was trying to be intimate by calling him by his first name, but he didn't really care about it. He preferred to be called and be allowed to call people by the first name anyway. He took a seat and looked at the old man. He knew that looking into the other party's eyes was the way to invade privacy. He wanted to see if he had the audacity to look inside his head. But, he felt nothing, to be honest, he had no idea how it even felt. Then there was also a pretty-looking phoenix on the side, and for some reason, it was bowing to him. "Are you angry that I did not inform you of this earlier?" Dumbledore asked. Magnus shook his head. "No, I'm not angry. But just a bit frustrated. I could have prepared myself better that way, instead of being shocked like everyone else. Forgive me, Magnus, but I kept it from you because I didn't know if you wanted your parents to know," Dumbledore said. "And I thank you for that. I don't want them to know all this, at least not yet." Magnus replied. "How old are you, Magnus?" Dumbledore suddenly asked. Because the way Magnus talked seemed not very childish, what it should have been. 11 years and 8 months old. "I'm just smarter than your average 11-year-old. He clarified, sensing why the old man asked this. "You being smart was already expected from you, Magnus. Do you understand the situation completely?" Dumbledore inquired. "I seem to have inherited the will of Merlin and King Arthur. I don't know how, but I have, though I have no way of proving it to anyone," Magnus said. Dumbledore stroked his beard. "You are right, Magnus. You are indeed related to them. But, things are not as simple as they seem to be. Let me explain it to you. See, the Magical Society, at least the British Magical Society and also of many other European countries, are basically run by old ancient powerful families, who have abundant money and power. Britain is the same. The Ministry of Magic is mostly impartial and just, but it is still under the clutches of these powerful families. Take Wisengamot as an example. Only a selected few are neutral, others are all believers of blood supremacy. But, what is stopping them from their agenda is a lack of public support. Even these families have to agree that the number of half-blood and muggle-born wizards is much larger than their numbers. So, they need a figure who can sway the public, a figure all these wizards would believe, and who better than the descendant of Merlin, whom many wizards see as a magic god. So, expect them to come after you, Magnus. They will act sweet at first, but if you ignore them, they will not spare a moment to go against you or take any harsher steps, no matter what the cost. Do you understand me?" Magnus took a long breath and looked Dumbledore dead in the eyes. "Are you implying that they would do something to my family?" "Magnus, you must understand, these people have done worse things in the past. They didn't mind killing babies in the global wizarding war, so what is stopping them now?" Dumbledore calmly said. He was actually surprised by how calm Magnus was, although he knew he was angry inside. "And the ministry is going to let them do it?" Magnus asked back. "Yes, because my influence is limited there. It is basically run by a few families. There are no elections like in the Muggle world either. It's an aristocratic system," Dumbledore explained. Magnus nodded. "I understand now, so you want to use me to increase your own standing. So it is the classic good side and bad side. I admire your wishes, Professor. But, I will make up my own mind first. It hasn't even been 1 day since I came here. Also, don't get me wrong, I am a peaceful person, but if they go after my parents, I will go after their whole bloodlines, and make the Sacred 28 a simple text on the history books. And I will do it if I have to, even if I have to bring back Merlin from the dead. You must understand my sentiments, Professor. I read about your past. If you had the chance, would you not jump and take the hit that was meant for your sister?" Dumbledore was very much taken aback. He was starting to form a bad opinion of Magnus when he heard him talking about ending the Sacred 28. But now, all those thoughts vanished as the memories resurfaced. This was a drawback of a clemency. You don't forget a thing. He whispered, "Yes, I would, jump, to save Ariana." "See, so we aren't so different," Magnus said. Dumbledore nodded and spoke. "I can understand that the thought of someone attacking your family must be very unsettling. I will try to help you in any way I can. But, you need to do some things first. You need to take an inheritance test at Gringotts. I went there to check. They did not tell me any specifics except that they had everything safe. Also, I will have to invite some people to see your test, to prove your legitimacy. The next problem is your other inheritance. You are a descendant of King Arthur now. This makes you the rightful king of England. Now, I went to meet the Queen. It seems, Arthur and Merlin had planned for everything. A curse has been cast by Merlin's ancient magic on the royal family that if they do not abdicate the throne to you they be punished. Dumbledore revealed. This Magnus didn't know and came as a shocker to him. What? Then, how would I prove to the world that Arthur was real and I am his descendant? They think Arthur only existed in fairy tales. I know that is why you will have to come up with a way to do it. A way that makes people truly believe that you are worthy. Dumbledore advised. Sigh. You understand I am an 11-year-old kid? You just put so much pressure on me. Magnus grunted. We are here to support you, Magnus. Merlin is my role model too. His dream to unite the magical world still lives on. To me, now you are like the living personification of his dreams. I just want the best for you. Dumbledore emotionally talked. Well, thank you for this talk, Professor. I need some time to think. Do you have a good book to teach me about the complexities of the ministry and its laws? He inquired. Of course, I have one. It was discontinued because it told too much. But, it can be very helpful for you. I also have another one. Dumbledore gave him another book which looked very old. This one is Merlin's book. Written in runic language. It has not been deciphered even though many headmasters before me tried to do it. But we know one thing, that the contents in it can be very dangerous. So, I hope you will take good care of it. It rightfully belongs to you and I have no right to keep it. Dumbledore said honestly. Take it, a voice whispered inside Magnus' head. Thank you, Professor. I will keep your warning in mind. Magnus took it and left the office. There were thousands of things running in his mind. His whole plan had been hijacked by his crappy destiny. But could it be a blessing in disguise? I must plan ahead calmly, he decided, and walked to the Slytherin dungeon by asking for direction from various portraits. They were very nice to him. He eventually arrived there. But, he found the thin blonde boy named Ragnar standing outside the door, in his underwear and a t-shirt. He was a new student too. Did they bully you? Magnus asked tiredly. Ragnar didn't reply. He just stared at his own feet, with a sad face. Unlike Magnus, this was a true 11-year-old kid, being bullied by a bunch of racists. He saw Bobby in Ragnar. Come with me. You know who I am, right? Nobody dares to bully me. From today, you stick by me and I assure you I will help you whenever you need me. We are both first years, so we gotta watch each other's backs. He offered him. Hearing him, Ragnar looked up. Really? Yes, now, I don't know the password. He nudged him to the door. Ragnar said the password and the door opened and they entered the common room of Slytherin. Many students had already gone to sleep by now. But, surprisingly, Lucius and his girlfriend were up. Before they could say anything, Magnus spoke. Mr. Malfoy, I didn't know ragging was allowed in Slytherin. I thought we as a house would be united, so we can fight anything together. Lucius frowned hearing that. He looked at the timid Ragnar and understood everything. Who did this to you? But Magnus didn't let Ragnar answer. What's the point now? The damage has been done. The culprits are probably sleeping. It was very tiring to talk to that old man. I'll go to sleep now. Good night, Mr. Malfoy, good night Miss Black. Ragnar, come with me. Starting today, you will share my dorm. There are 3 beds in one, right? I hope the other person is not someone annoying. He muttered and left. Lucius tightened his fist. He did not know what Magnus meant by, the damage has been done. Was he talking about the bullying or his trust in him? Whoever did this, I want them by tomorrow morning standing right here and pleading for forgiveness from Mr. Pendragon and his little plaything. He sternly ordered. Narcissa's face lost its smile and turned stone cold. She simply nodded. Magnus arrived at his dorm room. There were 3 beds, with windows that were actually shafts, bringing moonlight from outside. He took the bed in the middle. On his left, the bed was occupied. The right one was empty, so he let Ragnar take it. Sleep well, Ragnar, you don't need to worry about anything anymore, Magnus said and jumped onto his bed. He had too much to think about and study. His life had now taken a turn, from a simple fairy tale to a bloody epic. Let me out, I am claustrophobic. Magnus heard the sound coming from his luggage box. He kicked the box with his leg and spoke in whispers, You're a painting, you can't be claustrophobic. Also, I thought you were a mighty brave king. I'll take you out tomorrow, now let me sleep. This is blatant racism against all paintings. And oh, let me out, are you colluding with that bastard to torment me, aren't you? Magnus, Arthur's painting shouted, but by now, Magnus had already closed his eyes. Chapter 31. That night was very long. Magnus had a very good sleep. He had a good dream too. In it, he saw himself once again in the plains he stood once when he was lost 2 years ago. He found that the tree was missing from there now, but there was a small orb of light floating around. Hello, Magnus. The orb said, in a voice that Magnus recognized as it had spoken to him a few times in the past. Are you Merlin? Magnus asked, making a wild guess. Yes, and no. I am his will, I am his knowledge, and I am his experience. I am here to teach you, Magnus. All I ever knew. I know, the real Merlin would have loved to meet you, but even his magic was limited and he could not trap his soul to mortal worlds without the risk of turning foul. The white orb of light spoke. So what are you going to teach me? Magnus asked excitedly. Nothing for now. You are not ready, neither for the knowledge nor for the gifts. You need to grow more first. Just memorizing a charm does not make you an expert in it, practice is needed. Once you have crossed the threshold to start facing Merlin's magic, we will meet again. Until then, I am leaving behind a language that ancient people used to speak. You will know where to use it. The voice said and immediately vanished from space. Magnus felt as if he was being pulled out of a thin pipe. Haa, his breath was fast, and he found himself back on his bed. It was still night time. That was a strange dream. My life is turning stranger by the day, he thought to himself and finally went to sleep. Meow. Chad the fat cat poked his head up to see Magnus up. Sleep, Chad. I'm fine. He muttered and set himself in a nice comfortable sleeping position and finally slept soundly. He felt too tired to plan for the future. But, while he slept, the magical world had lost its sleep. Those in power or with motive could not sleep, those who were asleep were woken up. The news was big and crazy for them. Eugenia Jenkins, the current Minister for Magic, was having a sleepless night too, with so many letters and inquiries suddenly being made to her. She had customized her office to have a one-way wall so she could look at the big open lobby/hall of the Ministry of Magic. She looked down at the giant statue from the one-way wall. She talked to her secretary, You're telling me, a descendant of Merlin has appeared? That Merlin? She asked, pointing at the giant statue down there. Yes, ma'am, this seems to be the case. The name was spoken by Professor McGonagall and then confirmed by the talking hat. It talked about the past when Merlin was a student. What should we do, ma'am? This will be huge. Jenkins was a strong-headed woman and had dealt competently with pure-blood riots during squib rights marches that were going on not long ago. So, she was not going to be a weak-willed person like her predecessor Nobby was. Contact Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe he must have something in his mind. Ignore all other inquiries until then. I will not speak unless we have a confirmation. I cannot and will not be a part of rumors. She sternly ordered. The news reached far and wide and immediately across the globe. But there was one particular young and rising news reporter. She liked to stay on point and do her job the best. Her name was Rita Skeeter. Just 2 years had passed since she had completed her studies at Hogwarts. Now, she worked for Daily Prophet as a freelancer and wanted to become the face of true journalism in the future. Just now, she got the story she was looking for. Something that could make or break her career. Not just her, but countless heads of different small and big houses got this news and it shocked them. But, the most shocked were not the wizards or witches. Instead, it were the goblins of Gringotts. They had been sitting on all the things left by Merlin until now with no worries of someone coming to take it. But now out of nowhere a new heir had come. Gringotts' head goblin called in a big meeting with most of the management-level goblins. But, in the end, it was decided that this new heir would be tested with his blood. If he passes the blood inheritance test, he will be given access to the vaults. They didn't want to mess with Merlin's descendant. It might turn them into the enemy of all wizards. Hogwarts. Just 5 more minutes, pancakes, yes, Magnus was mumbling in his sleep. Slap. He felt a hard slap on his face and he woke up quickly, with the intention to punch back. But then he saw Chad looking down at his face up close while sitting on his chest. Ah, it was you? Since when did you get so strong? What's the time? He wondered and looked at the mechanical clock on the wall. Ah, I have enough time. The class starts at 8. It's a double class of history on top of that. The ghost will be teaching us. Magnus muttered to himself. Seeing that he was alone in the dorm, he went to his suitcase and took out Arthur's portrait and set it up on top of the wall touching Magnus' bed. Finally some fresh air. What kind of room are you staying in? Is this Hogwarts? Arthur asked. Yes, and we are in Slytherin's dorm. This is an underground area. He explained. I knew it, Hogwarts is a sex dungeon castle. Arthur exclaimed. Huh, yeah, sure. Say whatever you want to say to make Merlin look bad. You will be staying here now. I gotta go and get ready for the classes. He left the painting hanging there. He went out of the dorm to the common room. There, he saw a few students from different years gathered. My family is very old, they were talking about blood purity. But, as soon as he appeared, all of them flocked to say good morning to him. Narcissa walked up to him and said good morning too. We were talking about which student belongs to the oldest family in the school right now. Who do you think it would be? She asked, obviously knowing the answer. Magnus replied as if it was so obvious, of course, it would be me. Merlin was one of the first students at Hogwarts and he was personally taught by Salazar Slytherin. And I am sure none of the families of people here is as old as that, so that makes me the one belonging to the oldest family. Not to mention, Magnus' Arthur heritage made his bloodline even older because Arthur was a royal and had a lineage spanning many generations. All students there nodded silently. It was indeed true. Ah, let's go and eat our breakfast, can't be late for the first class. Magnus exclaimed loudly, making everyone remember that they needed to move. Soon, Magnus also found Ragnar. When did you wake up? An hour before you. Thanks for yesterday. Those bullies came to me and apologized today. Ragnar said. Magnus patted his shoulder, don't mention it. Let's go now. They arrived at the History of Magic class. It was a joint class with Hufflepuff's first years with them. It was being taken by the ghost named Cuthbert Binns. He died somewhere in the past when he taught until a very old age, then he fell asleep in the staff room and died in slumber. Afterwards, he became a ghost who continued to teach. Magnus took a seat beside Snape, the boy had been avoiding him for a while now. Ragnar followed him. He looks very old, Ragnar exclaimed. Magnus chuckled, there is a funny yet depressing story behind it. Professor Binns had been very old when he had fallen asleep and got up the next morning to teach, leaving his body behind him. Seriously, was he so dissatisfied with his life that teaching was his only pastime? This is a waste of time, Snape muttered. Magnus had noticed this habit of Snape. He would voluntarily avoid people, but whenever he was around someone, he would hear them and make stupid comments, earning their ire. You know who you remind me of, Sirius? Magnus spoke, directly to him. Who? Snape instinctively asked. A girl who is in one-sided love. Hesitant to confess but always trying to get attention. Magnus said. For some reason, Snape blushed. I don't have a crush on Lily. Magnus and Ragnar both turned to each other's faces and then laughed. So you do like her, Magnus exclaimed. That was like a mad witch saying I'm not mad, Ragnar commented. He was opening up very rapidly now that he was under Magnus' umbrella of protection. Okay, let's not pull his leg. Sirius, my friend. Why are you so stiff? We are from the same house, no need to be reserved around me. And if it is about Lily, then don't worry, I'm not interested in her. Even if we forget we're 11, I'm just not interested in redheads. My dad is a redhead and whenever I see red hair I remember him and I don't want to have my first kiss with my dad in my mind. Magnus tried to ease Snape a little. Cough. Wasn't that too much detailed? Ragnar questioned. It's alright. I'm a little shameless. Magnus shrugged. Magnus was, after all, a perfect candidate for all houses, so it was obvious he was not going to be a typical Slytherin. Chapter 32. Okay, folks. Professor Binns seems to be asleep. I will write a letter to my mummy now, also to my best brother. Magnus muttered and started writing one piece of paper. "Ha, mama's boy." Snape scoffed at him. Magnus smiled, "If loving my mum and dad makes me a mama's boy, then I'm ready to get it tattooed on my forehead." He continued writing while making small talk with Ragnar. The pale-looking boy was from an ancient house that was not part of Sacred 28. His house name was Ouroboros. Ragnar spoke while looking at him. "Right, you know, I never expected the descendant of Merlin to be so nice to me." "Hee, why would you think that?" Magnus asked back. "Look around you, look at their faces. All of them are so prideful and arrogant. Everyone who comes to Slytherin is like that because they are from some ancient or rich family. But you, even though you are from the greatest and the oldest family, you are so friendly and nice to all." Ragnar made the observation. "The talking hat said I fit in all 4 houses, but it still sent me here. So, I guess there must be something special about me," Magnus proudly said. "Maybe a little narcissistic," Ragnar added, before laughing. Within an hour, Magnus was done with his 2 letters. He was sending both letters in one packet addressed to his mom. She would send the letter to Bobby later. "What is going on? It's been an hour and still, he hasn't started teaching?" Magnus inquired. "Who knows? I guess we should sleep too," another first-year Slytherin said. Magnus rubbed his chin. I think I can teach them. I know a fun story, it is true, so it can be called history." He got up and went to the teacher's stage. "Class isn't starting, so I will tell you all a nice story from the history of our British magical community. I can stop if you want though." None of them said no. All expected some kind of special knowledge from him. Binns was snoring on his chair anyway. So, Magnus started, "Do you all know what a warlock is?" Well, a warlock is a very old term that has 2 meanings, to describe a wizard of unusually fierce appearance or as a title denoting a particular skill or achievement. It was originally given to one learned in dueling and all martial magic, or was given as a title to a wizard who had performed feats of bravery, as muggles were sometimes knighted. I will tell you the story of a warlock, Jarlath Hobart. He lived somewhere close to 1544 AD. As all of you are first years, I do not expect you to know him, well, except my friend Sirius, he's very smart. Magnus said, making everyone look at Snape. Okay, once upon a time, there was one old smart wizard. He was well versed in magic, but he was obsessed with flying. So, he worked hard and finally developed a spell. So, on July 16, 1544, Hobart invited a large crowd of wizards, among which was the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, to witness his maiden flight in the form of a public demonstration of his own revolutionary charm on himself. He was taking a big risk by doing this, but in those days, there were not many laws restricting self-experimentation. He climbed onto the roof of his local church and, after several speeches and a rousing performance of the national anthem, he leapt and, having cast the spell, was left hovering in midair. At first, he seemed to have succeeded, but, after having spent nearly 3 minutes watching him hanging in midair, the crowd grew impatient to see him move somewhere, and booed him. In response to the catcalls, Hobart tried to move in midair and started performing vigorous swimming movements, which produced no effect. All it looked was less majestic and more silly. But Hobart had misunderstood his own spell. Believing that his clothes were making him heavier and impeding his movement, so Hobart stripped naked. Magnus stopped at this point as it was boring if he were to speak non-stop. So, fun question time. I will give you options and you will guess what happened next. Magnus suggested. All the students got a little excited hearing this. They were mostly scared of the quiz as it would embarrass them, but multiple choice questions were something different. Okay, the options are: 1. He started flying faster than a sparrow. 2. He became so lightweight that he was pulled towards the sky and was never seen again. 3. He fell on Chief Warlock, breaking his neck and killing him. 4. He fell and broke his bones. Choose one option, you all, he said. Okay, those who choose 1, raise hands. 2. 3. And 4. He received all the answers. The most popular choices were 1 and 3. 4 was only selected by Snape, Ragnar and another one student of Ravenclaw who was a girl. The correct answer is 4th. He fell completely naked on the ground, breaking 16 bones, and went on to receive a fine for outrageous silliness from Chief Warlock. This happened because the clothes had been charmed by the spell, not Hobart himself. Hearing that, many chuckled. Now, continuing the story, Hobart returned home, humiliated, where he realized that his spell could make objects fly for varying lengths of time, depending on the skill of the spell caster and on the weight of the object. But he was a determined man, he would never give up so easily. So, he concluded that small animals and even children could be flown, but that they had no control whatsoever of their movement once airborne. He thus made a second announcement, and an even larger crowd gathered to see his second demonstration of the spell. Most of the people were hoping for another laugh at his expense. Even Chief Warlock came again because whatever Hobart may be, he was a talented wizard. Hobart's demonstration was, at first, by far more successful than the first, and he showed the onlookers how he could easily fly objects ranging from small rocks to fallen trees. Hobart decided that, for the finale, he would levitate the Chief Warlock's hat. Now, for round 2. This time, there will be no options. Guess what happened next? Any answer is acceptable. He requested. A Slytherin boy stood up and said, he will make the Chief Warlock fly. A Hufflepuff girl also spoke, he will fail. He will make Chief Warlock's clothes fly away, turning him naked. Many guesses were made, but none hit the spot. Okay, all of you are wrong. What he managed to levitate was the chief's wig, exposing his bald head to the gathered crowd. A big round of laughter ensued after that. In the class too, they laughed while imagining that. Because many imagined this happening to Dumbledore. The chief was not amused and was determined to duel Hobart, but the warlock levitated the chief's robes over his head, and ran for it. He stayed hidden for a long time after that until he was sure that Chief Warlock had forgotten the matter. Now, what do we learn about Hobart from all this? He asked everyone. He was a fool. He was not good at magic. Magnus shook his head, man was a genius. He had accomplished the magical art of creating new spells, something a very small number of wizards can do. The spell he created was none other than what we will be learning in our charms class. Jarlath Hobart was the famous inventor of the levitation charm, an incredibly impressive magical achievement given the immense complexity, danger and skill required in the development of spells. All this was in the History of Magic book of this year that I read in my free time. Many students audit this. This goofy story was related to something from their charms book. And unknown to Magnus, no one in this class was ever going to forget the levitation charm now. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, many claps came. Magnus turned around and looked, it was none other than the ghost of Professor Binns. Marvelous, what a wonderful lesson. Interesting as well as knowledgeable. You did an even better job than me. They all sleep usually but today they look so fresh. I knew it, Merlin's descendant cannot be an ordinary wizard. Binns spoke, showing the rare excitement on his transparent face. This was a test? Magnus inquired. Binns shook his head, it was not meant to be but it did look like that. And you passed with flying colors, Mr. Pendragon. It will be an honor for me to teach you. And for your achievement today, for just being a first-year student and yet knowing all this, 50 points to Slytherin. As soon as that was announced, the Slytherin students made an uproar. The first student to contribute to Slytherin's pool of points that year was Magnus. Chapter 33. The first day of school was eventful. Magnus and Ragnar did pretty well in their classes. But, on day 1 he found out what he was good at what not. And it seriously disappointed him a little. The second class of the day was Transfiguration. Monday was the busiest day for all students and teachers as the schedule was jam-packed. In this class, Professor McGonagall taught them the theory behind the Transfiguration. First, it turns out, there was a mathematical formula behind this and Magnus was best at maths. The transformation formula said that the intended transformation is directly influenced by body weight, A, viciousness, V, wand power, W, concentration, C, and a fifth unknown variable, Z. The meant that T, transfiguration, was equal to wand power, W, x concentration, C, then all of it divided by viciousness, V, x body weight, A, and all of it was then multiplied by the fifth unknown variable, Z. Now, what the unknown variable was nobody knew. Magnus had noticed that in all these years, all the wizards and witches had researched to perfect their magic, make new spells and power-up methods, but none of them researched the origin of it. Why does magic exist? No one could answer this question of his. They only know that like humans, magic originated in Africa. But, one thing was sure to Magnus, that magic followed the laws of physics. For example, the conservation of matter and energy. But then there were instances when these laws could be broken by extremely strong wizards and that was what he was aiming to achieve. But, for now, his 11-year-old little body couldn't dream of doing that. There were many branches in Transfiguration and Professor McGonagall had warned them that it was also dangerous. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned, was what she said. The first task of all of them was to turn a match into a needle. This was considered the simplest of all transfiguration spells. Ragnar, just watch me and learn. Magnus proudly said. But I've already done it, Ragnar suddenly replied. Magnus, in shock, turned to him, and there was indeed a silver needle in front of him. Heh, so you're talented in it. Okay, you made it silver, I will make it gold, I like gold anyway. Magnus proudly claimed. Needlefy. Yes, yes, turn into a needle. He muttered as the matchstick was being turned. He had kept the concentration aspect in his mind, imagination was also a major part. It finally took the shape of a needle and turned golden. But, shockingly, it turned into a bigger size than what the original matchstick was. Quickly, Professor McGonagall appeared. She had stars in her eyes but kept a serious face. Perfect, even better than I expected. Making it even larger than the original size is something not all wizards can do, Mr. Pendragon. And Mr. Ouroboros, amazing on your part too, on your first attempt to do it. 10 points to Slytherin. Professor McGonagall announced and went on her way. She could not overly praise someone as it would discourage others. I think we are going to win the House Cup just by gathering these points. Magnus talked to Ragnar. Hee, there is still the Quidditch. But, I'm not interested in it. I hate flying. Ragnar said distastefully. But I want to do it. I know I'm gonna love it. Okay, let's help the others. Look, Snape did it too. Magnus exclaimed. Why does he try to avoid us? We never said anything bad to him, Ragnar questioned. Magnus sighed, insecurities, I guess. After that, they helped many students complete their tasks. They even helped many from Hufflepuff. Magnus was already being adorned by most of the students in the school, so whenever he talked to someone, they always showed respect, well, except for a few who were in Slytherin. Magnus knew he was very good at all kinds of charms and also transfiguration, but when it came to potioneering, he was average, but he had still not given up on the liquid luck. Meanwhile, Ragnar was below average at charms but god tier in potioneering. He said he's liked potioneering since he was small and had already memorized all recipes till 7th year as he had all the books at his home. Magnus had tried to ask him about his home, but Ragnar every time dodged the question. Dada was also an exciting class for Magnus and he excelled in it. It wasn't much different from charms, it was exciting to him as it taught various spells to find hidden secrets. The American teacher, Professor Harrison, was an excellent person. He had told everyone that he used to be an Auror working for Makusa. He was in the department responsible for handling dark creatures attacking Nomages. He was a funny and easygoing man. But the first day was mostly theory and introduction. They would start learning practical things from the next class. But, there was something Magnus found strange. Their potions and data class was with Gryffindor but he saw neither Sirius nor James. There was Lily but he didn't talk to her, considering how paranoid Snape was at the moment. Then there was the herbology class with Ravenclaw. He liked these people as they were knowledgeable but some of them were too proud of it. Herbology was very easy for Magnus because he had a very good memory and had already memorized everything. Ragnar was also excellent in this subject. His reasoning was, to make amazing potions, I need high-quality materials and I don't trust any herbologist so I grow my own herbs. Till now, Magnus had learned that Ragnar sucked at charms. Dada spells were also somewhat like charms so he expected him to suck at that too. But, what made him excited for the whole day was a flying lesson. He was already dreaming of how cool it would be. But to his luck, Mondays didn't have the flying lessons. So, he had to wait till the next day. Their day's schedule ended. Magnus had already done his homework. It was actually a lot. But it was just theoretical stuff and he was good at memorizing. He helped Ragnar complete it too and both of them were free during the study hall period. Where are we going, Magnus? Ragnar asked. To find the portrait of Merlin, Magnus replied with a smile. Magnus had found this information by hearing some students talking about his heritage. Magnus was still in a bit of shock but he had accepted this fact. Now, what he needed were answers. The portrait was on the walls by the grand staircase, next to the portrait of his Merlin's old friend and fellow courtier of King Arthur, Sir Cadogan. He quickly found the portrait. Inside, he saw Merlin standing, his beard was long and white and he wore a big robe with a hood. It was probably the fashion among the wizards of that era. So this was the boy you were talking about? Sir Cadogan exclaimed. Merlin's portrait smiled. Welcome to the Hogwarts, child. Now, I am just a portrait, so I do not know about your past. Which family do you belong to and how did you find my inheritance? Magnus replied truthfully, hello, I am not from a magic family. My parents are non-magical people. I didn't find your inheritance, it would be correct to say it found me. 2 years ago, I was lost and couldn't find a home. So I slept in a park under a tree. That tree talked to me in my sleep, and since that day, I started having strange accidents. Just yesterday did I find out about my heritage. Merlin loudly laughed. Wahaha, fabulous. You are from a non-magical family, that is even better. At least, I don't have to teach you about equality now. And about that tree, I believe you have talked to my will. Magnus nodded. Yes, I did. But it said I am not ready for the knowledge or the gifts. Yes, you must grow stronger. I have left you amazing things, Magnus. You will understand everything as you continue on this adventure. These damn new generations have destroyed the wizarding word that I worked so hard to improve. I see them daily talking about how their family is this or that or how they hate magbobs. Their minds have become so narrow-minded to understand that we all are from the same species. Merlin had a bit of sorrow in his voice. I understand, Arthur said the same thing about the Muggle world, Magnus said. Wait, what? Did you already meet that bloke? Merlin exclaimed. Mwahahaha, I won, Merlin. Out of nowhere, Arthur appeared in Merlin's portrait. Magnus chuckled. Yes, I found him in the Buckingham Palace. He was invisible to all but not me. Arthur started to crack his knuckle. You bastard, I'm gonna teach you a lesson. You've got no magic here. You left me invisible to rot there. Sir Cadogan, come here and help me. As your king, I command you. Yes, your majesty. Sir Cadogan also jumped to Merlin's portrait. Merlin grunted, I can handle 10 of you together, Arthur. I call you a bloke for a reason. Really? You green-eyed bastard, I will show you the power of my fist of fury. Arthur shouted and ran to attack Merlin. Merlin also got ready to fight. He passed the first punch to his face and countered with his staff. Bam! He punched the back of Arthur's head. But Arthur came prepared. He lifted his leg as he was falling and bam! Straight to the baby makers of Merlin. Mwahaha, you don't need those anyway as they don't work. But they still hurt all the same. Have my nutcracker kick. You got them too. Bam! Merlin also hit his staff at Arthur's baby maker. Both of them fell to their knees. Sir Cadogan stood at the side and watched. Outside the portrait, Magnus and Ragnar watched it all. You want some, Ragnar? Magnus offered some popcorn to Ragnar. Both of them laughed while watching it. I can watch this all day. Magnus exclaimed. Suddenly, Arthur and Merlin turned to Magnus and felt embarrassed. Magnus. We were not fighting. We were just playing. See, we are brothers. Arthur helped Merlin get up. Yes, Magnus. You should be kind to people. Merlin added. Come on, fight. I still got the popcorn bag half full. Magnus nudged them. Merlin and Arthur smiled wryly. Magnus was also pulling their leg. Just kidding, I will be going now. Merlin, I have set up the portrait in my dorm. You can come and talk to me there. He said. Sure, lad. We will come. After that, Magnus left. And the fight resumed. Only one shall win today, Arthur shouted. Bam! Merlin, you cheater, using rocks. Chapter 34. After the talk with Merlin, they headed to Slytherin dungeon. Do you know who our roommate is? Magnus inquired. Ragnar denied, no, when I woke up today, he was already gone. Then let's see who it is. He decided and strode to the dorms. But, as soon as they entered the dungeon, they were treated by loud claps. Straight for a minute they did not stop. As expected, the leader of this little event was Lucius. He was also clapping but slower and more gracefully than others. You are a true Slytherin, Mr. Pendragon. You earned 60 points on the first day. Lucius said, bootlicking Magnus. What does this guy even want from me? Magnus wondered. 55 actually, 5 were earned by Ragnar. Magnus corrected him, stopping Lucius and making Ragnar hide behind him. He did not like being in the spotlight of these power-hungry snakes. Yes, Mr. Ouroboros has done great too. All students of Slytherin students should learn from you. We are, after all, born to be elites in the future. We cannot let our house lose the cup. Lucius spoke as if he was the leader of the house. If you keep this performance, you will someday get to meet a very great person I know. He knows about you and watches your performance. Lucius said suddenly. Magnus just nodded and left towards his dorm room. Who is this pervert keeping an eye on me? Sigh. Just as expected, things are not as simple as they seem. I need to learn about the political and social happenings of the wizarding world. They entered the room and finally saw who their roommate was. Knock before you enter, that's basic manners. Snape barked. Magnus chuckled, I don't need to knock to enter my room. Yeah, that's my bed. Snape's face reddened at the embarrassment. To save his face he pointed to Ragnar, I was talking to him. Ragnar was taken aback, he touched his chest and replied, me? I'm staying in this room too. Magnus facepalmed himself and went straight to Snape's bed and sat down a good healthy distance away from him. Mate, what's your problem? Stop this pretentious bandwagon you're on. What do you get from acting all high and mighty? I am studying 5th year's books. I apparently belong to a magical family that's as nearly as old as this school. But I don't act arrogant. Do you know why? Because I was raised in a humble family. Born to parents you all call muggles. Magnus lectured him. He was already stuck with him for 3 years already, might as well just make him a friend. Seemed shocked for some reason. Wait, you're a muggle-born? Yes, I am. You got any problem with that? Magnus asked with his eyes probing him. No, I thought you came from some very ancient pre-blood family. How are you Merlin's descendant? Snape inquired with genuine curiosity. I don't know. It's just in the blood. Besides, Merlin was also muggle-born, with an extra talent for magic. He explained. Then why are they treating like some big lord? Snape questioned. Because I am a hot commodity. They are pampering me before slaughtering me like a sacrifice. Don't you know the influence of just the word Merlin? If they have me by their side, they can use my name, Merlin's name, to their advantage. Also, I think many of them believe I'm a pure blood. Listen, Sirius, we're in a snake's pit. Nobody can be trusted because you're for yourself. Everyone here wants to further their careers or wealth by stepping on others. Remember, this is Slytherin. Magnus concluded. That means I can't trust you either, Snape argued. Magnus smiled, did you forget what happened at the sorting ceremony so easily? The hat said I fit in all 4 houses. Brave, cunning, loyal and sharp-minded. I got it all. And no one thing, Sirius. The thing I despise the most for some reason is betrayal. And I would never betray my friends or family. The rest is up to you to decide. Come on, Ragnar. You're too thin, I smuggled some sweets for you. What the hell, I'm not that thin. Ragnar retorted. Slowly, the noise faded from Snape's ears as he fell into deep contemplating. What he found out today was that Magnus was way more intelligent in the aspects of cunningness than he showed everyone. Most saw him as a naive child but he didn't believe that now. He remembered his whole life till now. An abusive father, an abused mother. He always wondered, why did his mother even marry his good-for-nothing father? She came from a pure-blood respected family after all. He always wondered, why did she never retaliate even while having the power to do so? Then his eyes fell on Magnus. A boy, who had everything, good parents, probably money too, now also the influence of his heritage. Yet he stayed humble. He was either too dumb or just being his real self. Till now, his only friends were his books and Lily Evans. Now, only books were left, and sadly, they don't reply to his words. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Magnus whining at Ragnar. Ragnar, tell me your secret. I remember every recipe for every potion. Yet I'm average. Why? Magnus asked. Ragnar scratched his head, not knowing what to say. I don't know. I also follow the recipe with little changes here and there. I think what you lack is physical knowledge, how all ingredients work, mix and react. You hand movements. Magnus and Ragnar turned their heads. It was Snape who spoke. What do you mean? I turned my hands in the cauldron just the way it said in the book. Magnus argued. The speed of your hand's movement also matters, also it varies from potion to potion, from ingredients to ingredients and which side you are mixing it. I believe Ragnar should know this. Snape questioned. Ragnar thought, no that you say. I do adjust my hand speed. But it happens instinctively to me. I don't even think about it. Snape felt personally attacked, then you might become the best potion master in history. Magnus chuckled, but he sucks at charms but, Ragnar, do not forget this friendship when you become a top potion master. Make them for free for me please, from time to time. Just a little liquid luck would do. Ragnar chuckled, sure, I will give you a discount of a negative 100%. Magnus' face fell. He looked at Snape, if you know this then this means you're gonna be a potion master too. I guess I'll leech on you then. And I think I will quit on this subject entirely, don't have enough time to focus on such fine details. I'm satisfied with being average at this. Gotta leave some places for the rest after all. We can teach you, Ragnar suggested and looked at Snape. Sure, only if he teaches us transfiguration, Snape said. Deal, Magnus agreed instantly, shocking Snape. Why would he give his secrets so easily, Snape thought. Dumbledore's office. Eugenia Jenkins, the Minister for Magic had come to meet the old man. She had received a reply to the letter and it was one word. Yes. But she needed to know more. So she came here personally. Is he really Merlin's descendant? She straightforwardly asked. Yes, he is. I believe by now you've heard about the current predicament the Muggle Queen is in. Dumbledore inquired. Minister Jenkins' eyes widened, he's related to it. Dumbledore nodded, it's not just Merlin he's related to. King Arthur too. He put some emphasis on his next words, he is the rightful king. Minister Jenkins was shaken as she took a few steps to the side and sat down on the chair. How many know about this? She inquired. Very few, Dumbledore answered. She took a long breath, the amount of influence he's going to have on the magical world will be unimaginable. Merlin and now Arthur. They will come after him like hyenas. That is why we must protect him, Dumbledore advised and came closer to her with a serious face. I met him in private, and I told him his situation. Minister, he's a sweet child, but, he made it clear, that if something were to happen to his family, he will not forget. Dumbledore said. Then I will place Aurors to protect them. She decided. No. You must not do that. Dumbledore quickly stopped her and continued. I will send my people to safeguard them. The ministry has been compromised. He sternly said. Minister Jenkins got up in anger, do you know your order is an illegal organization? Yes, but it's necessary. With the ministry compromised, we have no choice. We must fight back. Dumbledore raised his voice a little. She looked not convinced, do you know how much pressure is on me these days? With every new dead Muggle, they are talking more and more about replacing me. And a change of administration is the last thing we need right now. It is what they want. If they find out about your little stunt, the Wisengamot will be after my blood. The Wisengamot is run by them, Dumbledore argued loudly, shocking her a little. This old man still had the strength it seemed. Dumbledore continued, the order was created to fight him, Minister. Nothing else. And the ministry is already adamant on not catching the murderers. He and his army of so-called Death Eaters will continue to murder. Someone has to stop them. Minister Jenkins didn't speak for a full minute. Then she took a long breath. Sigh. Fine, fine. I am still skeptical of you, Dumbledore. But I will look the other way this one time. But, the boy and his family must be kept safe, no matter what. We finally have a ray of hope for this black and white world. We can't lose him now. Good night, Headmaster. She left after saying that. Tired, yet a bit eased up, Dumbledore sat back onto his chair. Why did you take this path, Tom? Why? But he didn't have the luxury to relax. He got up and operated away, to an unknown house in the middle of nowhere. Where he had called out a meeting. Chapter 35. Dumbledore arrived at the rundown house, which was basically non-existent to outsiders as it was under Fidelius' charm and Dumbledore was the sole secret keeper. But there was only his brother there at that moment. He had a tense and tired face. I had a talk with the minister. She has agreed to look the other way, but I do not have much hope that she will be able to hold on to her position. So, we must act fast, Dumbledore started. Aberforth Dumbledore, younger brother of Albus Dumbledore, stood up. Anger was raging on his face. Albus, this is Grindelwald all over again. And why is it that it has something to do with you again? I'm tired of this now. I don't feel like I can even trust you. Don't think I am a fool, I know what his real identity is. I saw the boy many times at Hogsmeade. Albus was hurt a little, hearing this from his own brother. He felt like he aged a few more years. He was a little boy, Aberforth. Did you expect me to kill him? Like any ordinary student, I gave him a chance to study at Hogwarts. But you saw him grow. You must have noticed the changes in his personality. Yet you did nothing, because Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore can never be wrong, right? You knew but were afraid to accept it, and now look at this mess. Innocent people are dying out there. Innocent. He suddenly shut up as he saw the noise of people coming in. Aberforth, do not make this knowledge public or you will do more harm than good. Albus quickly said. I don't even care now. Do whatever you want. He muttered angrily. The door opened and walked in one of the most important members of the order. Alastor, Mad-Eye Moody. Moody's wore a magical eye, which was electric blue and earned him his nickname, Mad-Eye. This eye allowed him to see through anything, such as wood, invisibility cloaks and the back of his head. He was a fine auror but even he was displeased with the capabilities of the ministry so he joined. Behind him were many more members, some were very old people that Dumbledore knew from back in the days. Professor McGonagall was also there but she rarely participated in order-related activities. Today, she needed to be here because the matter of Magnus was to be asked. Good that you all came here. The ministry will not be a problem for a while. We will need to coordinate and be decisive in each of our attacks. Remember, for Voldemort, his Death Eaters are cannon fodder, but we cannot risk our lives like that. We are already limited in numbers. Dumbledore spoke. What about that Merlin boy? Moody asked suddenly. Everyone turned to him with a weird face. Dumbledore too, what are you talking about, Alastor? Magnus is just 11 years old. No matter how good he is, we cannot involve him. This is not his war to fight, and he is meant to be the future of the British magical world. Moody grunted, give me the boy for a month and I will whoop some spells into him. By the end, he'll turn out to be a better fighter than most of the sissy aurors. McGonagall was enraged by this idea. I will not have my students be used as tools. He is a student of Hogwarts, and it is the duty of Professor Dumbledore and the ministry to ensure their safety. If something happens to him, it will be on you. Moody was not satisfied and he muttered lowly, so now her motherly instincts awaken, old hag. Enough, we have more pressing matters than to discuss whether we should drag an 11-year-old into war, Dumbledore shouted and resumed the meeting. Planning on doing a hit on a few unguarded Death Eaters. London. Bobby had been missing his best friend dearly. Both had been like brothers since young. They went to school together and played together. But even he knew he depended a lot on Magnus and now he was all alone. He had skipped the 9th grade now. Going straight to 10th grade, to the second year of high school. It was a totally different school as the one where he studied didn't teach the high schoolers. This was making him even more nervous. He had heard about bullies in these schools, they especially targeted short kids. And he was very short because he had already skipped 6th and 7th grade, now he had skipped 8th grade too. So, while he should have been in 7th grade, he was in 10th, at the young age of 11. While the average high schooler was 14 years old at a minimum. Sigh with a strong face, he got ready. You can do this, Bobby. He cheered for himself. Ding dong. He quickly ran downstairs to see who it was. His mother was busy in the kitchen. Oh, Kyler. Mail today. Bobby knew this guy, an honest mailman. His 5-year-old daughter had gotten into a big road accident and he had no insurance. So, with the help of knowledge taught by Magnus, he enrolled in a bunch of spelling and mathematical competitions, he won them and gave the money to the mailman. So he could pay for his daughter's treatment. This was something taught to him by Magnus. He had said, Bobby, you will keep on getting smarter now, as I have made sure your foundation is strong. But, in most people, with knowledge comes arrogance. So, I want you to never stop being humble, help whomever you can while staying within your limits. Actually, I read this in a book and it sounded cool so I memorized it. Kyler smiled as he had gotten very motivated by this boy here. To him, Bobby was like an angel. For a man who earns as little as him, the help Bobby gave was a godsend. Yes, by the way, my daughter just saw your face in the interview today. You just skipped your ninth grade. You must be very smart. Kyler said. Bobby scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I also skipped 6th and 7th grade. It's not a big deal. Don't know why they are making it so big now. My daughter said she wants to be as smart as you someday. He excitedly added. Bobby nodded. Well, my advice, math is very important. Don't let her slack on it. He then took the letter and went inside his house. He read where it was from, and just from looking at the texture of the paper, he had an idea where it was from. He smilingly went to his room and opened it. Drop. A small chocolate bar dropped from it. Bobby, taste it, this is so amazing. The best chocolate I've ever eaten in my life. They said it is made of some magical animal's milk. Haha, he read the first words and smiled. He picked up the candy bar and ate it. It does taste amazing. Every single bite feels different. He muttered to himself and continued. Letter. Bobby, my brother, I have found myself in a worse gutter than I initially had thought it was. I found out about my powers and why I could see that portrait. But I cannot afford to tell you that in a letter as it might put your life in danger. Just know this, I am stuck with a bunch of racists, who want to use me for their personal gains. There are powerful people after me too. But for now, I am safe inside the walls of the school. Also, I found new friends. His name is Ragnar, he was being bullied so I took him in. There is also a boy, named Sirius, he has hots for a girl but he's insecure. He thought I liked his girl so he was angry at me. Most kids here are broken in one way or another. I also found out that I suck in the potioneering subject. So you can have some solace in the fact that I am not perfect, hee. Leave this, your school must be about to start. I know where you are going, it is a school for higher intellectual children. You will meet many smart brains there. Keep improving yourself, because what I have found out about my heritage is going to explode your brains. But in the future, I will need your help a lot as I know I can trust you, so, I hope when we reach that point, we are both awesome. By the way, don't tell this to my mummy, or she might come here and kill my old beardy headmaster. Sincere, just kidding, I'm never writing formal letters. Sincerely, the one who hooped your ass in elementary school. Also, this letter will explode in 5 seconds. Letter ends. As soon as he read that last line, he immediately threw it away. But, 6 seconds passed and nothing happened. A low laugh came soon and with that, the paper turned into ashes. Bobby chuckled, his mood got way lot better. But then he frowned, that bastard, now I gotta clean the room again. Chapter 36. Magnus was taught some potions by Snape and Ragnar last night. The next morning, he woke up happy. He looked at Chad, who was soundly sleeping on the leg side of his bed. He wanted to get comfy on his body but he was so fat that Magnus felt like suffocating. He got up and got dressed quickly. He glanced at the portrait of Arthur. In it, he saw him and Merlin playing chess together. Where did you find it? He asked. Arthur took it from some painting. We'll return it later. Good luck with your flying lessons. Us two were born flyers, so you better not shame us. Merlin spoke without looking at him. Magnus shrugged at them and went out of his room. His 2 roommates had already left. He went straight to the grand hall for breakfast. That was also when the newspapers arrived and he had subscribed to one. Well, there weren't many newspapers in the British magical world that covered all the news. Choices were very limited. A random owl came and threw the package down onto his empty plate. Magnus quickly took out a piece of meat from the other plate and threw it masterfully in front of the owl. Here you go, boy, Magnus said smilingly. The owl happily ate it and flew away, making sure to remember this human's face as he was a good human. Everyone just stupidly looked at him do it, while Magnus heeded no mind to them and unfolded the newspaper. Okay, let's see what's happening around us. First page is supposed to be very important. Fire in a chocolate factory, the owner, Charlie, got arrested by Aurors. Charged with enslaving dwarf squibs and torturing them to sing songs. What kind of news is this? Okay, let's try the next one. Something serious. Wait, this isn't serious. A broomstick accident, 2 people collided in midair. One survived by operating and the other died. Magnus was shocked. Ragnar was also shocked. How did they collide in the vast sky? That's not the point. What kind of newspaper is this? This isn't news. These are gossips. Magnus muttered. Look, your photo, Snape exclaimed as he was facing the back end of the newspaper, which could also be considered the front page. God, when did they take my picture? Return of Merlin. After nearly 1,000 years, the bloodline of the great prince of enchanters has returned to the magical community. Not only that, but he has also inherited the Muggle king, Arthur Pendragon, who helped Merlin in defeating Morgan Le Fay. We wish Mr. Pendragon great success in his life going forward. The article said. Magnus sighed and turned the pages. He read every news item. But then he found the most important news in parts most ignored by readers. In small columns in the lower middle center of the inner pages. Muggles and half-blood wizards attacked and killed. Suspicion is directed towards Death Eaters. Is this the return of some Dark Lord? Ministry of Magic under strain, the death of wizards are unacceptable. Last night's deaths. Dark mark cast in the night sky. All these headlines were hidden so dutifully that if one was not reading the paper attentively, they would have missed it. So there is someone who wants to kill all muggles and half-blood wizards. I guess I need to get serious in my training. Otherwise, by the time I complete school, it'll be too late, he decided. What is it? Ragnar asked. No, nothing. Let's eat and go to our first class. Charms are going to be fun, don't worry, Ragnar. I will help. I'm feeling dizzy, Ragnar complained. It was the charms class first thing in the morning. They were supposed to sit together with the first years of Ravenclaw. In the charms class, they as expected were to practice levitation spell. I heard about your marvelous explanation behind the creation of levitation spell in yesterday's history class. Flitwick gave Magnus a compliment the first thing in the morning. So, the first charm of the class was the levitation charm. Magnus was able to fly the feather around so fast that it created a mini tornado, which was also making all the other feathers in the room fly. Flitwick clapped crazily, just what I would expect from an up-and-coming prince of enchanters. Magnus did it very easily and got 5 points for Slytherin. Professor Flitwick was very excited to see him and excel. He was non-stop pouring praises on him. Ravenclaw students could only look at him in envy. Of course, this was expected off of you. Merlin was after all the best in charms, Flitwick said the same thing for the third time. Till now, all professors he had met were saying this same thing. Compare him to the old Merlin on every corner. It made him a little nervous. Everyone had such high expectations off of him. I guess to come out of this, I need to surpass that old man too. He fell into deep contemplation. After his own task was done, he helped Ragnar at least make the feather fly a little to pass the class. Snape didn't need any help as even in subjects he was bad at, he was above average. Next came the class Magnus had been anticipating. The class of flying along with Hufflepuff students. It was taught by Madame Rolanda Hooch, the Hogwarts flying instructor and Quidditch referee. They came out to the open fields which were the training grounds for the Quidditch teams there, they gathered in 2 lines with their brooms in their hands. These were pretty standard brooms. Then like a hawk, Madame Hooch came with a whistle and spoke quickly, well, what are you doing? Those broomsticks aren't gonna fly themselves out of boredom. Now, stick out your right hand over your broom, and say, up. She instructed everyone. Magnus, with a big smile on his face, put his hand forward and put it over the broom. He passionately wanted to fly on it, it was a dream of most humans, to fly in the air. Flying in aeroplanes doesn't count because you cannot feel the wind on your face. Whoosh! Without even speaking, the broomstick came to his hand, as if a child returning to its father. Stunningly done, Mr. Pendragon. Ah, you have done it too, Ms. Vanity. Good job, 5 points to Slytherin for being so good at this. She praised them. Magnus looked to see who it was a girl with long black hair, but her eyes were the most striking features. As they appeared so differently. Her irises were sparkling light blue in color while the pupil being dark black. She smugly looked at him and showed her tongue to tease him. Magnus chuckled and ignored her. He was not doing this for a competition, he really wanted to fly. Madame Hooch showed everyone how to mount the broomstick and how to hold it so as to not fall from it. Magnus felt so at ease once he was on it. Okay, now we will practice basic liftoff and landing. Kick off the ground hard and try to rise a little. Then try to maintain that height. Then slowly proceed to come down to the ground. Ready? She instructed them. All students were able to do it. Ragnar had prior experience and Snape was average. But Magnus, well, he was not a normal kid. He, as told, pushed the ground hard, a little too hard actually. He ended up being thrown at least 50 feet in the air. Magnus' heartbeat got faster as he felt a tingling sensation in his stomach. It was amazing, he loved the view from this thing. For as far as he could see, beyond the Hogwarts, there was just jungle. Yes, this is life, this is why I came here, he shouted so loud that people could hear him on the ground too. Freedom, Magnus shouted and suddenly moved forward on the broomstick by pressing it forward. It was very easy for him to get a hang of it and he felt he was a natural too. He maneuvered like a champ, making rolls, making drift turns and feints. Sudden sharp turns. He could do it all. Madame Hooch smiled from the ground. Not fair, I want to go up there too. The same girl from before, Vanity, complained. His case is different, Ms. Vanity. Madame Hooch argued. What? He's the second coming of Merlin. That's not fair, I want to fly too. If he's the second coming of Merlin, then I am the second coming of whoever invented the broomsticks. She defiantly said and kicked off the ground. She also expertly flew up to the sky to intercept Magnus. I'll teach you who's the boss. She muttered to herself with a smirk. Chapter 37. Whoosh. Magnus was enjoying the fresh air blasting on his face. He had probably broken a few rules by now but he wanted to do this, enjoy this, ever since he had heard about broomsticks. I will earn the points back, he thought. He was zooming around various buildings, making many dangerous maneuvers. The broomstick was not the fastest as it was just for first years for training, but it was enough for now. Not so fast, Merlin boy. Suddenly a voice came from behind Magnus. He looked back and saw the girl with pretty eyes. You can fly too. You seem good. I can say the same about you. Emma Vanity, by the way. She introduced herself. Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon, he breathed out his new full name. This was the name by which he was officially registered at Hogwarts. I know that, probably the whole school, no, the whole British magical community knows that. She replied, but then a sudden smirk appeared on her face. Want a race? Whoever circles the Hogwarts main building and reaches the training fields wins and has to buy the winner the most expensive chocolate available. She suggested. How much does the most expensive chocolate cost? Magnus inquired out of curiosity. Not much, just a few hundred galleons. She replied nonchalantly. Magnus had immediately did the calculations, I only have 1,000 left. Can't lose those for some chocolates that I'm not even going to enjoy. Okay, let's do this. But if I win, I don't want chocolates, I want a book costing the same amount as the chocolate. He said. Deal. Okay, I will throw this ribbon to the ground. The second it touches the ground, we start. She set the rules and got ready. Magnus had his eyes on the ribbon as if he was an eagle. He saw it slowly falling to the ground. In his mind, he calculated the time it would take for it to touch down because it was hard to recognize if it had touched down from this height. Then he waited patiently. Whoosh. To his shock, Emma started before him, but she was actually on time. He also raced and was not too far behind her. I'm going to win this, Merlin boy. She shouted. Magnus chuckled, we'll see. He slowly started to catch up to her and was crossing her. She saw it and was amazed because their brooms were the same and Magnus was heavier than her, yet he was faster. She couldn't understand how. Unknown to her, it was not her fault. It was the fault of the whole magical society's education system. Magnus was using a simple thing in physics called aerodynamics. He had purposefully ducked down his body and his chin was basically touching the broom, different from Emma, who was riding it like a normal bicycle. I won't let you win. She suddenly tried to block his path and made fake kicks. She was not going to really kick him and endanger his life, she knew it was dumb. It had some effect and Magnus and he was again left behind. I can't lose my money like this. I guess I'll have to do it. My ultra-secret technique. He again streamlined himself to reduce air resistance and caught up to her. Then, he shouted loudly, "Oh my God." With that, he made the most exaggerated shocked face possible and looked to his left side, towards the buildings. It was human nature to be curious, so Emma also looked to her left. And soon, she felt a pinch on her right cheek. Flick. "Oh UCH," she cried. Magnus had flicked on her right cheek with his finger. "See you at the finish line." She immediately realized she was fooled. But all her attempts to get the lead were futile as Magnus continuously flew away from her. This is cheating. She complained loudly. She immediately received a reply with fading laughter, my mummy told me to treat girls equally. Ha 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 ha. She pouted and continued on to return to the finish line. Soon, the crowd came into her view and with a frowning face, she landed on the ground. Magnus and Emma were both surrounded by their excited classmates. But then, an angry Madame Hooch came, that was extremely reckless, Mr. Pendragon and Ms. Vanity. You two are to spend 2 hours in detention. Magnus didn't protest, he was just happy for having saved his money from this witch. He turned to her smugly, I will tell you the name of the book tomorrow. She scoffed and walked the other way. Miss Vanity, the detention is that way. Madame Hooch interrupted her, embarrassing her even more. Magnus, holding his laughter, walked towards the detention room. While leaving, he waved towards Ragnar and Severus. The detention room of Hogwarts was nothing but a room with some students' desks. There were also many bookshelves. But to Magnus' horror, all of them were about how to be good students, Hogwarts laws and other things related to that. There was no teacher but instead ghosts. Keeping an eye on them. But, to his surprise, he and Emma were not alone. There was a curly-haired boy too. Sirius? Magnus voiced. Sirius and James were sitting on the front side of the room. Sirius looked back and laughed, we knew you would come here sooner than later. James also added, finally, the god has come down among us mortals. Yeah, what are you in for? Magnus asked as if they were prisoners. We made our classmates have opposite genders voice with the help of a powder. Professor McGonagall caught us. This was yesterday, today Slughorn sent us here because we put pepper powder in many cauldrons. Everyone ran out of the lab coughing. Sirius explained as if they were triumphs. What kind of animals are you? Emma blurted. And who do we have here? Miss Righteous Princess. Since when did a Slytherin start worrying about people? James retorted. He's also a Slytherin, she pointed to Magnus. No, he belongs to all houses, we heard the hat. Besides, I've known him from before Hogwarts. But I don't know you. What's your name? Sirius asked her, this time seriously. I am Emma Vanity. She replied. Sirius' shoulders relaxed, so you are one of the better pureblood families. What did you two do? Kiss in public? Magnus nearly choked on his saliva, no. We were racing on our brooms. Who won? James asked almost immediately. He was a fanatic when it came to flying. Magnus proudly raised his head, who other than me? He cheated. Emma protested. Sure, the loser always has some excuse, Magnus spoke back. Hearing this, Emma huffed and went to a corner to sit alone. What's her deal? Sirius asked. Ignore her. She just lost a bet. So, what do we do here now? I don't want to read those books. Magnus asked. Both Sirius and James looked at each other. They nodded and made Magnus sit with them. We were planning a prank. A big one this time, it might take some time to complete. No hard feelings, but we want to turn the pants of all Slytherin boys into skirts. Also, put lipstick on their faces. Magnus nodded and thought for a second, it can be done. But it will need a lot of planning. Let's do it. Are you serious? Will you prank your own house? They excitedly asked. Sure, why not? They have been a pain in the back since day one. Always acting so strictly, there is no fun. Magnus complained. Sirius was happy, cool, let's do it then. And so, they started planning. After a while, their detention was over and they could go out. Emma angrily left alone. Magnus also decided to leave, let's do this. He raised his hand to high-five them. They also high-fived him, and Sirius and James high-fived each other too. But, to their horrors, they suddenly found out that their hands had gotten stuck together. What happened? Sirius questioned himself. It's as if someone glued our hands, James observed. But when they turned to look at Magnus, he was already walking away and was at the door. Realization quickly hit them. Magnus looked at them one last time with a mischievous smile, have fun sleeping on the same bed, lads. He left after that. Sirius and James looked at each other in horror. Apparently, the pranksters got pranked. That bastard, Sirius cursed. This was a good one, admitted Sirius. But we will have our revenge soon. James said, already planning ahead. That's fine, but what about this? We can't go out there. They will think we're involved. Sirius nervously said. And for the next few months, rumors spread around the school that Sirius and James were hot on each other. It was suspected that the rumor came from them holding hands and a certain loudmouth from Slytherin. Chapter 38. A week passed. Magnus was enjoying his life in Hogwarts. He would usually spend most of his time either studying, practicing magic, trying to make the liquid luck, pranking his friends or flying. But, now his life had a headache. That girl Emma was always trying to get her revenge by trying to prank him, although none of them succeeded. He had asked her to get him an advanced potions book. She did it grudgingly, but her grudge didn't stop. I'm telling you, Mag. She got a crush on you. I mean, if I was a girl, I'd be after you too. You are every girl's dream, a strong, intelligent guy, their Prince Charming. Heck, you are going to be the king. Ragnar had gotten really comfortable with his words around Magnus, but around others, he was still like a puppy, though Magnus was changing that too, by slowly making him grow a spine. Snape, who was walking on the other side of Magnus, shrank his nose in disgust. What a vile thought to have. Ragnar scoffed, don't lie to me, Severus, if you were a girl, you'd be drooling over him too. Magnus laughed, well, he already got someone to drool over, so stop this hanky-panky talk of yours. Did you practice the charms I gave you? You should at least know the lifesaver ones. Yeah, I did. But they are too hard for me. I mean, I can't seem to be able to move my wand correctly. Ragnar argued. Snape shook his head in disappointment. Such a waste of talent. Your potioneering is probably the best in history and you can't even cast charms. Ragnar looked at him with fake anger. Yeah. You're the one to say. Stop ogling that Gryffindor girl now and focus on your studies. Okay, stop fighting now. I will be going with the old man Dumbledore to Gringotts tomorrow. I gotta take the inheritance test, Magnus revealed. Mr. Malfoy was talking about discussing something with you yesterday. He did not ask me, but I did hear him. Snape suddenly spoke. Sev, stop idolizing that man. He is a manipulator and he's been trying since I stepped on this school grounds. If you're just after his family name and resources, then I've got more than that. Though I don't know about the money side of the situation, I will know that tomorrow. Magnus advised him. They walked into the Slytherin dungeon. But as soon as Magnus entered, he felt the presence of magic and immediately ducked. No, it was Emma, trying to plaster a cake on his face. Bam! It hit Ragnar's face. He turned angry at her. I will not help you at potions now. Ha! Magnus smirked. That is once again, 12 losses and 0 wins for you. Just give up, girl. You are too small for this. He turned to the side and went to talk to Narcissa Black. She was, although a manipulative woman, she sometimes seemed very nice, as if that was her original personality, but the cold one had taken over. He couldn't imagine how a man like Lucius was able to win her heart. He had nothing except good looks and a family name, maybe some brain too, but it was as good as nothing. Good evening, Miss Black. He greeted her. I told you to call me sister or just Narcissa. No need to be so formal now, Magnus. She replied with a smile, which seemed half genuine and half politically driven. She sat by the fireplace, reading some random book about blood purity. He was still not sure if she knew he came from a Muggle family though. Still having trouble with potions? She asked. Yup, I'm just average at it. I want to be better. He said, with a bit of frustration in his sound. She chuckled. It's okay being average in a few things when you are outstanding in all others. Have you thought about what you will do after school? Be the king maybe? He muttered. By now, everyone knew the reason he had Pendragon in his name. Maybe I can help. Lucius appeared and took a seat. Magnus took his senses to the highest limit. This man was not to be trusted at all. And what might that be? He questioned. You are an elite, Mr. Pendragon. You are the descendant of one of the oldest magical families and the ruler of a nation. You deserve to be someone great. I myself think that if I do work for someone, he must be the greatest. Lucius started weaving his web. He was trying his best to manipulate Magnus. He believed Magnus was pure blood because of his magical talent. The part about him being the inheritor of King Arthur too was guessed to be a blessing of Merlin. Do you know about your ancestor Merlin studying under Salazar Slytherin? Lucius asked. Yes, I know that. He must have learned a great deal from Salazar Slytherin, to be able to rise to become such a famous wizard, Magnus replied by overemphasizing on Salazar, wanting to see where Lucius was getting to. Lucius smiled, yes, that is indeed the case. If it weren't for Salazar Slytherin, Merlin would have never been able to rise to heights. Salazar Slytherin was a great wizard with unimaginable power. But, sadly, his future generations all died. There are no descendants remaining, all except one, the true heir to Salazar Slytherin. Magnus acted shocked. Who is he? A great man, who believes in us, the purest of blood. Under his command, the wizard kind will see a new era, where we rule all. Lucius dreamily explained. He then finally announced the name. His name is Lord Voldemort. Magnus quickly put two and two together. So that dark wizard is after me? His followers are killing people. Does Lord Voldemort wish for the service of an 11-year-old child? Magnus asked. No. He is very wise and caring. He does not want you to do anything. He only wants you to study and get stronger, but, to show allegiance you will have to get a tattoo on your arm. Lucius said. Magnus nodded. Lucius was already gloating inside his heart, thinking it was mission successful. What do you know about my family history? Magnus asked suddenly. Lucius was confused. Of course, they must be respected pure-blood wizards. To be related to Merlin, you must have a long history. Lucius was speaking nonsense now. He was not able to find out about any magical family related to Magnus. So he guessed that it must be some secret family. Magnus shook his head. No, you are wrong, my family are actually muggles. I am the first wizard in the family. And, to the offer of Lord Voldemort, I refuse, he announced. Nearly everyone present there stopped talking. Many had their eyes widened at the revelation. Especially Narcissa and Malfoy. The atmosphere tensed a lot, feeling as if an explosion would happen at any moment. Lucius gritted his teeth so loud everyone could hear them. He was not a person to get angry so easily, but right now, he felt betrayed, deceived. He even treated Magnus so well after what happened on the train. He lowered himself just to have a good image in front of him, but now, it was not necessary. Narcissa, on the other hand, looked at Magnus in pity. Lucius got up from his chair. His worst guesses had turned true. You filthy mudblood, deceiving us, using us, stand up, sit on the floor. That is your rightful place. That is your worth, right on the filth. Magnus did get up, with a calm and plain face, but his blue eyes now looked dark red. His chin held high in pride and confidence. He had already decided before coming to Hogwarts that he was not going to let someone bully him. So you got deceived by a filthy mudblood? What does that make you, a person with intelligence even lesser than a filthy mudblood? You are ultra-filthy pureblood then. Magnus talked back in a chilling voice. Shut up. Mudblood. Whoosh. Lucius had taken out his wand and its pointy tip was touching Magnus' head. Do it. Magnus voiced with a smile. Just then, Lucius felt something. He looked down. There was Magnus' wand and its tip was touching his crotch. His eyes flickered in a slight panic. He turned back to Magnus. You wouldn't dare, mudblood. Sigh. Do you know we all have the same DNA? We are all humans of the same species, called Homo sapiens. What am I even asking? Your primitive chimpanzee brain cannot comprehend such complex concepts. I recommend you do it. Blow my head out, but I promise you, you will not be able to make little Malfoys with sweet sister Narcissa then. Malfoy family patriarch wouldn't want that, right? Magnus mocked him, loud and clear, in front of all. In his short time here, Magnus had learned one thing about Slytherin. That it was the law of jungle. The strongest rules all. Now it was Lucius. But Magnus needed some followers too. Even one or two would be enough. I will kill you. Lucius was still enraged. Magnus smiled. Do it, but know one thing, you will be killing the last descendant of Merlin. The whole magical world will be after your blood then. Not just yours, but your whole family. We've even got enough witnesses. It was a stalemate now. Magnus was getting tired of it. Lucius most likely didn't have the guts to do anything. He could only scare people. Bam. Thanks, Dad. Magnus kicked. A perfect army-style kick to the knees of Lucius from the side, making him fall to his knees. Next, like a dragon putting his claws on his neck, Lucius saw Magnus grabbing his throat. His grip was inhumanly strong and his eyes looked chilly. Cough. Before coming to this school, I was not playing in the sandbox in the park. I was learning, reading, and by reading, I knew there would be bigots like you. Lucius Malfoy, what should I do to you now? Should I end it? He was, of course, bluffing. He couldn't kill someone like that. Also, he had never killed anyone and didn't want to do it at such a young age. What he wanted was for Lucius to surrender. Lucius was shivering, as he couldn't breathe properly. Surrender, Lucius Malfoy, Magnus advised. It was a huge humiliation for Lucius. He couldn't let this end here or he'd turn into a laughingstock for entire magical Britain. He was a 7th year, an adult wizard. After all, losing to a first year was out of options. And never, mudblood, confringo, Lucius instantly aimed his wand at Magnus and a bright yellow light came out of its tip, straight towards Magnus' head. Boom! Chapter 39. Many held their breath as the bright yellow light came out of the tip of Lucius's wand, headed straight to Magnus' head. It all happened so fast, yet time seemed to have gotten slow. Snape and Ragnar had gone to the dorm room so they weren't there to react. But they were halfway to the common room when they heard the commotion going on. But when they arrived, they were already too late. Confringo. No, Narcissa was seen shouting as she knew the consequences of this. All looked in horror. Already knowing what would happen to Magnus' head now, it would be turned into a pulp. And they immediately felt dread, because all this was happening inside the common room of their house. Magnus was not dumb, he was already expecting the zealot to act like one. He was too into the whole pure-blood theory that he truly believed he was superior to other people. Magnus had his wand in his other hand, just waiting to counter. But what had shocked Magnus a little was that he had not expected Lucius would hit to actually kill him. He was only expecting some small retaliation. Does he not love his life? Magnus used his wand to counter the attack with all his might. He cast a counter to the blasting curse. The counter was nothing but to use another blasting curse to neutralize the incoming attack. Confringo, he muttered immediately and countered the attack. The two spells touched each other and there was a small high-intensity tug of war between them, but it was eventually fading away. Crack. Oops, Magnus exclaimed as he noticed a crack on his wand. He prayed that it would hold on till the end of this incident. Boom. The two spells stopped each other with a bang. But, the loud boom was actually from Magnus' wand. It was in pieces now and he had fallen back due to the blast. Lucius stayed kneeling on the ground, now silent and a bit shocked that his magic was stopped by Magnus. He again tried to lift his wand but realized something. He wasn't able to lift his arm, he couldn't even feel it. He started hyperventilating a bit. Magnus looked at Lucius, so I broke your arm. Sorry about that, but I didn't expect that you would try to kill me. Then he looked around and said, now, if someone were to ask, can I expect that everyone will be truthful here? Everyone there understood what he meant and they nodded their heads nervously. Magnus, are you okay? Ragnar ran up to him. Yeah, I'm fine, but can't say the same about my wand, it was incompatible with me anyway, he muttered. Lucius's eyes widened when he heard that. He could have killed me if he had a good wand. Severus, can you call Professor Slughorn? He's the head of Slytherin after all. Magnus requested. Nodding to him, Snape left the hall. You mudbull. Stop it, Lucius. We need to get you to the infirmary. What if the damage becomes permanent? Narcissa suddenly voiced, indirectly trying to save his skin now. Lucius stopped blurting and nodded to his girlfriend. She helped him get up with a few loyal followers of Lucius. She looked at Magnus while going away and felt conflicted. She knew what happened today had totally destroyed the face Lucius had in front of him. Now she feared that if the Dark Lord didn't win, the Malfoy family was done for. What happened? Ragnar asked him. He found my heritage and called me Mudblood. Magical society really needs a makeover, people are openly supporting Dark Lords and murderers. He replied. Wait, which Dark Lord? Ragnar inquired. Voldemort or something, Magnus said, but, for some reason, Ragnar's face stiffened hearing that, though he did not say anything. What happened here? Slughorn quickly came to the common room. He saw the destroyed furniture and Magnus' wand. Everyone was looking at Magnus so he immediately asked, what happened here, Mr. Pendragon? Racism, that's what's happened. Lucius Malfoy tried to recruit me into the army of a Dark Lord named Voldemort. I refused and told him I belonged to a Muggle family. He called me mud-blood and blasted a confringo straight towards my face. Thankfully, I was able to save myself, but my wand got destroyed in the process. You might want to take the testimony of all around us and also check the record on Lucius' wand. He immediately clarified. Hearing this, Slughorn was quite horrified. Racism, illegal activity, and mortally endangering someone. These were taboo in Hogwarts. He also felt very bad hearing the name of the Dark Lord. Rest assured, Mr. Pendragon, we will get to the bottom of this. Where is Mr. Malfoy? Slughorn asked. In the infirmary, his own magic ended up breaking his arm. Magnus shruggingly said, as if beating the 7th year while being in 1st year was no big deal to him. Magnus looked around himself, at the various half-blood Slytherin or just those who were from pure-blood families who didn't align themselves with pure-blood theory. On the other hand, Muggle-born wizards were extremely rare in Slytherin, and at the moment, only Magnus was one. Magnus saw adoration in many eyes. He internally smiled, mission successful. It was good that most students were already in their dorms at this point so the words didn't spread as fast. Dumbledore, of course, took this matter very seriously. He was in fact, notified about magic being used in a Slytherin dungeon and he was already on his way. When he heard everything from Slughorn, they headed to the infirmary. There, he saw Madame Pomfrey fixing Lucius' arm. It's nothing too serious. Just the joints are broken, I'll fix them in a jiffy, but it will hurt. She evaluated. Lucius gritted his teeth, that mudblood, how dare he, we thought he was pure, like us. 10 points taken from Slytherin for using foul language in the school. Dumbledore walked in. Lucius turned to Dumbledore with a face full of contempt for him. But, he decided to stay quiet. Mr. Malfoy, I need you to surrender your wand. You are a suspect in a violent crime that took place in the Slytherin common room. All testimonies have been recorded and it has been ascertained that you are the aggressor. Dumbledore demanded. I am Lucius Malfoy, heir of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy. You cannot do this with me, not for a mere muggle-born. He argued and refused to give his wand. Dumbledore shook his head in annoyance, that was not a request, Mr. Malfoy. Also, let me remind you, the one you attacked belongs to the most respected and ancient family in the country. He is both, an Emrys and a Pendragon. Ha, we don't know that. There is no proof except that Talking Hat's words. Lucius countered. The proof will arrive soon too. Now, hand over your wand. The Aurors will be coming here soon. Dumbledore again requested. But, seeing Lucius not moving, Dumbledore just waved his own hand and the wand from Lucius' pocket flew to him. You will get this back once the Aurors have determined its history. Dumbledore didn't stay anymore and turned around to leave. But Lucius was raging behind him. My father will hear about this. Lucius turned to Narcissa, contact my father and tell him to come here and meet me. Also, give me your wand, I must let the master know about this. That mudblood dared to go against him. Without questioning, Narcissa did as asked. Slytherin common room. Magnus was told to not go out of there and also to not touch his broken wand. So, he just took a seat by the fireplace and played chess with his friends. You are really the best in charms, seriously, defeating a 7th year who surprise attacked you. Ragnar commented. Magnus proudly laughed, haha, that is why I tell you too, focusing on charms is also necessary. Because potions will not win you duels. Do you think Lucius will be suspended? Severus asked. Sigh. Likely not. His family is powerful, he might get some punishment, but considering he is nearly done with his school, they won't suspend him. But, I will make sure the world knows about this. Magnus smilingly said. Man, you are seriously more Slytherin than anyone else. Ragnar distastefully said. No, I am just smart. Slytherins are egoistical backstabbers, according to the hat. Magnus argued. Eventually, an Auror arrived at the school and started investigating what had happened. It was a man with a weird-looking one eye. He seemed to be a paranoid man, judging by how he was looking at everyone as if they had committed a mortal sin against him. He came to Magnus, I am from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Auror Alastair Moody. You the Merlin kid? No, you are mistaken, Magnus replied. Moody turned to Ragnar, who he already ascertained was not the kid he was looking for because of how thin Ragnar was. Where is he? Call him, I need his statement. Ragnar awkwardly pointed to Magnus, he's the one. Moody scrutinizingly looked back at Magnus, why did you lie, kid? I don't remember being registered as Merlin Kid in the school registers. The human species uses names for a reason. How would you feel if I called you Owlhead? Magnus argued. Moody stared at him in the eyes for a few minutes, then suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, good, good, you got some spine, boy. Chapter 40. Bam. Damn, look at my student. What a good kick. Arthur cheered from one of the paintings he had hijacked in the common room. Merlin also saw the whole event unfold. You did well teaching him martial arts. Merlin praised. Of course, it is better than your mumbo-jumbo. Real men wield swords, dickless ones wield sticks. Arthur barked back. Merlin angrily turned to him. What did you say? Mumbo-jumbo? Just keep watching. Boom. Magnus stopped the magic attack on him. Merlin looked at Arthur. You were saying something. Without magic, he would have lost his head. What the, is this Lucius boy gone mad? Arthur asked in shock. Sigh. This is what magical society had degraded to, Arthur. This is what Magnus is up against, Merlin tiredly replied. He had been in Hogwarts as a portrait ever since his death, so, he knew what was going on. Huh, then Magnus will have to beat many asses. I can't wait. Arthur laughed, with pure confidence that Magnus would succeed. Magnus gave his statement to Moody. The man wanted to ask some stupid questions but he was shown his place by Magnus' quirky answers. For example, he wanted to ask Magnus about how he became the descendant when both his parents were muggles. Magnus just said that it was heavenly tribulation and he was tested by the lightning striking him 500 times when he went to see the Great Wall of China. After that, he went back to his dorm room to sleep. The next day, he was to go to Gringotts with Dumbledore to have an inheritance test. It was the weekend so he had nothing to do anyway. He would have spent his time studying. But, while he slept, in Dumbledore's office, a serious chat was taking place. That damn boy, he's too smart for his age. Moody angrily said. Calm down, Alastair. I had told you that he is smart, it was you who was out of the line. Dumbledore defended Magnus. That brat called me 50 different names in a matter of 15 minutes. His tongue is really sharp. Look at this blunder now, although I take great pleasure in seeing that Malfoy boy getting beat up, I don't want any drama right now at the Ministry. And I am sure now Abraxas Malfoy is going to create a drama for his prized son. Moody said. I understand, Alastair. I have arranged for everything. Tomorrow, when Mr. Pendragon will complete his inheritance test, I will allow him to give an interview. Once the world knows that he is the true descendant, most will either not have the gall to oppose him because many will come to him to join him. Let's not ignore the reverence of Merlin. Dumbledore elaborated his plan. Moody nodded. Yes, if I was a muggle or half-blood wizard on the streets, I would have come to him to become a follower. I hope your plan works and Abraxas does not pursue the matter. What about Lucius Malfoy? By normal rules, he should be expelled. No, I will not do that. We already know now that he is under the influence of him. If I expel him, it will only push Lucius towards him faster. Here, we can keep an eye on him. Sai, you should go back now, be sure to come with enough security tomorrow. He advised. Moody got up. I know. Are you sure you don't want that boy trained? From what he did today, it's obvious that he's a prodigy in martial magic. Dumbledore didn't look at him and continued writing something on a page. No, he's too small. Letting him be affected by this dark world at such a young age would only take away his innocence. And you know what happens then. What a waste, Moody grunted and left. The next day, Magnus got ready to go out. He kept his broken wand to himself, it was tied with a lot of glue and was working at 20% efficiency. He met with Dumbledore in his office. From there, they were going to apparate to Diagon Alley. Mr. Pendragon, please if you will. Put your hand on my arm and do not let it go. You might feel a little disoriented after reaching. Dumbledore warned him. Magnus, like the proud closet Gryffindor he was, went ahead and held on to the old man's arm. Here we go, Dumbledore signaled. Zip. While traveling, Magnus was regretting trusting this old man. His brave Gryffindor mind was not ready to face this torture on his little body. He felt as if someone had pulled out his intestines, squeezed them dry and then put them back in, followed by forcing him to drink water. Ah, Mummy said never followed strangers, how could I be so foolish? He thought in his mind while trying not to throw up. Although the traveling was instantaneous, to him, it felt like an eternity. Magnus felt like he needed to vomit, but nothing would come out of his mouth. You get used to it with time. Dumbledore consoled him. Magnus shook his head. No, I'd prefer a broom over this anytime. Dumbledore then took out a lemon candy and gave it to Magnus. Here, eat this. It will make you feel better. If you feel good, then we will go. Where are we? Magnus asked while eating the candy from the stranger. Leaky Cauldron. A room I had reserved. Dumbledore explained. After a few minutes, Magnus felt better. He conjured some water in a transfigured glass he made from a candle nearby. Dumbledore nodded, seeing him perform magic so easily. He is very talented. But at least, Dumbledore had a positive view of Magnus because of his cheerful and open personality. For some reason, he always felt that if Godric Gryffindor was alive, he'd be like this. Let's go, Professor. Magnus felt better and went out of the room. As they walked to the bank, many people greeted Dumbledore. He really had a good image around the place. What does the inheritance test involve? Magnus inquired. It is complex magic. Whenever someone opens an account in Gringotts, they also let them scan you with magic to determine any heirs in the future. But inheritance tests are very strictly regulated because there could be thousands of people related to some magical families because of squibs going to Muggle side and living there. Dumbledore explained. Who controls this test? Magnus asked. Only Hogwarts or the Ministry can give permission for an inheritance test to be done. Now, your case is special, so expect a small crowd of people. The Minister for Magic will also be there. Some journalists will be there too. You should give a small interview after the test, Dumbledore suggested, not trying to force Magnus to give the interview. I'll think about it, Magnus replied. To be honest, he was feeling a bit excited right now. He felt like he was going for treasure hunting. After walking a few minutes, they finally appeared in front of the bank. Lots of Aurors were there, trying to keep people and journalists away from reaching them. Ignoring them shouting Magnus' name, they quickly entered the bank. Inside, Minister for Magic Eugenia Jenkins was there with a few of her special people. It's a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Pendragon. She politely greeted him. Likewise, Minister. Magnus greeted her back. Magnus looked around and saw lots of goblins were looking at him with various expressions. As if he was a prized trophy. Many were already contemplating how much money Magnus would find in the vault. After waiting for a while and talking to the minister, a goblin in a suit came and showed them the path. Come with me, this place is not right for something so important. He requested and led the way. They came to a big office. There, a golden paper was set on the table with a small golden knife by its side. The room was decently big, but there were no windows and looked to be heavily decorated with gold. It was to Magnus' liking. Gold was his favorite any time. Mr. Pendragon, please put a drop of blood on that piece of paper. The goblin instructed. Magnus did as asked. He went ahead, made a small cut on his finger with the knife that was too sharp and dropped a few drops. It looked as if his blood had dropped on water, as it got dissolved in the paper. Then, in a show of magic, names and other details started coming up on the paper. But, to everyone's shock, it did not stop after writing 2 names and their assets they were expecting on it. A third name was being written, meaning that this third name was the least genetically connected to him, though still connected a bit. This was the reason why inheritance tests were regulated, because any bloodline could resurface due to some long-lost squib bloodline, and goblins hated when that happened. A goblin came forward and took the paper. He read it and passed it to the head of the bank. When he saw it, his eyes too went wide in shock. He looked at Magnus and spoke, Congratulations, you are just what you say. A descendant of Merlin and King Arthur. But, the third name. Chapter 41. Dumbledore? The Minister of Magic muttered as she looked at Dumbledore and the paper. Dumbledore was confused. What's the matter? She handed the page to him. Dumbledore's brow rose up. My great-great-grandfather had a granduncle squib. Magnus had no idea what was being talked about, so he went ahead and took the paper. After all, it was his future being discussed. But after taking a look at its content, his jaws hung open. He read it from the top. Relations. 1. Merlin Emery's bloodline, pure, direct, full claim. 2. King Arthur Pendragon bloodline, pure, direct, full claim. 3. Dumbledore bloodline, faint, indirect, no claim. Reading this, Magnus looked at Dumbledore in shock and asked, How? Dumbledore was equally as much in the shock. I don't know. I never really knew my grandparents, let alone my great-grandparents. The head goblin spoke, such events are normal. All humans in the world are interconnected, whether you want it or not. But, most of the time, the similarities in the blood are so low that it doesn't get detected. I can assure you, if you were to do an inheritance on all Muggle wizards, you'd find many Blacks, Malfoys and Lestrange. Dumbledore family is like that too. Besides, His Majesty is not very closely related to the Dumbledore family. It is probably because of his strong magic that this was detected. If it were his parents, it wouldn't have happened. Dumbledore nodded. But still, this was big news for him. He had no real family other than his younger brother, who was also unmarried. He knew that with him and his brother, the Dumbledore bloodline would end. And now, finding Magnus to be carrying it was somewhat relieving to him, knowing that his bloodline, even if very faint, would keep on living. Magnus, meanwhile, continued to read the list of his assets, inherited. Inheritance, Vault Origin 2, King Arthur Pendragon. 1. Kingship of Britain and its territories. 2. All properties of the Crown. 3. All properties of King Arthur. 4. Gold Muggle coins, 22,678,544. 5. Diamonds, pearls and valuable stones, 4,678,544. 6. Books, 12,668. 7. Enchanted weapons, 67,544. 8. Rotten cheese, 600 kilos. 9. Funny and embarrassing portraits of Merlin, 12. 10. Enchanted crown of the first king. 11. Enchanted cape to the first king. 12. Enchanted sword of the first king, Excalibur, unlocated. 13. Various castles. Inheritance, Vault Origin 1, Prince of Enchanters, Merlin Emery's. 1. Lordship of the Round Table. 2. All property and wealth of Merlin. 3. All held titles in the wizarding world. 4. Gold galleons, 9,866,788. 5. Diamonds, pearls, valuable stones and enchanted material, 7,654,678. 6. Books, 1,556,545. 7. Wands and staffs, 127,655. 8. Rotten cheese, 124 kilo. 9. Funny and embarrassing portraits of Arthur, 56. 10. Enchanted wizard robes. 11. Merlin's staff, unlocated. 12. Merlin's castle, Western Isles, Island of Herta and Soy. Eligible for full ownership due to being the last descendant. Magnus was excited to read all this. He knew that what was written was just the tip of the iceberg and there was so much more to see. For example, the wands and books in Merlin's vault. Not to mention, the crown, robes and weapons in Arthur's vault. There was also the shining gold. Magnus looked around with a smile. He was filthy rich. Dumbledore then asked, "I've never heard of these vaults before. I thought they were all numbered." The head goblin answered, "They are all numbered except these two. These two vaults were made by Merlin himself and all the protection was set by him. It is located in the deepest parts of the bank and even we don't dare to go there. For one, reaching it is very hard and two, we don't want to face the anger of Merlin's magic. As we are supposed to, we kept the vaults safe and that's it." This was true. Although these goblins couldn't open them, they still saw it as their own property all this time. But now, they had no choice but to let Magnus take it. Why are they being so nice to me, Magnus wondered. "Come with us if you want to check the two vaults," the head goblin said. Magnus nodded, "Okay, take the lead. Professor, I will be back in a bit." By saying this, Magnus had barred anyone from coming with him. He wanted to check the vaults by himself first. So, he followed the head goblin. They sat on a rail car and traveled deeper, navigating the complex labyrinth of tunnels underneath Gringotts. Magnus was amazed by how big and elaborate it was. For all he could see, there was dark space and a deep dark pit with no end in sight. "Who made this place?" Magnus inquired. "It was our ancestor, the creator of this bank, Elder Gringotts. King Arthur had graciously given this land on lease to goblins. We built this place with our own hands. It took years, and whenever needed, we still dig it. It was not made in a single day or year, Your Majesty, it is still being made," the head goblin explained. "It took them a while, and soon they came to an end of the rail. But, it turned out, this was not the end. This was the furthest the rails could go. Beyond this was a deep ravine. A gondola lift was going there. The vaults are much deeper than where our goblins can reach by digging. The ground here is too hard to work with. It is still surprising to me how Merlin made it there, the goblin said. They boarded the gondola lift and descended into the dark ravine. Only their gondola was a light source in the dark space there. Magnus looked down from it and really felt creeped out. He had no idea how deep it went. How deep does it go? He asked. Enough for us to see magma, Goblin answered. Magnus took a cold breath. The fact that he was still seeing darkness below meant that they had a long way to go. Tell me, what kind of services do you provide? He inquired, seeing that the goblin was very polite with him. Anything related to money management or asset management. Also, as you just saw, inheritance management. He explained. Magnus thought for a second, do you give loans too? What about other services? Restricted to your specific abilities, let's say, forging weapons and gold. Yes, we give loans with enough collateral. As for the other things, we do not serve wizards and witches. But since it's you, as long as you pay, we'll do it. What is it that you need? The goblin asked. It's not something, as it's not a physical thing. What I want is your help in researching and creating a rune system. That can let us use Muggle electronics in the vicinity of magic. Magnus said. The goblin rubbed his chin, we have researched it in the past but could not produce results. If you want, we can sell you the research. Only if you also sell its patent. Magnus haggled. If you may as graciously renew the lease, I would agree. The goblin said, finally showing his true colors. I knew it, so this is what he wanted, Magnus muttered to himself. Only if you vow to never use a dragon to protect vaults. I am an Emrys and Pendragon, and history is clear in how close my bloodline is to dragons. I can still hear the cries of the dragon you have kept here. If you promise this in writing, I will sign a lease for 50 years. Magnus bargained. 150 years, the goblin haggled too. He could always find more ferocious beasts to safeguard the vaults, but the existence of Gringotts was important for that to happen. 100, no more than this. Magnus sternly said. Agreeable. The goblin shook his hand. Magnus, with a smirk, looked down at the red getting bigger. 100 was my plan all along. The goblins were afraid of losing the bank, so they easily agreed to 100 years term. The lease signed by King Arthur had ended hundreds of years ago, but nobody came to object, so they kept quiet. But, now, they can finally breathe without worry. After a few more minutes, strong heat started radiating from below. The two goblins accompanying him started heavily sweating. Meanwhile, Magnus was unaffected. Bam! The gondola lift touched the ground. Magnus looked around. They were on a small mountain, surrounded by a sea of lava. From his understanding, this place seemed to be fully enclosed, meaning that this was not a part of some volcanic activity. The whole place was made of magic. Your Majesty, please follow me. The vaults are inside this mountain. The head goblin led the way. Chapter 42. Soon, they arrived in front of one huge door. Bigger than the gates of the Great Hall of Hogwarts by many times. So, do you have the key? Magnus asked. No, there is no key. We have no idea how it opens. Touch it, maybe it will recognize your blood, the goblin advised. Magnus nodded and went closer to the gate. He looked at the intricate design of the gate. It had so many patterns on it that he didn't even know what to make of it. There were lines, curves and whatnot. All made of carved metal. He put his right hand on it and tried to push it in. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, suddenly, the engravings on the door started moving, as if they were all snakes. But, by the end of the movement of all these snakes, they had organized themselves in a shape that depicted a dragon. Then all of a sudden, the dragon opened its mouth and Magnus' whole body was engulfed in flames. Whoosh! When the flames disappeared, Magnus was not there. The head goblin panicked and started shouting for him. Your Majesty, where are you? He shouted. He was still calling Magnus Your Majesty because the goblins had taken Arthur as their king too. This way, goblins had proved allegiance to Arthur and Merlin and not Morgan Le Fay. I'm fine, the fires seem to be some kind of special way to enter. Only one from my bloodline can enter it without being burned. You stay there and wait for me. Magnus' loud voice came from inside. Magnus turned to look at the long path leading deep down inside the mountain. It was illuminated by fire torches. Even the floor had some kind of a glowing stone that was making the whole path illuminated. He really made a very futuristic-looking place while living in the past, Magnus thought. He followed the pathway until it brought him to a dead end. There was a simple wall in front of him with two smaller gates on them. One was bright red and one was bright blue. On the left one were words saying, "Greatness awaits you, unless you're the guy on my left." On the red door on the right, it said, "Mumbo Jumbo won't take you far, be a great man before a great fighter." Magnus chuckled. These two were like this from the start. Then, first, he decided to open the vault of Arthur Pendragon. He went ahead and touched the red door with his palm. Then, with a stone grinding sound, the door got pushed in and slid to the top. In front of Magnus was a dark space. So, he put his first step forward. Like it was a motion sensor, the torches on the walls of the vault ignited immediately. Now, in front of him was a majestic vault, bigger than multiple football stadiums combined. His jaw hung open, seeing the beautiful hills gold, all around filled to the brim. What the inheritance note had said was not even the tip of the iceberg. It only counted the gold coins, while here, there were many gold-made and precious metal decorated statues. There's so much money he didn't even know. I'm really, filthy rich, he thought to himself and roamed around the vault. Then, after looking for a while, he finally found the robes and crown of King Arthur. These two might come in handy later, so he put it in a better, more visible place. Then he found the huge enchanted weapon racks. There were so many, it was as if Arthur was planning on raising an army. But, except for all this, there was nothing much other than money and more money. The magical items were non-existent. Now that he had seen the money, it was time to see magic. So, he went out of the Arthur vault and stood up in front of Merlin's vault. Magnus was expecting at least one good wand this time. The last one couldn't even handle his budding powers. The door opened in a similar fashion to Arthur's. But the change was visible. It was more organized. It had a huge library and also, a full chemical testing equipment. This place feels so magical, he thought happily. But, then his eyes fell on an egg near the entrance. There was also a note, saying, "If the dragon mom comes, she can take it. But if not, then my next heir shall bring the dragon to life. If you are reading this, then she did not come. So, it will be your job to train him now. Yes, you're a mum now, boy." Magnus' brows furrowed as he saw the egg. It was going to hatch soon, apparent from its movements. Crack. "Oh no," he exclaimed. Magnus was very much shocked by this turn of events. It seems that up until now, the egg was in a state of comatose. It started twitching and cracking from places. He knew that the dragon baby would be coming out. Then, it finally happened. A big crack appeared and a head popped out of it. It looked like a chicken at the moment, just without a beak. Quack. Magnus was left speechless. "Aren't you a dragon? Why are you quacking?" Quack. Sigh. What do baby dragons even sound like? Okay, we'll see that later. You sit in my pocket for now. He muttered and scooped up the baby dragon. He then turned to look around in the vault. It was equally as big as Arthur's. Though there was less gold, but more other stuff. After looking around at various books, he finally found the wands section. He really needed one. He randomly picked wands from the cases and tried a simple Lumos spell. The wand that was producing the most light meant it was the best. But, even after trying tens of them, he didn't find a perfect one. So, he had a hypothesis maybe Merlin has it hidden. So, he took 10 wands with him. He was really going to use them like expendables. Then, he went to see the enchanted wizard robes. They were big for him, but he still put them on. They were black, made of leather, but the inside had nice soft red fur. Ah, this feels comfortable. Only if it came in my size. He muttered. Zip. It did get smaller to his size. Whoa, what else is there that's like this? I should bring Merlin's portrait here next time. Quack. Ah, you must be hungry. Okay, let's go back. Smuggling you into Hogwarts should be easy under the disguise of a duck. He decided. He took some gold coins and left the vault. He still needed to check out the castle of Merlin when he will have holidays. He went back to the door from where he entered the mountain. This time, no fire came and he was sent out as if he had apparat. The door was less like a door but more like a portkey he had studied about. When he came out, he saw the two goblins sitting together on the gondola lift. They were smoking something and stopped the moment they saw him. Huh, what was that? Since when did goblins start smoking? He asked. Magnus was a kid, he didn't know how to differentiate between a cigarette and marijuana. Ah, just some stress reliever. Were you satisfied with the visit? The head goblin asked. He had greed in his eyes. Magnus nodded, yes, let's return now. We will sign an agreement for the lease. So, they started their boring journey back to the top. He really needed to find a way to enter the vaults faster. Underscore 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 XX triple X underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 43. With a happy face, a bag full of gold coins and a cute little dragon sleeping in his pocket, he was on his way back. While on his way, he just made small talk with the head goblin. Open me a vault on the upper side. I will use it for daily use and storing some money. I can't come here all the time. Also, I will look for a faster way to enter this place. He requested. The goblin nodded, the path to the deep vaults is open for you to explore. It is very dangerous and I won't put goblins there. As for the new vault, how big do you want it to be? I just want to store money there. Make sure it is big enough to hold millions of galleons. I'm gonna be making some big money in the future. Magnus revealed, intentionally. The head goblin licked his lips, hearing that there would be money involved. Can we also invest in this money-making venture of yours? Sure, but let me finalize it first and make all the plans. I will tell you about it later. He said, not telling anything to keep the goblin interested. After spending 20 minutes, they finally reached the surface and arrived at the building. Dumbledore and the rest were still waiting for him there, along with a blonde young lady with pointy glasses. She was wearing a silky dress and looked above average in beauty. As soon as Magnus arrived, she ran after him. Magnus avoided her by turning around and letting the head goblin take the lead. Seeing the annoyed face of the goblin, the woman stopped. I've checked the vaults. Only I can enter them. Let's go back now, I believe we are done here. Magnus said, and started walking away. At the moment, all were contemplating how they should address him. The Minister for Magic had to absolutely address him as a king because she was an official. She was even happy that the King of Britain was going to be a wizard, who is also related to Merlin and also a muggle at the same time. You can't get a better deal than this. Dumbledore decided to speak, your mage. It's all right, Professor. You're like my great-grand-uncle or something. Wait, how old are you? I saw that the earliest mention of you is in the late 1800s. Anyway, you can call me Magnus. He interrupted and corrected. In reality, he didn't really put much trust or faith in Dumbledore, but, seeing that he was somewhat related, he decided to keep the old man comfortable so that he doesn't stop him from conducting some activities in Hogwarts. He needed some special privileges after all. Dumbledore appreciated it a lot. Now, he would even get to clout with people because he's related to Merlin's descendant. Magnus, she is a freelance journalist, Rita Skeeter, she will be conducting your interview. It is your wish if you want to do it. Magnus turned to look at her. Are you a truthful and honest journalist? Rita found the question weird but quickly answered, yes, I believe in righteous journalism. Magnus nodded, okay, you can ask me some questions. Hearing this, the Minister for Magic felt better. She needed Magnus to make an official statement ever since his identity was released for the people. But what she did not know was that Magnus was an old fox when it came to giving interviews. He had even prepared for all possible questions that could be answered. Rita Skeeter took out a notebook and a pen to write the answers. She asked her first interview, thank you for allowing this, Magnus. You can address me as Mr. Pendragon or Your Majesty, he immediately corrected her. Friendship with journalists was never good. Yes, Mr. Pendragon, thank you for the interview. How are your days going in Hogwarts? She asked. It's lovely. The castle is beautiful and the ghosts are an ever-present source of fun. I am sorted in Slytherin, the dungeon is a bit gloomy but its inhabitants are very active. I have made friends too and I am enjoying it. He answered. She wrote everything on the paper. Then asked another question. You mentioned that you are in Slytherin. Aren't both your parents muggles? Magnus turned sad and sighed, yes, they are muggles. I had a talk with the portrait of Merlin the other day. He is very saddened by what our magical society has turned into. We use terms such as muggles, which is a derogatory term for non-magical people in the eyes of some. Back in Merlin's days, non-magical humans were called magbobs, which is a very friendly and affectionate term. Let's not forget the terms such as half-blood and the much worse, mudblood. I myself have been called that, but I won't name by whom. Rita was writing ferociously as if she had found a gold mine of content. This is it, my final push. So, do you want the ministry to adopt the word magbob? She questioned. Not really, it's not the word that makes it different, it's the way it is spoken. I can curse at you with a sweet voice and also angrily, the meaning behind the words does not change. Just like that, as muggle is a term for humans, used by all wizards, we just need to make sure that it is not seen as a term to degrade. Besides this, I think half-blood and mudblood words should be seen as lawfully offensive words. Because, as long as a human has magic in them, they are a wizard, whether you like it or not. Dividing ourselves won't give us any more benefits. He said at length. The Minister for Magic, Eugenia Jenkins, was smiling wryly. This kid has more brain than all the blood purists combined. I heard that you were attacked by Lucius Malfoy in the school's dorms. Is it true? She inquired about the juicy topic. Magnus smiled. This was what he was waiting for. Oh no, that was a friendly match of arm wrestling. I mistakenly ended up using too much strength and broke his arm. Dumbledore and Moody, a distance away, smirked hearing that. Magnus had just taken care of all their troubles by saying this. Now, if Abraxas Malfoy still tried to stir trouble, then he would be ashamed. After all, their son lost to an 11-year-old and even broke his own arm. The man would try to make the news die down as soon as possible. After that, she asked some more pointless questions about his personal life. Yeah, I love pancakes, they are the best. My mom actually makes the best pancakes. But Hogwarts doesn't have them at breakfast, Magnus said. Of course, he was making Dumbledore add pancakes to breakfast by doing this. What is your view on the ministry? She suddenly asked. This made the minister frown a bit. Magnus thought for a second and purposefully made his voice sound cuter. I don't know too much about them as I just got involved with the magical world. But, I read in the newspaper that some bad wizards are killing innocents. I don't understand why the ministry cannot catch them. Don't we have a wizard police? Also, I am very sad about what they did with the Order of Merlin. It used to be a real order of witches and wizards who were kind, compassionate and wanted to do good for the magical society. Now, it's just a medal. His first half of words hurt the minister like a spear into her heart. The recent deaths were her soft spot and even she was trying to get the perpetrators, but, what could she do when the bad people belonged to some of the most powerful and influential families? How do you feel about being the descendant of Merlin? She asked the final question. Magnus, this time decided to answer in one word. It was a word he had just learned. He cleaned his throat by coughing and with emphasis, said it, ecstatic. Saying that, he got up, deciding on leaving. Rita was left standing there, guessing that Magnus would say something more but was proven wrong. They went out of the building, onto the crowded streets. There were still a lot of people, but now it was raining and the dark clouds had made it look as if it was already night. It was a gloomy day. Are we going back? I want to buy something before that. Magnus voiced. Dumbledore was not going to deny such a simple thing. Sure, we will go in an hour. I need to talk to the minister till then. But you have to take Aura Moody with you. You must understand, you are not just a simple 11 years old now, you have a special status. Magnus agreed. He did not know yet how powerful he was as compared to adult wizards. That was why he was not going to be overconfident, something taught to him by his mummy from a small age. He remembered that when he was small and learning multiplication tables, he started to guess answers instead of memorizing them. He got many correct too. But Grace found out and tricked him to make wrong guesses. He was so overconfident that he refused to accept his guesses were wrong. So, with the grumpy mad-eyed wizard, he left. Okay, where to? I'm your babysitter today. Moody walked alongside him. No, you are my bodyguard, Magnus replied. Heh, wrong, I am paid by the ministry, not you. So, I'm your babysitter. But I won't be changing your diapers if you let yourself loose. Moody said. He was surely taking revenge for their last meeting where Magnus called him names. Magnus chuckled, we're going to a bookstore and I will read you the most boring book there. They kept on bickering their whole way. Chapter 44. Did any new book come? Magnus asked the store clerk. She immediately recognized Magnus as the big buyer from before. But now, she also recognized him as the descendant of Merlin and the next king of Britain. "Oh, why your majesty, why yes we have new books. 10 of them. I will get them for you." She flustered and quickly went to the deeper storage. Moody smirked. How does it feel to be famous?" "Not good. If it was for something I did, I would have gladly accepted all the praise and respect. But, this is because of my ancestors. But I also know better than to forcefully correct them." Magnus replied. This answer amazed Moody a bit as he was not expecting such an answer from him. He was expecting something like, "I love it or I hate it." Magnus bought all of them and then went to the ice cream shop. There, he bought an ice cream box. But he ordered a special packaging in which it wouldn't melt unless opened. He also bought 2 cones of chocolate chip strawberry cherry mix ice cream. He gave one to Moody. No thanks." Moody denied. Magnus still held it towards him while eating his own ice cream. "Take it, old man, it won't freeze your other eye." Reluctantly, he took it and started eating. "When was the last time you ate ice cream?" Magnus inquired as they waited for his package to be packed. "Don't remember," Moody replied. "See, that's why you're so grumpy. It's not just you, most ministry people I met are like this. When I become the king and I'm powerful enough, I will install an unlimited free ice cream dispenser in the ministry office. Also a pancake vending machine," Magnus said dreamily. "That would be a waste of your money then," Moody grunted. "No, old man, I recommend you study the Muggle culture for once. You will learn how ignorant the magical community is. If the magical community doesn't adapt and advance like the Muggles, then we'll go extinct," Magnus advised. "You sound like another guy I met a few days ago, though he only seems to be interested in Muggle objects. But you did come from there, so you probably know more than me or him combined. The future will tell what the future holds. For now, I gotta focus on staying alive," Moody replied. Also, he couldn't believe he was having this conversation with a kid. "Why do you think there is so much racism and bigotry in the wizarding world? Is this the case with other countries too?" Magnus inquired. He knew that if someone could answer him, then it must be this man. Because Moody seemed like a straightforward, no-nonsense guy who wouldn't sugarcoat the truth. Moody chuckled. That's because we failed as a society. It's all right when there is one fool, but when there are 100 fools, gathered at the same place, the level of intellect falls dramatically. And we got it worse, we have so many fools, with power and money." Magnus chuckled hearing that. I guess, to beat fire, you need another fire. I probably got more money than all of them combined, and about power, well, I'm still growing." "That's right, your majesty. You can call me Magnus, as long as you are fighting against this racism," Magnus said and went to get the ice cream box. This ice cream box was for his best friend/brother, in all but name, Bobby. He was also sending one box to his parents. The best thing about this ice cream was its ever-changing tasty flavor and the fact that it does not make you fat. "Okay, I'm done. Let's go." Magnus gave the money and walked out of the shop. It was still raining, but magic was useful in such cases to avoid getting wet. He and Moody started walking towards the bank. Dumbledore and Minister were still there, though the crowd of people had probably dispersed. Avada Kedavra. Whoosh. "Sit down, Magnus." Moody suddenly shouted, and he also sat down. Magnus, in fact, was already on the ground as his danger sense was tingling from the second he came out of the shop. His eyes widened when he heard the spell. It was a killing curse, instant death if met with. But, at the moment, the ministry aurors were allowed to use it too. Magnus' senses were at an all-time high as his eyes turned red from deep blue. He immediately controlled his breath and calmed down. He could feel a malicious presence around him. "There are 7 of them," Magnus shouted and ran back into the ice cream shop to take cover. Moody did the same. They took cover on the 2 sides of the large glass window. "How do you know they're numb?" Moody questioned him, but stopped midway when he saw the red eyes of Magnus. Moody seems to have an understanding now. This was like the charm used to see at night. But this once seemed like an innate ability. "I can feel them." "Don't ask more." "What should we do?" Magnus asked. "Kid, you will stay here, I will handle them. The aurors will be here soon, they made too much noise." Moody ordered. Bang. Suddenly, loud explosion noise came from the direction of the bank. 7 more have arrived. "Who are they?" Magnus questioned. The atmosphere was tense at that moment. The visibility was low due to the heavy rain and low light outside. But it was not dark enough to use night vision. Still, Moody's special eye was helping him as it allowed him to look beyond the walls and also 360 degrees. Death Eaters, I just saw the dark mark in the sky. Not all of them are Death Eaters though, most are simple followers of Voldemort. Death Eaters are like his elite generals. Moody explained. Duck, Magnus shouted suddenly, but then he noticed there was another guy in the shop, foolishly standing as if frozen in shock. Magnus ran to the guy and dragged him down. Moody crouched down too. Soon, the bombardment of spells hit the front of the shop and it didn't seem to be ending. The 7 dark wizards were continuously moving closer to them. We need to get out of here or they will get to us eventually. Moody assessed the situation. Apparate away? Magnus asked. Moody shook his head. No, they have placed anti-apparition wards around here. I tried. Sigh. I have an idea. Just when I say, I want you to give me cover fire. When I say, shield me with a Protego charm. Magnus advised him seriously. What? Are you mad? You just stay there. Moody angrily shouted at him. He didn't want the kid to die so fast, he had seemed to start liking him due to his sharp mind. Trust me, Mad Eye. Just do as I say, I will not be leaving the cover, I promise. He insisted and didn't wait for the reply. Magnus took out 2 of the 10 wands he had taken from Merlin's vault from his jacket. Then he used one wand that he felt most connected with and started casting magic on the weakest wand he had found. He started overcharging it, as much as possible. After a while, cracks started to appear on the wand. Now. As soon as Magnus' shout came, Moody cast a Protego on both of them and continued to give backup fire. There were 5 dark wizards outside, continuously bombarding them. Magnus, without peeking out, threw his other wand outside at the 5 dark wizards. But, nothing happened. Was that your plan? Moody asked while gritting his teeth. Just watch, Magnus replied. Then, he put his wand out slightly and sent a simple incendio charm at the cracked wand, fallen near the attacker's feet. It was a bullseye. Boom. A loud and big explosion occurred. Let's round them up. Magnus was the first to step out, as any closet Gryffindor would. He had already shown his cunningness and knowledge. Petrificus totalis, Magnus shouted the spell at the 2 wounded dark wizards. Their bodies froze in their place. Magnus was very good at charms, to the point that it came as second nature. Perks of having the blood of the Prince of Enchanters. He used the full body bind curse and then took away the wands of the 2. By now, Moody was in action too and had taken away the wands of 3 wizards. Without wands, they were nothing. But, they were still staying sharp because 2 more were hiding somewhere. Ting ting. Magnus felt this noise from his left side and immediately jumped away. The next millisecond, an incendio curse struck there. Mad Eye, throw a rock at that window, quick, Magnus shouted. Moody knew better than to ask questions right now. He had already accepted that Magnus was just good with charms and had a good brain on his head. He picked up a good big piece of stone from the rubble and threw it to where Magnus had told him to. With the sound of air being cut, the stone traveled very fast. Magnus pointed his wand towards the stone and sent a lot of power through it. Engorgo! He shouted. Midway, the stone started to turn bigger and bigger, eventually reaching a size big enough to turn a man into a meat paste if fallen onto. Boom! The stone, now a boulder, smashed through the window onto the 6th attacker. But Magnus saw that this wand too was now cracked up. So, he charged it with magic and kept it to be used as a grenade. Okay, 1 more left, Magnus counted. Bam! But, when he looked back, Moody was suddenly hit by a blasting curse on his leg. It was looking very ugly as muscles and skin were disfigured, showing the white bone inside. Moody had fallen to the ground. You run away kid, they've got us outnumbered. The last one is probably their party leader, you cannot take on a Death Eater. Magnus did not, I'm also a Hufflepuff. He looked around to find the last attacker. But, he did not find any. He was still on edge though. Slowly, he went to Moody, who had already done a good job to stop the bleeding. Magnus tied Moody's leg with a piece of cloth and started dragging his body towards the bank. Where are the Aurors? Why isn't Dumbledore here? Magnus asked. I don't know. I guess we will find out soon. Moody replied, trying to cope up with the pain. Bam! Zip! The moment they arrived near the bank, they saw the battle going on. Only Dumbledore and Minister for Magic were left. There were bodies of Aurors lying around, with their throats slit. They were most likely killed in a sneak attack. The two wizards were having a direct exchange, instead of using Magnus methods to fight. But then again, here, all the dark wizards were spanned out. Dumbledore and Minister Jenkins had to fend off the attacks from multiple sides at once. This is bad, Moody muttered to himself. Magnus then took out all his wands and started charging them with magic. One by one, he had charged all 8 remaining of them. Then, he started throwing them, towards each attacker, after casting Evanesco Charm, used to vanish objects, on them. All the charged wands precisely fell near the dark wizards. He looked back at Moody. You know what to do. You deal with the left ones, I will deal with the right ones. Moody nodded. Although he was still on the ground, he had the power to deal the damage. 1. 2. 3. Do it. Incendio. Magnus shouted a fire spell. Confringo. Moody cast a blasting curse. They did it in multiple succession. But it was normal for not all of them to succeed in harming the target because the last 2 attackers got away after hearing the curses. As soon as they saw Magnus, they concentrated their fire on him. Magnus used his wand to decisively counter as many as he could. But, his body was small, and when the body is small, it doesn't matter if you have a lot of magic, because a good push would still move you. TSK, NONONO, Magnus' last remaining wand was about to be destroyed too. So, before it did, he tried to cast one last spell. Nebulous. It created a swirling fog around him and wounded Moody. To his relief, Dumbledore and Minister were now free, so they also attacked the 2 attackers. It seems they came after me, Magnus said. Moody cursed something in a low voice at that time. His leg was probably done for by now. These last 3 seem to be Death Eaters, they are too strong for low-level runs. Avada Kedavra, out of nowhere, from behind Magnus, opposite to where Dumbledore was, a green light came towards Magnus. His senses told him to jump to the side, but that would leave Moody in its path as he could not move. Ting ting. Suddenly, inside Magnus' head, a voice came, you are not ready, but keeping you away from this would be cruelty as you own it. Use these 2 swords, left by Arthur for you. Instantly, 2 swords appeared in Magnus' hands. They were long, more than half his height. They looked very old but still in very good condition. Both had a word written on them. One with blue-colored engraving said, Despair, and the other with golden-colored engraving said, Hope. But he had no idea what they did, so he just held them in front of himself in a cross and let the killing curse strike it. Boom! It was as if an energy beam had collided with metal. It created liquid sparks. But the curse was still there. There was no way of stopping a killing curse, except getting out of its way or letting something in front of it. Now, this sword was surely strong enough to fight back the curse, but Magnus' body was not strong enough. His body was being slowly dragged back, towards where Moody was. Magnus gritted his teeth and put pressure on his legs to support himself. I need to spend more time on leg day, he cursed at himself. Whoosh! Just then, Dumbledore appeared behind him and put one hand on Magnus' shoulder, supporting him from going back. Then, he pointed his wand at the Dead Eater, whom Dumbledore immediately recognized. Lawrence Avery? He exclaimed. But, he had no care for him as he was a classmate of Tom Riddle and now a Death Eater. Even his son was a Death Eater. His life's worth was much less than Magnus. Dumbledore cast a binding curse, Petrificus Totalis. As expected, Lawrence Avery was immediately immobilized as if tied with an invisible rope. But the killing curse was still near Magnus' swords. And just now, he was about to learn the abilities of his 2 swords and understand why they were called Despair and Hope. Magnus' eyes widened when he looked at what was happening to the curse that was touching the Despair sword. Then he looked at the Hope. Oh, this does not look good. XXX. Chapter 45. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Magnus felt the Despair sword was feeling cold and the Hope sword was feeling warmer, as well as it was buzzing for some reason. Then, the Hope sword started shining brighter with each second. This is not good. Magnus exclaimed. He had realized that the 2 swords were called Despair and Hope for a reason. The Despair was sucking in the energy from the killing curse and transferring it to the Hope. This is useless anyway. Suddenly Moody grunted. Then the next second, out of nowhere, Moody threw something on the killing curse, making it blast off with whatever was thrown at it. Seeing the curse gone, he looked at Moody in utter shock. Did you just throw your leg at the curse? It was useless anyway. Now, what's with that sword? Moody asked as if it was not a big deal that he just sacrificed his leg. Magnus looked at Hope's sword. I don't know. It's got a lot of energy stored in it. It used to belong to King Arthur. Quick! Raise it towards the sky, a voice told Magnus in his head. Magnus didn't ask anything and did as asked. He pointed the hope towards the dark cloudy sky that was still raining. What are you doing? Dumbledore asked. This is no time for victory, Dank. Moody stopped mid-sentence. Boom! Magnus voiced. An ear-shattering boom came, but before the noise, they saw a white light leaving the tip of the hope sword so fast that the sound came later. And by the time sound came, the light had reached the clouds and exploded into small white sand-like particles. The clouds in the sky also dispersed because of this, and the first sunlight fell directly on Magnus, who still had his sword facing the sky. Many people saw this from the windows of their homes or shops. The goblins, who were scared of coming out till now, also saw it. They just realized that by not helping him, they messed up big time. A certain small beetle also saw everything that happened. In fact, the beetle was following Magnus the whole time. The light fell on Magnus' red eyes, lighting up his face and dark blonde hair. His two swords shined differently in the light. Then, the sunlight expanded and covered the whole Diagon Alley. There was a lot of damage to some of the shops. Magnus smiled as he looked at Moody. Magnus had just killed someone most likely. But, instead of regret, or pity, he felt weirdly nothing. His heart was telling him to feel bad, but his mind was telling him that he did right, as those people wanted to kill him anyway. Suddenly, the scene from 2.5 years reappeared in his mind, when he had seen the bus driver in the fire incident die and he talked with Bobby about it. Memory. Magnus, Bobby, I feel that we are too young to talk about such things. I was honestly a bit scared, thinking that my end would be like that. That was why I tried so hard to break the window. But it also opened my eyes. We are so weak, so easy to break. Our bodies are like glass. Bobby, what should we do to get strong then? Magnus, I don't know, exercise maybe. A lot of it, and keep ourselves prepared for any worse situation. That's all I can think of. Memory end. Sigh. I'm gonna need to buy the ice cream again, the boxes are probably under the rubble right now. He said. Dumbledore came close to him and patted his shoulder. You did good, Magnus. Much better than even me. Moody nodded from the ground. Damn right he did. Even well-experienced aurors would lose to him. Blood of Merlin is strong in him, and with that sword, I have no doubt that he is meant to be the king. I mean, even nature is trying to flaunt his beauty by precisely pouring sunlight on his face. Magnus laughed and continued. What will you do with your leg now? Magnus asked. Moody shrugged. Merlin knows. It must be weird hearing us curse in Merlin's name. He slowly got up with the help of Dumbledore. I will get a fake leg now. But at least we got these Death Eaters. But, the cost was also big. You should ask my dad. He is a mechanical engineer. He can make you a metal leg, then all you will need to do is enchant it. Magnus advised. I'll see, Dumbledore, go back to Hogwarts now. Don't need any more attention. He said seriously. Minister of Magic, Eugenia also came. Yes, go back to Hogwarts. Your Majesty, thank you for your help. I would recommend you for the Order of Merlin. Magnus just laughed and went away with Dumbledore. Seriously? Do you want to give him the Order of Merlin? He is the bloody Merlin reincarnate, Moody said to her face and hopped to the side to find a bench. Magnus walked to the leaky cauldron with Dumbledore. Do you feel anything about the two deaths? Dumbledore asked him. Yes, and no, it is unfortunate but it was necessary. I didn't want to kill them, I just used my powers to the best of my abilities to survive. Magnus answered. Yes, survival is the most important. Losing your life to people like them is one of the worst things that can happen to anyone. As their goal is a path of destruction, and to fight destruction, you need to rebuild it. It also means renovation by changing old things. I have lived with Muggles for many years and I must say, they are tenacious. They suffer and evolve. They fight and change. They do have problems, but none that threaten their entire existence. While what the blood supremacists believe in is the death of all muggles and enslavement of all magicals who are not pureblood. Dumbledore spoke in his old, tired voice. Magnus sighed. It's just been a few weeks since I came here. I guess, it's going to be long 7 years until I go back to my family. I believe you are wrong there, Magnus. Once you're in the magical world, you never leave it. Yes, you can become ignorant, but is that the kind of person you are? Dumbledore asked. You are a great speaker, did anyone tell you that? Magnus complimented him. Dumbledore proudly stroked his beard, why, I do have heard this compliment before. In reply, Magnus blurted, people say the same about Hitler. Dumbledore was left speechless as Magnus went to eat a meal at the restaurant of Leaky Cauldron. While Magnus was fighting for his life, his cat, Chad, was having an adventure in the Hogwarts. As a cat, it had the privilege of going into most of the places. That was when Chad saw another cat. He had never seen such a hot cat before. A beautiful gray cat, plump for mating. Meowwww, Chad followed the cat while making noise. When the cat ignored him, he jumped towards her. Animagus of Professor McGonagall was a cat. She liked this ability of hers as it was a testament to her transfiguration skills. This cat form was also very useful to her as she used it to keep an eye on students and make sure no unlawful activity took place. But today, she found another cat, roaming the corridors, and it was now following her. She meowed at the cat to make it go away, but the cat did not stop. She could feel the hunger in the cat's eyes. It was scary to her. She ran and the cat followed. Then, it crossed all limits when it jumped on her. Enraged, she slapped the fat cat away and turned back to her human form as nobody was around. She held the fat cat by his nape. You are a very undisciplined cat. You will get detention for 2 hours. She scolded. Meow. Chad was in shock at the moment. His love turned out to be a fake cat. It was heartbreaking. MWAA, Chad cried. Chapter 46. Magnus later returned to Hogwarts with Dumbledore. He said goodbye to the headmasters and went to the Slytherin dungeon. As soon as he entered the common room, everyone stopped talking and looked at him. Lucius was back but had a plaster on his one arm. Magnus particularly looked into Lucius' eyes. He noticed the surprise in them, so he knew about the attack. Magnus walked towards the dorm room. In his way, like always, he greeted Narcissa with a kind smile. Good evening, sister. He proceeded to his room, ignoring Lucius. Inside he found Snape and Ragnar at their study tables. Just as I had imagined. A room of bookworms, Magnus said. Both Ragnar and Snape closed their books and ran up to him. Ragnar had an excited face, so, what happened? Sigh. A lot. I will tell you from the start. Yes, my heritage has been confirmed. Not just that, I am slightly related to Dumbledore too, from a squib bloodline. Next, I am filthy rich. Third, we were attacked by Death Eaters. It was a big and bloody fight. Auror Moody lost his leg and 4 more Aurors died. Magnus revealed. They probably decided to do it after what happened yesterday. Malfoy must have passed the news that you come from a Muggle family. Snape guessed. I am likely to believe that it was him, but it is near to impossible to prove it in front of anyone. Oh, I forgot, I brought some chocolates for you too. Now, I gotta go and write a letter to my family. He went to his study table and sat down. While his 2 friends ate chocolates. Snape was still his grumpy self with most people, but he was a bit friendly with Magnus and Ragnar. When Magnus sat by his study table, the voice of Merlin came from the invisible portrait, Did somebody die? Magnus just nodded as he continued writing. Did they die by your hands? Arthur inquired. Magnus nodded again and replied in whispers, They tried to kill me first though. Arthur felt bad for him, that doesn't make it any easier just shrugging that you took away someone's life. I would have given you a good hug but you know, I'm dead in a painting. I know, I am just trying not to think about it, Magnus replied. Merlin quickly spotted a flaw in his idea, No, Magnus, do not suppress the thoughts. That would make you a cold-blooded murderer. Instead, just accept the fact that someone died by your hands, and try to understand what led to the situation. Magnus, someone dying is not the problem, but what led them to get to that point in time is. Remember, the more you understand them, the more you will know what the wizarding lacks. Now, I recommend you talk with your friends about this. That Ragnar boy also had a tragic past, he sometimes cries silently in his bed at night. That boy, Sirius, calls for his mother and opposes his father in sleep. Arthur added, they too, are going through some mental problems like you, son. But, you have a greater intellect, so, you are in the best position to help them. Magnus nodded, I understand what I must do now. Thanks, you too, by the way, hope and despair were nice swords. Ha, thank you. Arthur laughed. Merlin stopped him, I was the one who enchanted it, so I should get the credit. Over my dead body. Arthur raged. You're already dead, Merlin replied. Magnus ignored them and wrote his letter. He was also expecting a letter from his parents. Once done, he closed it in an envelope to drop it near the owl station later. He went to Snape's bed and joined the two in eating the chocolates. Guys, I have something to confess to you. Magnus started. The two got attentive, seeing he was not in his usual fun face. I killed 2 people today. I am thinking about them, it feels weird that I ended 2 lives, who had been living for years. The people who knew them will never get to see them again. I don't know if killing is the right thing to do, but I do feel a bit strange. Magnus revealed. Snape and Ragnar were taken aback. But Ragnar then patted Magnus' shoulder. His eyes turned sad. You did right. Let me tell you a story, Magnus. Once, there was a family, they were purebloods, but they did not follow the pureblood supremacist theory. They were happy and rich. They saw muggles as nothing but people without magic. Then, one day a man knocked on that home's doors asking to talk to the patriarch of the family. He seemed kind and unharmful, so they let him in. He had 2 more people with him. They called themselves the Slytherin gang. The family thought they were school friends or something. But in the middle of the night, screams resounded in the whole house. A 5-year-old boy was quickly hidden inside the cupboard by his mummy. She told him to promise her not to make a noise no matter what. The boy did as asked and stayed inside the cupboard. He could still faintly see what was happening outside. His mum had taken her wand and got ready to attack the perpetrators. Then, the door opened with a blast and 3 curses came with it. Immediately disarming the woman and binding her. For the little boy, this was enough to cry out, but he remembered the words of his mother. He did not speak. He did not make a single sound, as the 3 men tortured her. Did things to her body, taking turns, doing things that one cannot say out loud. But, she was brave she didn't scream, so as to not scare the child, secretly hidden. They did as they liked, while shouting, this is what happens to blood traitors, this is the result of opposing us. Their identities were discovered by the child when they called themselves Death Eaters, a term no one was familiar with back then. But, seeing no end to their torture, the woman for the last time, secretly looked at the cupboard. Tears fell from her eyes, as if the eyes of the 2 met, even with the wooden door in between them. She then took out a small knife from under the bed and slit her own throat. The 3 men laughed as she choked on her blood, and left after that as they had done what they had come to do. The boy then finally got out of the cupboard and tried to wake his mother. But her eyes wouldn't move. He cried that night. He fell asleep in the blood of his mother, hugging her cold body. The next morning he woke up and looked for other members of his family. But all of them were found dead in painful ways. Some nailed to the walls, some skinned, some beheaded. In every room, the word blood traitors was written, with the blood of the family members. Scared, sad and confused. The boy went back to his mummy's body. Curled himself into a ball and silently stayed there, be her body, imagining she was hugging him. Ragnar's voice was choking by now. Magnus and Snape were not dumb to not understand who this boy in the story was. They felt so bad for him. Ragnar soon continued, 2 days later, when people noticed no activity in the house, they informed the ministry. They sent orders to the house. They vomited when they saw the situation. It was one of the most heinous crimes ever committed in magical Britain. The whole family was murdered. All except one, they found a thin, frail child. The child was in such deep trauma that he did not speak for a full year. He just read books silently with no expressions on his face. The case of the murder was never investigated, never made public. No trials were held. The ministry, in an effort to keep its image clean, hid the case under bundles of other files because of how gruesome it was. Justice never came and the child was made to live in a ministry-protected house. The child would have stayed broken if not for the laughing tall, white-haired old man who came out of nowhere, as the ministry-appointed guardian. The old man only demanded to be called Grandpa. Then, he healed the child, he repaired the wires that had broken in his mind and taught him the art of potions. But before the boy turned 11, the old man passed away, silently, smiling in his rocking chair, but the night before, he had told the child that his work was done, and he must return to his duties. The boy did not mind, but politely thanked him, because even he knew that this grandpa didn't come from the ministry. But before the old man left, he did give one unforgettable thing, a special talent in making potions, that none have in the world. The ability to predict what the results would be while making potions. Since the day the boy joined Hogwarts, he started looking for the 3 men who came to his family that night, demons under human skin. He wants to avenge his family, make them regret ever even thinking of committing those crimes. Make them beg for mercy and not give it. Their names were Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabaston Lestrange and Tom Marvolo Riddle. The first 2 are confirmed Death Eaters, the most trusted of the Dark Lord. But the third name remains a mystery. Magnus actually shed a tear for his new friend. Even Snape had his eyes numb, what was going on in his head was still a mystery though. Ragnar then looked at Magnus with stern eyes. You did nothing wrong. Those animals kill people just for the sake of entertainment or blood. They have no right to live. Magnus nodded, indeed, such people belong to the depths of hell. But forgive me, Magnus. Ragnar suddenly apologized. For what? Magnus asked back, he was confused. Ragnar couldn't look him in the eyes. From the moment your name was announced. I knew who you were. I knew how powerful you'd be, in all aspects. So, I planned to befriend you. I acted all weak and pitiful so you might take me under your wing. And you did. Sigh. But I can't. You are too kind, Magnus, you help people for no reasons, totally opposite of those demons, and you remind me of my laughing grandpa who helped me. I can't fool a person like you, how would I show my face to Mummy in heaven? So, it's okay if you want to break this friendship. I'm not worthy of it. I will leave this room tomorrow. Ragnar said with a sad voice. Magnus was actually his first friend ever and now he felt bad for using him. But Magnus all of a sudden laughed, haha, come here you. He gave a brotherly hug to Ragnar. Use me all you want, I don't mind, that came out wrong didn't it? Ha ha ha. Hee hee. This made Ragnar and Snape laugh out loud. Magnus then looked at Snape and dragged him to join him and Ragnar to join shoulders as if they were planning for a football match. Magnus spoke, Ragnar, you are my friend, I don't care about your past or future. Even if you were faking and acting, you can fake a laugh. I heard you sharing those with me. You too, Sirius. I will be strong and powerful in the future, you too will be too. Today, we should promise to be brothers forever and like a family, always have each other's back. Also, death to all Death Eaters and Voldemort. Don't worry, Ragnar, we'll find this Tom Riddle too. Snape, I know about your personal problems with your family. I can help you get your mother to re-enter the Prince family. Talk to her someday. Snape, with a warm feeling in his cold heart, never felt before, realized how great it is to have good friends. Till now, only Lily was his friend, but even with her, he couldn't share everything. He also avoided her as people called him names and walking with her would put her in a bad light. His cold heart was due to his family, especially his father. If his mother could really return to her family, it would be very calming. He worries for her after all. Thank you, Snape said, with a rare smile. Look at that smile on Snape's face, he's red. Magnus joked. Ragnar chuckled, well, that's still better. Look at your own face, all dirty. We knew something bad had happened out there, but we didn't ask. Magnus put his shoulder around the two's neck, well, sorry for that. I was being a bit too depressed. Right, brothers, from now on, we shall be the top students of this school, well except for a few subjects. Let's call this group something secret to us 3, and no matter what, we will never betray each other, always look out for each other. Yes, I know, let's call it, the Round Table. Magnus announced. What? Like the one King Arthur had? Snape asked with interest. Magnus nodded, of course, I am the heir of Arthur and Merlin both so it's cool. I will even knight you too when I become the king. Ragnar had sparkles in his eyes, whoa, are we going to expand it later and make it like the Knights of the Round Table? Magnus liked the idea, why not, but we shall be super secretive and careful while inducting members. There is one more friend of mine, my best friend / brother, Bobby. Let's add him too. Is he trustworthy? Snape asked. With my life, Magnus replied in a heartbeat. Let's do it then. Ragnar cheered. They all took a chocolate piece and ate them as a substitute for clanking drinks. On the wall, Arthur and Merlin saw the scene with a big smile. Arthur spoke dreamily, "Are we witnessing the beginning of something great?" Merlin nodded with an equally big smile, "I believe we are, my friend. This is going to be legendary." Chapter 47. Quack. While the three friends were talking to each other, a sudden sound came from Magnus' pocket. Meow. Chad perked his head up from Magnus' bed where he was sleeping. "Ah, I forgot to show you. Look at this, I found him in Merlin's vault. It is supposed to be a baby dragon, but all he does is quack like a duck," Magnus said. Ragnar and Snape looked at the little thing. It looked very cute with his big eyes, looking at them in wonder. "Isn't keeping a dragon illegal?" Snape questioned. Magnus nodded, "Yes, it is. But, I doubt the Ministry would want to make a blunder with me after what happened in Diagon Alley. Also, I will let it stay in Merlin's castle when I go there during the Christmas holidays. Do you two want to come with me?" "Hell yeah." Ragnar got excited. But Snape had a conflicted face, "I don't think my parents will let me come." "Come on, don't worry. I will come to your home and take you. I will talk to your family. Also, don't forget my earlier offer." Magnus reminded him. "What does he eat though?" Ragnar questioned. "Meat?" Magnus guessed. "I think I know the best person to help with this. He loves animals and will keep our secret," Snape suggested. Magnus already guessed who Snape was talking about. Hagrid? Of course, he's a gentle giant. Let's go to him. We still have enough time till dinner. Let's go then. The two immediately agreed. Magnus looked at the cat. "Chad, you want to come with me?" Chad just rolled to the other side and kept on sleeping. Taking the gesture as a rejection, "Okay, then keep an eye on our stuff." The school was somewhere in Scotland. So, it feels a little cold at night. They wore their thin coats and went out. The common room had not many students right now. Lucius and his gang were also not there. Nobody stopped them or dared to ask where they were going. When Magnus was in detention, due to being bored, he did read the rule book of Hogwarts. He found out many interesting things. For example, boys were not allowed to go to girls' dorms, it was magically banned, but girls could go to boys' dorms, although it was against rules, it was not magically enforced. There were also many rules about conduct. But, all of them had some loopholes, which Magnus guessed were created by the elite so they could misuse them. "Ragnar, how do you still have money for all the ingredients for your potions?" Magnus inquired while they walked. "My family was very rich, if we were blood supremacists, we would have been included in the Sacred 28 or something. I am the last remaining member of Ouroboros House, so I have full authority over the accounts, even though I am a minor." Ragnar explained. Well, I got lots of money too, so don't be shy if you want to use it. I won't use it for my personal use though. It is not my money and we will use it for the library funds later. To keep it a secret, they call their round table secret society library. For my personal needs, I will earn money on my own. I want to make a big hospital for my mummy someday, and I want it to be made of my hard-earned money." Magnus replied. "Do you have any idea where you can make so much money?" Snape asked. "Yup, I got a bunch of ideas. But, we are too small for them right now. I need to wait a few years. But, we can still make money through some other methods. Although I said I won't use money in the vault for selfish reasons, that does not include my studies and all the items needed to make myself stronger. That is a justified use. So, I am going to open a magical gym, where we can train our powers and learn to fight. I will ask Moody to recommend a trainer. Also, there are so many rare gems in the vault that if sold would crush the world economy. I might sell 1 or 2 of them. If we want to expand the library, we must start early." Magnus revealed his plan. He had already cast a Notice Me Not and Muffliato charm to keep their conversation private. "You got it all sorted, it seems," Ragnar commented. While talking, they reached the outdoor hut of Hagrid before they even knew it. The hut seemed like a small structure from a distance, but when you get close to it, you realize how big it was, exactly fitting for a giant human like Hagrid. Knock knock. Coming, coming, who is it so late? Bow bow. Ah, it's nothing, Fawn. Voices from behind the door were coming. Soon, after some loud footsteps, the door opened. Oh, Magnus, what are you doing here? Come on in. Magnus liked this man. He was so friendly and direct with people, not sugarcoating or politicizing everything. Thank you, Hagrid. It's a nice modest hut you got here. Magnus said and picked the cute puppy from the floor, waging its tail near his feet. Thank you, Magnus. It ain't much but it's honest work. Here, I got some hot chocolate. You take some too, boys. Hagrid offered. So, what are you three doing here? You should be at the dinner table. Hagrid asked. Magnus quickly took out the small duck out of his pocket. Yes, he had nicknamed the dragon, Duck. He would give him a better, more ferocious name when he grows up. Oh ho ho, what do we have here? Hagrid immediately cleaned his hands and held Duck. Quack. The baby dragon looked around himself interestedly. Until now, he had been feeling very comfortable in Magnus' pocket because of how warm he was. I think Merlin left this dragon for me. Just popped out of his egg. But he quacks like a duck. Magnus said. Hearing the word Merlin, Hagrid handled the baby dragon with extra care. He checked him to see which species he belonged to. I can't guess which species he belongs to. I've never seen this one before. Must be some ancient species that was hunted to extinction. That's sad. Well, do you have something he could eat? I don't know how to take care of a dragon. Magnus asked. Yes, I know some things about them. But he is too small for now and will only drink milk. But, Magnus, you do know that the punishment for keeping a dragon or any other 5th-level dangerous animal is Azkaban? Hagrid warned him. And who will send me there? Magnus asked. That was a sound argument. If the Ministry were to ever send Magnus to Azkaban, then it would divide all of the British wizarding world. Not to mention, it will have many international repercussions too. Ah, right about that. But still, you can't keep him in school. What if someone found him? Hagrid asked. Magnus nodded. Right about that. How about you keep him here till Christmas? After that, I will find him the right home. Hagrid tickled the baby dragon. I can do that. Nice, means we won't have to clean after him. Ragnar cheered. It was in his mind all this time, that if they were to keep him then they would have to clean him too. They got up to leave. Okay, Hagrid. I will visit regularly to see Duck. Be at ease, Magnus. I will take good care of him. Hagrid assured. Quack quack. Flap flap. Just as they were leaving, Duck jumped out of Hagrid's palm and ran to Magnus' feet and started jumping. Quack quack. Magnus picked him in his hand. Then, Duck jumped right into his pocket and made himself comfortable. Snape chuckled. Congratulations, Magnus. You are a mother now. Magnus felt helpless. I guess I will have to take care of him on my own. Can you give me a milk bottle for him? Hagrid gave him the one he used when Fawn was a newborn puppy. Take care of him, if you need anything, just come here, Hagrid said, absolutely worried for the little dragon. But he understood that the dragon was more attached to Magnus. The three then left the hut. Magnus looked at Ragnar. I guess we will have to clean after him anyway. Okay, we'll do it in rounds. I do it for 3 days, you take 2 each. Why, he's your dragon. Why do we have to clean his poop? Ragnar protested. Magnus folded his hands. Really, then I guess you don't want to ride on his back when he grows up. Just hearing that, Ragnar's eyes glowed. Aha, I was kidding, Magnus. Of course, I will take care of the little duck. Magnus then looked at Snape. He was really good at keeping a poker face, but Magnus was also good at reading subtle hints. What about you? Fine, I will do it. He scoffed and went faster than the tree. Chapter 48. That night, Magnus had to keep Duck close to him as he was scared that Chad would eat him. He could only hope for Duck to grow up and teach a fiery lesson to Chad. Also, he felt some kind of a connection building up with the dragon. He could feel the life in him. Tiny and excited to grow up. Meow. You sleep on the floor for trying to eat him. Stay quiet now. Professor McGonagall also told me what you did. She could have skinned your fur and sold it for a canute, you know. Have some common sense. He scolded Chad and went to sleep. It was a Monday morning, and he hated it because this was the busiest day of the week. Also, because he had already learned everything till the 5th year, he usually felt bored. Though he was studying the 6th and 7th year books now. He was genuinely interested in runes. The runic knowledge he had received from that meeting with the leftover Merlin's consciousness needed him to have a decent understanding of normal runes. He had tried to translate Merlin's book he got from Dumbledore but had no luck for now. Quack. Duck was acting active today and he had woken up a while ago. Magnus had simply put him on Ragnar's bed. Duck flopped his feet on Ragnar's face for a good 15 minutes before he woke up. He really slept like a dead horse. On the other hand, there was Snape. Magnus recognized that he was the most diligent and hardworking of them. Why? Well, because Magnus had a sharp mind, enhanced by his bloodline. Ragnar had the blessing that made him a good tier in potions. But, Snape had nothing, no innate ability, a happy family or money. He wakes up at 4 every day in the morning and studies. He doesn't even take rest on Sundays, but thankfully, he looked better since he started talking to them. Aya, Magnus, take Duck away, I will squish him if you don't. Ragnar shouted from his bed. Magnus chuckled and took Duck. He was going to put a silencing charm and a notice me not charm on him and keep him in his pocket the whole time. Chad. Go and bring milk from the elves. I know you've been secretly going there is no other reason for the increase in 2 kilos in your weight. Magnus ordered. Chad, like a good cat, ran out of the shaft. They were in the dungeons and it was an advantage for Chad. They had history as the first 2 classes. It was by far the easiest subject for the 3. Snape knew it because he was a good student, Magnus knew it because he was interested and Ragnar knew it because he was looking for Death Eaters before they were famous. But first, it was breakfast time. Magnus was expecting his favorite food today. Ragnar, get up you dead horse, let's go for breakfast, Magnus went to annoy him. Yes, he did add pancakes to the menu. Now, I just need to ask Mummy to send me the bottle of special syrup. Magnus cheered as he saw the breakfast. Why are you so fixated on pancakes? There is so much good stuff here, look at this chicken, this bacon, this beef. You want vegetarian food, here, fruits, tofu and whatever this is. Ragnar put all kinds of food in front of him. Magnus chuckled as he put his arm around Ragnar's shoulder. My friend, pancakes are the best, but if they are made by a master chef, they taste godly. The fluff, the smooth texture, the special syrup. Ah, it's way above what us mortals should get to enjoy. You're just wiping your hands on me, aren't you? Ragnar asked with a deadpan look. Cough. That too, now, let's eat. Magnus tried to change the subject. Bam. Ah, sorry, Magnus, my hand slipped. Ragnar suddenly hit his head. What the, how? Your hand was not even close. I shall take revenge when I see fit, maybe when you sleep I will let Duck cuddle you. Just as he was speaking, he was interrupted by his bane, his enemy, Emma. She had been missing the whole evening yesterday. Magnus was relieved as he didn't have to face any pranks from her. She had an envelope in her hands and looked flustered, with red cheeks. She quickly handed him the envelope. Thank you, see you in the trials. With that, she dashed away. Magnus was still trying to understand what just happened. Meanwhile, Ragnar and a few other Slytherin were already making noises. Oh, Magnus got a love letter. Oh, Ragnar spoke funnily. What? Is this what people sound like when they have a wand stuck in their back? Magnus talked back, making them cough and shut up. Whistle. Magnus turned to look where this spontaneous whistle came from. It was none other than Sirius and James. Magnus looked at them and smiled. They gave him a thumbs up. There was a reason for this. Look inside, Ragnar excitedly nudged him. Let's see. He opened the envelope and saw a small paper in it. It was actually a card. Ragnar took it quickly. What is this? A permanent borrowing card for all bookstores in Diagon Alley. Does she not know how to confess? Magnus immediately took it from him. Maybe she didn't want to confess. She's probably saying thanks for some other reason. I'll ask her later. Anyway, it's time for mail. The food plates vanished from their table. Soon, a beautiful orange owl came in flying. It directly landed in front of Magnus. What a good boy. How are you? Magnus patted and caressed the owl. The owl also enjoyed the pats. Then it passed Magnus a small envelope and lifted the claws towards him as if asking, "Where is my reward?" Magnus chuckled, Sorry, Summer, I forgot." He had named the owl Summer because its orange color made Magnus remember warm summer. Summer got sad and put its claw down. Just then, suddenly Magnus snapped his fingers in front of the owl's face. Out of nowhere, a piece of cooked meat appeared. I was just kidding. How can your hard work be unpaid? Here, eat slowly. Magnus said laughingly. Summer jumped for a few seconds in happiness and rubbed her head on his chin. Then happily ate the meat, not caring for any danger around her as she felt safe near Magnus. Once done eating, she looked at Magnus, raised her claws and did a fist bump with him. Then she flew away to do more work. "How do you get along so well with animals?" Snape asked. He was actually envying him because if he could also get so close to animals, then he'd be able to harvest materials for his potions without spending money. I am a natural charmer, I guess. Okay, let's see what my mom and dad sent me." He happily opened the letter and read it internally. Letter. "This is your mum, sweetie. We are happy to know you are doing well. The things you sent us are also very interesting. Last evening, your dad got a cat's vomit-flavored candy. It was funny but also horrifying to think that at some point someone tasted it to know its taste. We are in good health and very happy, but we miss you dearly and can't wait for Christmas to come. Keep studying hard and don't forget to enjoy yourself. Eat good food, don't keep on eating the pancakes. It must be cold there, so wear warm clothes. How is your health? If your fever returns, quickly tell the doctor there and also inform us. I cannot say this enough, we miss you. Love you, your mummy." Hey, son, this is your dad. She has already said it enough times, so I will not. But I get bored these days, there is nobody to ask me silly questions. We met Bobby the other day and he seems to be taking everything well. He has started his school, but I guess he would not share what happened there with anyone but you. He will send a later in a few days, he said. Also, please never send those candies again. I still feel that bad taste. Now I feel like vomiting. I vomited. Well, we will be waiting for you, son. Tell me what you want to do for Christmas, we will do it. With love, your dad. Letter ends. Magnus smiled and folded the letter back and put it in his pocket. He so much wanted to go to them and hug them tightly, but he had work to do for now. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you too about these earth-shattering secrets about myself. They may put you in danger. I need a bit more time, to get stronger, then, we will live like true fat kings, he thought to himself. Gathering his thoughts, Magnus looked around himself. It was time for the great prank as the breakfast time was about to end. He looked at Sirius, who also stole a glance at him. Magnus, though, called another first-year boy. He had helped him with a few charms. Franklin, my friend, will you do something for me? I want you to give this to Sirius Black over there. Magnus requested. Franklin was a half-heritage wizard, another word for half-blood but more tolerable. As they were just first years, they didn't have reservations about going to other house tables. Sure, Magnus. He quickly took the paper and went over. Just when Sirius received the message, a loud firecracker burst into the air. And in that instant, all the boys of the Slytherin table jumped up. Their pants had turned into skirts, shorter ones at that. Sirius and James laughed loudly, but then Sirius opened the note sent by Magnus. What does this mean? Sirius chuckled. The note said, Law of Equivalent Exchange. Boom. Another firecracker burst into the air. Now, all the boys of Gryffindor jumped up, their pants had also turned into short skirts and Magnus had gone further and made their hair grow longer and lips redder. Sirius and James were also caught in this. Meanwhile, Magnus, Snape and Ragnar were unaffected. Look at them. Magnus laughed loudly. All the Slytherin students laughed, feeling much better because Gryffindor had it worse than them. Sirius angrily threw a piece of chicken at Magnus, but he caught it and started eating. However, this action of Sirius incited more turmoil and it soon turned into a food war between the two houses. Magnus was unaffected by it, he would sometimes catch food and eat it, while sharing it with cute little Duck in his pocket. Ragnar and Snape were hiding under the table. Professor McGonagall was about to stand up and shout but was stopped by Dumbledore. He was smiling and looking at what was happening. Look at their faces, Minerva. They are not fighting, they are playing. Usually, it would be only one side getting pranked, which would increase animosity, but today, because both are victims, they are not angry. He evaluated. But, this is a waste of food. She argued. It's okay, Minerva. I will fix all of it with magic later. He assured her and then looked at Magnus, who was laughing heartily. Haha, Magnus laughed. Bam. Take that as payback. He had not expected a friendly fire. Emma had slammed an apple pie in his face. You just angered a sleeping dragon, Emma. Face my fury. Magnus used his new disposable wand and launched pieces of chicken nuggets at her like they were bullets. She instantly ducked under the table to hide, but a big bowl of melon smoothie was waiting for her there. Splash. Ha ha ha, I am the Melon King, Magnus laughed. Then he turned to Sirius. Boom. A full melon struck his food-covered face. Sirius was shocked because this one was a bit painful. Boy, it is on. Sirius also concentrated his fire. Magnus dragged his two friends from under the tables. Cowards, stand up and face the fight. This is a test from the heavens. Magnus, don't drag us into this mess. And for God's sake, stop exaggerating it. Ragnar pleaded. Bam. A meat pie struck Ragnar's face. Okay, who dared to attack me? It was a good day, much different from a normal Monday, and it was a rare occasion because many Slytherin students and Gryffindor students were seen laughing in the joint potions class together. London, Magnus home. I don't know how long we can keep this a secret from him, Adam. He is very smart. Grace walked back and forth in the living room while biting her nails. I know. But we cannot make him worried right now. What we need to know is who is targeting us. It can't be a coincidence that you were forced to step down from the department head position and given night duty. While I am transferred 4 hours away from here to a remote office. I feel this is deliberate. Adam said. He was angry right now but had no idea where to focus it as he did not know who was targeting them. I am one of the best heart surgeons in the country, while you are a known person in the engineering field. Why would anyone target us? We've done nothing but given our lives work for this country when we could have easily taken a private job and earned millions. Grace frustratedly cried. Sigh. Adam hugged her to stop her from getting too upset. I guess, talent does not mean much in this world. In the end, we are simple powerless people, a small part of this grand system. Too insignificant for them to think before moving us. Whoever it is, I hope they burn in hell. Grace cursed. Whoa, my wife is turning into an angry dragon. It seems. Don't burn me in your fire, your Grace. He joked. She chuckled. Yes, I need to cool down. Let's hope we can do something about all this before Christmas. Chapter 49. All of the Slytherin and Gryffindor boys were walking slowly that day, so as not to have their short skirts shame them. It was the funniest event in Hogwarts in many years. Magnus was delightfully enjoying the agony on the face of Lucius and his followers. Their pure-blood talk seemed meaningless when they wore clothes like these. The teachers had their fun too. Whenever someone would misbehave in the class, the teacher would call boys with the prefix Miss instead of Mr. Though it was only Slughorn and Flitwick who did it. McGonagall straight up threatened them to extend the prank charm to last a week. It was good times with the boys. Monday came to an end with big laughs. But the next day, when the Daily Prophet arrived in the morning at the breakfast hall, all students forgot to eat and instead gawked at the news. News. Battle of Diagon Alley. His Majesty, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon, attacked by Death Eaters in broad daylight just outside the bank. His Majesty bravely fought and defeated 7 out of 10 criminals, of whom 3 were confirmed to be Death Eaters. One of them was identified to be from Avery House. His Majesty faced and stopped the direct attack of the Killing Cure with his majestic swords. It is to be noted, the curse was cast by the Patriarch of Avery House. But this did come at a price. Many Aurors lost their lives. Veteran Auror, Alastair Moody, lost his one leg too. There was widespread destruction in the market, but His Majesty, Pendragon, has graciously agreed to pay for all the damages. Following is the interview of His Majesty before the attack occurred. As you read, from His Majesty's words, it can be said that he truly is the Merlin's reincarnate. He holds the values of the real Order of Merlin, and the British magical world should be delighted to have him as a part. On the other hand, because of this attack, the Ministry has come under great pressure and they have started harsher hunts for the Death Eaters. It is yet to be seen what changes will come from these actions of the ministry. Rita Skeeter, Senior Journalist. News ends. Slowly, everyone was done reading this and the hall became loud with so much chatter. Ragnar pulled Magnus' robes. You stopped a killing curse. Most first years actually had no idea what a killing curse was, but it had killing word involved, so it must be bad. But Ragnar and Snape knew it. With my swords, Magnus answered while continuing to eat. Where are they? Snape inquired. He's absolutely want to study a sword that can stop such a curse. It's a secret, I'll show you later tonight. Also, don't mind all these articles. They are going to be writing too much stuff about me as time goes on. He clarified. Magnus looked at Dumbledore, who sat at the teacher's table. He nodded towards Magnus. It seems, he was pushing to make him appear as if some kind of big savior. Magnus then turned to his left and looked at Lucius, who seemed to appear angered. Because there was another article below the last one, telling how Magnus broke Lucius' arm during arm wrestling. Students of other houses chuckled, pointing towards him, which was a very shameful experience for him. Magnus held his chuckle. He had no sympathy for Lucius, even less so after hearing the backstory of Ragnar. Those who align themselves with the Death Eaters share the same sins as them. Let's go. It's the charms class, my favorite. Magnus got up. Ragnar's shoulder plumped. I hate charms. Come on, today we will be practicing the fire-making charm. Magnus excitedly said. Quack. Hearing the word fire, Duck also got excited for some reason. Snape scoffed, you already know these charms, why even waste time? To make memories, Magnus replied and went to the class. Magnus had left, but Lucius and his gang remained seated. They were collectively called Gang of Slytherin. There were more than 20 of them, but 6 were the leaders. They were 1. Lucius Malfoy, 7th year. 2. Gasper Avery, 7th year. 3. Narcissa Black, 6th year. 4. Evan Rosier, 5th year. 5. Mulciber II, 4th year. 6. Wilkes, 3rd year. These were all purebloods, belonging to influential families. But all they did in school was target Muggleborn and so-called blood traders. It was that Pendragon, I know it. Only he was unaffected by what happened yesterday. Only he did not have a skirt. Mulciber raged. We need to do something. That bastard got my father caught. He'll be sent to Azkaban now. Gasper Avery said. Lucius stayed quiet for now. Narcissa too, as she did not like talking about this topic. She was still contemplating if she had chosen the right path for her future. Lucius raised his hand to make them stop speaking. We cannot harm him. The ministry gives too much importance to him. I am sure, the school administration would do the same. But, as the Talking Hat said, he has the values of all 4 houses. This means he is loyal to his friends. To hurt him, we break his friends. Do not target Snape, he is a good potion maker. We can use him. Ouroboros, on the other hand, his family was murdered by Death Eaters because they were blood traders. I'm sure he won't join us in this life. Target him. When nobody is nearby, beat him up. But do not be seen. Are you sure about this? They are first-year kids. Narcissa asked. He's a blood trader, this is justice, Lucius replied. So are we going to let that boy go? My father will be tortured because of him, Lucius. Avery argued. I know, Dark Lord must have a plan to get him out. As for Pendragon, we will find other ways to get to him. Go to your classes now. He ordered. In the meantime, Magnus had no idea that someone was trying to mess with him and wanted to make him show his other flawless powers. Currently, he sat in the charms class. Okay, you can all try now. Say it clearly, Incendio. Professor Flitwick taught them. Poof. Ragnar's wand made a farting noise. Ah man, I hate this. Magnus and the whole class chuckled. I'll help you. I think you lack imagination and concentration. Try to imagine the fire while concentrating on it coming out of your wand. Try to feel the flow of magic in your body. Ragnar nodded. He took a long breath and did as asked. Pop. This time, a matchstick-sized fire came. Ha ha ha, well, it is still progressing. Why don't you do it then? Ragnar talked back. I would rather not. Magnus denied. Heh, you can't do it. Ragnar smirked. Sigh, you asked for it. Magnus pointed his wand towards the small paper they were supposed to burn. Incendio. Whoosh. A jet stream of fire came out of his wand and spewed fire as if it wasn't simple fire but a metal cutter. The sound of it was terrifying. Ah, no, Magnus just realized he had also burned the table and a fire had started. Professor Flitwick, who was in awe until now, quickly reacted, Aguamenti. In an instant, water came out of Flitwick's wand and extinguished the fire. He was still very much elated. Mr. Pendragon, you have a great talent for fire magic. 10 points to Slytherin, he announced. Magnus turned back to Ragnar, see, I did it. Now you practice the way I taught. Ugh. At the same time, Snape was also done with his practice and had already started reading some other book. After the class, it was time for flying lessons. All students by now knew how to fly and the classes were very much fun. They played low-altitude, low-speed Quidditch just without the golden snitch. This time, as always, a boy versus girls team was set up. Magnus was leading the boys and Emma Vanity was leading the girls. This game had a different overlay than normal Quidditch. Both teams would have 7 people as normal. Because there was no bewitched bludger that could knock the players, they were using a heavy ball. There were going to be 3 beaters, whose job was to throw the fake bludger at players to get them off their broom. There were going to be 2 bludgers in the game. Then there were 3 chasers, who would pass and score goals with a ball called quaffle. Then there was a goalkeeper in the last. This was a simple harmless game. None of them were supposed to go over 5-meter height. The brooms were enchanted not to go over since the race between Magnus and Emma. There was no golden snitch in the game and they would play for an hour. The side with the most goals wins. Magnus was one of the 3 chasers. The other 2 were Eddie McBride and Franklin Wally. On the beaters' side, there was Ragnar, Darian Steely and Doug. The goalkeeper was Snape. Magnus had peer pressured him into playing the game. Madam Hooch was going to be the referee for this match. Chapter 50. Whistle. As soon as the sound came, Madam Hooch threw the ball in the air. Not too surprisingly, against Magnus, Emma had come forward as her team captain. Are you ready to lose, Dragon Boy? She taunted. Magnus snorted, too much confidence will be the reason for your downfall. The quaffle was immediately taken by Magnus. But, just as he did that, the bludger on the female side was thrown towards him. It was not just once, the 3 beaters had surrounded him and were throwing bludger towards him again and again. Magnus understood their technique, they only saw him as a threat and were focused on stopping him, while Emma was free to take care of the rest. They now just needed him to lose the quaffle. But he smirked. They were underestimating his team. He had instructed Ragnar, Darian and Doug to hit the brooms with their bludger and not the player. He gave them a quick class on the center of gravity and taught them how the center of gravity of a person on a broom is on their chest, so, if they were to move the broom too much, their center of gravity would destabilize and they would fall easily. The 3 beaters of the boys' team chuckled. They then put the opponent beaters in their line of sight and threw the bludger. Bam! Ragnar threw it first. It worked. He cheered up as a girl fell down on the grass below. Magnus found the opportunity and went ahead to the goal. Emma had not expected this, so she tried to chase him. This dragon boy is fast, Emma. Magnus taunted her. Ting. Magnus smiled widely at Emma as he made a goal. You were saying something, Ms. Emma. She huffed at him and went to her teammates. Magnus was enjoying the match. In fact, Magnus had read the book of rules related to Quidditch. He knew all 700 fouls that could be committed. Shockingly, in the finals of the 1473's World Cup, all 700 fouls were committed. These included transfiguring of a chaser into a polecat, attempted decapitation of a keeper with a broadsword, the release of 100 blood-sucking vampire bats from under the Transylvanian captain's robes during the game, setting fire to an opponent's broom tail, attacking an opponent's broom with a club, attacking an opponent with an axe. The old times were crazy times, that was for sure. Magnus continued the game and slowly, both sides scored. He had a pretty strong team, but Magnus' decision to force Snape to be goalkeeper had come to bite him on the ass. Snape was so bad at it. He was unable to guess where the quaffle was going to hit, as he was bad at recognizing the feints that Emma and other chasers were making before throwing the quaffle. His control over his broom was also not very good. Slowly, the game reached the last stretch and it was time for the final play. Emma had possession of the quaffle. She was zooming towards the boy's side. Dodging the bludgers was easy for her. In the end, Magnus was her final opponent. Both of them sped up towards each other at full speed. Heh, is he mad? We would get so injured if we collided like this, Emma thought. But she saw that Magnus was not slowing down at all. Is he crazy? Whoosh. She saw a big smile on Magnus' face. He's going to stop at the right moment, right? 10 meters, 5 meters. Why? He's crazy. She immediately stopped herself and went upward. This was what Magnus wanted. He went just to her side, a little distance behind her, and punched the quaffle out of her arms, then made a roll and caught it. How could you do this to a girl? What if we had bumped into each other? She complained girlishly, which she was obviously faking. Magnus laughed. I believe in gender equality, Ms. Emma. With that, nobody could stop him, and he scored a good easy goal on the girl's side. Whistle. There was no reward for winning except the right to gloat over the win and shove it to the girls' faces whenever they argued with them. The match ended with the class ending at the same time. They had sweated a lot, so Magnus and his friends headed back to the dorms after that. They had no classes for the day now. Guys, I need some books. I'm going to the library. Ragnar said and left. He needed books for some new potions he was going to try. He was already past the point of learning from books and was now secretly trying to experiment to make new potions. Although he had told Magnus that he was rich and had a lot of money, he did not. Initially, he did, but in the past few years, he had used it up in his potion making. Now, he needed to invent a new potion to make some money from it. He could have asked Magnus for money, but he did not want to do this as his first act in the round table. Magnus and Snape returned to their room. While passing by Snape's study table, he saw a book that interested him. Legilimency. Magnus muttered. Snape picked the book and gave it to him. Read this. I believe that if we truly want to make an impenetrable secret group, then we need to have the ability to shield our minds from being read. Legilimency is the art of magically navigating through the many layers of a person's mind and correctly interpreting one's findings. Occlumency is the opposite of it and shields your mind. Snape explained. So it's like mind reading on a whole other level. I can see how it will benefit all of us. Okay, from today, we three shall practice this every day. Magnus decided. He appreciated Snape taking a step forward in their group. This meant that he now really considered a part of the group wholeheartedly. Hogwarts Library. Ragnar was looking for some books that were not found in the stores. There were very old and discontinued books in the library, as they had existed since the creation of Hogwarts. He was looking around the whole library's potions section to find some inspiration or an old book with the knowledge he did not have. He was also happy that he had already been invited to the Slug Club by Professor Slughorn. Magnus and Snape were invited too. Though he guessed that Magnus was invited because of his influence rather than his talent in potions, still, he understood that Professor Slughorn does this to ensure an easy future for himself, because he knows that all these bright students will hold high offices or will be super rich in the future. But when he was busy with his work, he heard some voices. Well, what do we have here? A blood traitor. All of a sudden, Mulciber, Gasper Avery and Evan Rosier appeared. They surrounded him. Ragnar scoffed, if being one of you means bullying young kids, then I'd rather be a blood traitor. You talk too much. We thought you were a meek little type. Mulciber crazedly said. He was already one of the crazy types with no control over his mouth and actions. Ragnar chuckled, I didn't ask you to describe your manhood. Too much pride, boy. You're going to face the consequences for what your friend did. Do you know, because of him, my father is going to Azkaban? Avery spoke. He was the eldest of three. Too late, I must say. Avery, such a great name of a great house. Destroyed by hypocrites and racists. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves with pride. Ragnar talked back with no reservations. He had a deep hatred for all of them. Avery took out his wand, his eyes turned redder in rage. You think you're some big shot? Nobody's coming here to save you. That Merlin's bastard is in his room. Now, which finger should I take? The one between your own legs. Using it would just spawn more abominations anyway, Ragnar insulted him. Tisk, Cruci. Before Avery could complete his words, Ragnar had taken out a small test tube from his pocket. It had a cork on it. His face turned cold and calculative. The second I take the lid off, the poisonous gas will leak. It will kill each of you, except me, because it knows my magic. So, do you want to see if there is heaven or hell after death? Ragnar domineeringly spoke. The three boys started taking steps back in fright. The expression on Ragnar's face was fully serious. They were warned by Lucius that Ragnar was a very capable potioneer. Ragnar started to loosen the top of the test tube. Suddenly a strong sweet aroma hit their noses. The change in atmosphere frightened them. Ah, isn't this the best poison? Such calming smell, yet murderous, a way to happy death I must say. This is because this poison was made from natural herbs, from a group of very rare plants. Just 1 milliliter of it can kill most people. He announced. P put it back. We're leaving, the three pleaded and ran away as quickly as they came. When they had gone, Ragnar smiled and calmly opened the lid of the test tube and smelled it delightfully. Humph, what a bunch of cowards. This is just a rose essence for deodorizing my little self. Chapter 51. Ragnar returned to the Slytherin common room. He saw the three attackers in the dorm too, standing in front of Lucius and getting yelled at. He gave them a smirk to put some salt on their burnt ego and went to his room. But just as he entered, he was treated with total chaos. Magnus and Snape were jumping all around. There was also fire on their beds and Snape was extinguishing them with water charms. What the hell is happening? Ragnar loudly asked. Magnus was so tired as he laid on his bed and had his arms folded. Duck learned how to fly, and breath fire. Chad, that dumb cat brought catnip from somewhere and Duck ate it. Where is Duck? Ragnar inquired. Magnus opened his arms and showed Duck happily sleeping on his chest. I pity my parents if they had to go through this when I was small. Ragnar chuckled. Well, I just came to tell you that something happened in the library. 3 of Lucius' gang members attacked me. They wanted to take revenge on you but no they can't touch you. They wanted to cut one of my fingers, but I managed to scare them with one of my potions. Hearing that, Magnus got up with full seriousness. He put Duck on the side gently. Snape was also done with extinguishing the fire and repairing everything. He too got serious. Snape spoke first, so they will come after me too then. Magnus shook his head. No, I don't think so. Chances are, they will try to recruit you. Your potion-making talents are exceptional. They would have tried to recruit Ragnar if he did not have a bad history with their cult. That is even worse than trying to bully me, Snape muttered. Ragnar chuckled. Well, we just gotta be more careful now. Lucius and Avery are both in their 7th year. They are the brain and muscle of their group. They will graduate soon. So, we just gotta tolerate till then. Magnus agreed. Yes, as soon as they are gone, we will seize the Slytherin house. We will have everything under control and bring the house back to its past glory when it was not just about blood purity and racism. Merlin in the portrait happily shouted, "Quidditch, that's what I was dying to see." You are already dead. Arthur boredly replied. Only Magnus could hear or see them even now. That night, the three sat down and started reading and practicing occlumency and legilimency. But, for them to really practice it, they needed someone who could use legilimency so they could test it. Magnus was the best at comprehending new things, so he was given the task of studying legilimency while Ragnar and Snape focused on occlumency. Magnus had help. He had the old man Merlin sitting just a few meters away from him. He was instructing him on how to go about learning this ability. Merlin told him about it. I learned this ability directly from Salazar Slytherin. I was in the first batch of students of Hogwarts and in those days, all 4 founders were in harmony and Salazar wasn't a crazed blood supremacist, or else he wouldn't have taken me as his personal student. The art of legilimency depends on one's understanding of the human mind. You need to understand how the memories flow. The better you understand it the better you will be at it. A master legilimens can look inside your head, read your whole life and you wouldn't even know it happened. I do not think anyone is at this level anymore because with time this art was also given less importance. Salazar was the best I had ever come in contact with. That old man once found out about the girl I like even before I knew I liked her. But, I went further than him and found the ability to read multiple minds at once. They don't call me the greatest wizard of all time for nothing. Merlin gloated. So what, do I have to read brain scans of people? Should I go to my mom's hospital? Magnus asked. No. We had no such thing in our times. Just basic scientific knowledge of how a brain works would be enough. Not many had that in the past, but you do. Surprisingly because you studied Muggle subjects. You have to take me out to see the Muggle world once. I want to see what all this talk is about. Merlin requested him. Magnus agreed easily, sure, I will do it. Now, how do I start with legilimency? Close your eyes, imagine you are standing in a void. There is nothing around you. Make your mind go empty, the last thing you want is your own thought to clash with the memories entering your mind. Now, try to keep that same feeling with open eyes. Then you look into someone's eyes and cast the spell. A connection will be created, a channel through which you can read the memories. But beware, if the other person is stronger than you, then he can also reverse the situation and read your mind instead. Merlin gave him a demo. Magnus nodded. What about occlumency? Help them too. It is just the opposite of it. The best and fastest way to teach them what they need to protect themselves from is to give them a short demo. Don't dig too deep into their memories, as I am sure you don't want to make your friends upset. Merlin advised him. Magnus agreed and turned back to Ragnar and Snape. The two were looking at him as he talked with the Great Wizard. Okay, guys. I will try legilimency on you too. You remember how it feels and then try to shield your mind from such things. He instructed. Magnus tried it on Snape first. He emptied his mind and looked him in the eyes. He muttered the spell and immediately felt as if he was traveling in a narrow tube with a lot of changing pictures around him. All of it was too fast to make the head or tail. Then, it slowed down a little. What is this monstrosity? Magic? Why was I not told about this? It was a manly voice, possibly the earliest memory of Snape. There was also a woman, crying on the floor while holding her cheek. She was most likely slapped. Mummy, don't cry. Dad, stop. Soon, little hands appeared in the view and they were trying to help the woman. You are just like her, a demon spawn. Magnus immediately stopped himself and took his consciousness back. He had invaded his privacy enough already. He was also not going to talk about this to anyone. Snape was breathing heavily. Amateur legilimency was not a one-way thing. Both sides see the memories that were being spied on. So, Snape was aware of what Magnus saw. That was W. Magnus patted his shoulder and stopped him. You don't have to explain or justify anything to me, Sev. Then he looked at Ragnar. Are you ready? YUP, Ragnar looked straight into Magnus' eyes. Magnus quickly looked away. Stop looking at me so intensely. It feels weird, mate. What? I'm just looking at your ugly face. It's so hard to focus. Ragnar replied harshly. Magnus coughed, really? Okay, look at me now. Ragnar kept his eyes normal. This time, Magnus was used to this feeling, so he did not feel very weirded out. Soon, a memory became visible to him. Sweetie, don't hurt the animals. They also have feelings and feel pain. A kind, motherly voice came. Mummy, I just wanted to play with Doggy. I promise I won't hurt him. Will he be my friend again? Ragnar asked in a childish voice. The woman caressed Ragnar's head and smiled at him. Of course he will. Dogs are very loyal and loving creatures. You give them love and they will never forget you. Really? Yay, I will go and play with Mr. Snuffles. He ran away. Magnus came out of the memory. He looked at Ragnar to make sure he was okay. Ragnar was smiling at the moment. Mr. Snuffles was an old senior dog. He was so friendly to everyone and also smart. That night, he tried to fight them off but was killed. Ragnar revealed. Magnus patted his shoulder, another reason to hunt them and give them a painful ending. By the way, you too. I must warn you, learning occlumency is very hard. Because it will make your mind much sharper and increase the ability to retain memories. Also you will remember the past memories in great details. Ragnar, you know what that means. So, when you start organizing your memories, I want you to be near me. Or it might affect your well-being. Ragnar nodded. But, he actually didn't need to worry as he still remembered everything like it happened yesterday. He refused to forget it, not until he sees himself skinning the criminals with his hands. Okay, enough for today. Let's go to sleep. We have the astronomy class in the morning tomorrow. Magnus reminded them. I don't like astronomy, Snape commented. Magnus chuckled, believe me, you will say thanks to learning this in the future. Chapter 52. The next day, during breakfast, a fat package was dropped by the cute owl, Summer. She took her treats and went her way. It was a package from Bobby. Magnus happily opened it and quickly found out why it weighed so much. It had books, related to college-level physics and math. There was also something new that he had never seen before. A book called World of Computer Science. Magnus' eyes shined. This was the latest technology, the future of mankind. It would be best if he studies it to keep an edge on everyone else. Then, there was the letter. He opened it and read it. Letter. First of all, damn you. I had to clean my room after that last letter. Now, to the normal talks. I have started at the new school. As you had told me, a group of bullies came to bully me. They were again, as predicted by you, were from the sports teams. Although this school is for kids with high intellect, that for some reason, made some kids more of a bully. I have taken a few smart ones under my wing and protected them from the bullies. Dealing with them was not hard. I just went to the principal's office, gave him a written letter that if I even got a scratch because of another student then the school will be liable and named all the bullies in it. I also told them that I know people at the news station and the rival school and they would love some dirt on them. Since then, all bullies fear me like the plague. Good thing they are smart to not mess with me. So, now I am running a group of 20 kids. Though all are older than me, they still consider me their senior. Enough about school. I found about this new stuff called computer science. It is so interesting. I will be going to the IBM office in a few days to look at a computer myself. I believe that if this technology advances and becomes compact then its applications are limitless. Read the book and tell me what you think. By the way, I have decided on what I want to do in my life. I will slowly strive to fulfill that dream of mine. I won't tell you that for now as it might sound childish to you. By the way, I saw your mom yesterday. She seemed tired and sick for some reason. Make sure you talk to her. And also, send me something cool instead of some candies. I have grown up now, candies can't feed me. Take care now, stay away from girls though, they keep on sending me letters for some reason here. God, I hate romance. Your friend. Bob. I need to stop calling myself Bobby. Brandon. Letter ends. Magnus chuckled while reading the letter. But the line about his mother worried him a lot. I guess it is time to use my blood relation with the beardy old man. After all, unlike my Merlin and Arthur bloodline, Dumbledore really shares blood with my dad, he thought. He packed his stuff back and got up from his seat. Where are you going? Ragnar asked. To the Gryffindor table, Magnus replied. FOO, Ragnar spat his milk. Why? Snape asked. Why not? And it would make those zealots spit blood. Magnus pointed towards Lucius and his gang. Also, don't you want to have a chat with Lily? He asked Snape with a smug face. Snape immediately got up. Let's go, inter-house friendship is necessary. Huh, okay. Magnus laughed. Due to the commotion, everyone looked at him. They were confused about where he was headed. He passed by the Hufflepuff tables, then Ravenclaw table. When he reached the Gryffindor table, all the students got tensed. Magnus went straight to Sirius. He was keeping an angry face with brows furrowed as if he was angry. What? Sirius asked nonchalantly. Magnus stayed silent and just stared at him angrily. After a while, Sirius noticed that everyone was looking at him. HUI, what did I do? He questioned. Haha, Magnus laughed suddenly. Move it and give me some place to sit. I'm gonna eat with my friend today. So what if you're in Gryffindor? It's all the fault of that old hat, it should be burnt and let go. Magnus said. Sirius smiled widely and moved his ass to the side. On Magnus' left was Ragnar and on his right was Sirius. On his opposite side, there was James and Snape. Lily was on Snape's left, where other girls sat. She was very energetic and welcomed him happily. Meanwhile, Sirius introduced his two more new friends. This is Remus Lupin and that one is Peter Pettigrew. Remus is a straight-A student and Peter, well, he's trying. Magnus shook their hands. This one here is Ragnar, you know him probably. Of course, Sirius knew about the family background of Ragnar and honestly felt bad for him. Sirius shook Ragnar's hand. I might be a black but I'm not an arse like them. Heh, good to hear that. Any black not in Slytherin must be better anyway. Ragnar replied. I heard you are interested in Quidditch. James spoke suddenly. Magnus nodded, yeah, a little. Might try at the tryouts tomorrow. James puffed out his chest, well, I already got selected as new Gryffindor Seeker. Is that so? Then don't mind me if I also become a seeker and beat you. Magnus said confidently. All challenges are accepted, I just know nobody can beat me. James proudly replied. He may not be as much trusting in his magical abilities, but Quidditch was something else, it was like his white powder. Huh, wanna bet? Magnus asked. What's at the stake? James inquired. Your honor. Loser has to make a round of Hogwarts, in no clothes except in underwear of other one's choice. Also, the loser pays for the latest Nimbus 1500 for the whole winner's team. Magnus proposed. Pin-drop silence ensued on the whole Gryffindor table. Everyone looked at James' face in anticipation, Sirius too. Today, James just realized that Magnus was a bastard of the highest order. He probably came here to do exactly this. So, do you accept this challenge or wanna wuss out? Magnus asked with a scheming face. Look at his face, this was a trap all along, James cursed internally. He looked at Sirius's face, in the hope of help. But Sirius shrugged his shoulders. James gulped his saliva. If he agrees to it and loses, not only will he lose his money but also honor. But he had no choice right now. He was a Gryffindor, a brave Gryffindor. He cannot back down or he will be called a coward. I accept. Magnus laughed, okay then. All these people are our witnesses. Don't cry later if you lose. Magnus calmed down now. He had done what he came to do. He looked at Sirius, what are your cousin sisters doing these days? How is Regulus? He's coming to Hogwarts next year, right? Sirius nodded, well, the family is a mess. I'm gonna get a beating when I go back. They hate Gryffindor. But I am very proud of Andromeda, she married a Muggle-born, Ted Tonks, a lawyer, against the family's wishes. Though she was disowned by the family. But my eldest cousin's sister is super crazy, she married or we can say, sold off to the crazy fanatic Rodolphus Lestrange. My family wants to broaden their reach it seems. As soon as Magnus, Ragnar and Snape heard that name, their faces turned to Sirius. Ah, he's already a Death Eater, isn't he? Is your family also aligned with the Dark Lord? So, it is possible that in the near future, your cousin's sister might attack me? Magnus inquired. Sirius was a bit nervous at the moment. Magnus, you gotta understand. I do not align with them. They do not define me. And if she does attack you, kill her if you can. At least it will put her out of her misery. All kids of black household are cruelly taught to be cruel since childhood. It did not affect me, but it did break Bellatrix's mind. I believe you, Sirius. You are in the clear. But, do not mingle with your family. It will only bring you more trouble. Magnus advised and got up to return to his seat. Snape and Ragnar followed him back. Ragnar asked him, so we will need to fight his family too? Let's not talk about that for now. We are in first year for Merlin's sake. Let's just be kids while secretly getting powerful. Magnus said, and took seats at Slytherin's table. London. Bobby was making the best out of his time. He was leading a team of young and aspiring students in his school. They all talked to him about the future prospects of science and it was certain that computers were going to be a big part of it. So, he felt he should invest in it, by starting a company to study and make computer programs or hardware. He knew the importance of getting into a business as fast as possible or else he will be left behind. He talked to his team about this. All of them were very excited about it. But, he lacked funding for it. He asked the principal but was told that the school would only invest if they held a controlling stake in the startup. Bobby said, no thanks and ignored them completely. They tried to haggle with him to get at least a 10% stake but he outright ignored them. All he needed, for now, was a computer system and a place to work. His team was ready to work for free until the company made money. But, even combining all of his savings, he lacked money. So, he had only one option. He picked up the pen and started writing a letter to his dear friend. Mag, my brother. I have decided to set up my own company and name it Future Tech. It will be related to computer tech. For now, I will be using free labor from other excellent students. But, even after gathering all my money, I lack a lot. I need to buy a computer system and need some funds. For the money you give me, I can give you the company shares. In the future, if the shares are not worth the amount I took, then I will pay the money back to you. I understand that we are best friends, but this is business and I will understand if you do not want to invest in it. I will await your reply. Your friend, Brandon. Ah, I still need to stop using my nickname. Chapter 53. That night, after the mind arts training, Magnus opened the computer science book and started studying it. The more he read, the more excited he felt. It showed how to communicate with machines, the use of zeros and ones. It was new to him but so much exciting. But, when he read that most of the research was going on in America, he felt a bit saddened. Why the hell were people of his country not investing in this? This Intel company seems interesting. They are going to introduce the world's first microprocessor, the Intel 4004. Can I buy the company? Oh. They are going public this month. Wait, what does going public mean? Frustratingly, Magnus got out of his bed and went out. Snape and Ragnar had already fallen asleep. It was 1 in the night and all activities had stopped. But he needed to get to the library. Where are you going? Merlin asked suddenly. To the library. I need some books on business management. Magnus said. Then I will follow you. Hogwarts can be very dangerous at times. Merlin warned and started following him through all the different portraits. Arthur was sleeping so he did not. Magnus sneakily went out and headed to the library. It was prohibited to head out in the night and Argus Filch, the caretaker, was also on the rounds at this time. But Magnus was not much worried about anybody seeing him. After all, the beardy old man was nearly a family. He appeared at the library. It was closed but a simple Alohomora charm did the job of opening it. However, the restricted section was still closed with different magic. He went in there and started looking for books. It's been a while since I came here. I've read all the books here, most are useless. The ones that were good have been taken inside the headmaster's office. Merlin muttered loudly. Does this place have a book on Muggle studies? Magnus inquired. I don't know. I never saw anything related to Muggles here except the Bible. Merlin said from one of the nearby portraits. Was Jesus a wizard? Magnus inquired. I don't know. I was born much after his death. Though I do believe in God, I think I had a run-in with him once. He looked old and kind. Merlin replied. Magnus was taken aback. Whoa, so God is real. Should I start going to church? I don't think he really cares about that. Going to church was a concept that humans created. He only tells us to be good and not commit sins. Merlin clarified. Putting this aside, Magnus started looking for some books. But, there were none. Not a single business-related book. All he could find related to that was the history of some wizarding companies. Where can I find these books in the school? Magnus inquired. Wait, I know a place. I made it after all, how could I have forgotten this? Go to the 7th floor. Merlin spoke quickly. He seemed rather excited. Magnus didn't ask what it was and went to the 7th floor. He had enough trust that Merlin wouldn't put him in some trouble. Soon, by Merlin's direction, he arrived at a dead end. Now, what? Okay, I want you to think about the books you need and go back and forth 3 times in front of this wall, Merlin instructed him. Magnus was not so sure about this now. Have you finally gone senile? I'm not Arthur who would be fooled so easily. You got my blood, boy. You can't be as dumb as him. Now, do it. I guarantee a surprise. Merlin insisted. Seeing the eagerness in Merlin's voice, Magnus did as asked. He thought about all kinds of business management books and walked in front of the wall 3 times. Just as he had completed the 3rd walk, he noticed a different pattern appearing on the wall. It seemed to be like a door. He went ahead and opened it. Inside, he found a huge library. It looked modern with lights and some tables and chairs. Merlin announced, "Welcome to the Room of Requirement." Also known as the Come and Go Room, which only appears when a person is in great need of it. The room is supposed to have some degree of sentience because it transforms itself into whatever the witch or wizard needs it to be at that moment in time, although there are some limitations. For example, it cannot create food. Wait, can it produce anything I need, even if I do not know the details about it? Magnus asked. Sure, I had to use all my brain power to come up with the rune scheme used to make this place. It took me 4 years to make. Then 5 more to perfect it. Merlin replied. Cool, if what you said is true then this room is going to be a huge help to me and my new group. Okay, let's start reading. He folded his sleeves and took a few books. He read them for a few hours and got a general understanding of many financial terms. Can the room of requirement generate a financial statement of a company? He wondered and decided to try it. So, he went out and again repeated the process. He thought about Intel's 1970-71 financial statement and IPO details. Then, he opened the door. Inside, there was just a single file, resting on the floor. Magnus took it and started reading it. Oh, this seems real. So they have been running low on funds due to all the research needed. Good, maybe I can strike up an early deal and buy a big stake in the company. As long as I get to be on the board of directors and know the new advancements, I can have an edge on all. He thought. So, he closed everything and decided to go to sleep. He would write a letter to Bobby the next day. The next day, fresh in the morning, Magnus got Bobby's letter at the breakfast table. He was hoping to write one already. Magnus read everything and got excited about what Bobby had decided. So, he wrote a letter back. Letter. Bobby, stop eating sweets, you are turning senile. Why do you sound so formal? Wait, are you even Bobby? Where is my brother, fat, chubby and goofy, Bobby? I swear, whoever you are, if you did anything to him, I will make you eat 1,000 cheeseburgers and turn you fatter than that Vernon kid I saw in the park. Now, to the main topic. I am filthy rich, Bobby. Like, super duper rich. I don't even know what to do with so much wealth. So, yes, I will invest, and no, you don't have to pay back. You keep the majority stake in the company, you are the founder after all. I just read the book you sent me, I am so excited about computers. When I return, we will work on it together. But, there is something else. Starting a company from scratch can be hard, so I have decided to invest in Intel and slowly we will devour that company while you grow yours slowly. Intel is going public soon, look for a book if you don't know what it means. I will talk to a lawyer I know who is both a wizard and a lawyer. He will help you with everything. I have found a way to get all kinds of books to read, and have learned a great deal about the business. Technology is the way to the future, brother. So, I have decided to use this money to put it to good use. In the coming years, I will be making lots of investments in companies around the world. All of them will fall under the future tech industries that you are creating. Just make me the second partner in that company with veto power. We will revolutionize the world, Bobby. Until then, I will make arrangements to send money to you for your personal project. It will take a few days though, as I cannot get out of school every day. You can also ask my dad if you need something, also, teach my dad about computers, I can see so much implication of computers in the field of engineering. Also, it can help mom. The possibilities are endless and the sky is the limit. I am so excited about the future. The one who taught you to ride a bicycle. Magnus. Letter end. Chapter 54. After writing the letter, he packed it nicely. Soon, he saw Summer bringing more parcels for other kids. Whistle. Come here, girl. He called out. Hearing him, the owl happily flew to him. She looked at him in wonder, as she had no more letters for him. Summer, I want you to send this letter for me. Okay. When you come back tomorrow, I will have new tasty food for you. He promised. Hoot. She jumped in joy and took the letter away. After that, he got up from his seat. Ragnar, Severus, you two wait for me. I got something to talk about with Sirius. The two were eating so they just waved their hands. Since they had started practicing with Magnus, they tend to get more hungry. Magnus, again shocking all, went to Sirius. But, considering he was from a pure-blood family, most Slytherin felt less weird about this. Sirius, can I get the contact details for your cousin's sister, Andromeda's husband? He asked. Sirius had his mouth stuffed with food. Ha. Why do you need that? He's a lawyer, right? I need him to do something for me. I can't really go to a muggle lawyer and show him the gold I own. Magnus said. Sirius nodded, cool, I will give you the address later. Now let me eat. Magnus then looked at James with a smirk, see you in the field soon. It was another normal day today. Magnus had an astronomy class in the morning. It was absolutely boring as all they read was about stars and whatnot. It lacked the real knowledge that was available in the Muggle world. Professor, you do know that Muggles have already sent a machine to Mars and have successfully taken photos of that place. They have also sent humans to the moon. Magnus voiced. The teacher, of course, just like other ignorant people of the magical world, had no idea. She refuted Magnus' claim. You can confirm it later. Just buy any book related to astronomy. He countered. So, the class was mostly spent arguing with her. Magnus knew more than her in the subject she was to teach. He didn't try to shame her or damage her reputation, but he really didn't like it as she was giving half knowledge. After this class, they had free time until lunch. So, Magnus decided to study the runic language and decode the Book of Merlin. He was back in his dorm room. Ragnar also followed him as he was slightly interested in runes. Seriously, why don't you just tell me what is in it? Magnus asked. I don't know. He did not give this knowledge to me. The Merlin in portrait said. Ha, as useless as ever. Arthur scoffed from the side of Merlin. Sigh. The only thing I have been able to decipher is the title of the book. It just says, Art of Creating Spells, and if this really is a book about it, then this truly is precious and deserves to be kept away from the public. I can't imagine the dark things people would have made if all knew how to make spells. Magnus said. He spent a long time deciphering it word by word. But it was taking a lot of time. So, he decided to stop it now. He had an idea, but it would take some time to implement. Merlin, don't you have some magic to teach me? Also, when will I get my wand? You said I am not ready, but how do I know what I need to accomplish to be considered ready? He asked. Merlin, in the portrait, shrugged his shoulders. How would I know? I am just a portrait. I can only know as much as the Creator allowed me to know. Sigh. So you too are useless. Arthur has already taught me all the swordsmanship he knew, now he just fools around and says vague things. You, on the other hand, can't help me with magic. Magnus muttered. Actually, I helped you with mind arts, I can also help you with all the magical subjects of Hogwarts. The knowledge that is being kept from you by that Merlin soul shard is for your own good, it is probably too big, dark and magic heavy that knowing it might do you harm. Also, I used to use a staff, so maybe that is why no wand is good on you. Merlin said. All things aside, tell me if you can make liquid luck. Maybe then I will consider you good. Magnus asked. I can, I learned from the best potioneer, Salazar Slytherin. That old man was so good at all things he did, just if he had a good brain, things could have been different for the British wizarding world. Merlin reminisced. Heh, I will use your abilities later then. Okay, it's time to go to the potions class. Gryffindor will be with us, time to mess with Sirius again. Magnus happily left. Once he was gone, Merlin sighed. Sometimes, he acts like he's an adult, but then quickly reminds you that he's still a child. Seriously, what's with his attraction towards liquid luck and gold? Maybe our blood got fully combined in him and he is showing draconic tendencies. Arthur guessed. Maybe, but then can he still be called a human? Merlin wondered. The question was so bizarre that he had no answer to this. The potions class started. Today, they were to make a strength potion. Once consumed, it gives the user increased strength for a while. Magnus was teamed with his nemesis Emma, while the two greatest potioneers, Snape and Ragnar, were in one team, and it was overkill. Magnus protested, Come one, Professor, not with her. She doesn't listen to anything. Haha, this is just a potions class, Mr. Pendragon, I have trust that you can do it. Slughorn shrugged. Magnus bit his lips and got to work. He put the cauldron on fire and put water in it. Apparently, in most potions, water was the base component. Magnus slowly put the ingredients in the pot. But then Emma grabbed his hand and stopped him. Wait. You are doing it wrong. She said. No, I am doing exactly as said in the book. And if doing this does not make the perfect potion, then I am going to sue the author and the publication who brought this book into existence, Magnus frustratingly declared. Okay, what is your problem? I am being nice to you now. Emma argued with him. Well, you butt in all the time and try to prank me. He complained. Because it is fun. Do you have any idea how boring it is in Slytherin dorms? All the girls talk about is who was handsome today, who smelled nicer. Well, I see you have so much genuine fun, so I just wanted to join in. She explained. Magnus was taken aback. He had thought that she was just being childish and spiteful. Ah, sorry. I was being too hormonal, it seems I did not talk to you properly. Now, if you just wanted to have fun, you should have told me. I am always up for some fun. Also, I understand your side. The Slytherin is indeed too boring. There are those blood supremacists and then those who are scared of them. Magnus said. Magnus then continued, but are you sure, if you get too close to me and my friends then they will also target you? Unlike me, you will be all alone in the girls' dorms. It's fine. Sister Narcissa is nice to us. She never lets anyone bully anyone, no matter how different their views are. So, by the time she graduates, I will make sure to assert dominance, she answered confidently. Magnus chuckled, and to that, I'd say, 10 points to Slytherin. Let's make the potion now. But Magnus noticed Snape writing something in his book. What are you doing? Improving the recipe. Whomever this author was, he was amateur at best, Snape said. Magnus immediately had an idea in his mind. You know what, Snape? Do you want to get super rich? Snape looked at Magnus, stopping everything he was doing. How? By selling your improved potions formula. First, we patent it, then undermine what's written in the book with the help of an article in the newspaper. Then, you authorize the use of a new formula to shops and large-scale users for a price. Magnus suggested. But who would be crazy enough to publish an article for a kid? Snape asked. Suddenly, they heard a voice from the side, oh, dear. It's okay. Try again, you can do it. Magnus' face grew a big greedy smile. I think I found our guy. Let's talk to him in today's Slug Club meeting this evening. Magnus knew how tough the situation of Snape was. Money could obviously solve many of his troubles. Magnus, although young, had read the line, money can't buy you happiness. But, he had a different idea. It sure can't buy you happiness, but it can buy you things that make you happy. Chapter 55. Data class was next. It was with the American Professor Harrison. He was as always a cool man. He showed the most interesting magic and talked about interesting dark creatures. It honestly felt more like a dark story time than anything else. Okay, students. Today, we will learn about a dark magical creature special to the southern parts of America. They are creatures with a brain yet can be called brainless. They are scared of fire too. Can anyone guess what it is? He questioned. Instantly, 3 hands rose up. It was Snape, Magnus and Lily. But, then Magus saw Snape lowering his as he noticed Lily. Whoa, he's really letting her take the lead. I need to correct him later, can't have him love-struck from one side and also dragging himself down, Magnus thought. The teacher saw Magnus first, so he asked, yes, you may answer, Mr. Pendragon. Zombies. He answered. Correct, 5 points for Slytherin. Professor Harrison said. Magnus, with a smug look, sat down. His face was specifically to tease Sirius, to say that Gryffindor was losing here, something that always gets on Sirius' nerves. I used to work for Makusa as an auror in the crimes related to dark magical creatures. So, I have had contact with these. The best way to deal with these creatures is to use fire. Why? Because their rotten body is so loosely held that the fire can affect them easily. Without muscles, it is not possible for them to move as fast. An even faster way to beat them is to destroy their brain, because even though they are zombies, they still use that little amount of brain power to function. Once, I was surrounded by about 20 of them. I used a simple large area fire spell and it worked like a charm, like it should, Professor Harrison taught. Ragnar suddenly lifted his hand. Professor nodded towards him. Yes, Mr. Ouroboros. Professor, can the zombies be considered good guinea pigs to test the effects of experimental magic and potions, to see how it might act on a real human? He inquired. Just as he asked this, Magnus understood what this crazy potioneer was thinking about. Harrison was very surprised by this question because it was so out of the ordinary. He just shook his head and replied, I do not know if such experiments have ever been done, but it is indeed a very thought-provoking idea. Okay, now we will try the Vertimilius charm. It can be used for a variety of reasons. It is a charm that emitted green sparks from the wand. These sparks could be used to reveal objects hidden by dark arts and could be used offensively in a duel. The way to use it is simple. One waves his or her wand in a circular motion overhead whilst slowly saying the incantation, aiming for nothing but thin air, thereby causing an orb of glowing green energy to be thrown from the wand tip, exploding several feet away in a blinding flash of emerald light and illuminating the entire room for a short period of time. Now, the explosion is the weapon and the light after that is the tool. So long as the emerald light from the spell lasts, objects such as platforms or doors that had been hidden by dark magic would be revealed, so that they were temporarily visible and tangible again, until the spell's effects ended. The professor explained them in detail. The charm was actually not as destructive in its weakest form. There were other iterations of this charm that were truly dangerous. They were the Verdimillious Duo, Verdimillious Tria spells. Once again, Magnus excelled in it because it was just a simple charm. However, Ragnar found it troublesome. Surprisingly, on Gryffindor's side, Lily, Sirius, James and Remus were able to do it too. Come on, Ragnar, you can do it. Look, even they are winning. At least you must defeat that Peter guy. Magnus said. I am trying, Magnus. Okay, 1, 2, 3, Ragnar put all his focus and tried to cast the charm. Ragnar focused. Magnus felt embarrassed at his friend. Why are you screaming? To focus, Ragnar replied. Pop. Suddenly, a small green explosion occurred, though it looked like a small spark. You did it, I guess, at least you won against Peter, Magnus muttered. After a while, the class ended. But, Magnus was stopped by the professor for some reason. All the other students had left by then, Snape and Ragnar were waiting for him outside. Mr. Pendragon, thank you for waiting. I just wanted to give you this. This is a letter from the current MACUSA president and the headmaster of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They would like it if you could someday in the future visit their sides and give a speech. Merlin is very much remembered and loved on the American side too. Harrison said. Magnus took the 2 letters. They were fairly simple and formal. He put them in his pocket. It is evident that someday I will go to America, to explore its magical sides. But, not anytime soon, as I must get stronger first. However, I would appreciate it if you could get me a book that could teach me about Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and MACUSA. Ah, yes, I do have it. It is a fairly simple book for wizard tourists and new students. Harrison quickly took a small booklet from his suitcase and handed it to Magnus. After that, Magnus left him alone. The next and final class of the day was herbology. It was one of the favorite ones of Ragnar and not so much of Magnus. He just made fun of Emma in the class by trying to make her make mistakes while handling the plants. Go away, I should have stayed your enemy. She shouted at him, which only made him laugh. After the class, there was dinner in the evening, but Magnus, Ragnar and Snape had to go to Slug Club and they'd be eating there. So, they got ready in their dorms. They wore simple suits. How do I look? Ragnar inquired. You are not going on a date, Ragnar. You can come naked if you want and I won't judge, though I'm not sure about them. Magnus said. Quack. Magnus looked at Duck lying on the bed lazily. Chad was keeping an eye on him. Chad, keep him under control until I'm back. I will reward you later. He bribed the cat and he accepted it happily. Snape, you look like what I imagine a Dracula to be. Open the top button of your shirt, mate. You need to breathe as well. Magnus commented. Ragnar chuckled, hee, I heard Lily will also be there. Magnus blinked and looked back at Snape. Still, girls don't like complete uptight boys like you, I think. Just relax and be natural. Snape just ignored his words, but in the end, he did unbutton the top button. After that, they went to the room of Slughorn. Voices were already coming from inside. Knock knock. Soon, the door was opened by Slughorn. His eyes sparkled as soon as he saw Magnus. Oh, Mr. Pendragon, and Mr. Ouroboros and Mr. Snape, please. Come in. All the others have arrived. Slughorn enthusiastically greeted. But as soon as Magnus entered, he was left speechless from seeing someone. What are you doing here? You are not excellent in any subject. But I am an amazing Quidditch player. I have been selected in the Slytherin team as a chaser already. Also, my father is the owner of Nimbus Racing Broom Company. Emma proudly said. Magnus' jaw was left open, but isn't your name Emma Vanity? The owner of Nimbus Racing Broom Company is Devlin Whitehorn. I took my mum's surname. She replied. Come on. I just bought a new Nimbus, couldn't you have helped me get a discount? Magnus complained. It was now Emma and everyone else's turn to have their jaws hit the floor. This Dada professor will have a bigger role in the future, so know that he is important. I am only able to write one for now. As soon as I get well, I will increase the chapter frequency again. Thank you for reading. Chapter 56. Slughorn introduced everyone there one by one. There were kids from all houses, but most were from Slytherin. It was understandable as most Slytherin were from well-established families. After that, dinner started. Magnus now understands one thing, that this old man was not interested in anything but increasing his contacts. The way he operated was simple. By now he had organized so many slug clubs that he had his students all around the world, some rich, some powerful and some in important places. With each increasing year, he would have more influence. He would then use the same influence to help the new slug club members in achieving greatness, so they might return the favor later on. He had created a cycle of favors. And he got the most in the end. He'd get the best seats in Quidditch matches as he had students in various teams, he had students working in ministry, he had students who owned businesses and sent him free stuff. Magnus talked with Lily, who had been blushing whenever near him. He somewhat understands this reaction of hers. She seemed to have a crush on him. But, he didn't like her or even saw her in that way. Mr. Pendragon, Black told me to give this to you. She gave him a piece of paper. Magnus read it and confirmed it to be the address of Ted Tonks. Thanks, also, you can call me Magnus. Hearing Mr. Pendragon, again and again, is not very comforting. He said. Meanwhile, Ragnar and Severus were talking to Slughorn about selling potions. Did you two make new potions? Slughorn asked in amazement. Ragnar nodded while Snape shook his head. Ragnar revealed his potion first. This is a portion to increase the pain tolerance of a person. Slughorn took the vial and checked it. There have been potions developed for hospitals that make body parts go numb but never increase body tolerance. It can be helpful in some duels too. I need to do some testing on this first. If it is safe, then I will suggest you to someone in the ministry. They will handle the licensing and patenting of this. Next, Snape revealed his creation. I mainly created a better recipe for an existing potion. I think it can be patented and sold in the market. Wonderful, you two have achieved what most wizards don't in their entire lives. I will surely help you too. Now, let's eat. We will have a debate later. Slughorn was already on cloud 9. The food was the same as in the Grand Hall, with the exception of the ice cream. After the dinner, Slughorn proposed a debate. You can all share a topic and we will talk about it. All gave some boring suggestions, but Magnus had the most interesting one. I have had one question since I came to this school. I noticed how much food the students eat here, even I myself eat a lot more than I normally do. Yet, I do not see a single fat student here. Sure, we may have a few chubby ones but none that can be called fat. So, my topic is simple, why are there no fat kids in Hogwarts? His question was weird, yet thought-provoking. Ragnar nodded to his question. Now that you say it, yes, there is no fat kid in school. Even Hagrid can be considered just huge, but not fat. Slughorn too fell into thoughts. Yes, you are right. I have come across fat wizards in my lifetime fewer times than I can remember. So, what is the reason? Why are there so few fat people in the wizarding community than Muggles? Magnus asked. Lucius was also a member of the club, but he had been staying silent for a time now. He spoke now. It is simple, wizards have a purer body system than Muggles. No, not everything is related to blood purity, Mr. Malfoy, and what did I just hear? Did you just consider all wizards as better people? The Muggleborns too? Magnus asked in a mocking tone. This shut Lucius up as he did not have his gang here to say yes behind all his words. Snape made an argument then, is it because of wizards' magic nullifying their body fat? Maybe we have different anatomy. Emma guessed. Or we might have magic responsible for it, Lily added. Magnus nodded at her. Lily is right, magic is directly responsible. Now, what I am going to share with you is a theory at the moment because I had no authority or experience to cut open a wizard to do the tests. Since I had this question in mind, I decided to try it. On normal days, I would eat a lot and still not gain weight. It was normal. I always felt full of energy. Then for one day, I did not eat enough purposefully. Then, the next day, I felt very tired, not to mention hungry. However, then I found something very strange. After a few days, I again did not eat. But, this time, I purposefully did not perform any kind of magic for 2 days. Guess what happened? I did not feel tired at all. That small amount of food was enough for me. So it is the magic that makes this happen? Ragnar asked with not so shocked face. Magnus nodded. Yes, but my study did not end there. The real thing is coming now. Since I found out about the magical world, I have been studying all the books I could find about the history of magic. But, in all of them, the origin of magic was unknown. Every single time, it was just so vague. Why? Well, I have a theory now. From the fact that using magic and eating less makes me tired, we can understand that the magic we perform is directly related to our own bodies. That magic is probably converted from our body's energy. Because as some of you may know, energy can neither be created nor be destroyed, it can only be transformed. In short, magic is nothing but our body's energy. But, then why can't muggles perform magic? Well, I have an answer for that too. Do you all know that magic was first observed in Africa and then spread from there? Everyone nodded, so he continued, good, now, humans/muggles also date their ancestors back to Africa. All humans were evolved from countless generations of great apes, slowly over the past hundreds of thousands of years. Initially, I believe that there was no magic in our world. But then, something happened that created two different evolutionary parts of the same species. From there, humans evolved the same in terms of looks, but internally they were different. Later, a part of them grew magical skills. These people were usually called priests in their tribes because of their powers. But slowly more magical individuals came. The reason why two muggle partners can have a magical baby is because of the ancient mingling of the two different subspecies. Just look at it as some useless parts of our body that we do not need. Like the appendix, it used to help our ancestors help process plants. Did you know that human embryos develop a tail between 5 and 8 weeks after conception? The tail vanishes by the time humans are born, and the remaining vertebrae merge to form the coccyx, or tailbone. Auricular muscles control the visible part of the ear, but humans have lost the ability to use them. Other mammals use these muscles to detect prey and predators. There are such countless examples. I think magic is just like that. And in most muggle cases, it stays dormant, but in some cases, it resurfaces. I call this, theory of magical evolution. He had really spoken too much today and he felt his throat dry up. But, when he finished speaking, all of them except Lucius started clapping. Such a believable theory, Mr. Pendragon. I think your theory may have some credibility, and as long as it is researched we might find the origins of magic. Slughorn praised him. This theory will not hold any value in the wizarding world. It is widely known that wizards are not evolved from apes, like what muggles are. Lucius argued. No, it's probably the British wizarding world. I just talked to Professor Harrison and he told me about how open-minded the American side is. They don't have a lot of this blood purity supremacy going on there. Magnus countered. Seeing the situation getting worse, Slughorn decided to end the club meeting. It's getting late now. All of you should return to your dorms, it'll soon be time for bed. Slughorn said. Taking the cue, everyone left. Ragnar and Snape were happy with the deal they got from the professor. Magnus, though, went to his table in the dorm and wrote a letter to Ted Tonks, asking him to meet him. Letter. Hello, Mr. Tonks. This is Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon from Hogwarts. I think this name should be enough to tell you who I am. I heard that you are a lawyer in the Muggle world. I want to hire you for some business-related matters, mainly on the non-magical side of the world, in the USA. I want to invest my money, however, the source of money is gold, so I can't hire a Muggle lawyer without breaking a dozen ministry laws. So, I hope to receive a reply from you and meet you soon if possible. Sincerely. Magnus. Letter end. Halloween was going to come soon and he hoped to meet Mr. Tonks at the Hogsmeade weekend. Although it was not allowed for first years to go, he will try to get Dumbledore to agree to it. Chapter 57. London at 4 a.m. There were two small-time members of the Order of Phoenix waiting outside the house of Magnus. There were two people, one followed Adam and a female one, who followed Grace. They had rented the house right in front of Magnus. Sigh. Why do they come home so late these days? I thought they were very successful people, the man asked. Sigh. They are. But someone is messing with Grace. Her authority has been taken away and someone else has been put above here in the hospital. She has also been given the night shift and the amount of work has been increased. I feel bad for her, the woman said. Adam too, he got transferred to such a faraway office that it takes 4 hours to go and then 4 more hours to return. It is as if someone is targeting them, the woman exclaimed. They looked at each other's faces. They were not told about the business with the royal family though, so they had no way of knowing who was targeting this small family. Should we tell Dumbledore? The woman questioned. I think we should. The guy nodded. Then, the two used the special Patronus method Dumbledore had created that could be used to communicate with people secretly. Buckingham Palace. Dear, are you sure this was the right thing to do? The stone tablet clearly said not to harm the inheritor. The Queen talked to her husband. They are in the military, there is no reason for them to suspect something is wrong. It's just a normal change of duty. Besides, we are not harming the boy in any way, the prince said. I don't know. He is just an 11-year-old boy. Maybe we should talk to him first. If the magic cannot be reversed then we can surely take the boy under us, he can be the king while we hold the power. The Queen argued. But his parents are not fools, dear. They will instantly know what we are trying to do. Also, if he really has a direct claim to the throne, why would they agree to let us hold the power? The prince argued. The Queen looked out of the window, deep in thought. Then what are you hoping to do? If he is supposed to be a royal, then, that would make us his relatives. Suppose he did not have parents, then we can legally take his custody, not that it would be any problem for us, the prince planned. I checked, their family was never related to us, maybe we have branched away too far from the Pendragon bloodline, she reasoned. She was not feeling comfortable doing anything against the kid at the moment. But the prince insisted, all nobles are related, dear. You can surely find a link. What really matters is getting him with us. Let me think about it. Do not do anything without my consent. She sternly said and waved her hand to make her husband go away. She sighed and looked at the file on her desk. It was the file about the entirety of the life of the Grant family. From the earliest ancestor to the most recent one. The earliest Grant she was able to track was in the 1600s. He was a respected knight, but then he died and his eldest son inherited the knighthood, who later changed his name to his wife's surname, but died on his way on a ship to India on a royal mission. While Magnus belonged to the second son of that old knight, hence his family had no noble title. Should I be happy that the blood of Arthur Pendragon is still alive or be sad because it wants my throne? I hope I don't make a mistake. And to think I gave him the George Cross myself, at least he showed the bravery that lies in his blood, she muttered to herself. In another house in London. Andromeda Tonks, née Black, had married the Muggle-born, Ted Tonks and had gotten expelled from the family. She did not get to take any of her belongings and as a woman, had no right to anything in the family. But, she was happy. With the love of her life, she lived among Muggles that kept her address a secret and no troubles from the pure-blood supremacists came as not many people knew about their address. She was a housewife now and Ted was a lawyer, making decent enough to live. It was morning and they just woke up. But all of a sudden, they noticed an orange owl knocking on their window. She had enough experience to know that this was a messenger owl, but she felt a bit nervous as not many knew about her address. Ted got up from the bed, still a bit sleepy and took the letter. But, the owl still did not leave and lifted her claw up as if asking for something. What? Do you want money? Ted asked in amazement. The owl then turned her head towards a bowl of nuts on the table by the bed. Huh, that? Okay, here you go. He laughingly gave a few nuts and the owl finally left. Where is the letter from? Andromeda quickly asked with a bit of nervousness. I don't know, there is nothing on it, just my name and our address, Ted said. Andromeda felt a bit better knowing that the letter was not for her. What does it say? Ted opened it and read her from the start till the end. Then, a smile appeared on his face and he looked back at his beloved wide. Andromeda, it seems I will be serving the king, he said. Hearing this, she quickly took the letter and read it herself. So you're going to go and meet him? He nodded, of course, denying would be disrespectful, I'll also get to meet the living descendant of Merlin, I'm just a simple Muggle-born, when would I get to meet him in my life again? I'm sure he is not a Muggle hater, his family is Muggles after all. She said. I hope so. I will prepare some files now and go to Hogsmeade. Hogwarts. Magnus was late for the trials of Quidditch. He had no plan of joining before but after a bet with James, he was interested. Also, he was good at it so why not? He went to the Quidditch team practice grounds and just made a request to join in. Of course, Malfoy was the captain at the time and he rejected. So, he challenged Malfoy to a broom race and if he wins he will get to join the team. By now, Magnus had learned one thing. That these pure-blood fanatics would do anything and everything in the name of honor and keeping a high image. So, they can't just say no when they get challenged by someone they consider lower than themselves. Magnus, although a descendant of Merlin, was still seen as a low-class wizard for being a Muggle-born. So, Lucius accepted the challenge. Now, Lucius may be a very good student, but he did not know physics and a few more things. 1. Magnus was smaller in size. 2. Magnus knew how to be more aerodynamic. 3. Lucius underestimated him. So, the race started. In the start, Lucius used his explosive start to gain a short lead, but Magnus quickly picked up the speed and easily crossed him. Seeing this, Lucius raged internally, but no matter what he did, he could not catch up to him. In the end, Magnus won and got a seat in the team. But he still knew that this was not the end. He needed to become the Seeker. Okay, I want the Seeker position in the main lineup. I have made a bet with the Seeker of Gryffindor, that if I win, then he will have to give each of us the new Nimbus 1500. So, you can either give me the position or we can test it if I am good enough. Magnus said. Hearing that the bet was against Gryffindor, they all were pumped and easily accepted him in the game. But they accepted him for just one game that was going to be against Gryffindor. After being so easily selected, he looked at Emma with a smirk. She had also been selected as the chaser, but she was in the second line. Yes, you're the best, now stop showing that smug face. She rolled her eyes and went on her way. Ragnar and Snape were in the spectator seats, watching him. When Magnus returned to them, Ragnar asked something all of a sudden. Hey, I was taking to Sev. We were wondering, when your mum will get angry, what she will call you. Because they usually say the full name, right? So, will she say, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon, come here? But by the time she ends speaking your name, you can actually run away. Magnus was left amazed at his friend's thought process. Where did this come from? Nothing, just talking about some useless things. I and Sev just ended our argument about where did the pureblood theory come from, Ragnar said. And what did you decide? Magnus asked. Not much, but we collectively agreed that it came out of the mouth of an asshole, Ragnar replied. Whoa. Language, Ragnar. We're kids. Magnus exclaimed. Snape also snorted. I told him to use buttocks, but he persisted on the vulgar iteration. That's what makes it sound better. Ragnar defended himself. Magnus sighed. Let's just go back. Chapter 58. Slowly, time passed at Hogwarts. Magnus became more efficient in magic the more he performed. He had already memorized the theoretical knowledge till 7th year. All he needed to do was practice it. But he still ignored the divination. Because it was never direct and always vague, it provided more confusion and anxiety than security about the future. It might say you will die, but not tell how, so you will live in fear and soon die due to a heart attack caused by the same fear. With the help of Merlin, he was learning martial magic and how to cast or counter the magic effectively in a fight. Then there was wandless magic, which was very hard for him. The only wandless magic he could do was make fire. Now, he had gotten very good at it. He could create fire from his hands, feet and mouth. It was no longer just a small fire but instead a good arm's-length fire stream. He couldn't make the fireballs though and still had to continuously create fire. Merlin though had said that he did not have such powers and neither did Arthur. So, this was an ability that he needed to explore on his own. It had been 2 months since the term had started and finally, Halloween had arrived. Before Halloween, Hogsmeade weekend had come. Just as he had planned, he went to Dumbledore to ask for permission to go out. No. You are a first-year student, only third-year students and above are allowed to go. Dumbledore simply denied him. Come on, I've got some business to do there. I will be meeting Ted Tonks. Magnus argued. But it will set a bad example. I can't give you preferential treatment. Dumbledore did not budge. Then send someone to keep me safe. Maybe Fawkes will like to go with me. Magnus suggested. Hearing his name, Fawkes disappeared from his place in a flash of light and reappeared on Magnus' shoulder. Magnus gawked seeing this. That was so cool, Fawkes. Here, eat this. Because of summer, Magnus now keeps some bird food with him all the time. But, he actually had another thought, can I also teleport with fire like Fawkes? Dumbledore felt betrayed by Fawkes acting like this. He had never seen his phoenix do this before. Fawkes rarely trusted people and was a very judgmental phoenix. He's a bird. At most, he can carry you or heal you, but he can't fight enemies. You know what happened the last time you went to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore was adamant about denying him. Okay, if that is what you think, then from now on, I want a special office prepared for me in Hogwarts where I can meet my lawyer and discuss business. I am a descendant of Merlin, I can't let all the wealth just sit. I must make a change in the world. Magnus said, with a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Dumbledore stroked his beard, thinking about the prospects. But, he liked this option, because if he agreed to let Magnus go today, then he would ask every single time. It was better if he had an office in the school. Okay, I will grant this wish. But, you must keep your office a secret. It will be situated in the basement of the teachers' quarters building. Your lawyer will have to go through official channels all the time and also get checked by the inspecting matrix at the main door. I have a responsibility for the safety of students here and I need to keep that in mind. Dumbledore said. Magnus smiled, that's nice. I can agree with this term. My lawyer is also a Muggleborn so he won't have any problem as he knows the state of the magical world. By the way, I will take Fawkes later. I need his help with some magic. Will you help me, Fawkes? Phoenix noises. Fawkes affirmed and Magnus was happy, well, he has agreed so you can't say no now. See you later, Professor. Oh, wait, I forgot, can you check up on my family? I heard my mummy didn't look very well. Dumbledore nodded, I will. In reality, he had already told someone to investigate what was happening. After knowing the sudden changes happening in the lives of Magnus' parents, he felt some irregularities. He already had some idea, but he wanted it to not be true, that was why he had put an XOR on the case. After this, Magnus left the office and headed to where his new office was going to be. He entered the room, it was fairly large, but there was just junk furniture stored at the moment. So, he started using his magic to make new furniture. The magic used was simple, some levitation charms, some knocking charms and then some cutting charms. All these were enough to make tables, chairs and cabinets. Then, he needed to polish it, for that he just used a cleaning charm multiple times. After spending an hour, it was finally ready. His own office to work in. He felt like a big boy by doing this. Ah, I should write a letter to Ted, he remembered and wrote about the change of location of the meeting. He would later send it via summer. It was turning late and bedtime was near, so he closed his office and headed towards his dorms. But, when he was going there, he saw Madame Pomfrey along with Remus sneakily walking for some reason. They seemed very alert to their surroundings while heading out of the school building. It was already near bedtime so them being out was out of the ordinary. He felt suspicious for the school nurse and a student to be there at this time of the hour. Slowly, Magnus found out where they were headed. It was the Whomping Willow Tree. From a distance, he saw Madame Pomfrey doing something. She threw some kind of powder around herself and then went to the violent tree's trunk and pulled a small knot. Surprisingly, the tree stopped moving, as if it had an off switch. He then saw the two getting into a small tunnel under the tree. He waited for them to return but when a movement happened, it was just Madame Pomfrey. Where is Remus? Wait. Did she kill him? Magnus imagined the worst after all. He had no idea why she would hang around with a kid so late. I must save him, Magnus decided. So, he let Madame Pomfrey leave and then went closer to the tree. It was back to its wild state and seemed sentient. Just as he came close to it, the tree started acting up, as if it was looking at Magnus with concentration. Hey there, I am Magnus. Let me pass through. Magnus said kindly. He was waiting for a fight, but, surprisingly, the tree just straightened itself, as if it did not see him or cared about him. So, Magnus went forward. He was fully attentive to make sure the tree didn't surprise him. Even trees. Why do animals and trees act so friendly with me, he wondered. But, he forgot about all that and immediately went inside the small tunnel opening. However, it was much bigger from the inside. He traveled through it and he had to say, it was a very long tunnel. He used a Lumos charm to light up his wand. The tunnel was very dark but well made. After walking for a few minutes, he came to a dead end. He was confused about where to go next. But next, his eyes fell on a hatch on the roof of the tunnel. It was made of wood and looked out of place. He opened it slowly, to make sure not to alert if any enemy was there. He crouched as soon as he came out of the small hatch. There was no one. To his shock, there was no window either. Scratch. Scratch. All of a sudden, he heard the noise of someone scratching the wood from another room. The house was pitch black and he had stopped his Lumos spell so as to not alert the enemy. But, small bits of moonlight was coming from the small gaps on the roof. Where is this place, he wondered. Remus, he whispered the name. But, as soon as he said that, the scratching noise stopped coming. And soon, footsteps started coming towards him. Magnus felt goosebumps. Grrrr. Magnus skipped a heartbeat when he heard the growling of what could be described as a beast. It soon became so loud that he could feel it was very close. He could even hear the breathing. So, he lifted his wand towards the direction the noise was coming and cast a strong lumos. Grrrr. Instantly, light expanded in a direction. Magnus tried to see what it was, but when he saw it, all the hair on his body stood up. His senses became alert and his eyes turned red. He chuckled nervously, I'm in danger. Chapter 59. Just right there, in front of him, was a werewolf. Decently big and creepy looking. Its growling was causing vibrations in the air which could be felt by Magnus. I should have gone to sleep, he cursed himself. His wand was still making light. But, he did know by now that this werewolf was actually Remus, so, he didn't want to hurt him too much. Wasn't it silver they feared? So, Magnus quickly transfigured a piece of wood into a silver brick and threw it at the werewolf's face. Bam! Grrrr. Oh, he's angry now. Those books lied. Magnus felt betrayed by the bedtime stories at the moment. He was going to tell his mom about them being false later. Now, he had no option but to use magic. The best way was to not let the werewolf move. So, he decided to use the full-body binding curse. It was taught in the 3rd year but he already knew it and had practiced it in the room of the requirement under the guidance of Merlin. Petrificus totalis, Magnus shouted. The reason why he still shouted was that just like any other normal student, shouting lets you focus more on the spell. This way, it resulted in a powerful effect. As a wizard grows up, their focus gets better and they don't need to shout, some don't even need to speak. A short beam of light came out of the tip of Magnus' wand and reached the werewolf, who was still growling at him and slowly coming towards him. Bam! The spell touched the werewolf and he stopped. Magnus got relaxed. I should go back now. Growl. Suddenly, the werewolf jumped towards him, free from the binding curse. Magnus immediately summoned his hope sword and made its hilt to get stuck in the werewolf's mouth. It was the most important part. If you got bitten, that was game over. Why are you still moving? Wait, stupid. Stupid. I am stupid. Magical creatures have magical resistance. He cursed at himself. Slash. Magnus felt slight pain over his left eyebrow. Blood started oozing out of it. He could only keep one eye open now. Wake up, Remus, you don't want to do this, Magnus shouted while fighting the werewolf head-on and also dodging his claws. Reayoa. The beast was mindless and there was no point in trying to talk with it. It's gonna hurt you. Magnus was stopping the werewolf with his sword stuck in the jaws. He looked at the ugly face up close. The eyes were red and full of bloodlust. Sorry, you can't have this fine meat, he said and immediately opened his own mouth. Deep red fire came out of Magnus' mouth, directly touching the werewolf's face. It was very hot and looked scary as Magnus' eyes were glowing red like a light bulb. The werewolf screamed in annoyance and let the sword go. It quickly jumped back, afraid of touching the fire. Magnus did not stop spewing fire and cornered the werewolf. Finally fear appeared in the eyes of the beast. Magnus had it easy because Remus was young and hence the werewolf transformation was not as strong. Then, Magnus lifted his wand again and cast another spell, Wingardium Leviosa. He made the werewolf hover in midair, making it immobile for good. He then sat down on the ground and transfigured a piece of wood into a mirror to see what had happened to his eyes. This does not look good. How will I explain the scar to Mummy? He wondered, a bit scared now. Then, he turned to look at the werewolf that was still trying to move. It would soon lose its strength and calm down. Magnus felt bad for Remus. It was a night of revelations for him. Who could have thought, the intelligent boy from Gryffindor was a werewolf? Truly a cursed life. Is he inherently a werewolf or did something happen, he wondered. Magnus stayed there, keeping Remus in midair. Not knowing what storm he had created for teachers in Hogwarts by disappearing because Ragnar and Snape had informed Slughorn about it. 2 a.m., Slytherin dorms. All were asleep. Including Snape and Ragnar. All of a sudden, Chad started crying. He jumped on top of Ragnar and punched his face until he woke up. More, Ragnar chuckled, only God knew what he was seeing in his dreams. Scratch. Seeing no other way, Chad made a sharp scratch on his face. In pain, Ragnar woke up. Stupid cat. Meowwww, Chad waved his paws dramatically and pointed towards Magnus' bed. Seeing how strangely he was acting, Ragnar entertained. He turned to the bed and saw nobody on it. Where is he? Did he go to the washroom? He wondered and looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Then he checked closely and saw no wrinkles on the bed. Didn't he go to meet Dumbledore? Why would he stay there? Oi, Sev, wake up. He called out. Snape was a light sleeper and immediately woke up to his call. He turned to him. What is it? Look, Magnus has not returned. It's 2 a.m. We should report to Professor Slughorn, no point in telling the head boy. He said. Snape rubbed his eyes and got up, let's go. They headed out of the common room. But were immediately found out by Argus Filch. He spontaneously started cursing them and complaining. Calm down, Filch. We are going to Professor Slughorn. Magnus has not returned to the common room, last he went to meet Professor Dumbledore. Ragnar immediately controlled the whining man. Impossible, I was here all along, no one can run out of here, Filch said. Snape rolled his eyes, he did not come here in the first place. You can come with us if you want. So, they went to the teacher's chambers and woke Slughorn up. He was in his night suit. Professor, Magnus did not come to the dorms tonight. He's still missing. Slughorn's eyes shot open as soon as he heard that. Any other missing kid would not have made him so uneasy, but Magnus was a different case, so many people were after him. Where was he the last time you saw him? He said he's going to meet Professor Dumbledore, Ragnar revealed. Let's go to the headmaster's office then. He changed his clothes with magic and left. Soon, the word reached Dumbledore. He first checked the office he had given to Magnus but nobody was there. Now they felt worried. Most of the teachers were woken up to search for him. Ghosts were asked to find him too. After hours of searching, Dumbledore finally had the idea of asking the portrait of Merlin. He went out of the castles the last I remember. I don't think I saw him come back. Merlin told them. Hearing this, Dumbledore has a bad premonition. He looked out of the castle and the sun was about to rise. All of a sudden, the fact that it was a full moon appeared in his mind. Everyone, you look for him in the school. I will find him outside. Dumbledore told them and left. Shrieking Shack. The small shack had no window, so Magnus had no idea if it was still night outside, but from the fact that Remus was still a werewolf, he knew it was night. But, it should be morning soon. He waited continuously, trying to talk to the werewolf. Even the werewolf had tried himself out now and didn't move much. Magnus was feeling sleepy by now and tired due to continuously using magic all this time. But, finally, some changes started appearing on the werewolf. Why you shouldn't have come, a muffled voice came from the werewolf. Magnus released the werewolf as he started to devolve back to the human form. Sorry, nobody told me you were a werewolf. I just thought a suspicious nurse was taking a kid somewhere secretly and I got worried. Slowly, Remus returned to his human body. Though he had no clothes on. But there was a small cupboard with some clothes for him. He immediately wore them and sat down. So I guess today is my last day at Hogwarts, Remus stated with a saddened face. Why would you say that? Magnus asked. Before I started here, Professor Dumbledore told me to keep this a secret from students, and if found, I'd have to go away, Remus replied. Sigh. I think I can keep it a secret. As long as you keep mine. Magnus said. Remus felt confused, your secret, oh, you can make fire from your mouth, how did you do that? I don't know. Maybe inherited from Merlin. But, I'd rather not be called something weird because of it, at least not now. So, don't worry. Though this scar is going to stay for life now I guess. Magnus looked at his face in the mirror. Sorry, Remus apologized. No problem, I will look cool with it, Magnus chuckled. Chapter 60. The sun rose in the sky. Remus got his energy back. He told Magnus about himself and how he became a werewolf. Magnus could feel that Remus just showed a tough look but inside he was an insecure kid, looking for some friends. Because of what happened in his childhood, he had spent most of his life away from civilization. His father, Lyle, worked at the Ministry of Magic and encountered the werewolf Fenrir Greyback, who was on trial for killing 2 children. Lyle was the only one at court to realize that Greyback was a werewolf, as Greyback pretended to be a muggle tramp. Outraged when Greyback was released, he voiced the opinion that Greyback deserved nothing but death. This opinion cost the Lupin family dearly, as Greyback decided to avenge himself upon Lyle by targeting his son. As the nearly 5-year-old Remus slept peacefully in his bed, Greyback forced his way in through the window. Though Lyle was able to get there in time to drive Greyback off with powerful spells, he was unable to prevent him from completing his evil goal. Remus became infected with lycanthropy and he became a werewolf himself. His parents took him to various healers and tried their best to make him a normal boy, but there was no cure for his condition. But Headmaster Albus Dumbledore made special accommodations allowing Remus to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Magnus had nothing but pity for him, and then he felt for all those werewolves who wanted a normal life in the modern world but had no choice but to live in jungles in seclusion. Door creaks. Magnus turned to look and as somewhat expected, Old Man Dumbledore came out, like a bunny hopping out of the ground. "So, how long did it take to find me?" Magnus asked. "The whole night," Dumbledore replied frustratingly. "You are very bad at hide and seek then." "How big of a mess is it this time?" he inquired. "Limited to teachers and your roommates." "So you know about the werewolf now," Dumbledore replied and started muttering something about how he should have been more careful. "What werewolf?" "It was just me and Remus lost here." Magnus replied with a knowing smirk on his face. Dumbledore was smart enough to understand the meaning. "Ah, then we should get you back, you seem to have a scratch on your eyebrow, I hope there were no bites." "No, none at all," Magnus replied. Remus gratefully looked at the two. Although he went crazy in his werewolf form, he still retains all memories that occurred when he was not in control. So, if he did anything bad then he would regret it for a long time. "You need to get the cut checked by Madame Pomfrey for infections." "Let's go," Dumbledore said and led the way back. This time, he did not take them through the tunnel but from the main road, passing through Hogsmeade. This was because the tree was still secret and useful for Remus. Dumbledore did some magic and made sure nobody saw them. He brought them straight to the medical wing. There, Madame Pomfrey quickly stitched up the cut on Magnus' left eyebrows. Remus was fine though and just drank some health potion to regain energy. After that, Dumbledore took him to his office to give him an earful. "Why is it that you just can't stay away from trouble? It's just your first year." "I didn't know Madame Pomfrey was helping him and not abducting him. My mummy taught me not to go somewhere with strangers." Magnus answered. "Yes, that was indeed a mishap, shouldn't have let them walk so openly." "So, are you going to keep it a secret?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, I am. He deserves to study here. But, you need to make a more foolproof plan to keep the secret. I found out when I wasn't even trying to, what if someone was looking for it?" Magnus advised. "That I will, what you need to do is go back to your dorms and sleep. I'm sure it wasn't easy there." Dumbledore advised him. In all honesty, Dumbledore was a little anxious when he thought Magnus might have been bitten. Even if it was very thin in blood, he truly saw him as a relative. Magnus yawned. "Yes, I did not sleep last night. I'll go. Good night." "Good morning," Dumbledore muttered and let him leave. Once he was gone, Dumbledore got up to go to check the mails. In there, he found a bizarre letter. It was from the Ministry. By now, most pure-blooded powerful families and the Ministry had conducted a full investigation into Magnus and his past. He truly came from a Muggle family and as far as the records showed, there were only Muggles in his family. He was the only wizard. So, they had hypothesized that maybe it was not bloodline that made Magnus descendant of Merlin but some kind of inheritance. This made all of them a bit more confident, seeing that he was the only descendant and not his whole family, though now they had a different problem because Dumbledore was now officially related to the whole Grant family. Dumbledore read the Ministry letter and his brow frowned. In it, it was stated that the Ministry wants to take ownership of the Vault of Merlin until Magnus gets 18. Their supposed reasoning was that the responsibility was too big for someone so young. Then, there was another thing, it said that the Vault of Arthur would be handed over to the royal family of Britain as it belonged to the crown now. They failed to realize that the second Magnus received the inheritance, the royal family lost all rights over the throne, now Magnus himself was the crown. Dumbledore felt angered by this. He had thought that the Ministry would try to be on Magnus' good side, but again, when he remembered the incompetent track record of Ministry, it did not seem so out of the ordinary. Still, he needs to stop them before they do something foolish. So, he apparat from his office directly to the Ministry of Magic office. He went to meet the minister. She was busy in the office when he entered. Perks of being a hero was that he never had to wait. He just put the letter on her desk and asked in a tired voice, "What is this?" She sighed, "It was not me, Mr. Dumbledore. The Wisengamot committee decided to do this. Abraxas Malfoy led them to vote on this." Malfoys again, do they not know what they are doing? Destroying their face with the future monarch and possibly the most famous wizard in the world. They also hold no legal right to take away his property. Dumbledore argued. "I know, Professor, but I can't do anything. The job of the Minister for Magic is just to run the ministry and see its operations. If I interfere with them, they can just fire me. They have struck some kind of a deal with the royal family that half of all wealth in King Arthur's vault will be given to them." She revealed. "This is preposterous. Magnus is not a fool, Minister, he is not going to like this, and don't forget, he has the traits of a Slytherin too, he will not forget this." Dumbledore warned her and left the office. Just as he went out, he saw the silver blonde-haired old man, Abraxas Malfoy. "What do we have here?" "The headmaster of Hogwarts. I heard the safety of students in Hogwarts is at risk." Dumbledore took a softer tone, fitting for an old wizard like him. "Ah, they play games, Mr. Malfoy, just like any other kids. But some kids tend to be weaker and end up getting injured, for example, breaking their arm. But don't worry, we are adequately staffed to meet any kind of medical emergency. Take care." Abraxas could only grit his teeth as he still did not have enough influence to undermine Dumbledore or shout at him. Hogwarts. Magnus returned to his dorm. The classes had already started as usual, but he was granted special medical leave to sleep and recuperate. Snape and Ragnar were in class, so the room was empty. All except Chad and Duck. As soon as he entered the room, Chad ran to him, crying, and hugged his leg. While Duck flew to his shoulder and started rubbing his head on his face. "Hee, you guys, let me go and sleep now. I will play with you two later." He laughingly separated them. But when he slept, Chad and Duck also slept near him, on the foot side of the bed. Ah, it seems they did not sleep either, such good boys. Magnus patted the two and went to sleep. Chapter 61. Where were you? Ragnar and Snape returned from the class and asked him. "Can't tell, just know that I was stuck with a very dangerous creature," Magnus replied as he woke up. "Whoa, look at that scar. Can you still see?" Ragnar inquired. Magnus smiled confidently. Don't I look cool now?" "No, you look stupid," Snape replied, making Magnus' shoulders fall. He sneered at him. "You guys never say anything nice, I gotta talk to Bobby more, he was always saying good things." "Ah, I'm hungry. Let's go and eat lunch." "Meow. I will bring food for you too. Stay in the room and keep an eye on Duck." Magnus told his two pets and left. "So, anything new happened in the class today?" he inquired. "Nothing, as always, astronomy was boring and transfiguration was okay. Surprisingly, you are very famous and most students asked for you, but even we did not know," Ragnar said. "Yeah, I had not planned for the disappearance. By the way, I will show you a nice place today. It will be our secret base and the biggest secret," Magnus excitedly said. During lunch, Magnus saw Remus back with his friends, laughing. It was good he was not very much affected by last night's events. "Oh my god, what happened to your eye?" Suddenly a girlish voice came. Magnus turned to his side and saw Emma. "Oh. Hello, 'tis nothin' but a scratch." "Huh, you sound like Hagrid." She laughed. "Well, I just came to tell you that we will be having a practice session for the coming Quidditch match. You better come as you've taken the seat of the main seeker," she sternly said with a hint of anger in her voice. Yeah, I will come. Go now, don't disturb my peaceful lunchtime." He shoot her. Was Merlin like this too? She wondered loudly. "I'm pretty sure he was worse." "So, you got it better," Magnus nonchalantly replied. Some distance away, on the wall, Arthur was hearing everything. He started laughing. "Wahaha, yes, he was very bastard." It was Friday and there were only 2 classes that day. After lunch, he went to Quidditch practice and caught the golden snitch without much trouble. It was easier when there was nobody trying to compete with you. Lucius for some reason had calmed down now and was not trying to make problems for him. After the practice, he took Ragnar and Snape and went to the 7th floor. "Where are we going? I needed to read a book." Snape was displeased. "Once you see where I'm taking you, you will forget everything and start singing songs in my praise," Magnus replied, though his two friends stayed skeptical. Magnus brought them to a dead end and walked in front of it 3 times. "That's it, he's gone mad now." "Something happened yesterday," Ragnar exclaimed. "Look, something's appearing on the wall." Snape pointed. Soon, the door appeared and Magnus opened it. "Follow me." Once they had entered, the door vanished. "Behold, room of requirement. Merlin made it. This room can make up anything you want, except food. And this is where you two can practice your potions with no worries." He announced with wide open arms. He had envisioned the room to look like a potions lab on one side and a library on the other. "I was practicing my spells and some other stuff here for a while now, only now that I have understood all its uses, did I tell you too. What do you think?" Magnus asked. Both Ragnar and Snape had their jaws touching the floor. Their eyes looking around the whole room, their mouths nearly salivating. "This is a gold mine," Snape commented. "And oh, this is a diamond mine," Ragnar interjected. "Ha, this is just one of the uses. You can make this room look like anything you want. I tried to make it look like a giant aquarium with all kinds of fishes and it did." Magnus started showing them around. But Ragnar and Snape's eyes were fixed on the potions lab. "Okay, you two can go and check it out. I'm going to go and read some books." He let them check the equipment out to their heart's content. Magnus meanwhile started deciphering the rune book of Merlin. He slowly started making a guidebook to make the translation of each character into alphabets. In reality, he had hoped to make use of a computer, but after really thinking about the speed of advancements, he guessed it would take him years, and he could just decipher it before that. "Okay, so this one sounds like, ah. How many characters are there in this language?" he wondered. It was a real headache job to do. Tararara. Suddenly an alarm clock started sounding. Magnus had set the alarm for 5 p.m. as he had a meeting with Ted Tonks in his new office. "Guys, I have a meeting with my lawyer. I have created a one-way wall on the door. Before going out of here, you can look around and make sure nobody catches you. Remember, this is our big secret." He sternly warned them. The two were originally not listening to his words, but in the end, they seriously nodded. They looked at him and nodded. Ragnar replied in affirmation, "We understand the importance of this place, Magnus. Don't worry." "Good, see you in the dorms then." Magnus left them. He quickly went to his office in the teacher's living quarters building. He waited there for a while. Soon, a knock sounded on the door. He opened it and saw an old house elf, Master Pendragon, the guest. "Thank you, Giddy," Magnus greeted the house elf and let the man in. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Tonks. Please come in." Headmaster was gracious enough to let me have this room as my office, but of course, it's a secret. Magnus greeted. "Isn't he related to you?" Ted wondered internally. Ted was Muggle-born, born to 2 loving Muggle parents who were proud of his magical abilities. He looked tall, well-built and had brown hair. He was sorted in Hufflepuff and was a good student. Ted was slightly surprised by how well Magnus behaved, and he felt as if he was meeting a client from some professional background. He was offered a seat. He took it but was still trying to assess Magnus. "Your letter was enough to pique my interest, though I do not know what this meeting is about. Not every day you get to meet the future king and Merlin's descendant," Ted said. Magnus chuckled. "I guess my background will be helping me in some circumstances." "It will, but not everyone will come with good intentions," Ted replied, but he regretted it instantly as he felt he was not close enough to give such advice. But Magnus was not a petty person. "True, I've already experienced it. Now, the reason I asked you to come here is to help me with some investments in the Muggle world. As a fellow Muggle, you must already know that the magical world is ignorant about the advancements of the Muggle world. But, I am not. I want to invest in the future of the Muggle world. Because I believe, it can make me supremely rich and also help me get the influence to help this world." Ted was taken aback. He did not expect in his wildest dreams that an 11-year-old would be saying such things. "I wish my and Andromeda's child will also be this smart." "What do you have in mind, Your Majesty?" he asked. "You can call me Mr. Pendragon for official work. And I am interested in lots of things and I got too much money. But we will start slow and capitalize on the market. The future of this world and a few huge industries that I want to invest in. 1. Technology, everything from computers to rocket science. 2. In the health sector, as the world gets richer, people will become lazy and develop many more ailments that will need treatment. Then finally, the entertainment industry, it is still exponentially rising as the world becomes wealthy. If I can have a big share in these three fields, I can change the world. I call this the tech, health and entertainment plan. And you will also be very rich if you stay with me. The future of this world will stand on technology, and whoever invests it in right now, will live a life of extravagance for years to come. Magnus spoke at length, explaining everything he could. In all honesty, Magnus had prepared this little speech by writing it for a whole night. He wanted his lawyer to be in awe of him. For this, he even had to look up the dictionary to learn words like exponentially, extravagance and whatnot. Yes, Magnus secretly cheered seeing the shocked face of Ted. He was obviously sold on his dream plan. Ted Tonks had his mouth open as he digested all the words coming out of a kid's mouth. He did know about the technologies and how it was progressing, but he did not give too much mind to it as it did not affect him in the slightest to him. It was just a dream of the future that who knows how long it would take to turn into reality. But now, it was a different case. Magnus had the money to invest, to let him get into the technological side of the world. Also, the three industries Magnus talked about, it for some reason, got stuck in his mind. What a boy, when he becomes the king, I'm sure he can change things so much, he thought. Chapter 62. I like your plan, Mr. Pendragon, so where do you want to invest? He finally asked. Magnus was waiting for this. He took out a thick stack of papers from the drawer. First, let's talk about the contract, Magnus said with a smile, and all of a sudden, Ted felt he was sitting in front of some greedy businessman. Should I get a lawyer? Wait, I am a lawyer, his mind was in disarray. He started to read the contract and focused on each word to make sure he was not signing for something that would make him a slave, though his worries were uncalled for as Magnus would never do something so scummy. The main points in the contract were simple. He must follow Magnus' orders to invest or disinvest wherever he's told to. He must keep an eye on what is happening in the market, and he must attend the board meetings in place of Magnus, except the meetings of Future Tech Industries. Wait, who is this second owner of the parent company? Ted asked. My best friend, Bobby, he will be using his brains in the technological department. Together we will have the ultimate control of the company, with the two of us having veto power. Magnus answered. Okay, the terms are pretty simple. I am like your lawyer plus accountant. But I only have a law degree, I don't know much about accounting and business, I don't even have the license to practice in the US. Ted said. He was honestly interested in this job, but he did not want to be the reason for the loss for Magnus. Don't worry, I have 2 expert potioneers, they are cheap labor. They will make lots of memory enhancement potions for you. You will use them and learn all about law, business and accounting related to all major countries in the world. I'm sure that as a wizard, you already have mental capacity higher than muggles, so it shouldn't be hard. Also, I will give you a book about occlumency. Practice it, it will make your brain quick and efficient. Magnus told his plan. Ted was feeling a bit uneasy. Isn't this too much? Why me? I mean, I am certainly not suited for this job, then why me? Because you are a muggle-born, who is married to a witch belonging to one of the most racist families in the wizarding world. You chose not to be scared of them and ran away with her. There is still so much risk there, but you are not afraid. I respect you. Another reason was that you know the muggle world. It will surprise you that there aren't many people who are wizards and also lawyers in muggle law. In fact, I don't think there is anyone beside you. Anyway, your salary will be 3,000 galleons, 14,000 pounds in today's market, a month. So, are you interested, Mr. Tonks? Magnus asked. Ted's eyes nearly popped out of the sockets. This was so much money. He wasn't even making half of it in his normal job. This is not it. Soon, I will get you a place where you can keep your family safe from blood supremacists. Also, your salary will be in the millions once we start making revenue. You will be in the executive branch of the company. Magnus said. He was in reality, just selling a dream for now. But, this was a dream very likely to happen. Where do you want to invest first? Ted asked, already feeling numb to all this. Magnus put forward another file, Intel. This company makes computer chips, they will be going public soon. I want to invest in it as much as possible. If you can, you should contact them from the back door and discuss the investment. They need money right now. Though I'm sure they will not easily agree to it. Why you want to use magic on them? Ted asked uneasily. No, that's not good. And I'm sure Makusa will somehow smell something wrong. After all, in all these years, someone must have tried it and yet we haven't heard about any famous wizard who owns one of Fortune 500 companies. Magnus said. Okay, give me a few days and as many memory potions as possible. I will cram all the knowledge I can. Then I will go to the US. Ted decided. Magnus nodded and gave him a money pouch that had lots of galleons. Consider this the first payment. Also, keep this a secret, I don't want anyone to know that an 11-year-old is behind all this. So, after getting all these instructions, Ted was sent away and Magnus went back to his dorm room. But, as soon as he arrived there, he was greeted with an annoying face of Avery. Here comes the penniless king. Mulciber started jumping around and shouting. Ah! Are you talking to this mudblood? Sorry, now you got dirt on yourself too, so why are you dirty filthy purebloods jumping around like monkeys? Magnus asked with a mocking voice. Mulciber stopped jumping around and threw a piece of paper at him. Read this, we got this from your beloved owl. Hearing this, Magnus' face turned serious. What did you do to Summer? Are you talking about this owl? Lucius threw an owl at Magnus' feet. It was badly hurt and barely moving. Magnus crouched down and held Summer in his arms. Seeing Magnus, the little innocent bird made a sound. His eyes burnt in anger, as he looked at Lucius. You did this? What if I did? What will you do? Lucius asked. He was not going to start the fight this time. Till now, I thought you acted like this because of your broken beliefs, but today, you shouldn't have done this. From now, this is personal. Magnus ragefully claimed. Magnus was already having a hard time keeping himself from just burning him right at that moment. But that would get him expelled. ROO, Summer hooted in pain. To Magnus' ears, it sounded as if someone close to him was crying. This owl had become his pet now and he loved animals. With all his hatred directed towards Lucius, he spoke, I learned this from Merlin, a magic lost in ages. I, Magnus grant Emery's Pendragons, curse Lucius Malfoy, that he will lose everything that he holds dear. Family, wealth and life. God is the witness. Haha, what was that? Some heavenly curse. Gasper Avery laughed. Magnus silently left them. Knowing he had done what he needed to. The magic behind his curse was simple. It was taught to him by Merlin, that if one were to direct all their hatred at one person, and then curse them wholeheartedly, it would become real. But, the catch was that a person with the magical strength of a dragon was needed. This was near to impossible to have, but luckily, Magnus had it. Magnus quickly entered his room. Snape and Ragnar were studying there. You two, help me here. He shouted. They immediately left everything they were doing. Snape was fast and brought a blood-replenishing potion. Who did this? Ragnar asked angrily. Lucius, who else could it be? Wait, I will cast the healing charm on Summer. She needs all the help possible. Magnus focused on helping the bird. After an hour, she was finally in good condition and fell asleep in Magnus' lap. She had injured her wings heavily and it would take her at least a month to be able to fly again. Magnus continuously caressed her head while reading the paper for which all this happened. It was a letter, from the ministry. Letter. Mr. Pendragon, we would like to inform you that due to being an underage wizard, your Vault of Merlin is being put under the care of the ministry and access to the Vault of King Arthur is being given to the royal family of Britain. You will have access to these vaults once you turn 18. If you have any complaints then please contact the head of the Department of the Minister. Sincerely. Dolores Umbridge, Department of Treasury. Letter ends. Magnus had read the letter aloud. He was now very annoyed at the attitude of the ministry. He crumpled the letter and threw it into the dustbin. Seriously, how can they do this? Snape asked. He was shocked by this act. In no way did it sound good to mess up with Magnus, who had such powerful names attached to him. I'm sure some purebloods were behind it. Lucius and his goons sounded like they knew everything. Magnus said. All of a sudden, a voice came from Arthur's portrait. It was Merlin. Mag, just tell the ministry to give you the position in Wizengamot. After all, it was I who started the Wizards of Round Table and called it the Wizengamot. Later when the ministry was formed, it got added to it. The seat in Wizengamot is hereditary so you have a right to have it. Also, don't worry about them getting the money in the vault, nobody except you can enter, besides, you cast that curse on Lucius. Now just wait and enjoy the show. Merlin advised. Hearing all this, Magnus started writing a letter to the Minister for Magic for his rightful position in Wisengamot. His plan was simple: if Ministry was going to create trouble, he was going to do the same, but it would be multiplied by 10 times. Chapter 63. Halloween had come. The whole school and the common rooms were decorated with a Halloween theme. But Magnus did not go out of his room for the whole day as Summer was there, still injured. Snape and Ragnar also stayed and made potions for the little owl to nurture her back to full health. She was now much better than yesterday though, as she could hop around his room, looking at various things with interest through her big round eyes. Magnus caressed the good girl. Calm down, nobody is going to hurt you now. You are going to stay here from now on. He looked at Duck and Chad. You too, from now on, she will be your sister. You must protect her at all times. Chad and Duck were playing together when they were called. So, the two nodded at the same time in an uncomfortable position. It was obvious that Duck was growing at a speed so fast that he would get bigger than Chad soon. Good, now play with Summer, but do not hurt her wounds. He warned the two goofballs. Soon, they started playing together, making the room have a happy air. Magnus had made lots of toys for them, from balls to small seesaws. They also loved to annoy Snape and Ragnar when they study, but nobody gets angry at them as their presence was a big stress reliever for them. Now, Summer was also added to the group. Let's go to the dinner, Mag, Ragnar called him. He had worn the normal uniform. But, during the non-class time, one only needed to wear black robes and under them, one could wear anything. Magnus didn't change and went out in his jeans and sweater. He was still a bit frustrated about what the Lucius gang had done. Calm down, Magnus. Your face looks like you are constipated, Ragnar jokingly said. Magnus let out a loud breath. I can't wait to see how my curse takes effect. Let's go now. We will eat at the Gryffindor table today. I don't want to hear those racists or I might just burst into flames. Hearing this, Snape was happy as he would get to spend time with Lily. Though Magnus' little therapies were working and now he didn't seem so love-struck with her all the time. Ragnar though was happy with anything. He would even sit with Hufflepuffs as long as he could talk about potions. They arrived at the overly decorated Grand Hall and straight up walked to the Gryffindor table. In fact, Magnus even dragged a random kid named Caleb from the Slytherin table to not make it look like he preferred Gryffindor. Seeing him, two of his friends followed. Sirius saw him coming and already made space to sit. I heard what they did. Such animals, hurting a creature who can't speak. Sirius barked. You know, when I first heard about the magical world from you, I never expected it to be so messed up. I was literally imagining sunflowers and rainbows as I thought that because we had magic, we must have solved all problems in a normal Muggle society. But look, the problems are 10 times worse here. Magnus talked lengthily. Remus nodded after hearing him. He was sitting opposite to Magnus, beside James. Magic is a path to many powers, but that doesn't mean people with ill intentions aren't born on this side of the world. Ragnar chuckled and started, and sometimes we get blokes like Sirius, who by the record should have been in Slytherin, but is now a Gryffindor and hates his family. Your family must be disappointed in their ability to brainwash. Huh, disappointed they are. Just yesterday I got a letter from my mother. She wants me homeschooled. But I refused and she cannot force me to stay at home as I have given a letter to Professor McGonagall saying that if I didn't come back then it was my family. Sirius laughingly said. James snorted, I told you to come to my place. My parents would treat you like their own. I know, but I don't want to leave Regulus in that pit, Sirius said with a saddened face. Pat pat. Don't worry, if he comes to Slytherin, I will take care of him, Magnus assured. I know that already. You are my knight in the shining armor after all. Come, let me give you a maiden kiss. Sirius mumbled and started making exaggerated and ugly faces trying to kiss Magnus, but he was just spitting saliva. Magnus in disgust waved his wand and cast a charm to seal Sirius' lips. That was only what he could say now. Soon, it was time for dinner. Dumbledore gave a speech on the podium. He seemed tired for some reason. There have been many instances of violence in the school in the past few days. I must remind you, if you break any rules by hurting a student or any animal on the school premises, you will be immediately expelled. Now, today is a very joyous feast of Halloween, so let's enjoy it together. He waved his hand and lots of food appeared on the tables. Fine, you can eat it. Magnus fixed Sirius' mouth. Meow, suddenly Sirius meowed. It shocked him and others around him. Magnus smirked, I didn't say you can speak. Sirius just ignored him now and ate food like no tomorrow. After dinner, Magnus sent his letter to the minister via a random owl, though as always, he did give some treats for their hard work. Hey, keep looking at those Slytherin scums, Sirius excitedly told him. What did you do? Magnus asked. Just wait. Sirius didn't reveal and just giggled. Magnus kept on watching the Lucius gang. Soon, they were done with their dinner and got up to head to their dorms. But, as soon as they got up, their clothes changed. And it was outrageous what their new clothes were. Bikinis, for all the boys of the Slytherin gang. Red-colored upper and lower cloth. It was also on the shorter side, making it more outrageous. Just smile and wave boys, Sirius said as he laughed. In an instant, the whole hall erupted in loud laughter. The Slytherin gang was busy trying to cover their bodies. The bulges on their bottom were clear as day. Lucius was looking the most girl-like because of his long hair and clean-shaven face. Magnus also laughed heartily. Ketchak. All of a sudden, a camera flash came. A boy from Gryffindor Photography Club had clicked the picture. Magnus quickly called for him, give me a copy of it later. The Daily Prophet will love it. Lucius gritted his teeth in anger, shame and frustration. He had no idea how this happened to him and how he fell for this prank. All he knew was that Magnus, Sirius and others from Gryffindor were involved. But, he had no proof. He immediately ran away to dorms, followed by his lackeys. Sister, go after him, he must be frightened. Might need a change of diapers. Sirius shouted towards Narcissa. Magnus chuckled, when did you plan this? When I heard what had happened. However, the prank is not over yet. Sirius smirked. Magnus was alerted. What did you'd? I sound like a girl, right? Magnus asked. Ha ha ha, everyone around them chuckled. Not just that, you are wearing a unicorn outfit now, Sirius replied. Magnus, in an instant, felt a change over his body. His robes had turned into soft unicorn costumes. Are you sure this is the end? Magnus asked back with a smirk. This time, Sirius was shocked and also felt a change in his dress. It turned into a Slytherin uniform with his hair turned green too. I hate this. He muttered. Magnus then looked at all his friends. Even Lily. What are you all laughing at? Get ready. Soon, Magnus heard lots of verbal curses coming towards him as some clothes changed. Snape became a Dracula, Lily got a sunflower dress, James got a costume of a broom, Remus got a costume of a Shiba Inu and Peter got a costume of a snake at random. Chapter 64. Minister for Magic Office. Eugenia Jenkins was sitting in her office when an owl dropped her mail. It didn't come directly to her but her assistant brought it. It was directly addressed to her. The more she read it, the more her mind went numb. She started feeling suffocated. It came from Magnus and also Gringotts. The one from Magnus said things straightforwardly. Letter. To the Minister of Magic. This letter is to inform you that the only remaining descendant of Merlin wants his seat in the Wisengamot back as the seat is hereditary and Merlin was the founder of the Wisengamot. Next, about my vaults in Gringotts. The bank is situated on the land inherited by me from King Arthur. I am yet to sign a lease of land to the bank because of what happened at Diagon Alley. So, I have decided to not sign the lease anymore and everything on my land now belongs to me and only me. The goblins of Gringotts have agreed to work for me from now on and they will consolidate all the wealth in all vaults of Gringotts into mine. In short, no wizard will now have the right over their vaults or to enter my private property. If anybody does try, then the goblins have my permission to attack to kill. Sincerely. Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon. Letter ends. She quickly opened the next letter from Gringotts and read it. Letter. I am the head goblin of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. As discussed with His Majesty, Pendragon, we will only be serving him as a bank because he holds the lease of the land and we do not want to lose our bank. We will still serve some wizards, but only if we have permission from His Majesty. From now, all vaults are sealed. All previous keys are invalid. His Majesty has the ownership of everything inside Gringotts from now on. If you have any grievances, please solve them with His Majesty first. Letter ends. Her breathing became faster as she was in shock at what had just happened. She expected some kind of retaliation from Magnus for what the ministry had done, but this was so extreme. 99% of wizards had all their wealth in Gringotts. By doing this, Magnus has made most of the British wizards dirt poor. She held her head. The ministry also had its vault in Gringotts too. All of their funds are now inaccessible. Sigh. We tried to take his money, so he took the money of the whole British wizarding community. I hate it, but I also understand his actions. Knock knock. Madam, there is a report submitted by DMLE. They said it's urgent. Minister's assistant came and gave a file. Eugenia let out a sigh and waved her hand. She opened the file and her brows furrowed. She started to internally read it, report on the increasing attacks on Muggleborn wizards. There have been 7 deaths in the past month and 20 missing Muggleborn. Besides this, there have been attacks on 3 pureblood families who don't align themselves with the pureblood theory. After a thorough investigation, all these attacks have been found to be done by the Death Eaters, who follow a dark wizard, self-proclaimed Dark Lord, called Voldemort. The group was previously known as Knights of Walpurgis. All of its members were from Slytherin house. However, there may have been recruits from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and even from foreign schools within the ranks as well. The faithful of the organization get branded with the Dark Mark. This symbol, a skull with a snake protruding from the mouth, was used to summon his followers at will. We have seen this many times, even in the recent attack on His Majesty. Most of the Death Eaters belong to some powerful pureblood families which cannot be named. Requested to start concentrated attacks on these Death Eaters and declaring Voldemort and his Death Eaters as an enemy of the British wizarding community and also declaring them terrorists. She finished reading the report from DMLE head and she could only sigh. Why did I even become the minister? This tension will be the death of me. Magnus had not really stopped or seized accounts of all wizards. He did it only to those known to be dark wizards and all members of Wizengamot. Also the ministry. As he had decided, if they were going to make his life tough, then he would not sit silently either. But, he was a bit late. As Abraxas Malfoy had led a team of Aurors and 2 more members of Wizengamot to check the vaults of Merlin and Arthur as representatives of the ministry and royal family. Their official pretense was they were here to check the security, while the real reason was to check how much wealth was there. We are here by the order of the ministry to inspect the vault of Merlin and King Arthur. We have all the necessary permissions. Abraxas Malfoy showed a document to the head goblin. The goblin read it from his high seat. He looked at Abraxas in disgust as he knew what was truly happening. But, he did not say anything and signaled 2 goblins. 2 goblins showed them the way to the vaults. They could have stopped this small team as the Gringotts had met with an understanding with Magnus a while ago. They were happy to help Magnus because they would be able to slap the faces of so many wizards by doing this. And they didn't have much choice in it either. But because Magnus had allowed it, the goblins did not stop the team. In fact, they were told to rest easy and just watch. However, Magnus had no idea what was going to happen or what kind of security features the vaults had or what the curse he had put on Lucius would do to his father. How long till we reach the place? Abraxas asked proudly. He considered goblins lower species anyway, so he never gave them respect no matter who it was, be it a normal goblin or even the head of Gringotts. He did not consider them much above house elves. A little more, it is very deep underground, a goblin replied with a frustrated look. He had been hearing the pretentious talks of the team of wizards all along and could only roll his eyes. He talked to his buddy in gobbledygook, these humans are such fools. At least their king is smart. The other in replied. No, these ones are just too dumb to think they can outsmart Merlin's blood. The previous goblin said. After a long ride down, they came to the same volcanic island with huge gates. The heat was unbearable there and Abraxas felt uncomfortable. The 2 people beside him were the patriarch of the Black family, Arcturus Black III, and the patriarch of the Knot family, Knot Senior. Open it, Abraxas ordered. We cannot. There is no key or palm scan. His Majesty opened it somehow by touching it. But we don't know if it was special to him or anybody could open it. The goblin answered and stepped back. Useless, Abraxas cursed at them. I will try to open it. Arcturus Black III decided. He was the eldest of the 3 and had the most knowledge of magic. He was the grandfather of Regulus and Sirius. But greed had blinded Abraxas too much and he also had a personal score to set with Magnus after what had happened with his son. His family had been shamed heavily after the news of Lucius' broken arm came in the Daily Prophet. He could not go to many parties with his head held high. No, I will do it. He confidently went ahead to open the gates by using magic. Bombarda Maxima, he cast the strongest variation of the exploding charm. It provoked large, violent explosions capable of demolishing entire walls. Boom! A cloud of smoke covered the entire area. Everyone stayed still until the smoke disappeared. They expected the scene of gold and riches on the other side of the door. But all they saw was the door standing tall. As expected from Merlin's magic. A goblin talked in his native tongue. Annoyed, Abraxas walked to the door to check it closely. What is this thing made of? He raised his hand to touch it to feel its texture. It was cold, but it was getting hot very fast. Strange, why is it getting warm? He wondered loudly. He decided to move back and cast another charm. My arm is stuck to the door. He loudly exclaimed. Seeing this, Arcturus and Not ran up to him and tried to pull him back. 2 people from the ministry who had come along helped too. But it was not doing anything. It's getting hot. My palm is burning. Abraxas shouted. The 2 goblins did not help. One of them looked in pity. Should we help them? We can't, also, we were told to just watch them, the other goblin said in the native tongue. Meanwhile, Abraxas started raging in pain. My arm is melting, do something, ... There was pain, fear and helplessness in his eyes. Around them, the magma also started raging. It started boiling violently. Arcturus then noticed, oh, the magma is rising. Hearing him, the goblins also saw it. They quickly ran to the gondola lift. We are leaving, if you want to come, come. Stay back, you mindless animals. Help him. Not Senior shouted. We are ordered not to meddle in anything that happens here. We cannot touch the vault, a goblin clarified. Abraxas started screaming. His arm had caught fire. The magma was rising rapidly too. Then all of a sudden, a loud laugh started resounding in the cave. You thieves. Dare to challenge my magic? I, Merlin Emrys, will see you to your end. The magma started rising faster. The whole door on which Abraxas was stuck started catching fire too as it looked bright red due to heat. Scared, Arcturus and Not let Abraxas go, not wanting to be burned or be cursed by Merlin's magic. What are you doing? Help me. No, don't go, please, I will give you everything, take all my money, save me, Abraxas cried. But, the next moment, a big fire explosion occurred. Boom! Arcturus and Not were scared to their core. The whole setting was too scary, to be buried in a magma pit was not on their agenda for today. They did not even look behind and ran to the gondola lift. Go, get us out of here. Arcturus shouted at the 2 goblins. Nobody knew what had happened to Abraxas. Chapter 65. Abraxas had his whole arm burned. And with that fire blast, he was actually teleported inside the vault. But, as soon as he entered he saw 2 holographic figures. Both were taller than him. One was wearing wizard robes and the other was wearing metal armor. It was pre-recorded and it was obvious. Anger was seen on the 2 faces as they spoke. You dare to try to steal what we left for the rightful heir. Arthur raged. I made this vault with my magic. That should have been enough of a warning. Now face the consequences of your own actions. Merlin added. There was a long corridor and Abraxas walked on it, trying to find a way out. But, all of a sudden, fire started to come out of some vents on both sides of the corridor. No. He panicked. There was no way to go and the fire raged towards him. Within seconds, he got covered in a fire that burned stronger and hotter than anything ever. The last things in Abraxas' mind were fear and regret of ever trying to go against Merlin in any way. The man was considered a wizard god for a reason. Today, he found out why firsthand. I leave everything to you, Lucius. He muttered in pain with the last of his body parts turning to ashes. But, too bad for him, he had no idea what tragedy his son had brought upon himself by getting cursed. Arcturus and Not reached the top and shouted at the head goblin. Get someone down there and save Lord Malfoy. They shouted. The head goblin grunted, you yourself ran up here leaving him behind and dared to tell us to give our lives. We told you the risks beforehand. Gringotts is responsible for the safety of its clients. We came here on the official business of taking over Merlin and Arthur's vault. We notified you and you let us in. What is it you do not understand? Not shouted. Not anymore. You aren't our clients. Actually, you are trespassing and we can rightfully kill you if we want. The head goblin said with a creepy smile on his face. Arcturus and Not took a few steps back. Arcturus asked, "What are you saying?" "We have our vaults here. This is a bank." The head goblin laughed, Yes, this is a bank. But the land on which it was established belonged to King Arthur, and it belongs to His Majesty, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon now. He has refused to allow us to deal with people he doesn't agree with if we want to keep this bank here." Of course, we agreed. "So your accounts too, are now His Majesty's property. But you are still servicing them," Not shouted, pointing towards a few people near other counters. "They were not denied by His Majesty." The head goblin answered. "This is madness." Arcturus took out his wand. In response, 10 goblins in full armor came. They weren't allowed to use wands but they had enchanted armor and swords. "Leave or we will kill." They were warned. Arcturus and Not had their senses prevail and they left while cursing. "We will return for Lord Malfoy," they shouted. Once they were gone, the head goblin looked at his assistant. "You got everything on the recording crystal?" "Yes, Elder." "Good, as instructed by His Majesty. Send it to Rita Skeeter with the letter," he ordered. Of course, they were not doing it for free. Magnus was paying them. He was a kind person, but he would never let someone stomp over him without any consequences. Though he did not plan to kill anyone and this was not on his shoulder. It was going to be a blunder for sure. And a big one at that. Hogwarts. "Emma, you watch my side and keep me warned if they are trying to play dirty and obstruct my path," Magnus instructed her. They were practicing Quidditch and their teams were divided into two. Emma was the chaser and he was the seeker. That's so boring. But I guess you gotta do this to win." She complained but stayed vigilant. She flew behind Magnus at a distance. Down. As soon as she shouted, Magnus drove his broom downwards and just as he did that a bludger passed by his head. That was what Magnus will use to win. As long as she gave him the right warnings, he would be able to dodge correctly. He flew for a little more and finally caught the golden snitch. He had been able to do it in every single practice match and was certain that Gryffindor was going to lose. He came down from his broom and headed to take a bath. But, all of a sudden he saw a student coming running to Lucius and then Lucius also ran away hurriedly. In the bath, he saw a second-year Slytherin student who was a new member of the Quidditch team. He was a second-line beater. He belongs to the middle group, meaning not going along with the blood supremacist or taking his side. "Hey Matthew, why did Lucius run away?" he inquired. "Did you not know, something happened to Lucius' dad? That's why he ran out." He told him. "Where did it happen?" Magnus asked back. "Nobody knows that for now. I'm sure we will see it in the news tomorrow. Something happening to a big lord cannot be kept a secret for long." Was it because of that curse, he wondered but didn't pay too much attention. He had his plates full in handling the matter of his vaults from being taken over by the ministry. Now, he even had the royal family on his radar as they must be involved in all this as they were named in the letter. He had already instructed the goblins of Gringotts and he was fairly sure that his actions would soon be fruitful. He finished his bath and headed out. "That was a darn good move there, Magnus. I guess someone will be buying lots of Nimbus 1500 from my family shop. Maybe I should take the credit for it and get a commission from Dad." Emma came to his side after her bath. They headed back to their dorms together. That is a good business-minded plan. But, I got another secret move and we will destroy the Gryffindor team. We'll be winning the Interhouse Quidditch Cup this year for sure. Magnus proudly claimed. "I hope this is confidence and not overconfidence. I'm telling you, Dragon Boy, I want to win and if you bring us down, I will." She wanted to say something but stopped as she saw Magnus looking at her face with a smirk. She gulped her saliva in nervousness, "No, I will not make any bet with you." Magnus started howling in laughter. "Wahaha, so much fear. Are you sure you're a Slytherin?" "Humph, don't try to force me into accepting a bet. I know you and I am a smart Slytherin, not a stupid Gryffindor." "Merlin's beard, I can't imagine what you will do to that Gryffindor boy when he loses." She looked horrified just imagining the worst, but she had no idea that what Magnus had planned was unimaginable to anyone. "You're no fun, Emma." Magnus made a fake sad face. He spoke the password at the Slytherin dungeon door. But as soon as it opened, Ragnar and Snape came out running. They stopped as they saw Magnus. Ragnar held Magnus' shoulder, his face looking shocked. "Mag, did you hear? Lucius' dad, he died, in Gringotts." Magnus' brain ran in overdrive and made the calculations to guess what might have happened. It was easy to guess. But, not even in his wildest dreams, he thought it would cause death. This was another death on his hands now and he did not feel good. How? Magnus asked back, though he already had some idea what might have happened. But before Ragnar could say anything, Dumbledore appeared, making long strides in the corridor. "Mr. Pendragon, I need you to come with me. It is very urgent," he requested. Magnus looked back at his friends. "See you at night. Feed Chad." "You go, don't worry about the food," Snape assured him. He was turning into a friend one could trust now. Once Magnus was gone, Emma sighed, "It must be tough being him." Ragnar nodded. "Imagine being called a hero at 11 for killing a few fanatics who wanted to kill you. It's gotta be hard on his mind." "Indeed, he's very good at masking his thoughts," Snape added. Sigh. "He's born at the wrong time I guess," Emma commented. Chapter 66. Dumbledore's Office. "What happened, Professor?" Magnus inquired. "Did you do it?" Dumbledore straightforwardly asked. Magnus shook his head. "Lucius' father? No, I didn't even know what happened. I was practicing Quidditch. Besides, those vaults were made by Merlin. Do you really think anybody can enter them? Not even the goblins of Gringotts could enter. They went to the vault with their own consent. And what about sealing the bank? That you have seized the vaults?" Dumbledore asked further. "That is true. They tried to take away my vaults, which exist on my private property. So, I took away their vaults and in my case, I have every right." Magnus replied. No, Magnus. You do not understand. By doing this, you are making so many enemies. Now the purebloods will see you as an enemy. Even more so after Abraxas' death. Dumbledore argued. Magnus smirked, "As if I fear them. Professor, I have only sealed the accounts of those pureblood families who are known racists, blood supremacists or support Voldemort in any way. Just imagine, Professor, by doing this, I can destroy the funding of Voldemort and his Death Eater army. No, they have enough money to keep it going. Or they will find other ways to work. But, you will be their target now." Dumbledore warned. "I was already their target. Don't take me as a fool. The moment the Ministry tried to take my vaults, I knew the Ministry was compromised. No wonder you look so cynical, you can't trust anybody. Also, don't worry. I will fix the Gringotts matter soon. I am sure the Minister will be contacting me as well." Magnus assured him. "But before that, we need to go to Gringotts. People and goblins are afraid of going to your vaults now. They want you to come and get Abraxas' body out." Dumbledore revealed. Magnus sighed with his eyes closed. "I never wanted people to die, Professor. Even I didn't know there would be such strong safety measures." Dumbledore's face became less frowned as he calmed down. He came forward and patted Magnus' shoulder. "I understand, Magnus. It was not your fault. But they might blame you." Magnus shook his head. "No, if the head goblin did as I asked, then I might be able to turn this around. Let's go now." "Arg, that apparition again. I hate it." He grabbed onto Dumbledore's arm and the two appeared in Leaky Cauldron again. The whole building was full now, with noises coming from outside the door. It seems people were waiting for him to appear. Then, Dumbledore opened the door. And soon loud noises of talking started to come. Most of them were talking about Magnus and what happened to Abraxas. "Stay close. Most are friendly but there could be a few bad seeds in the tree," Dumbledore advised him. When they went out of Leaky Cauldron to the streets, Magnus and Dumbledore were surrounded by lots of journalists. Magnus was bombarded with questions. "Mr. Pendragon, what do you think about the events in the Gringotts? Is it true you own Gringotts? Have you taken money from all wizarding families? Did the Ministry try to take your heritage away? Did you kill Lord Abraxas Malfoy?" These were the questions he was being asked. Magnus put on the most innocent face he could and spoke, "I don't know what's going on, I came to help. Yes, I did get a letter from Auntie Minister that they will take my vaults away." Dumbledore shook his head at the sharp mind of Magnus. He was too smooth at changing faces and turning into an innocent 11-year-old boy. Ask questions later. We have work at the moment. Dumbledore quickly controlled the crowd and took Magnus to the bank. It was surrounded by goblins and aurors for safety purposes. As soon as Magnus entered, the head goblin came to greet him. The search party is waiting for you, Your Majesty. We dare not go down there as magma is still ravaging that place. He informed him. Let's go then and get the body out. I don't know what happened there, but I'll try to help as much as possible. Magnus said and headed to the changing room to get into a hazard suit. Dumbledore also wanted to come with him, but Magnus stopped him. Don't come with us, Professor. Whatever curses Merlin put there, they don't work on me or the goblins. Dumbledore didn't take this matter lightly, as anything done by Merlin was to be seen as high magic that could even injure him. Take care, then. I don't want to be in front of your father's gun again. Dumbledore said jokingly. Magnus chuckled. I wish I could broadcast that memory. He must never learn about the pensive. Dumbledore made a mental note. Magnus then followed a team of goblins to reach to the vaults. The goblins were wearing some kind of enchanter armor, as if they were going on a war. Soon, the gondola lift came close to the vault and everyone could see what had happened there. Steam was rising from the rocks around them, making it clear that the magma had risen to a great height. I hope it does not rise while we are here. My daughter was just born, one of the goblins said. Don't worry. I'm sure the earlier event was due to intruders. Just lower me down to the island in the magma sea. He ordered. He actually felt good being with the goblins. He was slightly taller than them and they treated him as an adult. Hearing him, they brought down the gondola lift but stopped it a few feet from the ground as it was too hot. From there, Magnus jumped down. Where was his body before you left? He inquired from the two goblins who were with Abraxas and his party. He was for some reason stuck on the door. He could not take his hand away from it and soon got engulfed in flames. The goblin answered. Knowing this, Magnus made a guess where the body could be. He went close to the vault and put his palm on it. The goblins winced seeing that, though nothing happened. Magnus disappeared in a small fire and appeared inside the vault, in the long corridor. The place seemed undamaged and spotless. But, once he moved a bit further, he found lots of ash. He had no idea if this was the remains of Abraxas or not, though he did feel a bit saddened. He had not even met this man, so he had no idea how bad he was. If he had known, maybe he wouldn't feel as bad. Losing a family was something Magnus himself could never imagine feeling, and making someone else feel this was also not leaving a good taste. He picked all the ash and put it in a golden container with a lid. He had come to the vault, so he decided to do some work too. He went to Merlin's vault and took 10 wands, 5 books on ancient runes language and 1 book for high-level charms. There was also a document framed on the wall, which had the signature of 10 more people, and it was a declaration of the creation of Wizengamot. Then he went to Arthur's vault and took 20 enchanted swords. They were nothing like hope and despair though. But, he had a plan to use them. After that, he went out. He went back to the gondola lift and showed the goblins the ashes. I only found this. The goblins nodded, not feeling anything about the death of the narcissistic wizard. They steered the gondola back to the surface. Magnus kept his face plain and walked to Dumbledore. He handed him the small golden container. This is it. I found his ashes, but make sure it belongs to him. Dumbledore sighed. He was hoping for the guy to come out alive, but... He turned around and walked to Lucius Malfoy, who was being calmed by Arcturus Black and Not. Lucius had no mother or siblings, so he was alone in this. Dumbledore calmly handed the ash container. We found your father's remains there. The place was covered in magma. Lucius was silent, his eyes were red in anger. He held the remains of his father and looked at them. His breathing started getting heavy, his chest rose and fell with each second. Son, we are pure in the blood, no lowly wizard or muggle can go against us. Remembering these words taught to him from his childhood, he looked at Dumbledore's face. Then, he noticed Magnus in the background. His face started shaking in anger. I, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragons, curse Lucius Malfoy, that he will lose everything that he holds dear. Family, wealth and life. God is the witness. He remembered that Magnus had cursed him. You killed my father, he shouted at the top of his lungs, possibly even damaging his throat. Murderer, a mudblood, killed my father. I will kill you, he screamed continuously. His eyes were red and he was obviously not himself at the moment. Arcturus and Not tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't listen. Then, in a surprising twist, in anger, he threw the ash container at Magnus with full force. The ashes came out of it and fell everywhere. The container stopped near Magnus' feet and from it fell a small pendant, containing a picture of Lucius, his father and his mother. It was most likely a heavily enchanted item, which was why it survived the fire. Magnus picked it up. But he did not go forward to give it, as Lucius was out of his mind. He called a goblin and handed it to them to give it to Lucius later. "I will kill you." Lucius all of a sudden ran towards Magnus at full speed. He didn't even have his wand out right now. He just wanted to strangle Magnus with his hands. Magnus shook his head. He had no idea if the death of Abraxas was due to his curse or because of the law of natural selection. What did they think would happen if they tried to force their way into Merlin's vault? Did they forget what happens in the Egyptian tomb? Chapter 67. I will kill you. Lucius ran towards Magnus crazily. Magnus was ready to tackle him. He had been doing physical training for more than 2 years now. Arthur had taught him everything related to martial arts. But before any mess could be made, Dumbledore waved his hand slightly and cast a wandless charm to make Lucius fall asleep. Nobody saw it and most thought it was due to mental stress. Arcturus Black came and picked him up. He looked at Dumbledore and Magnus with angry eyes. This is not the end of this. After that, he took Lucius to St. Mungo's hospital to get him treated. Dumbledore sighed and turned back to Magnus. He felt sympathy for him. After all, in all his life, this was the first time he was seeing such complexities in the life of an 11-year-old. Magnus should have been having fun with his friends right now, but here he was, dealing with death, schemes and racists. Being the descendant of Merlin and Arthur is hard, he thought. Let's go back, Magnus, Dumbledore said. Magnus nodded, but before that, he talked to the head of Gringotts. The issue of seized vaults will be resolved in a few days. The normal working of the bank can be resumed. Give service to all except those I have named. After that, he went back to Dumbledore. Let's go. This place is depressing. Magnus returned to Hogwarts and it was already evening by then. Everyone had already eaten dinner. But Dumbledore told him that he will tell a house elf to bring food for him in his room. And surprisingly, by the time he came to his room, he found a covered plate on his table. The house elves in Hogwarts seem to take pride in the fact that they cannot be caught doing work. Maybe it was a technique to keep them away from people, as it would leave a bad taste. The moment he arrived in his dorm room, Chad, Duck and Summer ran to him to get hugs and pats. Magnus' mood was immediately elevated to the fullest. He held the three in his arms and stroked Chad and Summer's fur while he patted Duck as he was a dragon and didn't have fur. Aha, stop you three. Duck, don't lick my face, bad manners. Chad, stop sniffing my feet, see I told you, they are smelly, now don't vomit. And Summer, well you can stay seated on my head. He interacted with the three curious kids. Although Chad was probably older, he was still a curious cat. What happened at the bank? Ragnar asked as he entered the dorm room. They tried to open my vault forcefully. Merlin's safety mechanism kicked in and he died. Lucius is going to blame me, I can already tell. So, you and Snape better be careful. Magnus warned. Snape nodded. It is sad but nothing to cry about. Lucius' father is allegedly supporting the Death Eaters in the money aspect. So he's a Death Eater? Magnus asked back. Ragnar shook his head. No, he can't be. Because he deals with the ministry too much. But, he should be somewhat like a consigliere in the Italian mafia, though I can't say if he truly is the right-hand man of old, whatever his name is. Where does their money come from? Snape inquired. Sigh. It's all old money. Perks of owning the land over which Gringotts exists, and the current fiasco is that I now have all the records of the wealth of all wizarding families. Malfoy family is old, very old, nearly as old as Merlin himself. The first Malfoy came to England with William the Conqueror as part of the invading Norman army. He gave some unknown, shady, and almost certainly magical services to King William I. For this, Malfoy was given a prime piece of land in Wiltshire, seized from local landowners, upon which his descendants have been living for centuries. They have been termed a slippery bunch since a long time because they were always found courting power and riches wherever they might be found. I even found out a note saying that the Malfoy family was very much involved with the highborn muggles of those times, and they even opposed the statute of secrecy. But, once it was passed, they kept to themselves. Want to know the most fun part? It is related to the British Crown. Magnus asked. What? Did they kill some kings? I wouldn't be surprised. Ragnar shrugged. Magnus shook his head. No, they would never kill someone. But, they did something just as their nickname implies. There is ample evidence to suggest that the first Lucius Malfoy was an unsuccessful aspirant to the hand of Elizabeth I, and it is said that the Queen's subsequent opposition to marriage was due to a jinx placed upon her by the thwarted Malfoy. Magnus revealed. Snape scoffed and started, no wonder they would be joining the up-and-coming Dark Lord. They are different from other pure-blood families. They have enough brains to not inbreed. They know that magical Britain is now at its weak point and a strong Dark Lord can take over it, so they went with him. Though I am sure they did not expect you to enter the equation or else, they might have supported you. Magnus nodded in agreement. But I'm sure Lucius will never see me as a possible ally. Anyway, their wealth comes from the same place all royals and nobles get in today's time. Their old wealth and lots of investments in property. Malfoys are said to be the richest wizarding family, though I guess I have taken that mantle now but nobody knows that. Magnus' explanation ended and then he looked at Ragnar. I checked your family account, it was not in a very safe location, so I shifted it deeper. Because I believe, with that potion maniac brain of yours, you'll be making a lot of money. Though I suggest you two put aside some money and invest in my new company. You'll be billionaires in a few years then. Sure, in the days I've known you, I can confidently say that you are the most money-loving person I've ever known. Ragnar jokingly said. Magnus did not laugh though. He seriously answered, I love money because I know it means power. Power to influence. Just becoming the richest in the world is not my motive, but becoming the strongest is. And what will you do with that power? Snape inquired. He wondered if this was another dark wizard in Rising. But Magnus' answer made all those thoughts go away. First of all, I will fulfill Merlin's dream of an equal world for all magicals. Then, I will bring world peace and then, maybe start a worldwide pancake restaurant chain. I will sell all kinds of pancakes there. Ice cream pancake, cheese pancake, pasta pancake, honey pancake, fish pancake, marshmallow pancake and all kinds that can exist. I also want to make a big hospital for my mummy. You know what, let's make it a worldwide chain of hospitals. Magnus started blabbering all his plans. Ragnar and Snape shook their heads and went to do their work, ignoring the three animals playing chase around their feet. Soon, Magnus ate his dinner and went to bed. But he did not sleep. Instead, he started working on a magic spell. It was already in existence but he was trying to use them in different ways. If successful, he will be able to make surprise attacks on his enemies and even kill them with it. Behind him, on the wall was Merlin in the portrait and he helped Magnus whenever needed. The Prince of Enchanters was supposed to be good at charms, jinxes, hexes and curses after all. Though enchanting also had runes as a huge part, it was what made Merlin's magic so potent. Magnus needed to master runes too if he wanted to surpass Merlin. Magnus did not sleep that night. He was feeling a sense of urgency now. That he needed to at least be powerful enough to protect himself. He had his very sharp sense, but they did not help if his body was slow. So, he started to get out to do physical exercise every single day. From 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. He was later going to ask Dumbledore to make an indoor gym for physical exercise. After his exercise, he arrived at the breakfast table. Lucius was still not there but his gang was already giving him the death stares. He ignored them and focused on his breakfast. Excuse me, can I? He suddenly heard a voice from his side. He looked and saw a tall girl. She was in Ravenclaw robes and was certainly not first year. He showed his big warm smile. What can I help you with? Hello, I am Mary Vaughn Sintra, I'm 5th year prefect of Ravenclaw, can you help me with a charm? She shyly asked. Magnus was a bit shocked. He looked around to make sure she was asking the right person. Me? I'm just a first year. He said. I heard you know all charms and I thought, because you are related to Merlin, she replied. Magnus shook his head. Okay, share a seat with me then. We will talk about it here. She was taken aback that her request was accepted. She feared that Slytherins wouldn't be so friendly. What are you working on? Magnus asked with interest as Ragnar was into potions, he was into charms. False memory charm, I am having trouble finding the right memories to change them, she started explaining her problem. A 6th year spell. It's a very tough one. But I know how to do it to a limit. I tried it on Ragnar and made him think he had eaten, while he had not. He had a stomach ache the next day. Magnus revealed. Cough, it was because of you. Ragnar raged as soon as he heard that. Magnus sweetly replied to him, my friend, I was just helping you stay fit. Anyway, Miss Sintra, do you know about occlumency and legilimency? He inquired. She nodded, I know about it, but never tried it. Exactly, you need to at least start practicing occlumency. It will teach you about the functioning of the human brain, it will also safeguard your mind from intruders. I will give you a biology book that can help you learn it, he started enthusiastically teaching her. She slowly stopped acting shy and asked whenever she wanted to. This was the first time someone from another house had come and sat on the Slytherin table, and it was a wonderful feeling for Dumbledore, who was looking at the interaction from his seat. Will he also be another prince of enchanters? Dumbledore thought. Chapter 68. It was Monday, the most hated day of the week. But, Quidditch was coming close and Magnus got to skip classes because he would always ace them anyway. Even in potions, he was just normal. He would make potions according to the book. In any normal class, he would be hailed as a genius potioneer. But because of monsters like Snape and a behemoth like Ragnar, Magnus' skills were overshadowed. Slughorn though was on cloud 9 with his two favorite Slytherin potioneers. Magnus spent most of his time these days playing Quidditch. He would stop once he has defeated Gryffindor and won the bet. Like any other day, Magnus sat at the breakfast table to eat. But soon the post started coming and along it came the newspapers. Magnus called a handsome owl and took the newspaper, also gave him some treats as always. He was really spoiling these owls, but in his defense, these cute furballs deserved all the love in the world. He unfolded the Daily Prophet and read the first page. Finally, it was not some nonsense news and actually told what had happened recently. News. Is the Ministry trying to destroy Merlin's legacy? Reason behind Lord Abraxas Malfoy's death is greed. The Ministry's personnel publicly acknowledged that they tried to take away the wealth inside the vaults of Merlin and Arthur, by unlawful calling, His Majesty, Magnus Grant Emery's Pendragon, ineligible to hold it. They were greedy and forgot that the land on which those vaults exist was owned by him in the first place, hence it was entirely his private property. What happened to Lord Abraxas Malfoy is tragic. On the orders of the Ministry, he and a few others went to forcefully enter the vault. But, Merlin's magic reigned supreme and it countered the intruders with pure, powerful magic. This resulted in the loss of Lord Abraxas Malfoy's life. But the question remains. Who is to be blamed for this? Who sanctioned the stealing of the vault? Who is so greedy in the Ministry that they are happy to break the laws on which our society runs? Besides this, the recent talks that the bank is now owned by His Majesty and that he owns everybody's money there is false. I spoke with the head goblin of Gringotts and they said that they still run the bank, it's just a matter of renewal of land lease and it will be resolved soon. However, they might have to call a few wizards to sign some documents. The normal working of the bank, in terms of exchanging currency, will run as smoothly as before. Rita Skeeters. Senior freelance journalist. News end. Magnus smirked after reading this. He had fed Rita some money to write this article. Ted Tonks was good at handling his business when he couldn't go out. He had just conveyed one message to Rita. That if she wants to truly be a revolutionizing journalist, she needs to make sure she is under no pressure to write what she does not want to. He told her that instead of joining the Daily Prophet and being under the hands of the Ministry, she could work for him and write impartially. She would also earn more. So, now she was working for him, though she didn't know it yet. How are you going to punish the Ministry? Ragnar asked. Just wait a little more, I'm sure another post will be coming for me. Magnus confidently said. Soon, as expected, a letter came. It had the official seal of the Minister for Magic. Magnus immediately opened and read it. See, she is now inviting me to talk about what to do with the Gringotts and my seat in Wisengamot. But she is forgetting that there is nothing to talk about. I hold all the power. Anyway, let's eat now. No point in discussing all this. Magnus said. But Magnus noticed from the corner of his eyes that Snape had received a letter too. Who is it from, Sev? Magnus asked. It's from my mom. I told her about your offer to help her return to the Prince family. She gave me an answer. Snape said. And? What is it? Magnus inquired. She agreed, Snape's voice was shaking. He had very low hopes of getting his mother to agree as she had not divorced her husband yet, even after so much abuse. He just wanted his mother to get out of that hellhole. Also, he did not want to return to that house after spending such a wholesome time in the school. She said that my father left home and has not returned in the past 2 months, Snape revealed. Then Snape suddenly turned to Magnus and stared at him with a suspicion-filled gaze. Tell me, what did you do? Magnus acted shocked. He shrugged his shoulders. I really did not do anything. I don't even know where you live. Bam. Ragnar smacked Snape on the back of his head. Just be happy that she agreed to return to the family. By the way, Mag, how are you planning on getting the Prince family to accept her back? Snape was also interested in learning more about this. Magnus kept on eating his pancakes and replied with a snort, easy peasy, they are a pure-blood slightly racist family. I'm going to strong-arm them to accept your mother into the family. Don't forget, their accounts are still sealed. I will give them the conditions that if they want to unfreeze their accounts then they need to accept your mother. In fact, because Sev and his mother are the last of the Prince family except for the old Mr. and Mrs. Prince, I'm going to add the clause that everything of the family will be owned by Sev once they are dead. Forgive me, Sev, but I don't trust your mother with the huge amount of money that the Prince family has. She has made so many bad decisions in her life that it's now time for her to just calm down and relax. Snape nodded, not taking any offense. He was not a person to run on feelings. Yes, he loved his mother, but that didn't mean he had blind faith in her. He had seen her making bad choices one after another. Snape folded the letter back and looked at Magnus with confused eyes. This was the first time he had seen someone do so much for a person they aren't even related to. The bride and groom may kiss now. Ragnar suddenly spoke. Cough. Magnus choked on pancakes. Not because of what Ragnar said but because of what Bobby had once said when he had made him promise to keep his magic abilities always a secret. Until death do us apart, Magnus chuckled remembering that. I wonder what he's doing right now. I've already sent him £100,000, 1 million in today's market. He wondered. London. Achoo. Damn, that was one crazy sneeze. A boy remarked. Bobby cleaned his nose. Yeah, it's probably an allergy. Anyway, let's start assembling the machine, Mark. My friend was gracious enough to lend me the money. We have to make this company a success. Who is your rich friend? You're only 11 after all. Mark questioned. He was an 11th grader but he was 14 years old, /n, I know. They don't use the word grade in the UK. But it is easier to understand so I'm using it. I can't tell you that. He wanted to remain anonymous. We will only deal with his lawyer. Just call him Mr. M. Bobby said. Bobby had a team of 20 kids. All of them were older than him, but he was the leader as he had the biggest brain. Linda, a 12-year-old 10th grader, spoke. Mr. M. Is he a masochist? Cough. Bobby facepalmed himself. No, Linda, he's not, I think. So there is a probability that he is? Timmy asked. He was a 12th grader. He was second only to Bobby because Timmy was 14 years old. Bobby shrugged. Everyone has a probability of being an M. It's just a matter of when you will find that kink. Okay, enough chit-chat. We got a computer to assemble. Let's do it. Bobby was pumped. London, Magnus home. I'm thinking of quitting my job, it's just too much now. It's as if I'm the only doctor in my department. Something is going on, I'm very sure by the behavior of my superiors that I'm being targeted. Gray said. Adam sighed. He looked thinner now, due to having to travel 8 hours every day to get to work. You know what, I'm quitting too. I've had it enough. Transferring me didn't make sense at all and the reason they gave me was so obviously made up. We can find better jobs in the private sector too. Adam resolutely replied. Okay, I will start the procedure for voluntary retirement. Grace decided. The two decided to do it because they knew that if they stayed on this job then their health would suffer. Magnus will be coming for the Christmas holidays soon. Let's try to find jobs before that. Adam noted. Chapter 69. 2 days later, Magnus arrived at the ministry with Dumbledore. He really hated the fact that he couldn't go anywhere without a guardian and Dumbledore had claimed to be one. He could have asked Slughorn as he was the head of the Slytherin house too, but the man didn't have as many connections as Dumbledore. He was also not the serious kind and it was not good to take him along. They arrived at level 1, Minister for Magic and Support Staff. This is the minister's office. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Dumbledore asked him. Magnus rolled his eyes. She's not going to eat me. And it should be her, who should be afraid of me, not the other way. Ignoring him, he knocked on the door and entered. The minister was waiting for him already as she sat on the visitor's sofa. "Welcome, Mr. Pendragon," she stood up and greeted him with a smile of a politician. Magnus looked around at the office. It was very big and had lots of portraits. But, surprisingly, none of them were moving portraits, most likely to keep privacy. The tone of the room was grayish, a bit depressing to be honest. He took a seat and looked at her. Although he was tall for his age, he was still not taller than adults. But, he did not get intimidated by anyone. "Good afternoon, Minister. Pleasure seeing you. Last I saw you, you were there to witness my inheritance test. Now, I'm meeting here to stop you from taking my inheritance away. Things change so fast, sigh," Magnus said, making the minister feel awkward. I had no power to stop it. Wisengamot decided on it with a majority vote. Even if I had objected, things would not have changed. Also, as the minister, to maintain support I need to support the majority, she argued. Well, I did not get to vote. Where is my seat at Wisengamot? As the last remaining descendant of Merlin? You don't believe me? Look at this document. B is the Declaration of Formation. If anything, the Wisengamot committed a crime by coming after my property, Magnus scornfully said. Eugenia looked at the old-looking paper. It had English written in a very old style, but she could still read it easily. Sigh. She sighed, internally accepting that the whole mess was caused by them. If they had not gone after his money, then maybe Abraxas Malfoy would have not died. What can we do to correct the mistakes? She asked. Magnus straightened his back. He was waiting for this moment from the start. There are a few things that you can do. First, sign these documents. All members of Wisengamot will have to do the same. He handed a paper. Eugenia read it slowly. The more she read, the higher her brows rose. The paper said that after getting their vaults back, they will not try to move them or empty them. They will use it as they were. The Gringotts will be getting a lease of 100 years, so Magnus will have no power over it, which was obviously false. He was graciously given such power on the necks of so many dark wizards. How can he just let it go? Gringotts will never make their lease agreement public, and that is where the true magic was. Why, this absurd a condition? She exclaimed. Because I know most pureblood families are scared of me now, and they will try to move their vaults to somewhere else. Gringotts can't go out of business now, right? He explained. Fine, what other conditions do you have? She inquired, just wanting to know more before accepting it all. The ministry must declare Voldemort a terrorist, then start a bounty program. Anybody who brings in a recognized Death Eater will get a reward of 50,000 galleons. I'll pay for it. He demanded. This demand was much crazier than the last one. Eugenia shook her head. As much as I want it to happen, they won't let me. Maybe I can get Voldemort to be recognized as a terrorist, but the bounty, it's impossible to happen. Then I guess I will just take whatever is in those tens of vaults. Wisengamot is so weak that it cannot even condemn a Dark Lord and his terrorists. Merlin would not have made it if he had known this would happen someday. Magnus indirectly threatened. He was just trying to strong-arm them in the name of Merlin at this point. Although he hated being compared to him, it was also true that Merlin's name had more pull even now than any pureblood or even Dumbledore. Fine, I will try it. Is this it? She asked. Of course not. Now, I want my seat at Wisengamot and 1 million galleons as compensation. Magnus demanded. What? This is not possible, Mr. Pendragon. This is the money of the people. She argued. Magnus sneered at this remark of her. Don't try to fool me. I know how much tax you get from the magical community. All the tax you get is from non-pureblood families, which is not even enough to pay the salaries of the employees of the ministry. The real money you make is from the rent from ministry-owned shops in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley and the protection money you take from other shops. Seriously? Protection money? Is this the ministry or a gang of goons? Then, the rest of the money comes from the donations given by the pureblood families, who use the ministry later because of their donations to do bad deeds or to get away from something bad they did, while in reality, their donations should have been taxes in the first place. Eugenia gritted her teeth after hearing this. All of it was true, but how could she change things just like that? This had been going on for hundreds of years. It was a part of their tradition. So what do you propose? If you have so much contempt for the system, you must have answers too. She asked mockingly. Sure, I do have a solution. But, I'm just an 11-year-old kid. I can't tell the ministry what to do. Just agree to my condition and I'll be on my way back. He said shruggingly. Eugenia's eyes twitched. After he had said so much, now he realizes he's a kid. Fine, the next Wisengamot will be held soon. Your seat is nearly guaranteed. However, I can't say anything about your other conditions. You must convince them on your own. She informed him. Magnus nodded and got up to go back. But he paused midway and looked back. Minister, don't think I have any animosity with you. I know you are trying your best, but you can't fight an enemy who's already in your house and is stronger than you. I too want a peaceful world. Nobody likes to have an assassination attempt on oneself in the middle of the day in a market. Nobody likes when someone tries to steal what is rightfully theirs. I just want to be left alone, I just want to study, graduate, and go back to my lovely family. I don't care about any of you. But, if they try to come after me, I can't just present myself on a golden platter. So, I hope you will understand. Take care. He left after saying that much. But, guilt appeared in Eugenia's mind. She herself had a son. Not as young but still. She remembered that Magnus, although talks like a grown-up, is still a kid, who just faced an attack on his life. If it was anybody else, they would have run away from Hogwarts, back to their parents' comfort, but Magnus was still trying to hold on and he was doing it very masterfully. What have I become? Seriously, letting people bully a child? And not just any child but Merlin's descendant, the heir to the British throne. If anything, the ministry should protect him like the greatest treasure. But the ministry itself is the transgressor. I can just wish him luck. Stay safe, kid. She muttered at Magnus leaving her office. Magnus came out of the office. Dumbledore was waiting for him. How was it? Dumbledore asked. Can't you guess? Magic replied. Dumbledore stroked his beard. From my personal experience of years, it must have gone neither pleasing nor displeasing. Wonderful, you just guessed the obvious. Magnus sarcastically said and then continued. I will be present in the next Wisengamot meeting though. Dumbledore nodded. You do deserve a seat, but they will object for a child to be there. They should have objected to themselves when they decided to take control of my vaults on my own property. Magnus snarled back. True, I voted against it back then but was outvoted. Let's go back now. I have a lot of work at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said. Magnus looked at him in a questioning gaze. What do you even do? You don't even teach, so what keeps you busy? Managing a 1,000-year-old castle is not easy, Magnus. Dumbledore defended his work with enthusiasm. But magic runs the castle, not you. We don't even have cleaners or cooks, due to unpaid slave elves we have, Magnus countered. House elves refuse to get paid, they are not slaves, Dumbledore reminded him. Yes, whatever lets you sleep at night, and of course they will refuse. They've been bred for generations to be submissive. If you want to change it, you'll need generations of work too. But at least, in Hogwarts, they don't get beaten up. Oh, by the way, Professor, do you want to invest in the Muggle business? I've got the perfect opportunity for you to make millions. Magnus offers. Dumbledore stopped and looked at his serious face, which looked like one belonging to an old capitalist fox. Why would you do that? Magnus shrugged his shoulders and replied in a serious tone, this is just business. Chapter 70. The ministry sent letters to all concerned pureblood families and those part of Wisengamot. It had a copy of Merlin's creation of Wisengamot paper and also Magnus' condition that they must sign to get their vaults back. There were a lot of angry reactions, but they could not afford to make Magnus angry either, as he held their money. But, now they had to keep their money hostage to even have the right to use it. It was unacceptable, but what could they do? Though they felt happy that there would be a Wisengamot meeting soon and they would get to talk face to face. They hoped to get a response by then. After all, it was just kid versus so many sharp-minded pure-blood adults. Hogwarts. Magnus went back to being busy with Quidditch. Things were going normal now as he reduced interacting with Lucius, or it was the other way around. In the school as well, some kids from pure-blood families had started to stay away from him. Magnus felt that he would soon need to do something to bring these kids to his side. After all, he could not influence their parents, but he could stop them from turning to the dark side. Meanwhile, Ragnar and Snape kept themselves busy in their creation of new potions so they could get rich. Ragnar also started to dabble into runes with Magnus, and Merlin was helping them, although only Magnus could hear Merlin in the portrait. Duck, Chad and Summer still played around in the room. Duck had now grown bigger than Chad, and it was getting tougher to keep him a secret. But thankfully, the Christmas holidays were coming soon. Arthur, though, had been jumping around in various portraits and exploring the castles. His favorite pastime was to annoy the hell out of some teachers by asking stupid questions about the magical world. The teachers also could only suck it up out of respect, but they internally cursed him. Today, it was Dumbledore's turn to get annoyed, or enlightened. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was in a very important meeting with the previous headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet. Man was 335 years old and was one of the oldest wizards alive. It was during his time that Grindelwald rose to power and the Chamber of Secrets was opened. In his position, he was responsible for the employment of Horace Slughorn, Albus Dumbledore, Herbert Beery, Sylvanus Kettleburn and possibly Galatea Merithot as teachers at Hogwarts. It is also known that he was responsible for hiring Minerva McGonagall, having offered her a job in the Transfiguration Department, under head of department, Albus Dumbledore. You are right, Albus, who would have thought? The sweet boy I knew was a snake in hiding. Dippet showed his sorrow. That is why I asked you to come here. If there is anything you can remember, that can help us bring him down before it gets too big. Dumbledore asked. Dippet shook his head. I can't think of anything. He did ask me what would happen if the attack during the opening of the Chamber of Secrets continues. I told him that the school would have to be closed. Surprisingly, the attack stopped after that, but nobody questioned that bright student back then. Poor Hagrid was so wronged. What in the Merlin's beard? Who are you? Suddenly a loud shout came from one of the portraits. Dumbledore and Dippet turned to look at the origin. It turned out to be the portrait of old and grumpy Phineas Nigellus Black, the headmaster before Dippet. Looking closely, they saw another figure in the ex-headmaster's portrait. It was a tall man, a blue-eyed blonde man in leather armor, with a sheathed greatsword. Dumbledore didn't recognize the man as he was seeing him for the first time. Bow to your king, mumbo-jumbo doers. I am the one and only, the best, the most handsome, King Arthur Pendragon. Arthur introduced himself. Ha, you are not my king, go away mudblood. Phineas Nigellus Black barked at him. SSH. Arthur unscathed his long sword in a swift motion and held it in his two hands. He looked at the old form of Nigellus Black with narrow eyes. You sex dungeon dweller, this mudblood's mighty sword is getting an urge to stab someone's gut. I wonder who will be its new victim. Yes, that was your cue to shut up. You can't use your magic, but I can surely use my sword, and I know for a fact that you wizards are weak when it comes to hand-to-hand manly fights. I've tamed and hunted berserk dragons with my bare hands. What are you compared to those mighty divine beasts? It did the magic, and Phineas Nigellus Black shut up in fear. Then Arthur turned to Dumbledore. So, are you the owner of this fine establishment? I'm not the owner, just an administrator who runs it. Dumbledore clarified. Doesn't make you any less guilty of running a sex dungeon. What do you even do here? Arthur asked. Dumbledore started having flashbacks of conversation with Magnus. It was fresh in his memories as it somewhat hurt his pride. I manage the money and make sure kids are happy and are not under any kind of risk, Dumbledore answered, not expecting any kind of rude comment for this. But, Arthur was Arthur. So you are like the jesters and eunuchs of my court? Do not worry, I don't judge people on the basis of their profession. Cough. Dumbledore choked on his lemon tea. What? No, I am the headmaster of this school. Ah, the head eunuch then, Arthur interjected. Dumbledore face-bombed himself and did not say anything. Meanwhile, Dippet and many other portraits of previous headmasters were laughing. Arthur also chuckled. I was just messing with you. I know what you do. Dumbledore took a sigh of relief. That was a very convincing act then. Arthur nodded. Of course, you develop such skills when you are king. I had even fooled Merlin many times when I didn't want to attend the court and instead desired to court some women, if you know what I mean, hee. Ah, now that you are here, your majesty, can you tell us how you defeated Morgan Le Fay? Dippet asked to change the topic. Dumbledore hopefully looked forward to an answer. Arthur puffed out his chest. It was simple. I went ahead with Merlin, got her used up on her magic, then I went straight in front of my bitch half-sister's face. Did I use bitch? Mind my language, it was meant to be witch. Anyway, I went in front of my bitch half-sister's face, looked her in the eye and said. You can't be related to my blood. I don't go around sacrificing people in the name of rituals. As the king of these lands, I have a duty and the right to judge you, and your punishment is death. Then bam. I kicked her onto a boulder and slid my Excalibur through her heart while Merlin supplied me magic for greater strength. She died while screeching, but, who would have known, she had decided not to die alone. Anyway, dealing with her was easy for the two of us. If it was just one of us, then maybe we wouldn't be talking right now, but, Merlin did say that there was nothing to fear as there were wizards in the world that were millennia old, living in secluded parts of the worlds. If we would have lost and my bitch sister had continued expanding towards the rest of the world, then she would have died a much more painful death. Dip Pet, Dumbledore and the headmasters in the portraits had their eyes shot open in shock. Dumbledore asked the question immediately, who are these wizards you're talking about? Arthur shrugged his shoulder, I don't know. Nobody knows. They live secretly and just don't care about what goes on in the world. I'm sure some of them are still alive. I and Merlin had once met one at Stonehenge. The man was so old yet had a muscular body, only his white hair and white beard gave his age away. Other than this, he laughed too much. He told us that he had built the place as a ritual site, mind you, he was not talking about any dark rituals. But, when we arrived there, he was actually there to destroy it as he feared the world was getting darker and wizards would misuse it. We were the last users of it, though he only let us use it when we called him Grandpa. He probably had some strange fetishes. Anyway, I'm going away now. It's too boring to talk to you old foxes. I'll find my old pal, Sir Cadogan, and talk about the golden days. With that, he turned back to Nigelus Black, you behave, or you will find my sword itching for some action, He left as he had come. Dumbledore and Dip Pet looked at each other's faces. Dip Pet sighed and spoke, we were naive, we were ignorant, to see how scary the world truly is out there. Dumbledore nodded, true. But we can expect these old wizards to never come out if they haven't till now. Yes, we can only expect it, Dip Pet muttered. On Magnus' side, he had no concern about anything as the first official Quidditch match had come. Slytherin vs Gryffindor. The bet made by Magnus had circulated all around the school, making it a heated topic. There was even a small column in the Daily Prophet about it. Magnus stood in the tunnel leading to the Quidditch field. Gryffindor's team was on his right. He looked at James. Get ready to run around the castle in little panties. Magnus mocked. James' body shivered just thinking about it. But he was a Gryffindor. Not gonna happen. You worry about yourself. Keep the money ready to buy new brooms for my team and yes, run around in underwear. Wanna increase the stakes of the bet? Magnus asked. Whistle. James started whistling to not hear him anymore. Magnus shook his head and chuckled. I guess people are getting scared of betting with me. Gotta lose once or twice, he thought and walked towards the open field. It was going to be a wild match.